Hi there, guys. Welcome back to the studio. This is the WSOP Circuit Events in Tallinn 2024, live for another day of full packed action from the main event, George.
Certainly is. We're going to be rocking and rolling in day 3 of the main event with around about 60 players left. The cash so far, 3.5K, looking for that eye-watering top prize of 193, but still a lot more work to go. They've got to be able to navigate their way to the final table, which is what we're going to be playing down to today.
Yep, that's it. And I think the players are ready to get going, and we're going to see who we have on our featured table today then. If we head over to... we're going to first look at the bubble play from yesterday. This is yesterday. We stopped the stream before the bubble burst, and this is how it played out.
It's
late
Igor
night.
Bihelia from Estonia shoving the turn with ace-jack at a spade, getting called and rivering the jack on the river. And there was a little bit of confusion going on for a bit of a backstory here. I think the big blind thought that he had covered the other player, and then...
because the all-in was with the other guy, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And now that gets swapped over, and he realizes that it's literally a case of covering by a couple of thousand. So reporters, floor staff, and of course interested players from the other table, all in a little bit of shock there. But that was the crucial moment with 104 left, and it was Igor Bihelia, a well-known local player.
Yep.
Grabbing that elimination, and some enthusiastic claps there.
Yeah, you can see the rest of the crew is happy. So all the other 103 players in the money late last night, and then they started playing earlier today at noon. And I think we're about level in right now. I took a break after the first level, and we're going to come in at the second level of the day. And this is our feature table with the overall chip leader coming into today. Now only Paul K, that is, only 460K left of the over a million that he had starting this day. So the first level has been brutal to him.
Yeah, I mean, things have really turned around. Paul Koppe there from Estonia came in with 1.6 million. He's now got 460. We saw Jeffrey, the swag-tastic man on the left-hand side of your screen there with the watch, the sleeve, the Hugo Boss t-shirt. He had the table chip lead for such a long time yesterday, and has somewhat whittled down there to the 18 big blinds, but anything can happen.
Yeah, and Yuri, now the table chip leader, 2.6 million, and we're playing 10 20K blinds, 20K big blind Andy as well. And this is level number 2 of the day then that we get going on the first hand of the feature table for us. So hopefully we'll have a long and a nice day of poker ahead of us. We're going to play down to the final table today. At least that's the aim at the moment. So a lot of players still in this one, and a lot of games to be played during the day, as Alexei now is first into this one with the King 5 suited. And Alexei, seed number 1. George, you had a story about him on online.
Wow. Yeah, so I know things are quite anonymous online, but guys, this is the 2021 winner of the GG WSOP main event online. So yeah, quite a title for getting a bracelet and 2.5 million winnings for the 5K online there. So serious player. Going under the Estonian flag today. Do have other intel that might be Russian, but regardless, a man with a serious bracelet and a serious score during that COVID period.
Yuri calling with the 5, so let's see. No 5 on the flop. The last one stays in the deck for now, at least. It's not been folded though by any other player, so still options, but nothing for Alexei. He was the one opening though, so let's see if he keeps the aggression. Seems like he's not in picture, but he's betting. It's seat number 1, right? Not this guy.
Yeah,
this is our chip leader, Paul, coming into today.
Paul Koppe. And he's got himself double parked with Ollie Boost there. Everyone's getting in on the action.
Oh, they want action as well, right? The waitresses want to keep the momentum going.
Exactly. We want to see more action there. Chuck him an energy drink and see what happens. So Alexei bets and gets a call. No real additional equity, but fancies taking a stab at that queen, representing the Broadway card, which is definitely going to be a little bit better for him. It's going to be difficult for Yuri to hit this queen that
Yeah,
much.
and
And
he went for the full pot bet, and it's enough to get Yuri off his fives.
so that's going to be a good indicator of some pretty strong and fearless play already. That's not a combo that a lot of people would find there as a double barrel, especially with the turn sizing. So really putting his opponent to the test, trying to charge or really disincentivize these 7x and weaker type 1 pair holdings for getting out the way. So nicely done there.
Yeah. You might think, looking at this one, that it's an PLO event, 3 Finns on the table, but of course their presence is huge in the main event, No Limit Hold'em as well. And Elias, Jarkko, and one more Finn, Niku, defending the flag for Finland. Picture now then again Alexei under the gun, and Jeff Cormier, Canada, next up with the King 9, and dwindling a bit. His stack though, still 20 bigs, so no stress for him, as Elias lets the King 8 go as well. Jarkko folding, Niku 5-3. Back to Yuri. Rocking the Rocket Man by the looks of it. Some kind of astronaut thing guarding the chips. As he goes
Yeah,
for
what is that?
Yeah, I think it's like
This
someone's
does have an
heading for the
astronaut,
moon, right?
Moon landing.
Yes.
Or like he's spinning that stack to the moon, maybe.
Yeah. He has so far today. I
Yeah,
think he
that's-
started under the million, so 2.4
Wow, it's a
now,
mighty stack.
2.5, yeah.
Yeah, and he's taking this queen 6 off, blind versus blind.
Probably stealing a bit of chips from this guy.
Wow. Jack 6 defending the big blind here. Pretty creative defend.
200, right? Great chips.
Yuri confirming with Paul how much he has behind. As
Paul avoids disaster on some kind of 6 high board, which is obviously a rare board, but would have been probably the end of him. Instead, Yuri 10-4 deuce. When he raises versus someone at this stack size, they are going to be stripped of a lot of their deuce and 4x. So I was surprised that he didn't follow this up with the c-bet here, looking to put some pressure on some king high type holdings. Does go for the check.
chance for Paul now then to take a stab. See if he can get away with it with the Jack 6.
One of these very awkward situations, blind versus blind, where both players completely brick and it's very difficult to do much. So it's usually the first person that takes the aggressive route tends to win. But Yuri is going to be well aware of the fact that Paul is going to be betting many more things than just a 10 here. He's going to not have so much deuce and 4x. He's going to have some of the stronger ones, but just instantly relinquishing the queen high there. Maybe giving a little bit too much credit. I don't think he's going to realize that Paul is defending that wide, and he thought that he was a bit shorter. I think that they were talking before the hand, and he said, you've got 200k there or so, which was he perceived to be 10 big blinds. So some respect there shown to the shorter stack, which is not what we saw yesterday.
No.
We saw a lot of aggression and a lot of pressure.
Yeah, yesterday we had the pre-bubble play, so there was a lot of ICM pressure and of course some bullying going on for the biggest stacks. Jeff on our left being one of them on our yesterday's feature table in the main event. And yeah, a lot of short stack just waiting for the blinds to eat them, more or less. As we now have Jeff under the gun, but not happening with the Jack 5. Or is it? Takes a good look at it. Doesn't give it up that easy.
We always get the energy from Jeff that he just doesn't like folding, you know.
No.
I feel like he's more suited to the cash game format, but
he has a lot of live caches under his belt, though. Went through his
yeah.
hand on mob yesterday.
He's
and
quite
was a lot
prolific
of
in the Canadian area, wasn't he?
Yeah,
Yeah.
playing a lot in Toronto and Kanawake. Might that be the name?
Yeah, no
Yeah.
clue. Yeah,
Some
some French-Canadian territory, potentially. So Nico Marcus opening it up here. Nice, decent stack at this point. 750k, pretty healthy. Great structured tournament, of course. Not going to blow our own trumpet, but we're looking at, again, 40 to 50 big blind average, 1 hour levels. Just so much play to be had, which is a breath of fresh air compared to some sites that you play online where you just feel like, you know, once you get to the business end of the tournament, it's sort of 10, 15, 20 big blind average. And this is real poker. And look at this, Alexei coming in with one of these big blind 3-bets. I thought conventionally he might be going more sort of queen 6, queen 5 offsuit because they do achieve so much. And look at this, with the queen 8 he chooses, he gets the better queen X to fold. So he's looking to target hands like ace 9 off, queen jack off, queen 10 off, king 10 off. There are a lot of these offsuit combos in that cutoff opening range, and he pounces upon that very well. Very nicely done.
And adding a new player to the table by the looks of it as well. We're down to 47 players, so we've just broken one of the outside tables. And this means we're filling up this one.
Yeah, we're up to
8-handed.
3,800 in terms of the payout.
And this is our new player. Someone you recognize, George?
Nope, but
Nope.
I'm guessing French based on the accent.
Ah,
Kind of came in as
you heard-
Hello.
All right, then. Let's see if you're right, because I think we're going to get his name and flag just shortly.
Okay, put my neck on the line there a little bit.
Yeah.
So
Let's see.
here we go, the moment of truth.
Yeah.
And he's playing
Who
the
are
hand,
you,
so-
sir? And where are you from? Oh, they're keeping that information from us. Might take a while before we have everything for our producers as well. Just arriving to the table, so might have the floor to give us the information just shortly.
Oh, he's from Estonia. No. I got that one completely wrong.
But we call him the Frenchman rest of the day, right?
Called him
Yeah?
Jean-Pierre.
Yeah, Jean-Pierre Caspar.
JPK.
Now then, Jeff in the big blind, surely defending with the Queen 9, right?
Absolutely.
Not a man of folds, as George said previously, and starting to grab his chips. Is he going to do something else than just calling, perhaps? Let's see. What move he chooses?
Yeah, I just think it's... I mean, two options are on the table. You could make a tight fold, but I think the hand is too good, personally. There are types of players that kind of avoid these spots. I think it's good to be stubborn in your big blind. Defend, getting a great price.
And pretty decent flop for him, getting the Queen. Of course, the racing range of Kaspar. Could have a king, but surely he's going to try to continue. Our French Estonian guy, the 1.4 million behind, so he arrived to the table with almost 1.5 million, and just now goes for the 35 small bet. Jeff confirming, and I just had a chat with Jeff before he stepped on this table, and he thought that the TV table, the pressure would favor him. He's not afraid of anything, as he said. So I think, yeah, we could see that from yesterday as well. He had almost a full day or half a day on the feature table, and he adapted well, and yeah.
Yeah, he did. I think he realized what his image was as well, and he adjusted to that quite well, because everyone was talking about how he was the guy in for 6 bullets and spinning everyone else on the outer tables. And when he came to the stream table, he did play a bit more disciplined, but when he had the opportunity to take a spot, he didn't shy away from it. So it was a much more controlled and reserved TV table showing, I'd say.
Yeah, because we did move an entire table yesterday as well, just as this one. So they played a few hours before they got on the TV table, and he's been knocking out, I think, 7 players early yesterday from that table. So
yeah, he had double the chip stack than he's got now.
Yeah.
He is going to win this pot, though, unless Kaspar can find a bet line, turning those 6s into a bluff.
Yeah,
and that's what he's
a
going
lot
to
of
do.
aces in his range here now, so
Yeah, I think he feels
goes
like...
for a small one, right? So my guess is Jeff is calling him off with this one.
Potentially, I mean, Kasper's can really credibly represent a hand like that was giving up the turn, like Ace 9, Ace 8, that just c-bet the board because it's a decent one for his range, right? King Queen is going to hit the early position opener quite nicely in the form of those Ace King, King Queen, Ace Queen type holdings that he's going to have a lot. Kings and Queens, obviously, he's got the advantage on. So, yeah, Kasper will arrive here with some random suited ace-x that didn't really pick up any equity on the rainbow turn and now arrive with top pair on the river going for the smaller size. But Jeff, is he sussing this one out, or is...
By the looks of
It'd be a nice find, because really the only bluffs are 10-9, would that bet the turn? Jack-9 suited, does he open that? And then pocket pairs.
Counting how much he would have left if he's to call and lose this one. But he seems really eager to put those 65k in, right?
Yeah, I think he's just picking up on something here. This would be a pretty impressive call, actually. Because the 9 isn't that ideal in itself.
And as we just saw, Kasper just arriving first hand at this table as well. So no table read for Jeffrey to go back on either.
That makes for an interesting dynamic as well.
Might have played together though earlier in the main event. They three this is, but most likely not.
Come on, Jeffrey, you can do it. He's so close.
Yeah, he's really close now.
And I think
they're almost over the line, right? It's like a VAR. You have to see.
Oh, what a call!
It. Nice one. Adding 150 to the stack now, passing 500 then for Jeffrey. 525 in his stack. And not favoring any player, but it's always nice to have this guy on a feature table still. So
it is, and a nice little chip up for him there as well. 10k, 20k. We saw him with around about the same stack, but at the 2k, 4k level yesterday, and that was obviously a very imperious position to be in. Unfortunately, for many reasons, he couldn't get it done. Ran into a couple of shorties, doubled up them, and it did seem to be on a downward spiral. But the beauty of this structure is that you can take those kind of hits to that stack and still remain above water. And he's battled back well with a really brave river call there, which would have completely crippled him had he been incorrect. So nicely done.
Yep, absolutely. So not the best of starts for our newcomer to the table, Kasper, but still plenty of chips in his stack, so no worries. As Jarkko Juhani now is the next one raising. Queen Jack already under the gun. Nico has been quiet so far, folding this one as well. Quick fold from Yuri with the Queen Deuce. And our coming into today's ship leader, Paul, has folded as well, as does Alexei. Jeff then with the Jack 6 this time, not interested. And this guy is going to be interested though, Elias, the Battle of the Finns.
I really recognize this guy. I think this guy is a really strong player. Is his surname Suminen?
You might be correct. No, it's Elias. Oh, I have him as Elias B, but maybe it's Summonen. I'm going to double check this for you while we see the flop.
Thank you, sir. So he defends the 7s here. 0% 3-bet kind of hand in these positions.
And you are correct. It's Summonen.
Summonen, yeah. Yeah. He's... if my memory serves me well, I believe that this guy is a very strong online player, and you can just kind of get a sense from the energy that he's giving out there at the table that he's pretty dialed in.
Yeah, and he was one of the players I had a little chat with before we started this stream, and he is a full-time online pro.
Yeah.
And I'm going to give you one more chance. Yesterday you picked the chess guy. What do you think this guy's hobby is?
Oh, is that a giveaway, or are you kind of...
No, there's no giveaway this time. The shirt doesn't give you any leads this time.
Okay.
Yesterday, no.
His hobby?
This is a tough one.
Fishing.
That's another guy actually on the table that has that. But this guy likes futsal.
Futsal? Is that
that's
table
indoor football?
Oh, no, indoor football with the heavier ball.
Yeah, it is, right?
Yeah, okay. That's what they're up to in Finland, is it? I thought they were just running sims all night, those guys.
Yeah. Apparently he steps into the daylight at some point just to get to the futsal arena, right? So another ace on the turn, not improving Jarko's hand, but it seems like he's continuing. Let's see if he can get Elias to believe in this time. The likeliness has rather gone down, that board pairs, but yeah, he still gets Elias off his 7, so...
I think I like that double barrel there from Jarkko with the Queen of Hearts in particular. You've got some third barrel ability on the River Heart, and you also interact with some of the continues in your opponent's range. So nicely done there. Just trying to lean on some of the more stubborn defends, such as the 7s, which I was surprised that took a turn there. So well played.
Yep. So new deck coming in. And here we are with the VPIP so far, just a few hands in, but still.
Yeah, Kaspar's only played 2 hands and opened one of them, to be fair. So we're not going to get so much information from these VPIPs with so few hands played. But this shows you Alexei off to a good start. And he's certainly just the way he curated that hand. I think we're just going to see a lot of tough, aggressive play from Alexei. And it's no surprise that he is indeed an online WSOP main event bracelet winner, which is quite a staggering achievement.
And the current chip count then again for us. You can see Jeffrey and Paul in the bottom, but still 25 bigs each, so it's a deep table. And we can see also that it's still 47 in this one, so right now not as many player exiting as we had yesterday around the bubble before that one, where we lost like 10 people a hand. Now Paul with the Jack-8 in the hijack position.
Yeah, I think at this point we seem to have gotten rid of a lot of the stragglers that were just kind of making it into the money on the short stack.
Yep, surely. And Jeff now using the power of the button.
Yeah,
perhaps.
Jeff loves the button open. We saw a 10-5 off from him yesterday in kind of a similar situation. Is he going to have the restraint now? He does. Slides them in one at a time. So Elias here in the small blind, similar stack to his opponent.
Do we really want to limp the 10-5 in this position?
I guess he's just getting such a good price, and
Yeah,
I mean, Elias will know better than most.
Yeah.
And there's a mixture of things. Something that Paulius, the Lithuanian top player, was talking about yesterday was wanting to set up a dynamic in these kind of common spots. So it would be like button versus big blind or blind versus blind. And it was interesting for a new age pro to say that, because you'd thought, oh, this psychological stuff is outdated, but it's still very much there. You know, you need to defend your small blind, defend your big blind, and kind of allow the other players on the table not to feel that you're going to be a soft spot. So the 10-5 there, just trying to get about in setting up that dynamic, I think. And
here we are, halfway to the moon.
One step for man.
Huge step for poker. Yeah, and this series has been a huge step for poker, right?
Yeah, it
what
has.
a success and what a turnout.
Absolutely leaping forward, really, in terms of the numbers. Most events eclipsed the previous showings. We had 198 players in a 1K PLO. Just insane numbers.
Just record-breaking, right?
Yeah, it is. It's the biggest tournament outside of Vegas, really.
Yeah.
And potentially the big rap in Rozvadov.
Alexei with the 5s. Yeah, and yesterday we had the Sweet and Special. It's 250 event with over 100 runners.
Nice.
102, I think, was the final
yeah,
number.
And
So
I mean, half of you at home probably would never even heard of that format. That's just how things are popping off here. Also, there was a deuce to 7. That got almost 100 runners earlier on in the week. The 8th game that Franke won, how many did that get?
Is it like 70 something?
60, 70, yeah, which is obviously quite a big long and painful event, you know, because it's a limit for the most part.
Now
Anyway,
then,
get back to the
Kaspar
action
with
here.
the jacks.
Yeah, big blind versus hijack, and looking to take the initiative here with the jacks. I think
And this potentially two players that have played previously, being both Estonians.
or both claiming to be from Estonia. We know Kaspar is really a true Frenchman.
Both riding the flag of Estonia at the moment, at least, but let's see what spot Alexei chooses here now with the fives. Of course, knowing that Kaspar might be able to play back at him with a lot of hands, just defending the big blind, but this time he actually has a hand.
I'm interested to see if there's any other option than call here. I think versus the sizing 3.5x, it's not as big as it could be. So I think we're just going to see quite a natural call. I wonder if Alexei here is just balancing his timing in some senses, you know, setting up the dynamic, as I mentioned in the previous hand. Just making sure that he doesn't allow his opponent to pick up anything.
Yeah.
And it is Queen 10-10. So interested to see what Kaspar will do to start here. We're not going to be having a 3-street hand, of course, with the emergence of trip 10s and the overcard in the form of the Queen. Do we want to defend our checking range by starting things off with the check right now? That's what he does. I think he's still going to have some pretty strong hands here and be fairly protected. Even a hand like aces, you know, at this stack depth, do you really want to just go bet, jam or something like that? I'm not sure. So it's nice to play a lot of checks out of position. Alexei, however, with his fives, he's quite happy to clear out overcards. If his opponent was bluffing from the big blind with a hand like King 6, Queen, not Queen, but Ace X, that's bricked but may or may not have two overs and some kind of backdoor equity. Just looking to charge that right now and keep his range uncapped as well, so that he has options going down the line. The king on the turn.
Not the dream card for Kaspar now.
No, it does turn an open ender at least, but again, it's another awkward turn, and it is the hard as well. So still. Two combinations of King 10 suited there. You've got some hands like Ace 10 off versus the 3.5x. Maybe he would have folded that pre, but he's definitely going to have a decent amount of 10x, and he's going to have improved to some King X now as well, in the form of potentially some King Jack type holdings.
Now then, 5-7 in the pot already, and Alexei.
This is really interesting.
Yeah.
He's just saying, I just really don't think you're going to have enough 10x here, and he feels like he's got the advantage, and I agree with him. He's going to have hands like 10-9 suited, Jack 10 suited, Queen 10 suited, King 10 suited, Ace 10 suited.
Oh,
and
gets him off the jacks.
His opponent is almost never going to 3-bet 10x from the big blind in that spot, out of position, and that is the power of poker and just reading your opponent. He wasn't playing his cards there even. He just realized that he felt he had such a big advantage and the stronger hands on that board. Very impressive play from Alexei there.
Yep, now up to 1.5 million. And I think he was actually the chip leader after all the day ones. So he was the chip leader coming in yesterday, Alexei, yeah.
No surprise. I mean, we've seen him enter two pots, and he's chosen excellent sizings and bluffs in both of them. So, yeah, he certainly looks to be a world-class player. I'd be interested to see how he continues on the feature table.
Yeah, definitely. So, if you're just new to the stream, this is the main event in the WSOP Circuit event here in Tallinn. And we're down to the final 47 players in the main event. €1,500 buy-in and 812 made that entrance. Although a few of them might have been doing a bullet or two.
Yeah, at least a couple of them with that Kim guy from yesterday with the way he was playing and the antics.
Rumors had it was like 5 or 6 bullets, perhaps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also, of course, Jeffrey.
Yep. Same amount. for him. As
So-
Paul and now, our chip leader coming into today, day 3, has opened to 40 on the 10-20 blind level that we are on. And Nico finds the snowman in the big blind.
Yeah, do we want to jam here for 25 big blinds with the 1 hour structure? I don't think so. So
No.
I think he's just going to be calling here. 3-bet non-all-in doesn't really make any sense with a hand like 8s.
And Paul opening early as well.
Yeah, because the issue is that the sort of bottom opens for Paul here are going to be hands like ace-8 and king-8. Oh, he does
goes
shove.
for the shove.
I think that's interesting.
Yeah.
It's brave, for sure.
Not the news Paul wanted, and not the hand that is likely to put the rest of his 470k.
No,
On
he's
the
never going to
line.
be calling here. He may sometimes be actually doing quite well against a hand like Queen Jack suited or Jack 10 suited that might take this line, but Marcus there with the shove with the 8s, 25 big blinds. Certainly an indication of someone that is fearless, that's for
Yeah.
sure.
Absolutely.
On the sides.
Was that Kaspar getting some more instructions, perhaps, about how to place his cards, but haven't been a problem so far. And
Yeah, he's quite new to the table, so most of the players, when we do start the feature tables, they get a brief on all of these small little kind of stream dynamic things that are important. So
Yeah.
just got to make sure that basically you put those 2 rectangular cards side by side, as you can see that he's doing right now. Makes life easier. Wow, what a
Yeah.
loud shirt.
It went from yellow to
Yeah.
is that a leopard or
That's what you get for 2.5 million online, right?
yeah, that shirt is at least 2k, right?
Yeah, you just can't wear that shirt as a broke man, can you?
No, can't get away with it.
No, for sure not.
He would work for Jeff though as well, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I think Jeff's doing okay for a few quid. Ace 10 suited. He's going to open it up.
Yep, nice hand. He's under the gun +2, so mid position and playing 8-handed, and King Jack in cutoff for Jarko.
This is one of those spots that I feel is sometimes overbluffed, especially by like Brazilian types of players online. They just love to click it back here and kind of say, you know, kind of put the onus back onto the short stack. But if you're going to have all of your King Jack offs, some Queen Jack offs, some King Queen offs, it's, you know, like 36 combos there versus a range which is already going to be pretty strong. So
Yeah, does stay in though with the call for Jarko. Maybe he likes to play a pot against Jeffrey. Oh, sorry. I think I said he called, but he came for the 3-bet. The Brazilian. He did the Brazilian then.
he did the Brazilian. He went
Got-
for the
So
full
let's see if-
frequency offsuit King Jack 3-bet or Ace Jack 3-bet. They just always take it.
Yep. Let's see if Jeff is going to get Brazilian waxed by Jarko. Seems like it.
The
with
landing
jack.
strip. Yeah, it's a fortunate flop there for Jarko. That's about the best you can hope for.
Definitely. And no spades at all for Jeff either.
No, Jeff with a real swing and a miss here with his Ace 10 suited. And these are the sort of pots that really get quite annoying the deeper you get into a tournament. You really got to come out on top of these like 3-bet pots to sustain a chance.
Yep.
I think Jarko will just bet something in the region of sort of 20-25% pot here. Some kind of 55k sizing, I think, is what I'd be going with.
Right on the spot, right?
I think he's gone for 80.
Oh, was it one more? Great chip. Yeah, great. So, bad news for Jeff. Not too
What's
keen
Jeff
to
thinking
fold, though.
about? Yeah, come on, mate. This is, yeah. I mean, we've just got, if we've got Ace 10, we've got Ace 10 of clubs hearts and diamonds, right, for a bit of smidgen of backdoor equity. There's no shame in folding your spade combos here. It's just the way it goes. Out of position when you defend 3 bets, you do have to give up something. And yeah, nicely done. He always gives the indication that he's a very impatient player, but we've seen him constantly arrive with the rather disciplined play.
Yeah.
So I think he does a good job of kind of giving out this energy like he's a big action player, but he's got different gears in his game, which is interesting to watch.
Now then, some information here. Lifetime's earning from live poker, $17,000, and this guy won a side event in the WPT San Remo earlier this year. So nice score this year for the man. Now then, Jeffrey, with another hand he would like to look at. King 9 suited, looking very good, but as a cash game player perhaps, but lets this one go in an early position. And rightfully so, as Elias now wakes up with one of the more premier hands that we had on this table so far, Ace Queen. And Alexei has already opened to 60. 3x under the gun.
Oh, wow. Okay, so we've got the 3x strategy in play. He is opening into, I believe, a shorter stack. And Elias is going to punish that with the ace-queen. It's one of those hands that is a bit mergy in between bluff and value here. You do get potentially continues from a couple of hands that you dominate, but for the most part, you're just happy to get this one through versus under the gun.
Now, look at Yuri. The guy we just mentioned that won a WPT side event earlier this year, and now he wakes up with the kings from the small blind, so hard to maybe disguise your hand in any way now here. Yes, but we do have a big open, we have a big 3-bet from Elias, and now we're with the kings in the small blind and 2.4 million table chip lead.
Yeah, it's...
And also halfway to the moon.
Just not a spot where almost anyone ever shows up with the bluff. I mean, there are people that are capable, of course, but what sort of maniac looks down at under the gun open +2 3-bet and thinks, now's the spot. This is my time. And yeah,
with the jack 2, jack deuce.
The ace deuce off or something. Exactly. So it's like, you know, it feels a bit comical to pick up your kings in this spot. Obviously, you're happy with the action, but in some ways, it feels...
You can't do anything. I mean,
it feels a bit shameless,
yeah,
you know? You're just like, all right, I'm 4-betting here, but, like, I'm just getting believed so often, you know?
Yeah.
So what's he going for? Looks like 400K? Or
something near that.
How much? 400.
yeah, so like a 2.5x 4-bet out of position. Ish, yeah.
Now Alexis going to... No, he didn't even try to pretend that he actually had something under the gun.
Yeah, I guess because he's got 3 ways. And Elias is going to make a clear fold here versus the cold 4. Offsuit.
So, still picking down 270 to add to that rocket stack of his.
Yeah, I might need to get a space-themed duck. It seems to be the Rocket Man is working out quite nicely for Yuri. As you can see, top of the rankings, 132 big blinds.
Definitely.
And 41 left. Rather enviable situation to be in, but he's got some pretty strong players here in Elias, Alexei, and Jarko there, who will be surely nipping at his heels as the feature table resumes.
Yep. Just having a new dealer in place, and we're ready to go. We also saw Juhani, our Finnish live reporter, stepping onto the scene, and a bit curious, of course. He has 3 Finnish players on this feature table, so keeping an extra eye on them. And of course, this event is also covered by all our bloggers in both Estonian, Finnish, and English. So OlyBet.tv is where you find the information about the outer tables as well. If you're maybe you have a friend still in, or questioning if he or she is still in, as Jeff now is under the gun with the threes.
Yeah, my good buddy Josh Stewart, I hope is still in. So I'm just going to have a little look now and
Yeah,
see.
he had a big stack, right?
Yeah, he had about 800k, which is plenty, isn't it? So.
Yeah, definitely. Jarkko folding the ace, ace-6, king-6 for next man. And Nico will not like the 7-4 off from the cutoff position. Yuri is out as well. And Paul in the small blind with the ace and just 20 bigs. So you want to just shove?
Yeah, we could definitely elect to shove here. Can also limp, can raise, do all sorts here. So many options. So because you can kind of do a mixture of all three, all in, non all in, raise, and limp. I usually tend to do it based on the opponent's tendencies.
He knows he has an aggressive player now in the big blind, so maybe hoping for Alexei to do something creative with
hoping
the worst
for him
hand.
to take some bait with like a 9 deuce or a 10-3 or something like that, and just rip it in.
So the disguised ace gets there on the flop, and also gut shot. Not much for Alexei, but he does have the king of diamonds though.
It's an interesting board in the sense that whilst it is ace high, you don't feel that Paul is going to ever have like 3-4 or deuce-5 type holdings here, which is going to be, of course, very present in that big blind check-back range. So it's quite easy sometimes to overstab these ace XX wheel boards. But he's got an ace, so I don't think he really cares in this situation. He's just firing out a bet for value. 110 in there.
No more diamonds for Alexei, so drawing dead at the moment, but of course he has the bigger stack, so we'll see.
Yeah, drawing dead, peeling one off, good showdown with his king high versus what he perceives to probably be someone that's betting this board a little too often, despite those factors I mentioned. Paul now sizing up the turn. Let's see if Alexei's spidey senses are in
just
motion here. Yeah.
limp and check from the big blind. Of course, there are a few holdings for Alexei here, like a deuce 5 or 9 deuce or something that he, of course, would have checked from the big blind. But
he's got a lot of better hands here, right? So he doesn't mind just using that king 8 as one of those ones where you kind of float, keep your opponent honest.
But he is folding, and Paul gets some of the chips back that he lost to this table earlier today, coming in, as we said, with the chip lead. And now he sits on almost 500k. So Yuri well up in front. 2.6 million, 132 big blinds, and 41 players left in the big main event. That's a good spot.
Not a bad spot at all. Not a bad spot at all. And now the onus on Jeffrey and Paul there, 20 and 24, which, based on some of the other ring events, would have been medium stacks, but just the gravitas of the main event, the structure in play, so much time and blinds to work with.
Yeah.
Okay, so Nico Marcus, ace deuce out the way. Yuri, though, is going to exert some of his big stack advantage with the 9-7 off. Alexei here, we saw a queen 8 offsuit 3-bet from the big blind, getting queen jack to fold. Waves the white flag with the queen 10 versus someone that can do a lot of damage, as it is the only person that covers him, I believe, on the table. And Jeffrey now with a lovely hand in the big blind, getting a good price, 8-6 of clubs. We'll for sure be seeing a flop here.
Yep. You will. And Yuri has not been aggressive at all, so surely, despite having the chip lead so far, so not looking to do something extra from this big blind for Jeffrey. Just calling, of course, and he finds the 6. Look at the flop for Yuri as well. With the 8 will be a disaster card for Jeffrey now on the turn.
Yeah,
if
that
they
would
get
be
there.
quite something, wouldn't it? Yuri's going to follow it up with the bet. Very natural here. 2 overs to second pair. Gut shot, backdoor flush draw.
George calling the 40. Sorry, Jeffrey calling the 40 bet.
Oh, we're on the tag team event.
Your mate called. You do the next blind level,
Yeah,
right?
Right. Okay, what have I got here? I've got middle pair and a gut shot. What have you put me into here? He's betting. What should I do?
Yeah, I think Jeff would be a nice tag team partner, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You don't know what stack you're going to come back to, right? It could be the absolute lot. It could be complete crumbs.
Yep.
I like this double barrel from Yuri, though, with the 9-7.
Now then, Jeffrey also adding the gut shot. The 7 will be an even more disaster card for him now on the river, but still now looking to call with the 6.
Yeah, he's still seeing a lot of potential bluffs here.
Tough spot though. It's 110 and he has only 300 behind, so pretty much this decision is for the stack. He goes for the call, leaving just 195 behind now. So
This is a big river for both players here, especially Jeffrey, and that is exactly the river he
that's
wanted to see, right?
Exact the card he wanted, I
It
think.
removes the likelihood of King X in his opponent's range.
Will Yuri try for the 200k bluff to put Jeffrey all in now, or is he going to give it up? What do you think?
I think he gives up because
Yeah,
I
it's
think
too
he
much.
perceives that on the king that his opponent is
Yeah.
just not going to fold a 6 or a 5 anymore.
It's
or-
only like a busted flush draw, straight draw that he's
yeah,
targeting if he's betting now, right?
exactly. And now you don't want to have the spade in some ways. You want your opponent to have Jack 7 of spades or something like that.
Yeah.
So
Gives it up.
Yep.
And another pickup for Jeff. Building back.
that's a nice adjustment there from Yuri. I think he's looked over and seen kind of Jeff's rather unique table presence and just you see what I mean? Just the
Finally
way
some table talk. They've been
Finally,
really
yeah.
quiet,
It's
these
been so
guys.
stoic, and he doesn't even get a response.
No? Believe it or not, we have mics
it's-
on all these guys.
I know, it's kind
This
of
is the first word.
kind of saddening. There we go.
Maybe
He
this
said he
gets
was
him
going to
going.
flick it in and then play the high roller with the cash.
Yeah. So yeah, there's a 3K high roller going on in the outer room as well. So
Good check for
still
me
has
on
a
the
chance to late into that one.
good check for me on the river.
Yeah, it was a good check.
Yeah.
And,
He's tapping his own shoulder now.
yeah. It's a bit of weird, isn't it?
Yeah. I did very good on river.
I did very nice. You
Yeah.
never fold.
You're right, Yuri, actually. You did very good checking,
Yes, well done,
saving
sir.
another 195. Could have been in Jeffrey's pockets.
Yeah, he was definitely not folding, and I think the theme that I was going to talk about is that this player like Jeff, just the way he calls the turn, you could just tell that he's
Never
you know,
folding.
Yeah, no, just like he's just quite sticky, isn't he? You
Yeah.
know? And is a non-believer. And if there are bluffs potential, he's going to be the type of person to try and sniff them out.
Definitely. All now then. Looking to raise 3-bet from the cutoff against the opening raise from Jarkko with the 4s. And King Queen.
Uh-oh.
Ooh. Elias in the big blind. And yet again, hard to disguise your strong holding now, as it's been 3-betted and you're in the big blind with the big hand. And just
Yeah, exactly. It's just another one of those where you're not going to have an awful lot of bluffs, but it's going upstairs here. It's just a question of sizing.
yeah.
And I think super small is usually the way to go, especially when the 3-better is the short stack here. Paul just has 500k in his stack, so we could even go something like 190 or 200 here.
Agreed. So So 240 was the choice. And getting the others
Seems
out
kind of
of the
meaty
hand.
to me, but
Yeah.
yeah.
So getting the chips back that he lost. Previous hand getting 3-betted. Now then, Paul down at 19 big blinds. Still decent stack though. Not in an immediate danger, but still
No.
has to find something because soon we are going to a new blind level as well. So blinds will be going up shortly in the main event. And 41 players still in this one, playing down to the final table today. So I think we'll be in for quite a long evening as well, right?
Potentially, yeah. When the structure catches up with itself, and you're going to have lots of deep stack play here, so it's not instantly apparent at what time we will be finishing, but we're going to have a lot of high-class poker, that's for sure.
Yeah.
So stay tuned. I like what Yuri's doing here, starting to take the initiative, starting to preempt what will be some tighter play that will be coming up towards this final table bubble.
Yeah. Now this animal double sense is waking up with the sevens though.
It's a dangerous player, Alexei. We've just seen so many indications that he's going to be a real pain in the ass to deal with on this table. I think sevens just flats here most of the time, but oh, wow, he's okay. He's taking it upstairs. Going for the 3 bizzle by the looks of things.
Yeah, 145.
Certainly someone with aggressive ideas as the foundation of his game, and it's quite exciting to watch.
Yep.
We've seen that kind of hand been flattered a lot, and what he's thinking there is, you know what, my opponent is so wide, and you know he's seen the 9-7 showdown, I believe, versus Jeff potentially.
Yeah, true.
Where Jeff called him and made him show his hand. So he's starting to think, okay,
Maybe this guy isn't.
I've got this information now. I know how wide he's opening. Going back to what Paulius Vatikauskis was saying yesterday about this, setting up the dynamic, making sure that the chip leader knows, hey, I'm on your left and I'm here, you know?
Yeah.
And that's maybe potentially why he's taking those sevens upstairs, just to make sure there's like a little psychological reminder of his presence at the table, and that the chip leader shouldn't be getting a bit out of line with those opens. So Nico here, jacks under the gun.
Makes it the minimum 40 raise, and Paul, Queen 9, folding. How about Jeff? Sevens, cutoff position.
Yeah, so we just saw the sevens get 3-bet, but this time versus earlier position and a player less incentivized to open wider in the form of Nico, who's one of the short/medium stacks with this structure. He's under average. Jeff does find appeal here in the cutoff with his 30 big blinds, looking for a 7.
Yep.
And Kaspar out the way.
No sevens folded as far as I've seen, so there are a few outs in the deck for Jeff. See if he can find one. Not at this flop.
Ooh.
And Nico. Of course, there are 2 overcards, but flopping the open ender, so not the worst of flops for his jacks.
Yeah, not too bad.
Maybe also a flop for Jeff not to spend any more chips on. Easy fold to the aggression of Nico. Most likely. You never know with Jeff, right?
Yeah, you never know. He's got a pair. I like this check from Nico. Just
Allowing Jeffrey to...
yeah, potentially. Just you gain a lot of information. You protect your range. It's very easy for Jeff to have a lot of hands that do very well on this board. I think Jeff's range is going to look something like a lot of suited broadways, a lot of hands like maybe ace-jack off, king 10 suited, queen 10 suited, jack 10 suited, king queen off, king queen suited, king jack suited. So there's all of those, maybe some pairs in there as well, and then some ace-x suiteds. And that's pretty much it. So that does pretty well as a range here on this board. And it's not like Nico doesn't have those hands as well. He does, of course, but he's naturally going to have a few more whiffs on a board like this because he might open some wider in the form of the ace-x, which do have an over and a gutter, but not exactly super strong. So Jeffrey does take a stab in position, goes for half pot here, and you can almost see a little bit of discomfort starting to spread across the face of the Finn. Oh! Jeff, out of nowhere, spikes the 7 of clubs, and this is why. Sometimes you do find the aggression. You still got 2 outs to glory. Let's see what sizing goes for here. So 495 remaining, 2 stack to pot ratio, which would mean 2 bets of around about third pot would play for all the chips. 2/3 pot, sorry.
And as you can see, Nico by no means dead in this pot, despite Jeff hitting 7, a lot of straight outs, and of course the jacks as well. So this could go for an interesting one. Already 250 in the middle. Jeffrey has almost 500 behind now. It's counting up half of that stack, perhaps. No, putting it back. What do you say, George, about the sizing we want to go with here now with 500, 250 in the middle?
Yeah, I don't think we're betting hands like Queen Jack or Jack 10, you know, like there's none of these like weird mergy types of hands. We're basically just saying, I think at this stage that we've got 2 pair plus. I mean, even a hand like King Jack is kind of weird versus under the gun because he could definitely check call a hand like aces or ace king, which would be natural. So I like 175 here, 160 kind of range. Yeah, 145, fair enough. So if he gets called, it's going to be just under 550 with 350 remaining. Seems a very reasonable sizing.
Yeah. Baiting for Nico to stay in. Almost half pot, just over half pot bet. Nico not holding the jack of clubs either, so
yeah,
I'm
not sure if that's good or bad. Yeah, that's true. He does unblock some draws, but those draws are gonna have shared outs with him, I guess, right? So it's like, are we just up against a hand like?
Wow. All right. I don't think I'm good enough to fold it set.
That's bad news for Nico when he says that.
Yeah, I
right?
didn't want to hear that, says Nico.
He says, wow.
Oh.
This is a really brave play. I wasn't expecting Nico to find this.
It is a call, and it's a showdown, and Jeff will see that he's well ahead, but he's not locked it up yet. Nico has many outs, 9 of them.
Wow,
only
what
1
a
9
play.
is folded, so this will go for an interesting river
Nico.
just soon. And you see that Jeffrey is all in. He's the one risking his seat in this tournament. And river is blank 3.
Absolute Brickovich.
And a full double up for our man from Canada.
I think.
You have more.
Yeah. You're. Oh, I thought he was out.
Yeah, he's got
he's
got about 7.5 big blinds to spin.
Yeah.
He went for a really brave move there.
Yeah.
With the jacks. I'm not sure exactly what he thought he was going to get to fold. Maybe he thought that Jeff was just like stabbing with a hand like King 9 suited or something that might bet fold, but I think Jeff has just got so many bet calls there.
Yeah.
Like you, right?
It's all of his 2 pairs, that kind of thing. But yeah,
I like the way Jeff stood up, and I don't think I'm good enough to fold this, man. I have a set.
Yeah.
And Nico was like,
no.
man.
I was just hoping you had like Queen Jack or something taking some random line, but that's the thing. Like in that situation there with the jacks. You kind of, if Jeff's going a bit mad with a hand like Jack 10 or Queen Jack, which is like a pair and an open ender, which is a hand that could potentially bet fold, having the jacks there doesn't Do you see what I mean? It's
Yeah.
just, it doesn't, I didn't
It's-
think it really achieved that much,
No.
but I think sometimes when you're in a big spot, it's easier to just jam the chips in than face the tough decision on the river by check calling and kind of sussing out Jeff's range there. Because if Jeff's just like randomly barreling a hand like ace-5 of spades, right, and he's just got a bare gut shot, you know, you kind of want that. But yeah, I just feel like with the check jam there, you just run into a lot of better hands and fold out the occasional bluff. I just don't see what it achieves.
So now then, with the full double up for Jeff, we saw that he's up to 1.2 million. So sits with a nice stack, and Nico then, our table short stack. He'll have a few hands before he has to act on this one, or he's in the blinds right now, Nico? Might be, right? Yeah, he's on the big blind. Sorry. So he has committed a lot of his stack, and look at Elias.
Yeah, so Alexei opening ace-7 offsuit. It's a bit of a disrespectful open in terms of the table. I think he feels like he really wants to push the boat out here, treating himself to the ace-7 +2 open.
No, he's gotten more aggressive now when he's in the leopard shirt and when
Yeah,
he was
exactly.
just with
It's
the
kind
hoodie.
of brought out his inner demon.
Play the shirt, and Nico with waking up with ace-10. Normally you would have liked this position, but
this is
with
really
a
just
free
sloppy.
bet, he knows that.
This is really sloppy, I think. It's just kind of like I'm over it, you know?
Yeah.
And you still have playability with 8 big blinds. It's gone +2 open, cut off 3 bet. Like, yeah, I just don't think ace-10 is going to be a good enough take there personally. But, you know, with a 1 hour clock, there's still chance to spin that stack. But he thinks otherwise.
So it's all in a call then. It's Nico that is all in with the ace-10. Elias covering him. So battle of the Finns to have Nico stay in the tournament or not. And look at that for a flop for
what a
both
flop.
players. Open-ended for Nico. Flush draw for both, with Elias with the better one, of course. And Elias well up in front, but still some outs for Nico. Queen is not on them, so he needs an ace or an
he loses
8.
the king now as well.
Oh,
is
flush
club.
for both, but
Yeah.
Elias with the better one. Not the 8 for the straight. What do you say?
For the straight flush.
Straight flush is the word.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not to be. So Nico is our next player eliminated. Preliminary in 41st place, which I think is good enough for 38.50 in terms of
not
euro.
a bad payday as well. He'll be a bit gutted with that when he watches that one back. And yeah, just a small thing about the instantly chucking it in with the ace-10 facing so much action there. It's very important when you lose a big pot or you get caught bluffing in a huge spot to try and reset. And you do see it time and time again. People kind of like, they end up with 7, 8 big blinds and it's just all in the next hand somehow. It seems far too often. It's really important to reset there and just kind of refocus and recommit to the task at hand rather than kind of getting too emotional, which is what I think we saw there. So anyway, back to the action. Jeff, the benefactor of that double up, did get lucky to turn the 7, of course, but once he arrived there, he got the action he was hoping for.
Yeah. And we're on a new blind level as well now. 10.25k with a 25k big blind ante as well then. So it's getting a bit more expensive. And the
Certainly
race
is.
now minimum 50 is what Jarko is going with. Yuri staying in with the what? Jack 9 suited on the big blind.
Yeah, very natural defend here and very natural open. So just
And hitting the top pair as well. Swing and a miss for Jarko with the ace-5. So likely though to maybe continue this board, but
yeah, potentially. It is a board that has just so many straight draws and pairs. With your weaker ace-X, maybe we want to just check this one back versus quite an active chip leader that is going to have a lot of check call, check raise candidates on this type of board. The presence of the deuce is often favorable for c-betting because it takes away lots of sort of 2-pair combos for the big blind often. But we do see a bet. And he goes for the bigger size as well. And that's quite interesting to me. On exactly what he's hoping to achieve there. Is he trying to start to get folds straight away from hands like pocket threes to sevens?
And nice card for Yuri when the board pairs on the turn as well. 2 pairs now, 8s and 9s. And check calling the river, the flop, and now then first to act.
Yeah, and he does go for the lead here. The 8 is a great card for him. There's no chance that Jarkko is going to be sizing up an awful lot of 8x. He might occasionally have a hand like ace-8 in that size, but probably not. So the 8 is going to be favorable for Yuri here, and he also gets to exert some pot control. It's going to be difficult for his opponent to raise that lead too often, just being stripped of the 8x. So well played again from the Ukrainian, showing a lot of nous, showing a lot of understanding and awareness, and it's exactly what you expect here with 40 left in a 1500 WSOP Circuit main.
Not
Yep.
sufficient.
No soft feet, no soft seats at the table, really, are there?
No.
Everyone's a pretty good poker player, and with 193,000 plus change up top, certainly enough motivation in itself.
And as you can see, a big online score as we talked about earlier, and also some big cashes on the live scene as well for this man, Alexei. And folding this hand, leaving it for Jarkko with the 7s. A lot of 7s on this table so far, right?
Certainly are. It's been the
7s
hot
and
pair.
8s, yeah. Making in the min 50 race.
Yeah, not unperturbed by losing the last hand. He's going to open into Paul's big blind. Paul with ace-3 suited here. Can definitely go either way, just defending or shoving. He's got, what's that, 14 big blinds, so he might get some raise folds from hands like ace-7, potentially ace-8 off.
And in one of the outer rooms. Oh, actually, it looks to go for the shove here now, right?
Yeah, I like this option, yeah. And he's going to get snapped, unfortunately. This time, 7s and any pair, really, that he opens in this spot is going to get called for the 14 blinds. But the ace-3, that's the beauty of it. It's always going to have half-decent equity, even versus a pair.
Yeah. Let's see if Jarkko can do a Jeffrey, hit the 7, or Diamond's first card, but 2 4s doesn't help
Yeah,
Paul anything.
some backdoor draws going on potentially with the diamonds or maybe a deuce on the turn. No.
9 is not to be. So aces only now for Paul to stay in the tournament, and that's not happening.
No, that's not going to be it. Jarkko is securing the elimination, and it's one of the Estonian hometown heroes on the feature table, hitting the rail in 40 or 39th place, I believe.
Yep.
And that will have secured him, I think, the bubble. Let's have a look at when we get that info on the screen. Remember, we are on a delay of around about 35 minutes, so what you're seeing here is somewhat old news, but that keeps the integrity of the game strong.
Yeah, so Paul copied the chip leader going into day 3, is now out of the tournament.
Yeah, and I believe it was on 40 already, so that should tick down to 39, so then he would have actually missed that pay jump.
And we saw some information about Jarkko, but he had won a side event in the Kings of Tallinn 2023 and the Mystery Bounty during the Kings of Tallinn 2024. So actually he shares that with the guy that just left the table, Paul, also a Mystery Bounty during Kings of Tallinn winner. So both of these guys with wins in the Mystery Bounty format. And as Jeff now folds the 5 deuce. Elias also quickly folding. Jarkko just mentioned.
It's luck,
10-7.
Both.
As we seem to have a new player on the table as well. And Kaspar with the 8s.
Wow. And with the table image that Alexei has been curating here, this is just exactly what you dream of as a loose aggressive player.
Yeah.
Just picking up a big hand at a big spot like this, and he's going to go for the 5x squeeze. Yuri there with the queen jack kind of floating pre-flop. He's going to be out of the way for sure. Is Kaspar going to be able to consider calling or even 4-bet jamming here versus Alexei, who's just such a tough opponent? I really wouldn't blame him hijack versus this fairly cap-looking button peel, and Alexei taking some initiative here. And 8x doesn't interact with any of the bluffs, right? So he's going to have some one high and low kind of stuff. He's going to peel. That's a very interesting
leaving
play.
660 behind.
Yeah, so they go to 1 SPR here, and he's just kind of going to play the let's hope for a great board kind of thing.
Yeah.
Also allows the bluffs to realize that extra bit of
Ooh,
equity.
look at the first card.
Holy moly, 8 in the window. Kaspar can't believe his luck. Jesus.
Was that him trying to disguise the...
I've got the 8.
Some heavy breathing going on as well here now.
The players are mic'd up and someone's having a field day with it.
Yeah.
So 125.
Should have maybe have a pulse meter on him as well then.
Yeah,
hitting the 8.
Beats per minute.
Yeah.
After hitting the 8, I'm sure it would have skyrocketed.
So he went small bet from Alexei, 125, and a call from Kaspar, and a 6 on the turn. Doesn't change anything, of course.
Yeah, and I think that this small bet on the flop just is now going to see just an all-in on the turn.
Yeah.
For 535.
Alexei is likely to just put Kaspar all in now.
Yeah, there's obviously no getting away with it. Oh, wow, he goes for check. Okay, so, I mean, aces is the hand that needs the least protection.
Kaspar now then looking to maybe represent just a flush draw or a 10, and betting against Alexei, most likely grabbing some chips as well. Goes for the 140.
This is an interesting check, I think.
Of course, again, then Alexei not having the ace of diamonds.
Yeah, it's very awkward on how to range your opponent when they have a flat in a spot that you just don't really think that they should ever have any flats. So what's he going to have? Jacks probably always goes in pre. 10s, you'd feel the same. So maybe 9s, 8s, ace queen suited, king queen suited. Ace queen probably goes in pre as well. So it's like maybe a couple of suited broadways and a couple of pairs, and like that's pretty much it. And then the other 2 aces, you know, so it's like kind of bizarre to figure out, and that's why Alexei's a bit perplexed here and taking a little longer than usual, just really trying to work out what the hell this guy's range looks like. And he is going to play check call on the turn. And the bluffs, I guess, is going to be hands like king jack of spades, king queen of spades. 6 on the river, meaningless, no diamond. And we do see a third pot remaining. And it's just a huge caller at this point.
Taking a bit of time, Alexei, but surely he's not just checking this one, or?
Yeah, I think he's thinking if my opponent's like has some kind of ace 10 suited or king 10 suited somehow, whether they're going to check that hand back, and should I just lead all in here? Or like a hand like 9s. We know that Kaspar's going to be all in just because he's got 8s and he's got clear value, but how strong does this look when he at 535 behind with about 900 in there on the turn. Goes for the super block
Yeah.
on a board where there is some danger. Not really present in the ranges, of course, but
Are there any falls then if Kaspar
I mean,
jams
if
this one now?
Alexei finds a fall here, it would
It would
be
be surprising, right?
I call.
Yeah.
yeah, he
Quickly
snaps
calls
it.
and gets the bad news of the 8s.
Yeah, he's like 10s, 8s, or some kind of yeah. It's tough to think what a bluff would be there. Like it's just such a narrow range pre-flop.
So nice hand for Kaspar, full double up for the Estonian, and yep, nice stack now building. Someone else in the background is rocking a shirt as well.
Yeah, the rail. They're not going to be too happy with that one. What an intricate hand there. That's a really really unique type of spot.
Nice hand.
Thanks.
Do you think he means it?
I didn't feel like he was sincere.
I sensed a tinge of bitterness there.
Yeah, a
It's
little
like,
bit, right?
what the hell are you doing peeling eights pre with the player behind there?
Yeah, so you can see Kaspar racing up the chip count, 1.9 million now, and Alexei the table short stack with 500k plus and 20 bigs. So we're on a 1025k and 37 players now remaining in this main event. And Jarkko opening +1. And this is the new player to the table, Roberto, and now we got a flag for him as well. Swedish player.
Ah, finally a Swede.
Yeah.
We've not seen many on the feature tables this
No,
week,
we
to
haven't.
be honest.
There are a few here, or a lot of Swedes, but there are a few still in the main event, and this is one of them. Then
Yeah.
Roberto. Now
And the rest of
joining.
them are propping up the bar.
Most likely, or just like recovering after yesterday's Sweden event. And
Yes,
that,
of course.
The Sweden champ Peter Latara that also did a little bit of a video about Sweden.
Well,
the
he
other
won
day.
yesterday.
No, he came fourth.
Okay, yeah.
But
He
they,
always
I think,
cashes them.
yeah, I think
Yeah.
they played until like 4:30 in the morning or something like that. So just waking up by noon. And
Yeah, that old lifestyle.
Yeah.
I know it very well. So here we go, Yuri with the 3-bet. Cut off versus +1.
Using the big stack, putting the pressure on Jarkko.
Yeah, pretty meaty sizing as well. 3.5x in position.
And this time,
That's exactly
Not-
what he's looking for.
yeah.
Nicely done. We've seen a lot of aggressive poker here in play so far. Alexei with the dream spot, really. The most aggressive player, as you could see from the frequencies, 44%. Finds the aces, gets called by 8s, going to stack to pot ratio of just over 1, 8 in the window. So if you're watching on YouTube, scroll back and watch that. It's very, very complex hand in terms of this short stack kind of warfare there, and yeah, how they're going to build those ranges. It did feel like the Estonian player in position there was just going super small with value only potentially, but getting
So-
snapped.
Jarkko opening the last hand with the ace-10, finds a better one this time with the ace-queen suited. And Roberto, a nice cash game hand perhaps, but nothing to be looking at 800k in his stack at this moment. Folding the 7-5, Yuri's out as well. And back to, more trouble perhaps now for Alexei.
Oh wow, and he's down to 500k as well.
Just calling though.
Versus under the gun, I think a shrewd decision. Doesn't want to overcommit himself here.
See Elias folding one of the queens, so a bit fewer outs for Jarkko to hit the board, but of course still well ahead with the ace-queen versus the ace-jack of Alexei. Both suited, and who favors this one?
Ooh.
2-pair for Jarkko, and top pair, a gut shot for Alexei. Only 450 behind, 160 in the middle. Might be trouble.
Yeah, a bit of a cold one here for Alexei.
course, a lot of small pairs that Jarkko could have been opening with that you think you're still now ahead.
Yeah, they're going to bluff quite a lot on this type of board as well. Looks like he is going to go for the c-bet out of position. Yeah, it's just a big range advantage board for him in terms of sets, in terms of two pairs. Jack 10 suited is probably only in his range as well. Not sure if Alexei is peeling. On the button, yeah, he might peel Jack 10 suited, but he did only have 20 big blinds to start the hand, so he can't be as liberal as he was with that previous stack depth.
Now then, will there be any help?
Oh.
More trouble.
Yeah, so
instead for Alexei.
Jarkko seeing that 4-liner now. Does he elect to employ some pot control here, or is he going to follow it up with smallish sizing? I think Alexei has a lot of hands here, like Ace 10 suited, Queen 10 suited, King 10 suited, Jack 10 suited, and it seems like Jarkko is quite aware of that.
Yeah, Jarkko has checked it, so decision is now over at Alexei. And Alexei does go for a bet here now. $75 into the 240.
Yeah, certainly looking to target some hands like King Queen, King Jack. Maybe some Ace-X as well, Ace-8, Ace-9, Ace-5, Ace-4. Well, that's a weird card, isn't it? That's they've got all of the other board pairs covered apart from the King.
And quick check from Jarkko now. Alexei must think that he has some showdown value with the Ace-Jack still, putting maybe... I mean, Jarkko will never check the 10, even though the King pairs, but... Tricky spot, though.
Very tricky. I think we're going to just see a check back here, and he's going to kind of be like,
see that he was behind all the way, actually.
Yep, going to be chopping it up.
So, nice one for Alexei.
Yeah, I'd be happy to see that in the end. He probably...
Now the dealer missed one. Let's see if someone finds out, because there's a red one in the bottom of the gray stack.
Oh, is there?
Yeah.
Ooh.
So hopefully either of the player will see that.
Figure it out.
Yeah. I think they saw it. Jarkko sniffed it out. Hey, hey.
Hey, give me more.
I'm good. I don't say anything. If I get the good stack, I'm good, right?
Yeah, that's kind of what happens a lot, right? You kind of free roll your own the mistakes and try and try and make it work out for you.
Yeah, absolutely. So overall chip count for this feature table in picture, still Yuri well up front, 2.6 mil, and over 100 big blinds as we're playing 10, 25K. And Alexei is still on the short stack, even though adding a bit of chips with that chop pot. And he got a bit lucky, the pairing on the river for that one. And yeah. On to the next one with Kaspar, folding under the gun. Our new to the table player, Roberto. Not been active so far, but just played a couple of hands on this table and not receiving any cards, as Alexei doesn't either in this hand. Steps away a bit from the table. Oh, look at this one then. Jeffrey now with the kings. on the button as well. He's been playing a lot of those. He likes that position, and these players have been playing a few hours now together, so might not receive the respect that he this time earns by the kings. So we'll see. Surely coming with the raise. We'll see if he goes for the min 50 or more. Trying to not look too happy. Like he's sizing up a bit, making it 60. And Elias quickly out of the way. What about Jarkko? Jack 7 suited, not the worst hand to defend with against a rather aggressive player that just opened in position. So Jarkko out of position, but still decent hand. Comes with the call. Potential problem flops now for Jarkko if they used to hit Jack high board or something like that, as Jeffrey with the kings looking good. But that's might be trouble for both players, either player, because Jarkko is flopping the nut, no, not the nut, but the flush draw, and Jeffrey with the king of diamonds and a bigger pair, of course. So still ahead, well ahead with the kings, but outs for Jarkko on this one. And the continuation bet from Jeffrey right now will not be enough to make Jarkko fold just yet. Jarkko is the one with the biggest stack of the two. Jeffrey looking to make it 75, was it? To 155, yep. 75 is the bet from Jeff. And rather quick call, looking for another diamond. It's a red card, but not a diamond, so no help for Jarkko on the turn. As we now have 305k in the middle, and Jeffrey still way ahead with the kings. Jarkko's checked it again, and Jeff just thinking about his options. How much to bet, rather the question, into the 305 pot.
Yeah, and this is going to be a really crucial river card for both players, because you feel it's going to go bet and a call.
Yeah.
I just don't see how the jack high flush draw can get away unless Jeff goes absolutely bananas massive. That's pretty middling sizing, which is kind of on theme with what we've seen from Jeff. Goes for half pot there. Personally, I'd have liked a little bit of a juicier size here. I think we can really charge the just myriad of draws available. A bit larger. Jarkko does just elect to fold the jack 7 of diamonds there.
Yeah, a bit surprising, right?
Yeah, I mean, I've made folds like that before, and I've spoken to strong players, and they just say you just can't fold in those spots to half pot. The implieds are too good if you river the flush. But maybe he thinks otherwise and is a bit more of the ICM kind of guy. We spoke to Phil Gross earlier, and he was talking about the fact that he disregards that. He plays to win, and that's it. And I really enjoy commentating on that style, because it's so much more fun to watch. And you get the feeling that, yeah, maybe he doesn't cash every tournament, but when he does, he takes the lot, you know, because he's put himself in a spot at the early on to...
the old ICM is for poor people.
Exactly.
Kind of thing.
That's what they say at the Tritons, isn't it?
Yeah. Now then, Yuri, the table captain and chip leader, perhaps, is opening at least the chip lead he has, and King 7 is enough to get him to 50.
Lift up a little bit.
Jeff and Elias quickly folding. Jarkko's out of the way. What about our big blind Frenchman? No, he's Estonian, but that was good. George's guess when he came into the table. He did some kind of a French opening phrase.
Just hello. But maybe it was something completely different, or he was even speaking a different language.
Yeah.
But yeah, I thought that was Jean-Claude Pascal Van Damme. Or
As you can see, 35 now remaining. This is, if you're new to this stream, the main event of the World Series of Poker
and there it's
circuit
perfect.
events in Tallinn. We're on
really
day
good
number
against
9 out
Yeah,
of
but-
10.
But yeah, you just put a shirt. But
Yeah,
here
yeah.
it's-
When there's like less crowd in there. When it's
we're up to 4.3k as the payout currently. So almost 3 times your money.
Yep.
Jeff with the old 7 Dewey suits. Don't think we're going to be seeing him do an awful lot.
Likely not. As Elias opening with the King Jack from cutoff position.
Yeah, lovely hand from the cutoff. 2 strong Broadway cards.
So Roberto then, our Swede in the big blind, hasn't been playing any hands so far on this table. Does now come with the call. And being a Swede myself, I don't recognize this guy, but I got some intel actually from a friend just messaging that he's a very known player in the Swedish scene and has played a lot in the different clubs and casinos in Sweden. Winning player, and just started to play some abroad. And one of the first poker trips for him maybe then, but you know, someone messaging that is a winning player isn't everyone, right? If you ask them.
Yeah, sure, exactly. But if someone's talking about someone else, then
Yeah, that
usually
might be.
It's a bit more
More likely
believable.
to be correct.
And yeah, starting things off with the King 4 defending the flop as well with Bear King High, no backdoor. I guess it was versus a super small size here. Has he got any plans for the hand here? He's going to start leading, okay, on the 9 of clubs with the King of clubs interaction.
Yeah, of course, not maybe a bad idea. Elias, the original racer, and Roberto defending the big blind. A lot of different possibilities for him to have. Could have a 3, 11, of course, even.
Yeah, potentially. He's repping some 9x, some 8x, saying that I slow played a 3 and I'm looking for protection on the double flush draw texture. So, yeah, the story is certainly credible. It's what is Elias even going to be able to do here with this King Jack, where he's got 2 clean overs and some spade interaction, but very difficult to possibly consider continuing in this pot. Yeah, look at that. Nicely done there from Roberto. He had a lot of options.
He had a plan and
stuck to it. Exactly. If I turned a club or something, I could lead, or some kind of card that isn't necessarily going to hit my opponent. Could definitely have gone for a 3-bet bluff pre with this kind of hand. Did go for a defend. And yeah, kind of a marginal check call on the flop, but if he can find a way to make it profitable with a lot of turn leads and some aggression, then why not? That's a very creative line.
So Alexei, still the table short stack, following the 10-3. Jeff's out of the way. Elias folding. Next Finn in line.
Oh, the rocky toes.
I think we have the other rocket man in the big blind, Yuri, with the. So let's see if these guys are taking this one to the moon.
Yeah, it certainly is. The astronaut has come off of the chip stack now.
Yeah, he's on his own. He's wild.
I wonder if there's any reason for that. Queen 4 off, though. I don't think he's like highly incentivized to get involved. He does call, okay. Thought he might just let that one go, pitch it.
Jack high. No interaction for Yuri whatsoever.
Great board for Jarko, of course. Backdoor diamonds, disconnected. Not really any 2 pairs to worry about.
It's like a 40k continuation from Jarko, and most likely quick fold from Yuri, or does he have any plans with this one? Jarkko, of course, also with the ace of diamonds, so even more blockers to any straight or flush draw, sorry. And not planning to fold this one though, Yuri.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on here, to be honest.
Goes for the check raise. 160.
Very splashy play from Yuri.
Yeah, we haven't seen him like
No.
out of the box like this
No,
previously,
yeah.
so
I just don't really get it. We just don't really have anything here. We've got an overcard. We've got a backdoor straight draw. I guess he might be thinking that his opponent just bets too often here, and that you know every hand that he bet folds is going to be usually better than Queen 4, and there's some merit to that. But you know, what about now? You know, it would have been nice to at least have a diamond or some kind of stronger backdoor equity to turn something.
yeah. And of course, Jarkko now knowing that he has the nut flush draw as well to add to the aces, and he won't be drawing dead against any holdings of Yuri. So if Yuri want to keep being aggressive, which he likely is, yeah, grabbing chips.
Follows it up for around about third pot.
This is where you start building a big pot with just nothing, right? That's
Yeah.
not the feeling you want to have when.
Well, we saw Kim
Jarkko's-
on the feature table do that yesterday with the 9-8 suited. I think it was me and Lena in the booth at the time, and Kim just completely blasted it off in a random spot where, you know, most solid players would have lost like 3 big blinds. You know, so
Yeah.
it's.
Bad news for Yuri, as he of course doesn't get Jarkko off the aces on the turn, and no diamond, but still pretty much nothing. Not many cards that Yuri would have done this with on the flop that gets there on this river. So nice.
Yeah, I think just total over bluffing going on both the flop and the turn there from Yuri.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's where you get the feeling that he's going to be playing a lot of online and feeling like he can get away with a lot more in live poker, and it's just examples like that where I think that it's just taking
also
a few too many liberties there.
Yeah, and just a quick check on the river as well makes maybe if it will like at least look like he was going to do something, Jarkko might have just checked this one, but now surely going for value, just like towards a jack or something like that, targeting. But
he may as well have just open mucked his cards on the river, right? Because that's what that check meant, didn't it? It was
that
just
would have been something.
All right, fuck you.
Yep. Sometimes do that online, but live would be like, okay, take it. It's just a mill in there, right? Or not that big of a pot, but still.
Yeah.
Here we have it. Some facts about Jeff. Biggest live cash, 129,000 euros. A few years ago, but it was a high roller in this Kanawaki.
Kanawaki. This
That's some like an Indian
it's
reservoir. What do you say? Reservoir?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm just gonna have a little look on
Let's
Google
do the
Maps.
old Google on the Kanawaki.
Yeah, Kanawaki.
Somewhere in Canada at least. And decent hand, but under the gun now. Jack 8 suited for Jeff. He's been silent for a while though, so maybe his itchy fingers is gonna get him to play this one. We'll see. No, letting it go. Disciplined laydown, and Elias folding quicker than the cards were read. So Jarkko with the king deuce. Roberto in position with the ace 8, most likely racing toward the blinds. Yuri not too happy from the last hand, quickly folding, and unfortunately bad holding in the big blind for Alexei. It's not even worse to defend maybe, but he does come with appeal for 25 more, hoping to connect something with this one, and he does.
So yeah, Kanawaki is in the French part of Montreal, so it's just across the Lake Saint Louis.
Yeah.
Okay.
It sounds like you know, like these Indian territories when they have casinos and stuff like that. That's my guess, but
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, lots of golf courses around there, so it's sport for choice.
yeah.
Roberto here, driving the action.
George is back from Kanawaki.
Oh, it took a
How
little,
was it?
little pit stop.
Oh, look at this one. The ace for Roberto changes things in this one. So another bad news for Alexei. As he liked the 6 on the flop, but now with the ace, of course, a lot of aces in Roberto's ranges at this moment, opening from position. So not the card Alexei was hoping for on the turn, I'll assume. Yes. Some of the players are opening this Oli boost
Yeah,
this
just
time, right?
Piling
Just in a
into the
couple of
Oli boost. Yeah, we're
hours.
sort of not halfway. Yeah, probably halfway into the day here, so it's time for a little caffeine top up, I guess.
Yeah.
Roberto here with a pretty favorable turn card. Alexei's one of those annoying situations where you're kind of like, yeah, I'm going to be getting bluffed a lot here, but I just can't really continue.
Flicks the cards to the muck,
Yeah.
and
Flash when you
another
bet,
one for
river?
Roberto.
And you can see
flush,
Alexei,
when you
sorry,
bet
he's such a
river.
battler. He just didn't really want to fold there, but showing his opponent a little bit of respect. He's got 17 blinds, so every chip matters at this point.
Yeah.
And instead of defending that very gnarly spot, he can definitely have a little bit more ammo for in the form of a rejam or.
So Yuri and Jarko discussing the hand they played, and Yuri
Yeah.
asking if he had the flush, and Jarko just saying that you'll see it on the stream in 30 minutes, man. And he's correct. This stream is on a 30-minute delay, so these guys will have a hard time seeing it right now, though, well, since they're on the table. So not allowed to use any devices, of course, in this
No.
series of poker.
Strictly prohibited. And for good reason, too. We don't want any integrity issues. And we don't-
Roberto almost with $1 million in chips, letting this 7-3 go, and Yuri aggressive again. Then
Yeah, he's made a good
6.
start, Roberto.
Alexei's out. What about Jeff in the blind? Big one. King 4, looking to defend. Another 25, throws it in, and heads up between Jeff and Yuri.
And it's glasses on for
Yeah.
Jeff.
It's showtime.
Oh, yeah.
Finds some
Whoa,
sixes.
6-6 deuce. And Yuri flopping the goods.
My guess is he's checking behind. What do you think, George?
It's very potential. I think if he thinks that he's going to bet this board with everything, then why not bet with it with the value? But
The old 2 card.
yeah,
For
one at a
Jeff?
time. Get those all out of my sight.
And small pickup for Yuri, taking back a little bit of what he lost with that slightly out of line.
Yeah,
he shoots
mega
against
out
the
of line.
ace-8.
Queen
I was
4.
just being gentle to him, man.
Give the guy a break, man.
Yeah. So with 35 players remaining still in the main event, it's time for a little dealer change on our feature table. And of course, the outer tables are being played just in the room next to this one.
It don't throw.
And I think we're going to be going to a break in around 18 minutes.
Yeah, we are. We're gonna go on a break, and the stream will take a short break as well, and then we'll be back for all the action during the evening as well until we reach the final 8 players, I guess. Or are we doing a 9-handed perhaps final table, even though playing 8-handed
Yeah.
right now? Probably 9.
9, I think.
Yeah.
In Hold'em and 8 in the Omaha. Usually it is, isn't it?
Yeah, should be.
So yeah, so that's interesting, and we're going to get a different TV table as well after the break because we've had this one for the early stages of the day's coverage.
Yeah, correct.
So we're going to get a couple of fresh faces, and fingers crossed. Josh Stewart, my boy, is still in there.
Yeah. Maybe get him on the final table. You can give some intel.
What,
Or on the
two-
feature table, I should say.
in the feature table,
Yeah.
yeah.
But it's not our choice who's getting on the feature table, though, we should say. So don't have anything to
No,
say about
we,
that one. But
We pull
Jeff.
0 weight in that capacity.
Jeff, though, with the 7s again. For sure the most common pair on this table today. And he's been lucky with them once. Turned some trips earlier and we got a
Yeah.
full double up with these 7s. So
Took a stab at King Queen 10 versus the one of the Finns that was eliminated in the hand after turn 7 and got check jammed on by the pocket jacks.
and Elias defending with just 1 7 and a 6, so well behind. Let's see what he can make of this. Oof.
Oh, there it is. The magic 7s.
Yeah,
It's
they're
always
everywhere,
coming
right?
7. Is it going to be the flop turn or river? And Elias, certainly won't be going anywhere for one bet, I think, with the 7, backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw, blind versus blind as well. You know, Jeff is going to have some hands like King 10, King 9, potentially. Yeah, 9x, 10x. Some random air.
Goes for the half pot, 100k.
Yeah, Jeff loves half pot. That's his been one of his main sizings in all sorts of different situations.
And the online pro, Elias of Finland, comes with the peel.
Yeah, just too strong to fold the flop. Let's see if...
Ooh.
Oh, that's a cold one.
Wow.
That
It locks
is
it
a
up for
cold
Jeff,
one.
but it's trouble for Elias.
Yeah, I mean, 5-4 gets there. But really, nothing else. 9-5 as well, I guess. But not an awful lot else to worry about. Jeff going with the cheeky check. Is he going to go for a check jam on the turn, or what's his game plan here? That's interesting. I thought
Yeah.
he'd just be betting. You know, when you've got the bottom set, you unblock all the middle pairs, the top pairs, the jacks and the 8s, of course. So it's like,
Surely Elias
Very-
is betting this one to
yeah, he's going to
protect against flush straight draws.
He's
and-
going to think Christmas has come early
Yeah,
here.
yeah, yeah.
That he's going to be up against maybe a hands like 10s or 9s or some sort of King 8, Ace 8.
$280, big one from Elias.
I think Jeff's just going to shove here. What do you reckon?
I would say he'll take the safer route. I don't
Yeah?
think I think he's... You can see him earlier when he had his 7s. He's like, I'm not good enough to fold this set. And I think he's seeing like, demons in this.
Oh,
Like he
monsters
might
under
be
the
up
bed.
against a 9-10 or something, or like a 5-4. Whatever. I think it's like,
There are 3
a bit.
straights available, but
yeah.
yeah, I think
So I don't think this is just Hollywooding that's going on right now. I think he's
looks like
actually...
you're right. I think he's genuinely a bit concerned. What's it to be, Jeff?
eyeing down the stack of Elias as well, seeing that they're almost even in chips as well. He does go for the
He
jam,
does
though.
go for the jam.
I don't think Elias expected that one, the check jam.
No, he looks a bit shook up, actually,
Yeah.
doesn't he? Like, what? Yeah. and
Ooh,
he's
comes for the
just-
call, and this is going to be bad news for him.
Yeah,
He's drawing dead.
Just stone dead on the turn. Jeff
Yeah.
smacking his
Celebrations.
hands together, thinking, wow, he's got no
Lucky
outs.
Lucky 7s, yes, sir. And it pairs on the river as
Yeah.
well, so locking it up with the boat as well. The 7s does it again for Jeff.
Irrelevant river card.
Yeah.
And I think Elias just thinking there that Jeff opening blind versus blind, he might check jam a hand like an overpair or a jack sometimes, just scared of all the flush draws and straight draws out there. And just felt like compelled that he had to call it off with the 2 pair there. It's a real cooler blind versus blind, set versus 2 pair.
And look at this. He was the table short stack coming into on this level or 2 levels ago on day 3. Jeff is now the table captain
Yeah,
in
certainly
both
is.
senses. He has the most chips, and surely he's been one of the most aggressive players as well. And he will not stop now, I think. And Elias left with just almost crumbles. 6 big blinds for Elias Suhonen of Finland, losing to Jeff's lucky sevens. So, yeah.
He might even be the chip leader of the entire tournament here.
Is that so? Yeah, of course, there's a lot of chips on this table, so both Yuri and Jeffrey surely might be among the top 5 stacks in the tournament,
Exactly.
both of
He's
them.
got over 100 big blinds at 45 big blind average, so
Yeah,
that's a pretty meaty spot to be in.
surely.
Nice hand.
Alexei with a little bit of a delayed nice hand. 4 minutes since the hand concluded.
Yeah,
And yeah,
in his own little universe there.
he's on a glitch.
Yeah, exactly.
Here you can see how the players has amassed or lost chips since this feature table started. Just less than 2 hours ago, Jeff had 400K. Now he has 2.6 millions, and the most greater part of that due to having 2 sets with sevens, giving him full double ups both
Yeah.
times.
One time he gets check jammed on as a bluff. The other time his opponent rivers a 2-pair that's dead. So,
Yeah,
you know, you talk about variance in poker tournaments, and
this is how you run hot, right?
yeah, exactly. And it's all about just being grateful about that, because it just doesn't happen every time that the stars align in this way, you know.
Yeah,
So
not even for the astronaut.
No, exactly.
Although he has a lot of chips too.
Yeah, but they're in second now.
Yeah,
So they
he's
got
on his way down from the moon.
exactly.
What do you call a rebound thing? Like
Yeah, the D launch.
All right then.
Looks
It's
like
been
Jeff's-
Roberto opening King Queen to 50. Alexei with the short stack. Is he shoving the King 6? Just calling?
He's going for a
No?
super wide 3-bet here.
Wow.
And look at Jeff just picking up the queens.
Wow.
We're just talking about the run good, and look what he's got here. He's got these players dead to 2 outs between them. And he's got Alexei. I mean, is this like a board 3-bet bluff or something? I guess if you want to have bluffs, then you need to be super polar, right? Because 3-bet folding a hand with decent equity is going to be disastrous. So he does have some kind of blocker in the form of the king, but Jeff now in dreamland here. He's just happy
Yeah.
to get it in with both players with queens.
Closing his
Roberto.
eyes, thinking like, maybe a 300K would be nice.
Yeah, how much can I get out of these 2 suckers? And the issue with this quite meaty sizing is it just doesn't really allow room for his opponents to bluff shove on him.
No.
It's something that Jeff has done a couple of times where these pre-flop sizings have just been a little bit unrefined, I would say, and maybe he would have allowed Roberto to do something funky with the smaller sizing. You never know.
Yeah. And Alexei finding out he chose the wrong spot to get creative with the King 6. So now left with short stack as well. So 2 smaller stacks on this table and 2 really big ones.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what Roberto would have done there with the
I
King
call.
Queen versus the Alexei 3-bet.
Yeah.
We will never know.
Look at this one from Roberto. Did he call? Did he limp pre?
We're here to play, right?
Oh yeah, what's he up to?
I think he said I call.
You're not big
The
man.
blind
I
limping?
know.
I think that's what he's doing.
Just
Yeah.
like the call.
Yep.
Wow,
We
he's
have
going
a
for
blind call.
35 left. in
Ladies
the-
and gentlemen.
what on earth is going on?
Wow. This was an orthodox line by Roberto. Hello, Sweden.
Yeah, welcome to the big stage.
Yep. You know,
Wow.
sometimes when you play in the US, people say like the Swedes are crazy, man. You play so different than us others. And now this is
Man,
the
this
guy
is
that
the-
gave us this reputation,
Yeah,
right?
he's trying
Limping.
to get an invite to a private game, I think. I know. It's
Yeah.
a blind call.
It's a blind. Yeah, so it's confusing everyone now. I think he's achieved what he wanted. Everyone is just like,
Yeah, everyone's like,
Jeff left the table.
you might see this in day 1 sometimes, but like, yeah, not day 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Jarkko is going to ISO that blind call. Makes it 4 big blinds. Roberto now.
Yeah, now he has to call it, right? I
He's
mean, he
kind
cannot
of
invest
defending
and
the
find
blind call, yeah. Now he's got himself 4 blinds in there under the gun with Jack 9 off, so it's problematic.
Yeah. And of course, an ace was not the card that Roberto wanted to see, because many of those in Jarkko's ranges, of course. And yeah, this might be interesting though, because Roberto knows that Jarkko is an experienced player, that he would race against the blind limp in many spots, many hands, and
Yeah, I don't think there's much we can do with Jack 9 offsuit specifically,
No.
though.
so bye-bye, 100K for Roberto.
Yeah, exactly. That's, 10% of his stack.
Good call.
And even 33 remaining in the tournament, so just about to break another table and get another new player on this table shortly. Might not happen before the break, but since these guys will then be moved to an outer table, and we're going to have a new feature table for you after the break. But right now, these are our 7 feature table players that we had on here for nearly 2 hours now then. And Roberto now has to put in 2 more blinds, but this time not voluntarily. He's in the big blind, and Yuri folding, of course, the 4-3. What about 290K of Alexei? No, they're not going in this hand. Jeff's now with the big stack, 2.8 million.
Yeah, it's all coming up Jeff at the moment. He was down to 200 or 300K.
Yeah,
earlier.
300 something.
Yeah. And things were looking a bit bleak. And then he gets that huge turn card at a really pivotal moment with D7s.
Yeah.
Turns the set. Bet calls it off, wins that one, and I don't think he's really lost a pot of significance since.
Now then, the
Yeah,
game of Roberto. Now
the
this time he
random
goes
under
for
the gun limping man. It didn't really. He played such a sharp hand the first one he sat down with the king 4.
Yeah.
I didn't have him down as looking for some kind of action.
Getting some chips back now though. Almost 900K. Jarkko coming back to the table. Maybe checking the phone if someone has reached him the last 2 hours, because these players are not allowed to have their phones during play in this feature table, so they're on an outside table as well.
Yeah, so they are allowed to grab it if it's. I mean, it's a bit of a grey area, right? They can grab it if they really need to use it, or.
You can step away from the table and
Yeah.
pretty much when you want to, but use your phone. But of course, you might miss a hand if you had a lot of text to respond to.
Sure. And here we go.
Oh.
The magic pocket 7s.
I can all see the smile, the 7th smile, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So who am I knocking out this time?
Yeah. Where is he's got a set on the turn, the flop, and now it's time for the river. So he's just gonna
Yeah.
be getting it in whatever.
This is nice, just racing, knowing that you're at least gonna flop a set, right?
It's like,
It's gonna be. It's only guaranteed.
guaranteed nuts.
Big stack waking up with Ace King, and this is actually where it might be troublesome for Jeffrey, because now this is his lucky hand.
Yeah, exactly. This
So-
is where it's going to get interesting, because I don't think Jeffrey's the type of guy to be folding these pairs to 3 bets. So
No.
we could be seeing a pretty big pot emerging here, and this could really be one of those defining pots in the tournament that shapes things. So let's
Yeah.
see what we're going to see here.
And I mean,
Expecting a 3
just
bet.
being the 7s as they have been for him today. I mean, he
Yeah.
might have folded 8s here, but not 7s. Since the
Exactly.
7's been so lucky. So 180 is the
Yeah.
3 bet, big one as well from Jarkko, and surely calling, or does he think that the minimum I get will be a set, so I might as well shove here now? No, not likely, but surely he's not folding either. 7s.
Yeah, he's got good implied odds here.
Yeah.
It's not a massive 3-bet, it's 3x. They are, what, 2.2, so it's like 90 big blinds effective.
I don't think we saw any 7 folded, right? There were a few quick folds that we
No,
didn't
I was
get the
looking
cards,
around.
but
I didn't see one, so I think
we'll
he's
see. We'll
pretty
see
live.
the graphics soon because our readers picked up the folded cards. So.
Right then, is it going to make the 3rd set in a row with pocket 7s? Let's have a look. Oh my God. There it is.
Jesus.
This is absolutely unbelievable. Like, completely against the odds.
And he does a good job disguising the happiness he's feeling right now, right?
Yeah,
the third
he,
set.
He must. I mean, it's obviously, as far as sets go, it's not the best board, but a set is a set in a 3-bet pot, right? You're never going to be, oh, but I wanted 7 deuce deuce, you know, like it just.
And of course, Jarkko missing the board, but still has the ace of spades as well. So
yeah, so there could be some pretty funky turn cards here. Queen of spades, jack of spades, king of spades. Would make life very interesting. That's the 10 of spades.
10
so
of spades, man.
And then the nut flush draw.
wow.
Wow, I didn't even think of the 10 of spades. That locks it up for Jeff, and now Jarkko has this 2 overs with the nut flush draw, which is a pretty strong hand in a 3-bet pot. Wow, he checks again, does Jeff.
Now then, with the nut flush draw, time for Jarkko to
Yeah, does
get
he
going,
now?
right?
Does he now like go for the delayed C bet and try and get hands that Jeff?
Actually checked, right? Yeah.
Yeah. I was thinking maybe he would go for the delayed C bet because Jeff is the type of player that could have maybe 6s or 5s, or get some value from.
So this actually turned out to be a smaller pot than we thought on the flop. At least until now, unless Jarkko decides to get something going. But the 305 bet from Jeffrey.
Yeah, so it's
enough.
the double delay bet. Obviously checks the flop in flow. Turn was an interesting decision point. He elected to check in a spot where I think I would have always been betting the 7s there. Just unblocking everything. You know, there's so many continues that can come 1 spade holdings.
Do you want to make a bet if Jeffrey shows the 7s or not? If he's just folding now?
I'm not sure, yeah. Maybe.
Yeah,
It's been a theme, isn't it?
Yeah, my bet is definitely on the show side. He will smash the 7s like, again, baby.
Yeah. And
We'll see, now we'll see.
Come on.
Hey!
My read was pretty correct, right?
That's his magic hand.
All right, guys, with that 7s for Jeff, that's really been the theme of this feature table so far. We're going to switch the seats for these guys and come back after a 20-minute break by the looks of it, and then we'll have a new feature table, so stay tuned. And yeah,
Yes, we will
Yep,
do
we'll see you very shortly.
Okay.
we'll do.
Looking
Stay
forward
tuned.
to it.
Welcome back to day 8 here at the WSOPC Tallinn 2024. It's Friday, and that means we only have 2 more days until we have crowned all our winners. First up, the day 2 of the 1,500 euros no limit hold'em main event commenced. Registration is now closed, and we received a jaw-dropping 812 total entries by almost 500 unique players from over 30 different countries. The stakes are sky high, and the first place prize is a staggering 193,000 euros.
showdown. Calling player shows ace jack, jack of spades, and calling by ace king. Now the position is green. And we have so now we are 103 players remaining. Congratulations all of you. You are all in the money. Lucky you, bro. Lucky you.
The competition was getting heated as players battled it out for their shot at the big money and the coveted WSOP ring. We also had the thrilling 1,100 euro no limit hold'em mystery bounty, ring event number 8. This event added a fun twist with the mystery bounties, keeping everyone on their toes. And let's not forget about the 250 euro Sviten. This unique and dynamic event had players adapting and strategizing in new ways, making for some truly unforgettable poker moments. Get ready for an epic weekend of poker magic. Good luck to all the players, and let's keep the energy through the roof. Hello, I have John Kite here, who won the PLO 4 and 5 last year. So maybe you can teach me a little bit how the PLO goes. I've been playing No Limit Hold'em, but I know nothing about PLO. And what does the 4 and 5 mean even?
Yeah, it's a bit different from Hold'em. In PLO, it's more about you need a lot more. You need draws. You need like 2 pair or better. You don't want to go crazy with like 1 pair, like over pair, as you do in Hold'em maybe.
Yeah.
In 4 cards, it's mostly about having aces, nut suits, high pairs. In 5 cards, you can have a bit more rundown hands, which means like, for example, Jack 10, 9, 8, 7. That's really good to crack aces, for example.
Can we do a little like example or just to... And I really want to know, what does the 4 and 5 mean?
Yeah,
Is it like
it's-
1 round with 4 cards and then 5 or...
Yeah, 1 round of each. So we're
Oh, okay.
8-handed. So first we have 1 round with 4 cards. This is a very good 4-card hand.
This is for me.
Yeah.
Very good card.
Oh yeah, maybe turn it around.
Yeah.
So, you like equity run very close in PLO compared to Hold'em. Let's say you have aces versus kings in Hold'em, it's like 80-20, right?
Ah, okay.
But here it's more like 33-66. Even though, so if you have like aces with something,
Yeah.
against kings with something. And here you see we have a double suited kings. We love the hand, but against aces we're always a dog, obviously. But when you have kings, you always want ace blocker. That always helps. Less chance for your opponent to have aces.
But in the game you still have like the flop and
Yeah.
turn and river the same way in that.
You,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
just get more cards. And a big difference is you have to use 2 cards from your hand.
Yeah,
right?
these are the cards that play with
Yeah.
the table, right?
So normally if there's 4 5s in Hold'em,
Yeah.
you both split, right?
Yeah. Pods.
Because you both have an ace. But here, you have to use your 2 best cards.
So if you,
you have
four
a full
quad-
house. Even though the board is this, no one have quads.
Okay, so still 3 of the cards
Yeah.
is playing from 5 cards altogether playing.
So you have a house here, and aces full,
Yeah.
or 5s full of aces.
Okay.
So that's a small difference. Like if there's 4 to straight, having just a jack is no good. Like this is not a straight if this is the board.
Okay.
You see, normally in Hold'em, this would be a straight with a jack, right?
Yep. Oh, this is
Yeah, that's fine. But here, you need to use 2 cards. So we need a king. Then we have a straight,
Yeah.
right? So
Nice.
that's small differences.
And it goes like 4 cards, 1 round, like each.
yeah, every player gets 4
The button
cards.
moves like the whole, what do I say, circle, and then the other round is 5 cards.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you tend to see more all-ins in 5 card. So normally a lot of people build stacks in 5 and 4 is a bit quicker. People just wait for aces. But in 5, you get so many more possibilities. Because 50% of the time you even get double suited when you have 5 card. So it's very easy to get double suited with 5 cards. Like here, ace, king, 9, 8, 4. Compared to 4 cards, it's harder to get double suited. People want double suited hands.
But what is the usual mistake that people do, like that you see in the tables?
So normally it's not respecting your opponent or the board. Like if you have aces on this board, it's never gonna be good. Like people overplay over pairs, you know. I was all in with aces once, overpair. Guy had top set, so I was crushed.
Yeah.
But I still found an ace on turn. So,
Oh, wow. So you have that lucky
I'm lucky.
charm.
I'm lucky
Yeah.
today. Even though I just double up a guy with aces.
But is PLO your like top one game, like your favorite of them all?
Yeah, at least in cash game. That's what I prefer to play.
Okay.
But on every flop, we want like big draws. If the flop come queen 10-6, even though the guy have aces with a queen, it's very strong, right? But let's see, you have this hand. You only have king high, right?
Yeah.
You have king high, but you have a full wrap. You can get straight with ace, a jack, a king, a 9, or even a 7. Yeah, and
So that would be a nice.
and a 8.
Yeah.
So this is monster flop. And we even have flush draw. So even against aces here, we have like over 60% equity.
Yeah, it's so different from Hold'em.
We have no pair. So it's about putting a lot of pressure. You know your opponent have aces, and like I have no showdown value. You can just go all in on this flop, and he kind of have to fold. It depends. Someone calls, but yeah, you know.
Anything else that I should know before I enter my first PLO 4 and 5 tournament?
I don't know. It's like in every poker game. You just have to pay attention to your opponents, see what they're doing, and I mean, some people like to look at every flop before they go all in. You know, see that you have something, and some others just, if they have a good starting hand, they just always try to push their equity. It depends.
So you should
on
be
your
a little bit
opponents.
smart, and you should have luck as well,
Yeah,
like
of
in every
course.
poker game.
Of course, yeah.
Okay. Thank you, John, so much for joining us and
Yeah.
explaining the PLO 4 and 5 to me.
So hello and welcome back to some extra bonus coverage here from the World Series of Poker Circuit event in Tallinn. I'm joined by the PLO winner, Riku. Fantastic performance, well played, first and foremost. Just wanted to ask you about what your expectations were going into the final table as sort of medium to bigger stack there.
Yeah, originally I was just considering like playing fairly tight, since there were 3 stacks that were like 200k or plus a little bit over that. But when the dynamic shifted quite fast, like all the short stacks started doubling up, so then I had to reconsider my strategy.
5 in a row, right?
Yeah,
You
yeah.
sat there thinking, can I not just get to 6 left already? You know, like-
Yeah. So then I just realized I have to change my tactic and just like go for it. Basically, it doesn't like ICM considerations were out of the
out of the window, right?
Yeah.
Because you just saw that there were lots of people that were basically just treading water and not really taking the bull by the horns and kind of gripping the final table by the throat and saying, you know what, if the chip leader isn't going to open every hand as he should, maybe I take the reins here.
Yeah.
So I think you did a good job of that. One thing I wanted to ask you, we saw you play a little bit more conservatively in the 5 card. Were you worried about potentially running into resistance in 5, whereas in 4 you felt like you could just pot a lot and get it through?
Yeah, I feel like the skill difference is bigger in 4 cards than in the 5 cards, so I just try to avoid like these kind of weird spots in PLO 5 where I could get into these gambly situations that I didn't want to be in. So
yeah, so not bloating the pot without any kind of decent reason to. You took a lot of spots where I think in 4 card you'd have taken the aggression, in 5 you were just happy to limp a lot and kind of stab when check 2 and kind of just play the little small ball game.
yeah.
So that was part of the strategy. Nice.
Yes.
And how did you feel the level of play was compared to, say, online tournaments?
I feel like it was probably, yes, a little bit weaker and a little bit more passive. Usually online you see guys that are aggressive in PLO, maybe even too aggressive at some point. But yeah, I didn't see that here.
Brilliant. Nice. And so we're going to see a couple of hands going across your performance. And the first 2 are going to be showcasing when you felt like you were kind of coming into your own, I guess, in some ways. And this is, of course, a very natural open. But you had the two stacks to deal with that were quite level at this point. They had about 10 to 15 big blinds. What was your plan here? Were you going to play any limps in 4-card, or were you just going to pot your entire opening range here?
At this point, I would probably just open everything in 4-card. Everything that has at least high cards. Maybe I could consider limping something, but yeah.
Any kind of ace blocker is enough, I think.
Any kind of ace or king blocker is probably enough to open here at this point.
And these two guys, Roger snap folding. So you made it. Did you make it 250 in that hand? So you go for a small size down.
Yeah, I think they're overfolding in that spot.
So
like hands, playable hands that I don't need to open bigger than that.
So if you feel like you're going to get the same fold equity from the 250 rather than the 350, you just save that 100 when they wake up with ace king king or plus or whatever.
Exactly.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And so we're going to see a couple of other hands of you kind of going through the motions as well.
Yeah.
This hand, you are in the big blind with ace 10, 8-5 double suited. And I quite like your decision. In my commentary I said, if we can create another street, why not? You know, because if you were able to find like a king-queen export here where you flop a gut shot and he's got jacks, he may actually fold or overfold that kind of hand class.
Yeah.
And so is that what you were thinking when you just defend here instead of kind of going for it?
Yeah, that's my like line of thought that on some flops he might actually wrongly fold his hand if I just shove all in like for example, let's say it comes like king, queen, some random card with like spades or diamonds, and he might actually fold his hand when he has enough equity here when I shove from the big blinds.
Yeah, there you go. So, and you do get the 10-6-6, which obviously isn't ideal, but you're now quite far ahead of some like ace king 4 deuce type hands and stuff, and you don't mind denying equity to random overcards, right? So just going to be going with that. Lucky to hit the ace on the turn, of course, as well.
Oh, yeah. Obviously, you have to run good in these spots, but yeah.
But the great thing is you've done enough work coming into this hand for it not to really affect your position, right? If Lars on the short stack, who was one of the more conservative players, if he doubles, it doesn't really change anything for you. You're going to still be going with that aggressive game plan, I guess.
Yeah, I'll still continue, and it doesn't change that much. Like you said, this hand doesn't change that much, even if he doubles up. So
awesome. So that was the elimination of Lars in third place. The two Norwegians were a little bit cheeky. They were talking a lot of Norwegian there. I noticed you picked up on that a few times. Was that something that was bothering you?
Well, just a little bit. I did understand that they were not like analyzing and trading that much information or anything like that. But yeah, we talked about it a little bit at one point, and I told them that it would be more better.
I even saw you almost reminding them that you said, "Hey, 20 seconds ago you said that you weren't talking Norwegian, guys," and then they were straight back to it. So that was kind of
jabbed them a little bit.
Yeah, it was kind of more of a light-hearted moment on the final table. And now we're going to see the real defining hand of the heads-up match, where you do go for quite an aggressive ISO with the three kind of low disconnected cards, but you do have the ace king and two high suits, I guess. So what are you thinking at this point? Because it felt to me like Jan was getting quite emotional and acting really fast and kind of wanted it over almost.
Yeah, I felt like if I took my time with my hands, he would start eventually making mistakes. I don't have to take that much time, but like making 20 or 30 second decisions, which isn't like too much at all. It's perfectly fine in my opinion at these spots, but I felt like he might get a little bit irritated.
It did seem a little bit emotional in this hand. There were just chips flying over the line so fast. So we flopped the boat. We are going to probably bet like a quarter or 20% here quite often, but when you've got the board locked up versus an opponent that might be ready to sort of blow up a little bit, it's quite nice to slide this into a checking range, I think, right?
Yeah, definitely. And also I was considering that he still has more deuces than I have in this spot, so that as well.
Yeah, because you're going to be less likely to ISO those ones, right? Only with the premium suits or something like that, like your combo.
Yeah.
And he's going to limp and just have a lot of like random dangler hands that he didn't want to raise himself. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So when you see this very quick bet, we're not really thinking of check raising, or did you ever consider that he has a deuce and would just go with it at this point?
No, I really didn't. I just want to let him bluff his bluffing hands and just call, because I have a lock on the hand, and if he happens to have a deuce and hit a better kicker, then that's what happens.
So,
but I definitely want to let him bluff his bluffing hands.
Exactly. You've got diamonds absolutely dead. Random hand like, I don't know, a medium pocket pair, or like he even takes off with the king 7 6 4 3, and this was such a quick bet from Jan on the turn. Obviously we're not worried about anything, but you took a little bit of time here before deciding to go all in. Did you feel like he was going to be committed even with a hand like Queen X of diamonds here at this point?
Yeah, I felt like if he has a draw, he's gonna call it off. If he has nothing, he's gonna fold it, and if I just trap here again, I might, with if a diamond comes and he actually has the deuce, he might just be able to still fold that. So I wanted to just shove it in and then not leave anything for him to bluff anymore at this point. So
yeah, and there was almost another quite funny moment in some ways where he said, "Why did you take so long?" and then almost throws the button at you, which did kind of cap off a rather heated moment in the Norwegians' standpoint.
Yeah. I was actually considering just my options. There was nothing else than that. So,
yeah, and sometimes I guess the opponents can take that a bit personally, and that was one of those situations.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, so thanks very much for joining us and talking through your opinions on these hands. We got a good insight there into what it took to clinch that final table, and to really, I think the thing I saw that I said during the commentary was you were the only one that was really hyper aware of the final table dynamic, because each final table is always different, and as you have the online background, you'll know that it wasn't quite as strong in terms of people lining up to try and take over the chip lead, so you had to kind of do that yourself.
Yeah, in the beginning, it was also the queen's hand where my heads-up opponent opened, which was kind of the key hand in the beginning of the table, where I had to take my stand, and I won that, and then I got the ball rolling from there. So.
Yeah, was that a hand that you'd always take with the queens? Did you feel like you had some fold equity?
I probably didn't think that I have that much, but I still felt I was in front of his range there, and I also felt like if I, at this point of the final table, there wasn't that many ICM considerations, and if I double up here, I felt like it's a good spot for me to start opening them a lot more. And
so with the future game of that double up, you'd be able to kick on and go for the win from there.
Exactly.
And that's exactly what happened. So congratulations. Thanks very much for joining me and spending some time. Have you got any celebrations or plans for the win?
Ooh, hard to think about that yet, but probably during the weekend. Today I'll probably jump into the main event still in the evening, so just...
Awesome. Well, good luck for that, and thanks for joining me. Well played.
Thank you very much.
It's a pleasure.
It was a pleasure.
Thank you.
Scott, I'm so happy that I met you the last time you were here in Tallinn as well, so I can make you teach me how to play open face Chinese pineapple now.
And the good thing is, the last tournament I played live was an open face Chinese tournament, and I won it. So I'm in good shape to teach you today.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So can you just show me how it goes?
Okay. So first and foremost, you know the hand rankings for poker, yeah? So we're gonna make 13 cards. We're gonna have 5-card hand, 5-card hand, 3-card hand. The back hand has to be the strongest. The middle has to be the next strongest. The top has to be the weakest. That's all we're looking for. But it's normal hand rankings for poker. So we start with 5 cards. We have to use all 5 cards to start with. And we can do this face up just so that we can show everyone sort of how it works.
Ooh, I like to see red.
Yeah, so you have a lot of hearts there. So what are you thinking when you see this?
Can I use all of them?
You have to use all of them.
So I would do like this to make it like flush.
Exactly. You have a really strong start with 4 to a flush. Have a weak card in the middle, and then maybe we get some queens or aces up top.
What about you?
For mine, I have a lot of diamonds. It's not great starting hand, actually, especially because I see you have a lot of hearts here, but I think I have to go like this.
So it's important always to check out what the other players have.
It's very important not only to check what your cards are, but also to check your opponents, because let's say further down the line, it might be that you're going for some pairs or something, but if you see that a lot of the other cards have gone, you want to make sure that you avoid those. So now we're going to get 3 cards next. You have to use 2 of these 3. You're going to throw one away.
Okay.
Normally they would be dealt face down, but I'm going to deal them face up just so that we can show everybody what the cards are.
Come on.
So we have to use 2 of these. This is very good for me, by the way, because that completes my flush.
Okay.
So what are you thinking when you look at these? King up top, obviously, yes,
Yeah.
yes. And we always put it to the
probably I
side.
would use the deuce.
So again, look at my cards for what you have here. So you have a choice between a 2 and an 8, and indeed I have an 8. So yes, throw the 8
Okay.
is a very good choice. And for me, I'm just completing my flush. I'm very happy with that. So we get another 3.
So this is how it goes.
Yeah.
You make the first hand that you get dealt is 5 cards.
Yeah.
You use 5, then you get 3. You have to burn 1.
Yeah, it's always
or
going to
go-
be that after the first 5, you're going to get dealt 3 every time. You have to use 2,
Okay.
you have to throw 1. Now you have an interesting choice because yes, this is actually perfect. Yes, yeah, I really like this. There are a couple of hearts gone, but still the hearts are very live. We are going to need to make 2 pair in order to make the kings valid. The interesting point with this, by the way, when we play progressive pineapple like we are playing, if you get queens up top or better, you get into fantasy land. Fantasy land is where you get all of your cards in your hand, and that's really, really powerful. So it's important that you do try and get a strong hand up at the top so that you can get all those cards in your hand. Because the last tournament that I won, I got 13 cards in my hand. I made a royal flush out of 13 cards. I got 14 cards in my hand. I made trips up top, and trips up top is a lot of points. Worth noting, by the way, that the way the game works, it's based on royalties. You have points. So the stronger your hand is, the more points you're going to make. So kings up top is really good. If you can make this, this would be super
If
nice.
I can.
So you're throwing the 9.
Do we have one more round to go?
We're going to have a couple more rounds to go. Mine is not the greatest because in the middle I'm struggling. And the flush would be no good in the middle anyway. So I'm actually going to have to keep the 4 even. Oh no, but all the 4s are gone actually. I think then I'm just going to burn this up at the top, try and leave as much space in the middle. So 3 more cards.
Come on. Yay! You got my heart.
Oh, very
This is what I
strong.
need.
So all you're
like
going to
in the
need,
middle?
you're just going to need to make 2 pair in the middle or trips to make your hand live.
Okay.
So what are you thinking?
There's a 3.
There is a
not
3.
9, so I would probably do it like
I like
this.
that choice. That's a really good choice.
Yay!
And then for me, this is pretty good because I can put aces in the middle, which means if I get a queen now, I would get into fantasy land. So that's pretty decent. So final draw. I'm going to do these down actually so that you can sweat them.
Yeah, the sound of Fantasyland is like so luring.
Fantasyland
It's
would
like,
be lovely. If we can get you a Fantasyland and show the Fantasyland as well. Oh, you've got it as well.
Yay!
Very nice.
And I
Very
still need
nice.
to use
And just
one
put
of
anything
this,
up top, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you go for the higher one because why
Ah,
not?
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
And then I need a queen to get into my Fantasyland.
Do we have it there?
No fantasy for me. So you are now going to get 14 cards in your hands, and then you get to make the hands from that. So we'll do one fantasy. I'm going to sort of ignore what my hand is. We just want
I made it to
we want to see what your
Fantasyland.
Fantasyland is. That was so amazing.
So
2,
this is the
3,
Fantasy
4, 5,
Land round.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
So this is what I have, right?
Yeah.
Let's see. I don't have a flush.
No flush there.
Do I have a straight?
You do have a straight. You have a few straights actually. It's a shame that you're short of 1 diamond. 1 diamond would have been nice because then you could have made flush and straights. You have an extra diamond.
Yeah, but I can just make the flush
You got the
down,
straight there.
the straight down here.
Yeah.
Then make it.
It's not the best fantasy, unfortunately.
it's not.
I've seen a lot better. You've just got a pair of queens, pair
Yeah.
of 6s.
Yeah, you can help me
It's
with
probably
that.
only
You're
this.
the pro here.
You get points for it, so the straight's worth 2 points at the back. The 6s is worth 1 point. Unfortunately, it's really not much points at all. I'm wondering, is there anything better we can do? But you're missing 1 diamond. If you had 1 diamond, you could
They
make
can-
flush straights, then you're getting a lot more points.
I have one question.
Yeah.
During the tournament, do I have to keep my own score, or the dealer helps me?
The dealer
or how-
does it for you. I mean, as always, the dealer is there to help you out. So the dealer does everything for you. They'll calculate the scores. Obviously, it's good to check it just in case you're not sure. But yeah, the dealers are really helpful.
Oh.
And I have to say, so I played this in February here.
Yeah.
And the dealers are very, very good. They know what they're doing.
And they
so
support you.
anyone that's not sure what they're doing, you can always trust in the dealer to look after you.
And if you need help, then you can always call Scott.
Yeah.
Some more outs. He does find the gut shot, so a 9 or a 7 will save him's tournament life. Otherwise, we have the winner in Mikko Ylimäki. Is it gonna be a 9 or a 7? It's a king. Both players hit the river, but it means that Mikko Ylimäki is our winner. Congratulations, applause. King. Oh, this might be it. Now, yeah, shipping it in, and of course, we'll receive an immediate call without outs. Mantas Talonlevicius is all in, but this is the bad news for him. Edgaras Kaučinis has already sealed the title. It's over before the river falls, because Not Straight for Edgaras Kaučinis has sealed it. Huge congratulations to our winner of Kings of Tallinn Main Event 2024.
I'm so excited because this guy here is going to teach me how to play deuce to 7 triple draw. It's very hard to even pronounce, so I'm hoping you have some magic tricks to teach me so I can go to the tournament and win it.
All right, no worries, Stella. Thanks for joining, and actually it's a fun game.
Is it?
It is a very fun game. It has very nice nuances to it, and if you've never played it before, then the game derives from the old school version of poker, which used to be the 5-card draw.
Oh, wow.
And this game is then part of the draw games family, which means that you will get dealt a combination of 5 cards, and then you have a chance to redraw either 0 to 5 of those cards.
Oh, wow.
So basically, without further ado, let's get started. I'll deal
it.
you and me both 5 cards, and the name deuce to 7 comes from the fact that the hand strengths in this game are turned upside down.
Okay.
So basically it means that the worst hand is the best hand and the best hand is the worst hand. So what do you want to see in your hand?
Let's do it open, right?
Yeah, we can do it open.
Yeah.
So what you want to see in your hand is totally small unconnected cards, which you have like a pretty nice set of. And the best hand, like the name refers to, the deuce to 7, is then starting from the smallest, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then it cannot be a straight, so thus the 6 is a bad card.
Okay.
It is taken out from in between, and then 7. So meaning the deuce, 3, 4, 5, 7 is the best combination in this game. You cannot have any flushes as well. So flush is bad, any pair is bad, any straight is bad, any 2 pair is bad, etc.
Okay.
And the second part of the name, triple draw, refers to the fact that you can actually change 3 times whatever you have.
Okay, so how many? I can burn some, right?
So yeah, the game starts in a way that now, once we have been dealt the cards, you usually have some chips in front of you as well, so there is a round of betting. And then you would choose the cards that you would like to keep.
So probably discard this one.
Yeah, and then you don't want to keep a hold of the pair either. So the pair is bad, the pair of fives. So discard
Like
one of the fives. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
I'm gonna keep a hold of these and then discard those two. Then the dealer, as always, burns one card, deals 2 cards to you and 2 cards to me.
Okay, this is not good, right?
Well, yeah, it looks very good, but actually it's a straight.
I cannot have a straight.
Yeah, so straight is bad. So thus, you need to make like some kind of adjustment. And what you want to do in that situation is always you want to basically draw for the best combination possible. So deuce to 7. So which card do you want to discard?
Deuce to 7. Come on. 4. No, 6.
6.
Yeah.
Yes.
I was like, you just told me that.
All right. So yeah, and basically, I have like a semi-strong hand here with 8-7, which is like in a multi-way pot. Maybe you would actually want to discard it, but here, for the sake of it, let's continue drawing. And now, before this, actually, in an in-game situation, there would be another round of betting, but since we don't have chips and we don't do it.
Yeah.
And
look at that. Is it good?
Wow! Wow! Man, well, okay.
Maybe I should come and play it.
My job here is done.
Yeah. Thank you. And this is the end of it. I'm a pro. Thank you. You seriously are a madman, you know?
You got the nuts.
I have the nuts.
Well, maybe because I'm an optimist, I would still continue with you because like you would then bet and stand pat. I would use my last draw to change this one card and see if I can pay you some extra money. With a 10 high, probably I wouldn't.
Okay, so what happens now? It's just like...
so yeah, basically, once you then... the game is also a lot about like betting patterns and keeping an eye on what your opponents do. So let's say the cards are hidden, right? On the second draw, you say pat, so you don't change any more cards. And I would then basically derive from that you have some sort of a strong hand. And well, you have the nuts, then your job is to make maximum amount of money with that. But since I am still drawing with 1, then you would need to figure out what's the correct amount to bet.
Seems very easy to get the nuts in this game.
It's easy. Come play it.
Yeah, come on and join us.
Hello guys and welcome back to the WSOP Circuit main event day 3 here in Tallinn. In a rather bizarre set of circumstances, we are experiencing issues with the ventilation in the room. So the ceiling above the feature table is leaking and we are sorting that out as soon as we can. So I think we have the poker world's first ever rain delay. So I can't quite believe what I'm saying, but that is the reason why, unfortunately, we will not be continuing coverage right now, but we will be back as soon as we can. Stay tuned for some potentially more action later. Thanks very much.
Welcome back to day 8 here at the WSOPC Tallinn 2024. It's Friday, and that means we only have 2 more days until we have crowned all our winners. First up, the day 2 of the 1,500 euros no limit hold'em main event commenced. Registration is now closed, and we received a jaw-dropping 812 total entries by almost 500 unique players from over 30 different countries. The stakes are sky high, and the first place prize is a staggering 193,000 euros.
Showdown. Calling player shows ace jack of spades, and calling point ace king. Now we can use the ace queen. So now we are 103 players remaining. Congratulations all of you. You are all in the money. Lucky you, bro. Lucky you.
The competition was getting heated as players battled it out for their shot at the big money and the coveted WSOP ring. We also had the thrilling €1,100 no-limit hold'em mystery bounty, ring event number 8. This event added a fun twist with the mystery bounties, keeping everyone on their toes. And let's not forget about the €250 Sweden. This unique and dynamic event had players adapting and strategizing in new ways, making for some truly unforgettable poker moments. Get ready for an epic weekend of poker magic. Good luck to all the players, and let's keep the energy through the roof.
Butcher wakes up with the jacks.
Yeah, what's he going to do here? Is he going to... Some of the sort of players who from the old school like to just shove here, whereas the new school is much more inclined to go for the min raise. So let's see what the Butcher goes for.
Yeah, even though being an old school player, he goes with the new school.
That's it.
He's adapting.
That's it. Needs to get some value from worse hands and not force out the lower pairs that might shove on him or etc.
Matthias, we haven't seen much of him, and now folding the 3-2 quickly, of course. Stanislavas in the small blind, just won a pot, and don't think we'll be seeing him in this one. What about big blind? Oh,
whoa, hello there.
We have some action.
This is probably just going to be a shove, I guess. Your opponent is opening off of about 13 big blinds.
And I think I heard Ishak talk about that he lost a big pot against Jeff earlier today, so I was a bit upset. I think it was a bad beat, at least the way he told it. But yeah, so we'll see if this one's going to be it, or
it's going to be a straight flip, isn't it? Yeah. So can't really call this a bad beat if you were to come out on the wrong side of it. Wonder what Jeff's thinking about here. He's taking his time. Maybe thinking that it looks a bit weaker. It's tough to say.
Reaching for the bigger chips.
Yeah. Is that just
with the 3-bet?
3-bet, non all in.
And quick all in from Ishak, and a quick call, of course, from Jeff. So we're heads up to a flop with Ishak Noyan of Sweden. You can see he's in front with the jacks, but it's his place, his seat in the tournament that is being risked on this one. Ace queen for Jeffrey, Ishak with the jacks.
Just picking up on the table audio there, Ishak says, "Thanks, I need it," when Jeffrey wishes him good luck, feeling that all the momentum is with Jeffrey.
It was green first.
Paint on the turn. Oh, nice hold there for the Butcher.
Nice double up.
And maybe now with his 30 big blinds, he can start to carve out a bit of presence at the table.
Yeah.
Oh.
Stanislavas opening it up with the ace king. Lovely holding. And the Butcher here with the ace-10, not conventionally a hand that would be continuing versus an under-the-gun raise. You can from time to time go for a 3-bet bluff, but I think peeling here would be a little bit of a misstep. It's just a touch too weak.
He doesn't know how Stanislavas is playing either, since he just bought in, so...
Yeah, I think you have to make assumptions that someone who's prepared to max late register a 1.5k buy-in is probably going to have a decent idea of what they're doing, and Stanislavas' kind of table presence does indicate someone that, clearly plays a lot of poker.
Yeah, and if you watched the stream yesterday, he was at the final table, so...
He was.
So, jacks.
Jacks for Matthias here. Versus sort of 45, 50 big blinds under the gun, it gets a bit murky as to whether we want to get in so many chips. But versus Stanislavas, who has a shade over 20 big blinds, we've got a very clear 3-bet call here with our jacks. And he goes for the 3x sizing. Out of position.
I wonder if he's just in the call or if he's gonna push it.
I think he's going to be quite happy to go all in here. It's not, you're not thrilled because we're under the gun versus small blind. People don't tend to bluff this spot much, but he can have the same hand. You could potentially have a hand like ace queen suited that's looking to commit.
How much? 69.
It's one of those spots where you just feel like they've got the same hand or you're flipping a lot.
Yeah.
Sometimes you get lucky and you dominate him.
He didn't even think about that.
No, the money's gone in. The plan was to 3-bet call, I guess, from Matthias. And Stanislavas does 4-bet jam with his ace-king. And we do go off to the races here in a classic no-limit hold'em tournament situation. Ace-king versus the jacks. Clean board. Could this be the second time we see the pair hold versus the ace-high?
Then it was jacks then too, right?
Yeah, jacks versus ace-queen that time. And jacks holding once again. The jiggities, the magic hand so far on the feature table. And that's the end of it for the Lithuanian.
Yeah.
Hitting the rail.
Jeffrey found a hand worth playing, I think. He's just been waiting. You could tell each hand that he just wanted to get his chips in. Up. Here comes the race. He pops it up to 9K. He check from cutoff. He's letting it go. But Pasi found a better hand on the button with ace jack and calls. King Yay, he's been calling a lot, but he actually let go of 7-6. Matthias has King 5 suited. Let's see what if he wants to join in on the action. Yeah, he does.
How much? Was it 8 or 9?
9.
So 3 players to the flop. King, Queen 3. I got shot for both Jeffrey and Pasi, but the top pair for Matthias. And the best hand checks. Let's see what Jeffrey and Pasi. My guess is Jeffrey betting this. If you look the way he used to play. Yeah. Pasi isn't going anywhere and he's putting in a call, or is it a race? It's like a call. Yep. Pasi calls. Oh, we have a 3-way action here.
Oh, wow, what have I come back to here?
Yeah, 3-way action.
Jeff opens in +2, gets a call from Pasi.
In the button, yeah, and Matthias called in the big blind.
Yeah, and we got top pair versus 2 gut shots.
Yes.
And let's see if Jeff fires a big sizing here. He might even be able to get this King 5 in this awkward 3-way pot to get out the way. He does have the utility of the Ace of Hearts as well, so could come into play if he were to barrel through here and arrive at the river with the heart coming. Could use that to good effect and go for the lot, but let's see. He does wave the white flag. It's tough to find these aggressive players in a 3-way pot. You just feel like you're going to get called too often. Look at this river card here. Jeff rivering that nut flush blocker. Matthias is not going to be liking the look of that card whatsoever, as his king gets significantly downgraded, but Pasi rivers the nuts straight on a 3-flush run out, so
that's his welcome gift.
Absolutely. Got the check mark. Not sure what Matthias is thinking about. It's just going to be a clear check with the weak king here. 3 ways. Lots of hands improving that would have bet or continued in the form of Jeff and Pasi. Jeff might be thinking of turning this hand into a bluff, representing the flush. He was going to have to bet really big to give Pasi Maori any kind of decision here, I think.
Yeah.
unless he does something like go all in. I think he's going to be getting looked up from the fin, lurking on the button with the nut straight here. So would be quite a creative play. Jeff might think, oh, he does realize that he doesn't have any showdown, but it looks kind of small. 27, that's just going to get snapped off. And a quick call, and I think Matthias has, with his just top pair. So the bluff from Jeff not working out there. Quite impressive for him to find that combo, because he realizes that
can't
the 10...
be too happy to see those hands.
No, did he?
Knowing that he was in lead.
Yeah, he got diddled on the river there.
Definitely.
Ah, here we go. That's exactly what we wanted to see.
Yes.
The action man with the suited hand. Yeah. This is like his version of aces, I think. And this could get interesting here, as we've got Kim, and he's going to be in trouble for one of the first times. And it's going to be his arch nemesis, Matthias, who he lost that pot with Jack-9 versus King-Queen earlier on. This time, Matthias has the ladies, the pocket queens.
So he popped it up to 30, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, Kim has gone for the 3x open with the 9-8 suited as well. So Jeffrey having a blocker to both of their holdings, the queen and the 9. Gets out the way, of course. And it's back over to Action Kim. He won't be folding, we know that for sure.
No, insta call.
Yeah.
Yep.
In fact, before the camera could even pan around, he'd already got his chips in there. So let's see if we see any action here. Jack 6-3 rainbow is about as good as it gets for these queens.
Oh my God.
He's so close.
I mean,
50.
I just
Did he bet
love
50?
him. Yes.
Wow.
2 grey ones.
Rather many from Sweden.
Yeah, I think the most people is from
Wow.
Yeah, I think so.
And with this stylistic choice that he has in poker, you really have to live by the sword and die by it as well. And unfortunately, we might be seeing the start of a potential blow up here. If he turns any kind of equity, I think he's the sort of player to be all in. On the 6, it might slow him down a bit.
No. Oh, he's all in. No? Yeah, he is all in.
Wow, and he's just stone dead here.
Yeah, it's yours. There's nothing to see.
So he will be down to 38.
What a spectacular punt on the feature table. And, you know, I laugh, but I'm also, it's great entertainment at the same time.
Yeah,
and we're not laughing
I'm a little bit gutted because I like the way he plays.
It's just
and now
so
he's going to be
fearless.
short stack. It's going to have less than 10 big blinds.
And Eric's is going to continue to take the aggressive route, opening to 17k. Versus Nohad's big blind here, she's got 8-4 suited.
Oh, this time she's interested.
She is going to start to put her foot down a little bit here.
Enough bullying, guys.
Exactly. Got to make a stand at some point, and let's see if she gets rewarded for it.
Oh,
not quite. Bottom pair. Not an awful lot else to work with. Eric's with a hand with all sorts of opportunities and options here. Gut shot, backdoor flush draw. A great board for him. Very natural to follow that up with the c-bet, and that's what he does here. And look at this from Nohad. She is going to be comfortable enough to peel one off here. By no means ideal. Looking for an 8 or 4. Doesn't find it. 10 of clubs now.
And of course, 2 pairs for Nohad, and well, Eric's goes for the check.
Yeah, it's one of those turn cards that's quite awkward because the middle card is pairing, and he may be checking quite a lot of his 10s on the flop. And she's definitely going to have a lot of 10s in her range. Nohad goes for the small sizing here. I don't think Eric's is going to be able to get away just yet with that gut shot open-ender. Gut shot with the flush draw. And he does beat a couple of hands as well.
Yeah. What do you think is listening to? Is it audiobooks about?
I'm not sure. He looks
look
kind
at
of
this
pumped
one.
up and dialed in, doesn't he?
Yeah. And he gets there on the river as well with the flush.
He does.
So bad news for
149k in
Nohad.
that. Yeah, bad news for her. 7 big blind bet from her on the turn was quite a tasty little thin value bet. And Eric's here is
Time for his
leading.
value bet instead now.
Yeah.
And not the river Nohad wanted, of course, knowing that she's been counterfeited by a lot of hands. And yeah. $50k, and there's 150 plus that 50. Oh, let's call it off.
Wow.
Gets the bad news.
That is quite a stubborn call versus a bet call, check call lead line on the 4 flush. It's tough to think where the bluffs are coming from there for Eric, but somehow he managed to. Must have a really good table image, I guess. Good idea.
Jari with the queens, Vladimir with the ace queen suited.
Yeah, annoying situation for Oladzimir. I think you just kind of close your eyes and put it in here versus the 15 big blind stack.
You don't need to count. Okay, I see.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what happens with ace queen
And it's
suited.
almost like he knows it, right?
Yeah.
You don't have to count. I have to call.
I have to call.
I'm not happy about it.
No, exactly. It's one of those spots where you feel you should be doing way better than the hand that you often see with ace queen suited here. But he does
Two hearts
flop
on the
a
board.
flush draw. Hello there.
Oh, now then, reversed. Just a few outs for Jari, not to be, and eliminated from our feature table is Finnish hero, Jari Mehunen. And he will be our 150th place finisher. No money for him, unfortunately.
Wow, look at this. We've got a bit of a cooler for your fellow countryman here, Laurinius, running into the aces of Kimmo Kirkku.
Yeah, I mean, it's a cooler that you're happy to be in with the aces. Also, with the kings, you're loving the spot, but
yeah,
I mean, it's possible to get away.
Yeah, absolutely. In terms of sizing, looking at about 90k here in position.
Yeah, you don't want to go more than 90k here for sure. Because as you said, like now it's 125 players left, so every chip is worth more. So yeah, perfect guess.
It does seem like the most intuitive sizing, I guess.
Yeah, but actually it's amazing spot for Kimmo just to do it with any ace, because Eric's gonna open a lot. So Lorinas should notice that and 3-bet. And Kimmo just can go over it and attack those two ranges that are not always nutted.
Yeah.
Because both of them, I mean, I know Lorinas is aware of what's happening, and Eric's has a huge stack, so...
And what's your response here as Lorinas with your range?
I mean,
what are you doing with that? Are you even 3-betting a hand like Jackson 10s in the first place, or are you just peeling?
Yeah, I think it's just a flat, and you want to... Even Queen sometimes can call here, because you have... you play 50 BB... yeah, more. 57
and
BB.
you have a couple of 20 or 15 big blind stacks behind, which makes that flat even more appealing, I guess, to have some more traps and also not to get it in for your entire stack at this kind of crucial stage of the tournament.
Yeah, and here it's just a jam. You can do with if you want to balance, you have to have aces or at least ace X or a bluff.
Kings is too vulnerable in ICM, right?
Especially out of position.
You just don't want to allow the ace X to realize 3 cards. So yeah, your traps are aces, and then do you have any other?
I mean, you don't have a lot of calling here, calling, especially out of position. I think you just wanna get it in, because as you said, we have aces, kings, and queens. Queens like not full frequency, so your range is pretty.
Yeah, and you could see linear, yeah. You could see the color slightly fade away from the face of the Lithuanian there, met with that aces and...
so he needs kings or spades, right?
Yep, kings or spades. Oh, wow!
That's one of them.
The king of diamonds, and no diamonds for Kimmo Kirkku, so he needs to hit the ace on the river. And
wow, that was quick.
That was quick, wasn't it? I didn't even get to say anything. It was That's the end of that. Oh, he did actually cover his opponent. I thought it was the other way around slightly, but there you go. So the Lithuanian finding the miracle 2-outer there in a huge spot before the bubble.
We'll see.
Ooh, wow, we're going into a 4-bet.
Eric's having fun. No, he just it's 100. Yeah.
So it goes for 2.5x 4-bet out of position.
Eric's is my hero right now.
Yeah, this is creative to say the least.
Actually, Nohad is the stack that you're kind of safe to get into the money. You don't want to punt it off.
Yeah. And button versus cutoff, he feels that she's going to have a lot of kind of linear 3-bets that are actually going to be really hurt, like this ace-jack, ace-queen, king-queen type.
Oh, wow. We're going to see a flag.
Oh, my word. She's clicking it back, I think. Or going all in?
No, clicking back makes... No.
I thought she was... Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. I thought she was picking up like 200.
Let's go.
Wow.
Let's go.
What a move from Nohad. Wow,
and a smirk from Eric's. he knows that he went out of the line and got punished, but he will see by what.
Got max punished by the ace-jack off. That's some insane balls of steel there. Wow. What a move. So Martin now with the 191 is covered by his opponent.
I'm pretty sure he will elect the limp here and go from there. If he had like 16 bigs, he could jam, but actually maybe I'm not sure. Maybe in this spot you are able to jam just because of big blind ante, which is very important. Yeah, but Martin elects
seems like the smart play, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, just a little bit shorter, he could definitely just rifle. Oh, ow, that's cold. Cold one here as Martin flopping 2-pair and Vladimir.
I really enjoyed Martin playing so far, so we'll see how he will navigate this interesting and dangerous situation.
Certainly. Starts with a check. And you were talking about the sort of presence of these like 9-3, 9-deuce natural kind of raises, so slightly less concerned of the 10-9-9 than you would be on other paired boards.
I mean, if Martin expects his opponent to have those, then yeah, but here I feel, especially in live poker scene under like 10k buy-ins, people don't have that much of those balancing ranges. So yeah, I mean, it's if I would be in Martin's shoes, I would be interested to see what's gonna happen. I expect Vladimir to bet big on this turn.
Yeah, and the jack is an interesting card, as the king would now make Martin a straight and Vladimir a boat, which would be a super cold one.
And jack just connects with both of their hands so much.
Exactly. And Vladimir, sizing wise, are you going for some kind of geometric sizing? Or do you think that
cannot go? I mean,
you can't go too big here, or because it's quite neutral, right? From what you're saying. Wow, he checks.
Wow.
Oh my word. And now the jack of diamonds on the river. This board just gets spicier and spicier.
And I think Martin will be saved here.
Yeah, for sure. I thought he was going to be facing 3 barrels almost every day there.
Yeah.
Holy moly.
Maybe not on this run out, because jack is pretty scary, but still at least 2 bets.
Yeah.
Really surprised, especially having king of diamonds.
What? So do you think that there's a world in this that this goes check again?
No, I think Martin will bet small. Okay,
it does go check.
I would bet small, just with my full range, because I don't expect my opponent to have a lot of full houses on this run out.
Yeah,
with this action especially. So I'm interested what sizing Vladimir will choose. I mean, Martin probably calling any sizing under the pot.
Yeah. Well, that's me deep into the tank here, reaching for chips now. After a rather unconventional check turn. Now.
Yeah, it's just
he's just gonna snap it.
I mean, I would snap it.
Where do you think he's gonna find bluffs in the bet check back line from?
Like random eights?
Random hands, yeah. Like 8-6, 8-5.
Yeah. The thing. What was that? You're not beating a 9 anyways, but let's see the both cards.
That's it, kind of giving him that look as if to say, how the hell do you have a 9
Yeah.
here?
And Martin can expect to beat some value bets as well.
Yeah.
Like 10x.
Stas King Jack 9-5 single suited from the cutoff, 250k in his stack. I think he might do better waiting for. Oh, he is double suited to be fair. Looks like he's going to take it. Late position, smidgen of fold equity. Let's see if Riku gets out the way here. He's only facing an opponent that has round about 4 big blinds.
40 back.
So he's getting a really good price. He's got 5 cards in his hand. It's really difficult to fold in these situations. And that's why I thought maybe Stas would have waited for a slightly upgraded holding. Although 5-handed now, he's going to be hitting the blinds in 2 hands. So I guess you can't really blame him. Just looking to spin it in with his double suited and hoping for the best. Riku here, it's not really going to affect his position on the table if he gets it in and loses here. So I think this is one of those spots where you just kind of close your eyes and run the equity. He needs to get in 190k into a pot that would be 570, so 2-to-1 odds. Not sure if that's an energy drink or some kind of whiskey there for Stas, but whatever it is, he needs a bit of luck here. Random flipperments here in the 5 card, 2 relatively mediocre hands, but nothing to be done. Action had to be taken from Stas to try and find that double, and he does flop bottom 2 pair, but lots of live side cards for his opponent. A 4 doesn't change anything apart from bringing in a gut shot, I believe. The 8-7 picks up a 6 and a 10 on the river. Ooh, that's a cold one. 10-5 2 pair is going to see yet another elimination, and this time it's the Lithuanian. He came in short. He only had a 6.5 big blinds, and his plan was to try and spin that up to the moon. Unfortunately, it doesn't work out for him this time, but at least he got a couple of extra buy-ins and gets a payday of around about 12,000 euros. So well done to Stanislavas. You see here flopping the wrap with the 6. Wait, it's got the straight flush draw. Okay, but he can't hit it as he's got the deuce of spades and the 7 of spades in his opponent's hand. But he's got a wrap and a flush draw versus a gut shot and a flush draw. Yeah. So Yussi's defended the big blind kind of wide here with the 7-6-5-3 deuce double try. And he's going to get it in as the equity underdog here, unfortunately finding a hand that has him pretty dominated. Riku has the gut shot that he holds, but also the nut flush draw, which is the all-important component. As the spades are now going to be dead for Yussi. There's a queen on the turn, so Yussi has just 7-3 at the moment. He's going to need some help here. 9 doesn't do it. Ace-3 holding up all of those straight draws and flush draws, and look at that.
Wow.
Just the lowly Ace-3 is going to get the job done. So Finn versus Finn violence, and this time it's Riku who has now run away with the chip lead. Ace-7-3 deuce, double suited. If you're going to be really nitpicky, then the 7-3 deuce is kind of a bit of a poorer version of aces, because you've got like low cards, and obviously in Omaha you want as high a card as possible, because the higher your cards, the more you dominate the worst straight draws.
But still a good hand to open with.
Exactly, yeah. You're delighted to be opening.
What about this one?
Yeah, so he's tri-suited with a pair of sixes. He is in the big blind, so I guess he feels compelled to call, but he is covered by his opponent with a shorter stack remaining, so I think I would have folded this hand at the big blind. He does flop a set though, so what do I know?
What do you know?
And Riku here has flopped another big flop for him. He's got a bottom end of the gut shot with the nut flush draw and the 7, so all sorts of equity here. See if he goes for a check back here. It's a board that the big blind usually does quite well on. He's going to have lots more hands like 8-5 and 5-3 and sets in his range. He does go for the check. I like the cut of Riku's jib here. He's playing some nice poker. Very disguised when you check back and turn the club, because you're going to get action from a lot of worse flushes that may even just fold the flop. If Jan has the bear queen high flush draw on this connected board, he might just check fold, whereas Riku allows him the chance to potentially catch up and then seek the value later on. So Jan is going to go for kind of mergy bet here with his sixes. He knows he's got the best hand, but he's going to have to contend with a lot of pretty awkward river situations. As you know, can you name a card that doesn't change the nuts here? It's going to be a diamond, a club, any kind of 9, 8, jack.
Enrico just calls.
Or a paired board. So yeah, very tricky board to navigate in 5 card. So Riku does come along. Does he find the club? No, but he does have the ace of diamonds. So his second ace is now blocking the nut flush, and Jan is left in no man's land here, as the run out punishes him somewhat for potentially not leading the flop and taking the initiative himself, which he could well have done on this low connected board as the big blind. Now, really going to be a difficult situation for him to navigate.
What would you do?
You have to check. You don't have a high diamond in your hand. There's all sorts of hands that now improved. When Riku checks back the flop and then calls the diamond, which brings the flush draw on the turn, it's just so much more likely for him to interact with diamonds than clubs. So I think you have to wave the white flag here and just pray that your opponent doesn't bet. I think whatever Jan does here after this long tank is going to be pounced on by Riku. I think Riku is going to find a big bluff here with that ace of diamonds. That's the key card to hold. Obviously, you block the nut flush, right? So if you have the ace of diamonds with 5 cards in your hand,
he checked.
It's even difficult for Jan to defend with medium diamonds.
What's Riku gonna do?
I think he's going to pot it. I think we're going to see a big bet here. He's got no showdown with his bare pair of aces. It's actually hard for him to arrive with a worse hand at the river. He's got 1 pair.
600.
He goes for 600, yep. It's a little bit of stress in that voice, I heard. A slightly higher pitch.
600?
Is it 600? And it was almost a question, not a statement, you know?
Yeah.
So
it's always a tell.
A little bit, yeah. You can look out for these things. Not pretending to be the master of live tells, because I can see that he's bluffing, but you do tend to pick up on these things when you're on this side of the action in the commentary booth. I don't think Jan can ever consider calling here. It's what do you beat? It's just so difficult. He beats only missed clubs that check back the flops, so there's just very few types of hands that he could be up against here that he does okay. And he does make the disciplined or rather trivial laydown, I guess. And yeah, again, nice execution from Riku. He's come to this final table. He's seen that his opponent on his right was not driving the action, was not taking the initiative, and he kind of swooned in there like a thief in the night, and now has taken the chip lead for himself and could be looking at all of those spoils at the top of the payouts, the 44,500.
Jan is still in.
Yep, Jan is going nowhere, and that's what Lars wants to see. He wants Jan to potentially bust in this hand to the chip leader, and then he gets the extra money that he's looking for, and he doesn't have to do anything. How good is that, getting paid to do nothing?
The best.
It helps. Oh, hello. So ace versus ace. Neither of them with a particularly strong ace, but Riku has the gut shot, so a 4 would give him the nut straight with a rather disguised wheel. Let's go check. Doesn't want to overcommit himself on this kind of board. I think he checked, right? Or did he recheck his cards?
Didn't.
Not too sure.
Didn't catch that.
Interesting.
Still thinking.
Yeah, interesting spot for Roger. I mean, he's got top pair with the backdoor nut flush draw, but if Riku bets half pot here, and he's got his Norwegian counterpart over there, sat nestling on 7 or 800k. So Riku bets 200k. I feel like Jan is going to peel one off here, but difficult to know what type of turn card he's looking for. A 5 or a spade, the only natural ones, maybe an 8. It's a jack, so no help to Jan, and no help to Riku either. Riku might be somewhat concerned about this card as it brings in some Broadway straight draws. He's going to consider Jan to have a pretty tight defending range pre-flop, so I don't think he thinks he's going to be this wide. He's going to have lots of Broadway hands, lots of straight draws on the flop, lots of improvements to hands like 2-pair. But when Jan checks this river, is Riku going to be able to find a bluff? Does he perceive Jan to ever check a strong made hand here, such as the straight? Riku just with an ace. I don't think he thinks he's got any showdown value. So the question is, does he think that a bet now will be credible? And it seems fairly credible to me. He could check a hand like ace 10 on the turn very comfortably.
450.
He does go for it. Nice. This is something that a lot of players in Omaha don't have in the locker. They have a made hand, but they realize that it's not enough and they need to turn it into a bluff at some point. It's a very strong part of Omaha players' arsenal. Very often you watch showdowns in this game and you see players just kind of resigning to the fact that, oh, I didn't improve or I'm likely beat here. But what Riku is understanding very well is that Roger is, or Jan I should say, is just very unlikely to have a straight here, and he thinks that he might be the type of player to overfold these kind of 2 pairs and sets.
This is how it goes.
This is how we do it. King 7 6 4 3. One issue I have with the big blind ante format in heads up is that it just kind of turns into a bit of a limping game, and there's just not really much action. Although Riku is going to take a slightly wider one. He's got the 8-3 deuce. Those are pretty poor components, but he does have the chip lead and 2 strong suits, so feels compelled to do something about it. 8 deuce deuce here. Is he going to check? Exactly. Is he going to check? Is he going to allow Jan to potentially take a stab at it? He's going to have a lot of awkward hands on this type of board texture. Lots of ace highs, king highs, random overpairs with no side cards. So it does make sense to check boats and maybe mix with your deuce X here. Some betting, some not betting. Look at this from Jan, just coming out absolutely slinging to the hills here with his bare king of diamonds backdoor straight draw type holding. And this is exactly what Riku wanted to see. To be fair to Jan, he's really gone through the gears a little bit. I felt like he was a bit nervous at the start of the final table, and in the interview I got that kind of sense from him, but he doesn't really shy away from a chance to bet at the pot. If someone's checking, he's usually firing something in there. And, you know, that style is very tricky to play against, so I'm not surprised as to how he amassed such a big chip lead coming into this final table.
And Riku quickly checks. More trouble for Jan Roger.
Here we've got just bare king high with the diamond firing shells into the abyss here. Wasn't perturbed by the check call from his opponent. And I think in some ways he wants to not have the diamond now, because the flush draws are going to be the ones that are likely to get out the way, that kind of felt like they had to call one street, being the ace and the king high flush draws if you're targeting folds. So yeah, not really sure why he's you know, not just using a hand with a bit more equity, potentially some kind of straight draw, some kind of flush draw himself. Hard to say.
Riku trying to look as weak as possible.
Yeah, he's
pretty happy with his hand.
He's thinking of Vegas and the Mirage right now.
All in.
Yep, comes with all in and quick snap fold from Jan Roger.
Yeah. With his tail between his legs, that was
yep, 500.
Sir.
Why did you take so long? And then punches the button across to him. You can't ride it. That is brilliant comedy. So 5 big blinds in play.
Yeah,
2 of those already in the
middle.
And Riku is going to pot it.
Nice fall there.
And it's not sticking around anymore. Double suited kings.
Jan Roger.
Sure, Riku has some sort of half decent hand, maybe with an ace. Oh, he's got aces. Wow. Okay.
Whoa, look at this one.
What a caller for the last 4 big blinds.
Yep,
Yeah,
confirmation.
anyway.
Aces.
That's true.
Single suited
that's
and
true.
the
Yeah.
double suited kings for Jan Roger, but this gonna be it for him. He's on his first poker trip ever
Yeah, the
outside
same
of Norway, actually, Jan
Wow,
Roger.
really?
So yeah, well, now it's a chance for him to double up or have second place, because look at this one.
It's a good flop bottom pair with the king high flush draw. So 48% playing 52 with it's evened up. Oh, but that's a full house for Riku.
Do you have the diamonds as well?
4-3.
Yeah, full house.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see that. Whoops.
There it
They
is.
missed him themselves, but there we go. We have crowned the winner of this PLO 1100. Riku of Finland is taking down the event.
Look at this. Tommy finds kings over 2.5 big blinds. Insane.
Yeah, his patience might have paid off here.
Maybe. Look at this. It would take a disastrous run out for him to bust, as he's up against pretty much the perfect hand to be up against King Queen. Oh, wow. And David wakes up with queens in the big blind. Look at this.
Oh my gosh.
A cooler situation. And David, be interested to see how he plays this. Does he go for a kind of click raise here to try and isolate?
Rupa has actually a position on him as well, so this is a very tricky spot for David with this kind of really strong hand. I actually think he might just call and see
what Rupa does. Looks like he's putting in some significant chips though, and just hoping that the under the gun, I guess, gets out the way. It's going to be difficult to get action from a worse hand at that stage with queens, which is quite interesting because it's such a strong hand. But if Rupe were to jam, he's going to be up against ace-king at best, I would say. So David does indeed isolate the short stack, and it's kings versus queens. And the good news for Tommy is that Rupe has folded a king and a queen, so one out that we can see. And an ace-8 deuce looking safe so far. 5 on the turn, so just the one remaining queen in the deck, 3%.
Oh
wow!
Gosh. Oh my gosh, this is painful.
That is a sickening beat there. David doesn't realize it, but he's just rivered a one-outer to get our first elimination here at the feature table in 5. So, outs shifting to the ace or the 9. The 10 is going to lock it up, apart from a chop potentially. Needs an ace to chop now. 3 aces to chop and get half the pot back, but it is the cold 9 of clubs. So straight versus straight, he can tell all of his friends at his poker club back home. Oh, hello there. Ace queen in the big small blind, sorry. 125k big blinds, so he's only really got 15 big blinds to work with. He is up against the under the gun player, but the benefit for him is that it's the chip leader, so it's not necessarily going to be a razor tight range that you might imagine from one of the medium to short stacks. Yeah, he's going to shove for sure. He's not the type of player that misses out on these kind of spots.
Wow.
And this is disastrous for Phil, as he has been running into a couple of situations versus Tigrans, and now has the classic
What's going on here?
sort of semi-setup situation that you see on final tables. Ace-Queen rejamming and running into Ace-King.
Oh, David isn't giving this one up easy. Oh, I'm putting you on the Ace-Queen and you on the Ace-Jack.
You've both got overcards.
I have 40 years of experience.
And that 40 years of experience does give him 34% equity with this hand, so it would be a spectacular hero call pre-flop if he were to realize that he is getting the prize here. But let's see if he's got the patience to let this one go, or if he wants to windmill it in with the 6 high.
It's really so much fun to call this one.
Yeah, there is merit.
They look so nice. It's a 6, it's a 5, and they're suited.
There's merit to this kind of play in a game like Putnam and Omaha, where the equities definitely run a bit closer. But here you're just up against a pair so often. I think that in the 2-card format, gambling here with 6 high is unlikely to be the play here. Let's see if he does indeed want to gamble.
Still not folding.
I mean, it would be a spectacular highlight reel effort, wouldn't it, if he did manage to flick it in here. There we go.
It go. Now then, almost even in stacks. Draws. Underdog. Usually so with the Ace-Queen, and he's all in. That's just covering him with Ace-King. So he might have another elimination coming up, or will Phil get any help?
Absolutely loving the dramatic lighting effects from the background team. Great job from the production crew here, as ever.
Now then, no help for Phil on that one.
Hey, maybe some opportunities.
Yeah, some chop outs, of course. Absolutely happy to see that. More outs.
So an 8, a deuce, or a queen. The only cards that could save Phil's bacon here. There it is! Wow!
It is!
Oh, a sickener for Tigrans, and Phil is riding on the waves here.
Oh, and he picks up a hand.
He's king suited. Doesn't need that much to jam, as we've seen before. But David with the 10s here, and he's not going to be caring about the ICM. He's going for the win.
No, yeah.
And so I respect that.
Me too.
Because David, if he doubles up and wins here, he's going to have the overwhelming chip lead.
Yeah.
And it's not going to be 7.7. It's going to be 5.7 million. So this is the biggest flip we've seen on the feature table here at the 555 WSOP Circuit Ring event. 55,000 up top. And this is going to be the most defining hand so far on the stream table.
This is what all the short stacks have been waiting for.
Yeah, exactly. Their chance. Oh my God. Phil flops a flush in a huge flip, turns him dead, and David hits the rail in 7th after all of that jostling around the short stacks, folding their way to glory. They get the pay jump.
He forgot his cup of coffee.
I think he doesn't give a flying hoot about the coffee anymore, does he? And what's Phil got in the big blind? Looks kind of semi-interested here. It is less than 4 big blinds with an ace versus a player that's going to be going through the blinds in the next hand. And he is going to go with it. There we go. That's the Phil we all like to see. He's just fearless in these spots. Not going to let go of the ace, and correct in his assessment here, as he does have 57% equity versus the Queen 10.
I'm always rooting for the underdog, but I really want Phil to win this.
Yeah.
To be honest, like he lost every single all-in situation.
Oh my
God!
word! Look at this. It's just. Is it too many outs?
Yeah, it's definitely too many outs syndrome.
There's a jack. So all of a sudden, Phil takes a slender lead going into the river. Ace high versus the Queen 10 of diamonds.
Yes.
And there is the ace. He manages to fade the absolute world. It was too many out syndrome for Tigrans, who unfortunately had that heartwarming story of playing for his mother's dream vacation. I'm not sure if 5th place is going to be enough, but regardless, he played a solid game. The online pro from Latvia now transitioning into live poker. Looking forward to seeing more of him at the upcoming events. Dictate a slightly more conservative style, and Phil just continuing to put the hammer down here on these guys.
Ooh.
And Alexei with ace jack, I just don't think he can really call because his opponent has one big blind. I know it's crazy, isn't it? But if he doubles, nothing changes. Phil's still the big stack. But if he folds, Dimitri is basically forced all in, and so he takes his chance and hopes for the double, the ladder.
Oh,
basically.
he's all in.
Yeah, so that's why he folds ace jack, because he wants the Dimitri from Estonia to bust in this hand, because he's forced all in basically.
These are pretty rare all-in cards, I would say.
Yeah, the 9-3 suited is not what you're hoping for, is it?
Queen 6, yeah.
But it is 2
but
diamonds.
Suited.
There you go. Suited
and 2 diamonds
suited.
on the flop.
There we go. So the Queen 6 holding for now, but it's actually an equity disadvantage. 9-3 or diamond. There's a 6. So just a 9 or a diamond now. 12 outs once for the hometown hero, Dimitri.
12 is okay. Let's see.
No.
Nothing.
Ouch. So Phil fades the world 2 hands in a row. He's been all in up against a flush draw with live side cards. Even last time fading the open ender as well, but finds a way to hold when it matters. And now he's going to be the overwhelming chip leader with 3 left here. Now Phil is actually not in danger, but you know, if Rupe gets a double up or one of the other guys gets a double up, he's going to lose that chip lead.
Yeah, and for Phil, like he's been all in like 4 times, 5 times, and
yeah,
none of the times.
He's won twice out of 6, I think.
Yeah.
From my knowledge.
Ace 9.
Alexei looks interested. Ace 5 though versus Rupe here. I don't think it's gonna go. Nope. Phil with King Jack. I think he's gonna. Wow, I think he's gonna get this one in. You know, this is close.
I think he said all in. No.
Yep.
Yep. Mm.
Yeah, with the big blind ante, I don't think
2 hands in a row.
King Jack, and if Rupe doubles here, this would be one of the most spectacular short stack to hero stories I think I've ever commentated on.
Let's see.
He's been so short so many times. I think 4 times he's been down to 1 big blind or 2 big blinds. Yeah, just finds a way. There it is though. King, Queen, 5. Rupe with the backdoor flush draw, but it's not playing as Phil has the Jack of Spades, so he needs an ace. And it can't even be the ace of spades now, so diamond or club.
Look at Rupe being so chilled and happy now.
I think he thought he was going to find another miracle river, but not to be this time. Phil gets that crucial elimination that he's been so desperate for.
Good game.
Just because the incentive to pick up these chips is so massive. So Alexei here with the 6-4 suited, he is going to jam this one. It achieves a lot. You get a lot of better hands to fold, but pocket 5's not going to be one of those. Phil is going to stick it in here.
Doesn't love it.
No, he doesn't love it. He knows he's going to be up against 2 overs a decent amount of the time, but think of all of the hands like ace 4, king 4, king 3, queen deuce suited. So I think it's a fairly comfortable and a fairly happy call in a heads up. But of course, the momentous occasion does dictate that, you know, nothing's ever easy. You've got to get over the line now, and he's got to hold here with these 5s. I don't think he's called yet, which is
that's for a count, I think.
Quite dramatic. Yeah.
So if he calls, he'll be happy to see the 6-4 though.
Definitely, yeah. That's one of the hands that he really wants to see here. Yep, and a reluctant call, but a call nonetheless, and the cards will be on their backs here. Pocket 5s up against the 6-4 suited of the shorter stack in Alexei from Ukraine.
5s?
And it's going to be a 2-1 advantage for Phil. Can he hold? There's a club in the window. 3 clubs.
Oh,
wow.
And the club is in Phil hands as well. So as you can see in the top right corner, only 2 6s right now for Alexei.
No flush draw, no straight draw.
This adds a few more outs.
An 8, the offsuit 8 or the offsuit 6 only. 5 outs once.
Will it go?
Phil.
Oh!
Oh, that's an absolute sickener with that run out.
Wow.
Pocket fives, almost flopping your opponent dead to the offsuit 6. He turns the gutter and just absolutely bangs it off.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, sitting back in the chair. I was just about to say the camera is on Alexei, looking pretty happy, but Phil.
Yeah, Phil looks distraught.
Disgusted. All the options on the table, except folding, maybe.
Yes.
All in.
Wow, he
the
just goes
choice
for the
of
shove.
Phil Gross. What about Alexei? King 7.
Yeah, so 12 big blinds effective here. King 7 with the big blind ante in play.
Heavily dominated if he was to call off this one.
Mm-hmm.
4.6 million still behind. Put in $1 million ready, the big blind and the ante.
I think if you call, we can go home.
Amazing. That's like the Scotty Nguyen. If you call us all over, baby.
Yeah.
And we've got one in 2024 now.
It's going to be a classic one.
Yeah, we don't have many personalities in the game. They've kind of been eroded by the solvers,
right?
and he gets the call.
It is a call, and Domination Nation for Phil Gross versus Alexei.
He talked him into it.
They did, right?
There's the king, and there's the ace, pal. Wow. Okay, so Alexei looks a bit hot under the collar after getting muscled off of his equity there with the king 6 in the previous hand. Gets talked into a light call here with the king 7, and we're off to the races. And it's queen 6. So just the backdoor flush draw for Alexei here. Phil just looking to fade the 7 primarily, but heart could spell disaster on the turn. Also, 8 is safe. Is it to be the 7?
7 and the 7 only can save Alexei.
And it's the queen, so ace king holding up beautifully there.
Our winner, the 555 event, WSOP Circuit event in Tallinn 2024, the Nolan Tolan number 3. And cheers for the winner, Phil Gross of Germany.
When I come to Tallinn specifically, which is kind of, I guess, the connection to Scandinavia that most other players in Europe can find, I do feel like the mixed games are on a level above anywhere else I've played. And that's a testament to Scandinavian players who I believe are very curious about not only Hold'em, but the mechanics of old school card playing, you know, which is fascinating as a concept. So I just think that they understand how to navigate a lot better and make life difficult.
Yeah. Look, we got a hand here and probably an all-in.
Yeah, you'd think so. I think I'd want to induce here with the 10s. We do have a couple of shoves, but I think we do with some of these big stacks to our left want to allow some kind of rejams or aggression.
Yeah,
Such a strong
but
holder.
I mean, she's never folding.
No, of
whatever
course.
happens. But again, player dependent. It's like, what's the perception of you? Do they think if you shove, then you go a big hand, or when you open, you might just put you on very strong hand? So again, you always have to think what your opponent's image of you is.
Exactly, and also I was talking to Maureen about the dynamic that a stream table can bring. You need to really assess which types of players are going to tighten up and which types of players are actually going to go for it because they feel like people are going to play a little bit weaker as well.
Yeah, that's a good point as well. And who's got the biggest rail? Someone watching and telling about the hands.
We don't want to
passing information as well.
Throwing shade there on the recent
You'd be
events.
surprised. I actually know some players when you're on the final table, they just don't want to be disturbed or know anything because we just want to be in the zone and play the game. So we don't care about the hands. We just want to be
because they trust their intuition and they trust the natural ability that they have to figure things out on the fly. I think that's really important because sometimes you can hear someone had a certain combo in a certain spot and it just completely throws you off.
Exactly.
Yeah, and then you kind of maybe lose confidence or lose focus.
Look at that, you see? Then the 3-bet, she just took the bait.
Took the bait. Christina with the trap. There was a sort of a trap open instead of jamming there, looking for this kind of action. And now Marta, who very well understands the type of game that Jenny is bringing to the feature table, is got a great hand to go for the 4-bet.
That's so interesting.
Yeah, it is.
Because she has a very good hand.
Yeah, exactly. And she knows that Jenny is capable of having a lot of these offsuit ace-x, which she doesn't mind maneuvering out, of course, because she's behind slightly. But, you know, if Jenny's going to have these hands like ace-9 off, ace-8 off, ace-7 off, even some ace-5, ace-4, ace-3, it's very easy to be over-bluffing in this spot as the chip leader on the button with a lot of these kind of offsuit ace-x combos. And Marta just picking up on that excellently. She is unfortunately going to run into the 10s behind, which now becomes somewhat problematic. I feel when you're opening off of 13 bigs, you do just kind of close your eyes and get it in regardless. Yeah. But I wouldn't be surprised to see her, yeah, she's shaking her head a little bit, and it's by no means an easy spot. But you've just really got to go through the motions here and figure out that we are late position, late position, late position.
Mm-hmm. But that's the reason you raise 10s in the first place, because that's exactly the action you are anticipating.
Yeah, exactly. Hoping for, and she's got the action that she wanted, but maybe a little bit too much. Just wanted to see the 3-bet from the chip leader. Instead gets the cold 4 out of the small blind. And Marta, by the way, from Lithuania, has been extremely aggressive. We've seen check raising, we've seen a 3-bet from the big blind with the jack 4 offsuit versus Christina previously. So Christina won't know that because we haven't had a break yet.
Oh, wow.
So she does favor the side of conservatism.
Interesting.
And now are we going to see another click war between Jenny and Marta? So just to update you, Diver, recently we saw an open blind versus blind. The board was ace 8-6. Jenny had queen 7 suited, and Marta had 5-3 off, and the flop got 3-bet from Jenny. So there's definitely a dynamic between these two players.
Well, they have chips, right, to play.
Absolutely. Look at that. Marta picking up a great situation there, getting the 10s to fold and pouncing upon that aggressive 3-betting.
Getting 2 better hands to fold.
Exactly.
That's what aggression achieves. Sometimes you don't need a hand. You just need to pick the right player, the right spot, and go with your intuition that you got. A really, really perfect spot to take it down.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I just wondered, did she 4-bet with Eva with intention to fold, or she's never folding because she's put half of her stack in, but when someone 5-bet shoves, your queen is doing so badly.
Yeah, that range would probably be ace, king, queens plus.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So then your king, queen is a bit shit.
Yeah. So she has the plan to 4-bet fold, which is very brave and admirable. Absolutely.
Yeah. I agree.
And if there is a dynamic, even if there is an aggressive dynamic, that might mean that Jenny takes ace queen, which is still a hand that crushes you, right? So it's not going to be much wider than that, you feel.
Yeah.
There's just no room to take an ace 5 suited shove at that point. You just have to wave the white flag. I agree.
It's interesting because all of them are very evenly stacked.
Yeah. Yes.
Apart from Christina.
Linda. Yeah, and yeah.
Well, Linda's go 400k, that's quite a lot.
Oh, we have another Linda from Norway.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, so she's got a stack in the 5-5-5. So she's been kind of multi-tabling. So there was a little bit of a sort of happy accident in the form of a scheduling clash for her.
She was on my starting table, actually, Linda.
And what do you think of her game?
I only saw a few hands before I bust that table with aces.
Yeah.
But she liked playing post-flop a lot. She was always defending her blinds.
Okay. So quite a stubborn type of player we imagine to see. This is an interesting board. Actually, the 9 plays now. Previously not, so it's quite a rare situation now.
I know it is, right?
So the king coming, now the 9 is in effect. And Linda is shrewd enough to find this value bet here versus the passivity of her opponent. And that looks like quite a meaty one as well. Nice sizing. It's very easy just to go for the smaller size here in the block, potentially scared of a hand like King X or even a tricky 7X. But she does go for the over half pot.
I mean, that's also a very brave bet.
Yeah, very strong.
Yeah.
Just trying to target hands like jacks, 10s, 9s, 8s that could be in this line. The weaker Queen X would be rather unlikely.
Yeah, it's just not many hands you get in value from, apart from Queen, but that's also
You have to imagine it's a sort of like queen 5 suited. Probably you don't give your opponent queen 4 off in the pre-flop open.
That's the thing, yeah.
Yeah. So it's a very thin range.
Very thin value bet.
Yeah. Yeah, so credit to Linda here finding it.
Amazing.
And for a pretty juicy sizing as well.
Exactly. It's not like a blocker bet.
Yeah, it shows a lot of confidence in her game plan.
And in her read.
Yeah.
Like you said, it could be just a live tell, you know, like just the fact maybe she displayed something that, you know, doesn't portray a lot of confidence, and that she just like pounced on that and made a bet.
Yeah, and the fact that she may feel that her opponent would have potentially considered value betting a hand like ace queen on the turn from time to time. And in this case, she can maybe take out some of those stronger queens and feel like, you know, she's got the best of it, and it looks like she's going to get paid as well. So this could be a real turning point here on the final table, as it looks like Linda is going to jump up to second in chips, and Marta, unfortunately, is going to fall back down into the pack. Yeah, it's a sick one to see when you notice that the 9 kicker is now playing.
That's very unlucky, and that's what we call variance, like just being on that side of variance where you're just being outkicked.
Yeah, that like annoying card distribution where you have a sort of semi-cooler and there's not really much you can do about it.
No, exactly, you can't fold.
No.
You just have to pay off.
Yeah, especially with the 4 side card as well. That means that you unblock a lot of these like Jack 10, 9, 10, Jack 9 type holdings that could potentially take the bait on the river and with no showdown. So nicely maneuvered there from Linda from Finland.
Really cool. Well, so far all of them doing really well.
Yeah, absolutely. Good navigation so far. We've seen like the types of intuitive hands as well between Jenny and Marta mostly. This kind of king-queen 4-bet non-all-in, a perfect example of just absolutely nailing the exact situation that was in front of her. And of course, Jenny, on the other hand, coming out top with her Queen 7 versus Marta in a blind v blind spot earlier. So many great hands and many great highlights already on the feature table here. Let's see if we can create some more. So Jenny with Jack 10 suited. Marta looks to have around about 16 big blinds.
Nice hand.
Yeah. I think I would just jam here with the ICM because Marta isn't going to be able to call off hands like King Jack off.
So she's playing.
So she's got like 16 big blinds. I think Jack 10, 10-9 suited are great candidates to just jam. There's 2 big blinds out there playing for a big blind ante short-handed. Plenty of incentive, I think. Getting all of the queen high, king high, weak ace-x combos to potentially fold with the ICM dynamic. But she does flop the straight, so what do I know? And look at this.
Flush and straight possibilities for Marta.
Wow. You couldn't pick a juicier flop. Wow.
Yeah, I agree. This is going to be...
the money's going to be going in at some point. Does Marta...
Fireworks.
Yeah. Does Marta raise now, or does she just peel one off in position? Getting a good price for extremely small sizing. Wow. Spidey senses working. Maybe just looking to realize her equity, taking a turn card, keeping her options open, which is wow. Look at this. So the flush versus the straight.
Yeah, both of them go straight on.
Exactly, and Jenny even has a jack as well. So very interesting here, because for Jenny's standpoint, betting now, she might start to lose a lot of hands like Queen X and King X for this bet. She is going to go for the second barrel here.
Big one.
Yep. It looks something around the region of half pot, which would set up, I think, probably another half pot bet on the river or so. Just over. And Marta in a rather envious situation here with a somewhat disguised flush, as Jenny may feel that some of Marta's stronger flush draws, such as the ones with the gut shot, might have gone for the raise on the flop and looking to commit. But she's played the flop quite tricky in position, and she gets her reward on the turn in the form of the 10 of hearts. And it looks like she's going to continue to under-rep her holding with just a call.
I think just calls you.
I think it's nice, yeah. I think Jenny is very capable of taking off with all sorts of holdings here. The one hand that you might want protection against is the Ace of Hearts, but it's rather unlikely. It's blind versus blind. The ranges are very wide. I think calling here and...
Makes sense.
Yeah, definitely. And I think Jenny is aggressive enough to have even hands like 8-7, 8-6.
Absolute brick
just a
on the river.
complete brick. Yeah, so no board pair, no additional heart, and it's all looking good.
I think Jen is pretty comfortable. She's got the best hand at this point.
Yeah, and she's looking to target hands like Queen 10, 10-9.
Super hand.
Yeah.
One heart potential.
Yeah, exactly. Some kind of hero call candidates with the pair plus the heart blocker.
She announced the win.
Yeah, so that's going to be pretty much a snap call, you think, for Marta. Just taking her time. No extra money to be made by rushing. Ooh, yeah, you can
It's
see.
hard to put her on a flush.
Very tough. She played it tricky the whole way, and I don't think she was exactly slow rolling. I just think it's such a momentous pot that you just kind of need to gather yourself and just make sure, hang on a second, have I run into it here? Of course, she's never going to fold, but just taking her time there. Very natural under the bright lights of the stream table.
Yeah, it's tough to take when you actually flop for us.
Yeah, yeah.
And then somehow still lose by the river.
Exactly. And there's so few hands that actually beat you at that stage. But
You see on her face, she's like, I can't believe this has happened.
I know it's one of the unfortunate situations that may have had to occur for Jenny to lose that resounding chip lead. And now it looks like Marta is going to be neck and neck.
They're really fighting for it. No one wants giving up. No one's making mistakes necessarily. And everyone wants that ring.
Absolutely.
The title.
The ring, the title, and the entry into the free roll, which is a 1 million prize pool.
I know, that's sick.
Yeah. What's your biggest live poker accomplishment in terms of whether it meant something to you or the amount of money?
I think the biggest money-wise is about 20,000. And one day was one day event. I played in London.
Yeah.
And I got quite a few titles in the ladies event, but I don't actually think I won a big open event. It's always been like second or third or final table, or the last two tables. Most common.
You're very
I
common.
finish.
Yeah, the 11th to 18th.
Exactly.
It's so tough,
Happens
isn't
to
it?
me all the time.
Same.
So I'm still waiting for that one big event and to kind of like finish it in style.
Well, fingers crossed it'll be me commentating you on the main event this week. That would be a lovely one to win.
Wait, are you playing it?
No, I'm doing the commentary,
Oh,
of
okay.
course.
Yeah, I was thinking otherwise we could be heads up.
Even chop.
And maybe we can share some of the lucky ducks with me.
Yeah, exactly. Well, actually, if we were heads up, then maybe I'd have to withhold my ducks. But after we've done a deal, maybe. So 150k 3-bet from Linda. And looks like Jenny is not backing down, peeling the 3-bet with the ace-deuce suited. What do you think about this spot?
So they have ace
So
position
Linda's 3-bet
open,
the big blind
and
with
then
jacks.
she 3-bet jacks.
Wow, what a flop.
Oh
Look
my
at
God.
this. Top set versus the nut flush
That's
draw
a prop action flop.
at SBR1.
We've been seeing quite a few of those, right?
We have. We had the Jack 10 suited versus the Jack 5 suited.
Yeah.
Jack 5 of hearts on King Queen 9, 2 hearts, turn heart. And now we see top set versus the nut flush draw in a 3-bet pot. I felt like Jenny might have been better getting away from that ace deuce, but she's definitely stubborn and doesn't seem to like folding too much.
This is going on.
Yeah, I like this sizing. She's gone for a third pot here. Don't want to scare away our opponents too much. Jenny can definitely have hands like 9s, 7s, and 10s that are in a tough spot. Jenny instantly rips, looking to maybe get a fold from a hand like ace-king that could bet fold the flop. In fact, she does run into top set, and this is going to be probably the most defining moment, I think, on the Ladies Ring event so far. Exactly. This is a 942k pot, which is more than Jenny took into the final table. So a club and a club only. Graphics tell us that there are 4 remaining clubs in the deck, and it's not to be.
Yeah, what
Wow.
a huge pot.
What a swing. And now Jenny, who's pretty much had the chip lead for most of the final table, left with 15 big blinds, 16 big blinds.
Wow.
And it's Linda, a strong Finnish player, coming out of nowhere here, flopping top set in this huge 3-bet pot. You could just see a little glimmer of nerves, because when you get called your 3-bet with jacks there, you're thinking, please no overcard, please no ace, please nothing, just give me a nice low board and I can get the chips in and be happy. And she flops top set.
What a hand.
What
Just
a hand.
before the break as well. At least, you know, the players can go on, like, have some fresh air, have a breather, talk to their friends, you know, calm down and come back, refocus.
So in some ways you have the ICM of the tournament, but in other ways you have the additional sort of 1K or so in equity of that free roll place. So it's becomes slightly more top heavy if you do factor that in.
And the ring equity.
Yeah, and the ring equity.
I mean,
as well.
how much would you value the ring at in terms of just?
I think it's 4 figures, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got to be.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just the prestige, just being able to wear it to a local game or something, and you know.
We're never going to hear of the end of it from Frankie, are we? No. Let's be honest.
No. that ring is getting shot.
Oh, wow. She folded King Queen from 6 bigs.
Yeah,
I'm really surprised at that.
I'd be taking that spot for sure.
Yeah. Linda has been opening incredibly wide. We've picked up a very above average hand that I don't think we can be folding King Queen there.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure about this peel from the ace-4. I guess what Jenny's thinking is that I'm up against a wide range and my ace should be less dominated than usual, but I think that this might be a slightly...
Wow.
Yeah, this is a bit of a cooler situation. Does Linda choose to bet the weak king 3 ways here, facing a lot of ranges that are going to include a lot of Broadway holdings, not only in the form of King X, but also there could be hands like some Jack 10s, maybe pocket 8s. I'm not sure. I think both players probably would have jammed 8s or 9s,
but I guess we do want to try and weed out some of the trash.
Yeah.
Define our...
Yeah, hands like Queen Jack, maybe for Jenny, that are kind of caught in the middle of the crossfire with really decent equity. Let's say she had Queen Jack of Hearts. She's got a lot of equity there.
It's very difficult
flush draw
when you're in the middle of 3 players to do much there.
Exactly, but can't continue. So Linda does go for the trappy check call. Really like this line.
Yeah.
It is the 8 on the turn.
Oh, it looks like such a safe board and a safe turn as well.
Yeah. I was wondering if Linda would sort of concoct any kind of leading range on that 8. She definitely has on the 8 of spades specifically some three potential 8s with backdoor flush draws, but doesn't go for it.
Do we expect Linda to sometimes check the turn in order to maybe induce some bluffs on the river as well?
Yeah, I think it's also pot control as well, because she knows how strong this continue is going to be after she's 3-bet into the field there.
And I assume that Linda should be leading river, because we're going to have all the 8x. But obviously King... Oh, wow. She goes for the shove. She goes for the jugular. And this is a really, really tricky spot if you're in... finish Linda's shoes.
Yes, exactly. She's thinking...
Because there will be some 8x, but there's a lot of misdraws.
We've got 10-7 suited. 6-7, unfortunately, fills on the river for the 5.
Queen 10 misses, Queen Jack misses.
Queen 10, Queen Jack. I think Jack 10 would be offsuit and all combos arriving here. So that's 16 bluffs.
The only thing that gets there is 7-6. As well as, of course, the 8x.
So she's going to have Jack 10 offsuit, 10-7 suited potentially. She might fold 3 ways, I'm not sure. 7-6 suited, definitely in the range, will complete, maybe 7-6 off as well. As for value, it's going to be... I don't think she's going to perceive Norwegian Linda to have King 9. I think she might rule that one out as potentially check raising the flop.
Yeah.
But... there is going to be some suited ace-X with the backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw type hands like 8-7, 10-8 suited in hearts, clubs, and diamonds that can definitely peel the flop. So some 8x, some straights, and a couple of missed straight draws.
Great fold.
I think she makes a really solid fold there.
Great fold, because I think particularly against the opponent that she's up against.
Yeah, it's tougher.
She's been very aggressive,
Exactly.
so I think she is going to have to give her credit for a lot of those bluffs. Very, very scary board there, my goodness.
Yeah, and as you can see, the aggression frequency from Jenny, 43%, has certainly been one of the most aggressive players on the table, and pretty much doing everything she could to surmount a challenge to this ring. She came into the final table with 867,000, and we thought, right, this is going to be a one-woman show. She's just going to take the bull by the horns. She did run into some resistance from Marta from Lithuania, and also, of course, Linda with the nut flush draw versus set situation.
Yeah.
But she's done well to battle herself back. Before you came in to join me here, Scott, she was down to 300k, and now you can see she has 650. Look
and
at
we
this.
are about to face potentially a rather large, crucial pot.
Yes, Jacks versus the ace-8. Jenny goes for the 3-bet non-all-in. I like this option. We get the opponent to potentially continue with worse hands, and also give the opponent the option to shove all in.
Yeah, the rope
And
has been handed.
I think Linda's going to take this spot based on this aggressive dynamic between the two players.
I would not be shocked to see a shove from Linda in this one. It's not like we can really 4-bet non-all-in.
No, I think it's call or shove mostly.
Yeah. She does just find the call, okay.
Yeah, I don't mind
I thought
that.
particularly with this aggressive dynamic,
Yeah,
really expected we could see a shove
If she
there.
assumes that Jenny has 3-bet folds, which I believe she has in abundance. Okay, awkward flop for Linda, middle pair. Jenny not going to be thrilled about the emergence of the queen, not holding a heart, but Jack's very likely to be following this up with the C-bet here, you feel, for the smaller size.
Yeah, I
Would be
expect sort of
justified.
quarter pot and call on the flop.
Sort of 100k. If you get shoved on, you kind of cross that bridge when you come to it. But, you know, getting hands like King 10 of clubs to fold would be a great win. That's an overcard, a backdoor straight draw, a backdoor flush draw that can't simply defend here.
Yeah, Jenny does
100K.
indeed bet 100k.
Really impressed with Jenny's game. I think she's been bang on the money in a lot of situations. She's made a couple of loose pre-flop peels, but her aggression frequency and just her sheer gusto has been extremely strong.
I think that's what gets you over the line sometimes, right? Sometimes you just need to have that extra gusto.
It does if you are a little bit on the passive side.
But she's reaching for a raising chips here.
Oh, wow.
Is this a min click?
Yeah, so I'm not entirely sure what the game plan is here.
Slightly more than a min click. She goes to 250k.
Is she looking to make life easier versus hands like King Jack, Jack 10, potentially hands like Ace King, although she's doing extremely well versus most of those holdings.
Yeah, but I think maybe just try to get those to fold out, right? Not allow Ace King, Ace Jack to realize equity gets something. Also, maybe thinking she can have some Jack 10 suited combos, try and get those lively hands out of there as well.
Very potentially.
Yeah, this could be a very, very big encounter. Really bold check raise here from Linda. Jenny deep in the tank, staring her opponent down with the fearless face, and she is going to shove all in.
Wow, what a find. What a find with the jacks here on the queen high board as Linda does get out the way.
Great awareness again from Jenny here. I think she's playing a cracking game.
Very unfortunate fate there, but Jenny does continue her aggressive play, and she's opening with the King 8 into the King 9 finished Linda, yeah, which is a pretty strong hand from the big blind. Getting a decent price to come along.
And she's definitely...
Yeah, gonna see a flop.
Little does she know.
She's got the absolute best of it here. Looking for a King high board, maybe King Deuce 3. And the money will be flying in undoubtedly. Let's see what we contend with.
So what's the most scandalous hand you've seen so far?
Oh, we saw a really aggressive hand earlier between Jenny and Marta. Jenny in the picture now, and Marta, who's from Lithuania, who busted.
No, Marta.
There was a 3-bet on the flop with Queen 7 versus 5-3 on Ace 8-6. So both of them had absolutely nothing, just raising and raising and raising until one person had to surrender. And that was quite an exceptional sort of psychological hand. You know, it was very much who had the gusto to fire through on the next bet would get it done. And it was Jenny who came out on top in that form.
Intriguing.
Absolutely. And so Jenny now turning an open-ended straight draw. And Linda here with this awkward King 9, an overcard, a gut shot. It does feel compelled to call the very small sizing from Jenny. And I think one of the reasons that Jenny bets so small is that when she does get a caller, she is going to see quite a weak range of hands continuing that she could maybe pounce upon on the river. So let's see if she's going to do that, because if she checks back this king 8, it's going to be bad news. The flush does get there, but she is going to find the bluff, and this is just classic Jenny.
No problem.
She's absolutely fearless, and her game plan has been based on aggression and fearlessness, and it's just paid off time and time again. No surprise to see her come into the feature table. She had 870,000 in chips.
Oh yeah, the stack chip leader.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so she had so many chips coming into the final table, and she's obviously, with her game plan, run into some big hands at points and kind of taken a bit of a hit. But here she is once again, up to 1.1 million. That's going to be the chip lead, and it's now Finnish Linda who is in the danger zone, as she is around about the 10 big blind mark pre-flop.
Jack 9 though.
Definitely making a move.
Yeah, could be limping, could be raising. See what she goes for. Goes for the raise. I think she feels that she's not going to get shoved on by this particular opponent that much. But Queen 5 suited is definitely going to cut the mustard. We'd like to see a flop with that. We'd like to see a flop with that. We've got a high card and we've got 2 of the same suit. That will do it. And, ooh, wow, straight versus middle pair. Here we go.
Crazy.
Crazy. Those equities are wrong. It's going to be a huge equity favorite for Linda from Norway as she continues with her standard small sizing, which she's been advocating quite a lot so far. And she's...
And Finnish Linda won't give up.
No, and she doesn't want to see a 5 or a queen, otherwise she will be gifting a double up here. On the turn though, double flush draw. Loads of draws out there in the form of spades, diamonds, random jack X, ace X, 9X, all have straight draws. So I don't think we're going to be able to fold to this second bet with just the Queen 5, although Linda has been slightly conservative in some of her selections in terms of hand choices so far. So she may feel like she is up against a pretty strong hand here. Lots of hands beat us, but also lots of bluffs available. Very tricky spot in No Limit Hold'em, when you could be dead, but you could also be up against a pure bluff and be doing very well. So it's kind of a situation where we're way ahead or way behind.
170.
And she is getting the confirmation on this bet, and there isn't really a bad card for Norwegian Linda to face here. If it's a spade or a diamond, so be it. We've got a straight. We can still get called by some King X and some random 2 pairs. And 3 of spades on the river. I don't think Norwegian Linda is going to slow down here, and it's going to be a test for all, or pretty much most of the remaining chips. You're shaking
I don't
your head.
like the looks of it.
No, it's not looking good, is it?
Nope.
Finnish Linda just praying for a check back here. I don't think it's coming with a straight. We could potentially check back some hands like a medium strength king, but the straight is just too strong. Heads up, we've got to go for a value bet here. And she does fire out, I think it's 300 into 790, which is about half of her stack. So 275. Okay, so very milky sizing, you know, not going for the all-in, not wanting to scare her opponent off. In many ways, this can look stronger as you're saying, you know what, I feel like you're going to fold if I jam, so I'm going to bet smaller and try and kind of price you in.
And you can see it's a tough spot for Finnish Linda.
Yeah, and the issue is with the smaller sizing is that Norwegian Linda could very well bet a hand like Ace King or King 9. You know, that would be a bit too weak to go all in, but it could definitely seek some value from Queen or 10X with this smaller sizing. So actually the kind of the worst sizing for Linda to face here. If she faced a jam, it's very polarizing. Your opponent's saying, I've got probably strong 2 pair plus.
Oh, it hurts.
As I finish that essay of thoughts, we
monologue.
get the call. Yeah.
George's monologue.
Yes. George's late night monologues here in Tallinn, but unfortunately Linda from Finland is now going to be in the danger zone with less than 10 big blinds. So King Jack suited.
Surely we're racing or jamming.
Yeah, I think I think Finnish Linda is really short now, so just gonna be jamming it in,
this is
and
the
here
one,
we have
maybe.
it.
At least it's an all in the call, but it's Linda from Finland. She's ahead, of course, with the ace-deuce, so might be the big double up for her.
Could be. She's faded disaster and managed to be quite lucky in these all-in situations. She's won her previous 4 all-ins, I believe, as the short stack. Is she going to continue that run?
Miss for both. Still ahead, well ahead with the ace-deuce.
Oh, it's a jack on the turn.
Big change. Now, Linda from Norway. Oh, there we go. We have our winner in the ladies event. WSOP Circuit event in Tallinn. Ladies event. The ring winner is Linda from Norway.
What a fantastic duel between the two Lindas, and unfortunately one of them had to come out on top, and then this time the ring is heading back to Norway.
So hello, welcome back to WSOPC Tallinn. I'm joined by the 555 winner, Phil Gross. How are you, sir?
Hi. A little bit sleepy. Still, it's hard to catch up.
Yeah, sure, but some big emotions and a big breakthrough for you this week after coming just short in the previous event. I believe you got second or third, was it, in 2023 for 77k?
It was second place at the Kings of Tallinn.
That's right, and now first for 55. And we've got a couple of hands to talk through, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Let's have a look. So this was one of the key moments here. So David under the gun opens with 6-5 suited, a little bit wide, but you decide to jam here because this was about 1 or 2 orbits into the final table, and I believe that you'd lost half your stack. You'd sort of received a little bit of resistance and wasn't really going all that well. So talk us through the emotions here when you see that you do eventually run into the ace-king and the big blind, and it must have been so gut-wrenching to think, oh, am I just out now? Or
It's poker. This is what happens, and you have to face these situations, and you have to deal with the fact that you can be eliminated at any time.
Yeah.
You can't avoid it, you can't prevent it. You can try to avoid it, but then you will eventually blind out.
Well, that's the opposite of your game plan. Right?
Exactly,
that's what we saw. You wanted to put the pressure on, and I feel like your game plan is to go for the top 3 places and
the win
or bust. Yeah, exactly, for the win.
I want
for sure. Yeah, and that was something that we saw, and this was a pretty fortuitous run out. What do you think of David? Do you think he was generally considering the 6-5 here because he was in this 3-way situation, and it seemed like he wanted to put you both on ace-king? It would have been quite memorable spot if he'd flicked in the call there.
Well, looking at the equity, yes, obviously not the very worst decision, right?
Yeah.
So a lot of people would say, how can you do it with 6-5? But if you actually look at the equity, he's in much better shape than I am.
Yeah.
And people say ace queen is a no-brainer there. King queen, okay, of course, most people who play after who follow ICM wouldn't consider this a necessary push even with ace queen. I don't even know.
Yeah, potentially. What versus under the gun? Yeah, 7-handed.
It's really, really marginal.
Yeah. But that's not something or a philosophy that you subscribe to.
No. My total idea was it's a lot of things that I process in a hand like this. Mainly in this situation, I was tracking the stacks.
Yep.
Who might be out next? What's the situation if I win the hand? What's the situation if I lose the hand? Okay, if I lose, obviously I'm out. Easy.
Yeah, no problem.
So that's okay. That's okay. You cannot expect to win every tournament, obviously.
No.
But what I was mainly focused on, if I win the hand, then I have my stack. I have the right stack sizes in the right positions behind me, and I can literally try to distribute the stacks of them and dictate them what they can actually do. And by showing some loose calls as well, I prove to the table, don't try to push me.
Yeah.
Don't try to push me.
And people were even more repellent towards doing exactly that.
Exactly. And for this, it's totally worth it, in my opinion, because when we are just 3-4 players on the table, you are in the big blind every 3 or 4 hands, right?
Yes.
So
The big
you
blind ante is to 33 or 25%,
which is
right?
huge.
It's massive.
Which is huge.
Yeah.
People have some charts in their mind, and they only consider single big blind because this is the standard that used to be evaluated and calculated, and this double big blind ante changes the
Absolutely. It's something I've mentioned so many times on the commentary. You see this kind of passive style as if it were 0.1, 10% ante, but that's not how it works now. We're playing 33, so 25, and we've seen yours and also Linda Nguyen in the women's, the two players that really just took the final table by the scruff of the neck, and that plays off well. So let's go into the next hand. He hasn't had much to work with. And here we've got the three-handed, so you've got 10-9 suited, I believe, in the small blind, and this is kind of what you're alluding to, right? You don't mind taking a bit of a gamble here? Because even if you double up Alexei in this spot, right, he gets to 5.8 or 6 or something, you're going to be still with almost double his stack. So you're still just going to be able to shove him out of the game eventually, right?
Well, there are a lot of things that happened before the hand, like in the previous 3-4 hands. Like I said, I try to control the stacks behind me, and I try to make sure that I'm in the position where I want to be and where I can benefit the most from the game that I plan to play.
Yeah.
And in this situation, even if he doubles up, I have the what was his name? Ruby, the Estonian guy behind me.
Yeah.
Yes, I have him behind me with such a short stack. And since he's straight behind me, that's what I mean with distribute the stacks and make sure who has what stacks. Since he's the super short stack, I can literally keep him on lifeline and keep pressuring Alexei in the big
because
blind.
He's on your direct left, and Alexei's not going to take many open spots, or he's just going to fold to you, so you do the work for him, right? But then you can counter that by saying, actually, no, Alexei, I'm going to keep this shorty in the game and come after you because you're the one that really needs second more in this situation.
Exactly, and you keep the pressure and you try to you try to get into the heads up with the best possible stack.
Yeah.
Right?
So would you call with 10-9 now, having considered that?
Any information?
Considered what I just said?
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
100%.
The chips do
Especially 10-9. Like people think King Queen is better, Ace Queen is better. You are more often dominated. Like 10-9 is life. Unless there is an overpair, 10-9 is a hand really hard to dominate there in this kind of spot. And my thoughts were I was really just confused and just trying to process what kind of hand he shoves there, because I think you can think about my call what you want, but I think the shove for someone who tries to follow ICM is super loose.
I was surprised as well, because Rupe has less than one big blind, and you could see, I think he realized his mistake, Alexei, there as well. He maybe got caught in the moment a little bit, because what benefit does it have for him to pick up two blinds? Nothing, right?
Nothing. Yeah. Literally nothing. And this was as well, I felt like you have to punish this to make sure he won't
do it again.
Don't play stupid games with me, because I invented stupid games.
And that was the theme of your final table performance as well. There was a bit of bravado and showmanship. And are you playing a kind of a role in order to get inside the head of your opponents in some ways?
I'm enjoying the show.
No.
Let's hope that Alexei...
I really just have fun playing poker.
Yeah.
I really enjoy playing poker, and I have fun doing it, and
that's enough for you.
That's enough for me. That's enough for me. Yeah. And I think if I would be like sitting there, summon it. Yes.
Yeah.
This was on point. Yeah, that was funny. If I would be sitting there trying to calculate ICM and try to catch the next €100, I would not enjoy it at all and would question really why I'm here.
Exactly. Just kind of dribbling out of the tournament. So let's have a look at the next one.
Bounty tournament as well.
And here we have in the heads-up match.
I bet. A lot of people in that one as well.
Everyone's really thirsty for the bounties here, aren't they? It's just a carnival atmosphere on those bounties.
Alexei limps with the King 6.
King 6. What about Phil?
Let's see, 10-4 suited.
And here's the magical 10-4 suited hand. So do you do any kind of raising with this?
You might
with this kind of stack depth much? Like an ISO here, you can maybe get him to fold some dominated offsuit 10x and things like that from time to time.
I want to keep the pot small on those speculative hands in this situation. Like if you look at the blinds.
Yeah, it's 16 effective, right?
So we have 1.5 million minimum in every pot from the beginning. That's literally 15, 16, 17% of each stack. So each little pot here counts so much, and I don't want to take the risk.
Okay.
There was another hand, you saw probably 5-5, where I really hesitated to make the call.
Yeah, you didn't want to, and he had 6-4, right? And in this spot, so we've spoken about this privately, but you're thinking that Alexei very rarely stabs the flop with any 9x, right? Or he could have some random 9x, but what you said to me was quite interesting. You said that you didn't feel like he was going to really make a bet call here with one pair, and your decision was to punish this sizing because you felt like he was going to be betting a lot of 6x. So talk us through that.
Yeah, first, what really drove me off here, and this hand I planned kind of to play check call down. Check call down, but the bet sizing he put on here was so aggressive and the pot suddenly blew up so much. He basically tries to confront me, and I sense he's under pressure. He doesn't like his hand too much, maybe.
Yeah.
And he wants to bring it to an end here and not see another card.
You perceived it as like he's going to size up the turn to scare you and then check back the river straight away.
Either that or he wishes I fold, actually. That's that was the impression that I got there.
Okay.
And I thought I either am up against the bluff, which is most likely two higher cards, which I do not want to see another card.
No.
So all in is a good thing here.
12% equity just denied, right?
Yes.
Straight out. Yeah.
And I really thought if he has the 6 or the 9, maybe even with a weak kicker, he doesn't seem to be in the mood to call it and.
So is that your intuition or some kind of energy field sense?
It's intuition. It's intuition. You're
seeing a really creative check jam versus quite a large size.
Yeah, and it's a lot of things that come together. Like
that you don't even necessarily know consciously. It's a mask in the subconscious.
I try to think about them really consciously. Like I said, I go through all those little things. Like what happened in the hands before? What is his mood right now? How is he feeling? And this is the perfect example right now, because after this hand, he's not feeling too well.
Yeah, and
you can see it in his face when I flip over the bluff, basically.
Yeah,
which was not 100% the bluff in my mind. It was 50% I protect my hand, 50% I go for the bluff.
Yeah,
and
because if he has diamonds or something, he has to bet fold or bet call or make some awkward decision. So then we're going to see what happens after, as it feels like you're in his head at this point, and he's made a very annoying lay down there with the 6. Did you speak about your hand? Did you tell him that a 6 was good? Was there any kind
I turned it over.
You turned it over, yeah.
I turned over my bluff, yeah.
Yeah, so he's pretty steaming right now. And now we have ace king offsuit.
Yes.
And I think he's got about 5 million or less at this point.
I think a little bit more, like 6.
Yeah? Oh, so 12 big blinds.
I remember I was sitting there at the end of the hand, and I wasn't even sure if it's over.
Yeah.
What about
yeah, so he's got 5.6 plus the big blind ante that's gone in. So
I was obviously considering to limp or to min raise, but considering the double big blind ante, it's perfectly fine to take this pot down already. It costs him so much. He loses 1 million in chips of his 6.6. I don't make a big show. I just shove, and I hope he gets convinced to call.
Amazing. That's like the Scotty Nguyen. If you call, it's all over, baby.
Yeah.
And you've had your own little catchphrase here, and you're talking to him, and you're sensing that he is frustrated at this point, right?
He is frustrated. He basically could have gotten me just by saying call. He takes the ring and he goes home. But instead he keeps bringing himself in complicated situation. And I remember before the heads up started. He wanted to negotiate the deal, and my offer didn't. He didn't like it too much.
Okay.
And
we're off to the races.
then he decided, no, let's play. I'm a really, really good heads up player. And for me, all the time, my focus was, and my memories were at the Kings of Tallinn's event last year, where I entered the heads up, I think, with 80% of the chips.
Okay.
And end up losing it, and I was devastated.
Yeah.
Like, I feel terrible. Everyone came and, hey, congratulations, so much money, well done. And I was like, I lost.
The circuit event in Tallinn 2024.
And so you wanted to avenge that, and here's the emotion, letting it out there. You played such a strong game, and you had such an interesting table presence with your chat and also the charisma that was on show. So now, big stack in the mystery bounty. That's coming up in around about half an hour local time. How many chips do you have, and how many left?
500,000 chips, and we just bursted the bubble yesterday.
Fantastic.
I think 27 players are in now. And this tournament will be much tougher than the first one. For many reasons.
Yeah, lots of high-level pros, but also mystery bounty based on the style that we saw you bring to the final table. I think that suits you as a format, because you do have to be fearless in that and go for it, right?
On one side, yes, but on the other side, if you are too fearless and just keep the foot on the pedal all the time here, the money jumps are not that serious, and people are more interested in getting a stack to bust other stacks.
Yeah.
So they are not really looking for the money jumps, and there is actually not a serious money jump at all. I think it goes in the hundreds and then in the 200-300 steps. If you pay 1,100 euro buy-in, you don't really care about 200-300. I guess none of the players there really is looking for those jumps. And I think this time I have more competition for the first place.
Okay, well, we'll keep our fingers crossed for you, and thanks for joining us in the booth. Appreciate you coming in.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, Phil. Hello and welcome back for the continued coverage of the WSOP Circuit main event here in Tallinn. I'm joined by Scott Kenyon, also known as PokerBras Online. Welcome to the booth once again, sir.
How's it going, George? I hope you're having a good day today.
Yeah, having a good day. We had a little bit of an interlude, so we do apologize for that. Some difficulties with the internal air vent dripping onto the table. So we sorted that out and we had that rain delay. And now we're back into the thick of things with only 3 tables left, and all of a sudden it's getting quite exciting.
Yeah, it's a huge pair, almost 200,000 euros for first place, plus, of course, the coveted World Series ring. I had the pleasure of actually just watching a heads-up go down in one of the side events, the 1100 Mystery Bounty. Incredible story from 3 big blinds to start the FT, and he comes back and wins the ring.
Absolutely insane. And did he pull any decent bounties as well?
So he actually let me pull one for him.
Okay.
And I managed to pull a 1K for him. There was still a 3K and a 10K left. And with 2 bounties left, he had 2 of the 3. He pulled the 3K. So then it was a huge flip for between 500 difference and the 10K. But then unfortunately, his opponent found the 10K envelope.
Yeah, that's a sour one. But nonetheless, a ring which will be staying in Estonia. I believe he's a local lad, right?
I think he's from Finland. I'm not sure. Yeah, he's definitely from Finland, but I'm not sure if he's currently based here or not. It could be that he's based here.
Yeah.
Obviously, just across the water either way.
Yeah.
We have a raise and a call situation with 8s against 7s. Pretty reasonable flop for both players here.
Yeah.
Do you know much about the players on this table?
We're going to get that information. A couple of new guys. I know that seat 4 is a Lithuanian, very... good pro, and this is Arimas here. So he played on the stream yesterday, and I was chatting with one of the high stakes pros from Lithuania, Pauli V, and he was saying that this guy's working in a kind of similar group to him and getting coached and whatnot. So he's going to be someone, and when he did join the table, he had that presence and he had that kind of raw aggression that you would expect from someone that's well refined.
Okay, so he's one to watch out for sure. Could be
this is
dangerous.
Interesting from Sergi. He's going for the second barrel here with the pocket eights.
It's a bold barrel on the turn.
Certainly is. And the 9 on the river.
Assumes it just goes check on the river.
Yeah, snap, right?
Nice start there for Sergi.
Yeah, exactly.
Extending his monstrous chip lead.
Absolutely pumped up with that that action. Manages to.
Do we know if he's chip lead in the entire tournament?
Ooh, I couldn't possibly say, but there is information for you guys over at OlyBet.tv for the live updates. We're going to be on a 30-minute delay, so no spoilers in the chat. You know, don't ruin everyone's day. Just keep it to yourself. And Orimas, one of 2 Lithuanians here. Mindaugas is my best effort at that.
I think that's pretty accurate. Mindaugas, looks good.
So Sergey there. In seat 2 from Estonia, overwhelming lead, and we've actually got 3 Estonians on the feature table.
Yeah, great local representation on this feature table with 3 tables left.
Absolutely, they'll be happy with that.
I think I saw there was 1 Brit still in the field. I'm not sure if he's still in, but there was 1 British player still in there.
Who's that?
I can't remember who it was offhand. I just saw the flag. I saw. Briefly through the sort of run through all the players, saw that we had 1 British in there.
Yeah,
hopefully he's still in there.
I don't know why, but it doesn't seem to be popular. We've got the Goliath going on at the moment, which is the biggest tournament in the UK, which is like a Massfield £150 crapshoot, basically.
I think for the most part, this series is a bit of a hidden gem. It's not necessarily that everyone knows that it's running, and I really do feel like it's a bit of a hidden gem.
Exactly, you don't get these pesky Austrians coming over and sucking the life and soul out of it, you know?
Which is great.
Yeah. Why are you not tanking?
How has the table been in terms of?
It's
speed
been great action.
It's been good,
It's been quick. There's really been no tanking or time wasting most of the entire week. There was one guy who was justified approaching the money yesterday, a Finnish reg, and he was taking maybe 15, 20 seconds from time to time, but is that an issue? Not really. I don't think so.
No, so long as it's not excessive every single hand, then
yeah.
Oh, that's good. That's good. And do you have any particular picks for who you think is going to maybe take the whole thing down? Maybe someone out there, aside from, of course, your Lithuanian pro.
Yeah, that guy's been impressive. Nohad, she towards the start of her stream table performance was a little bit passive, a little bit unwilling to put up a fight, and she really came into her own. She made the 5-bet shove versus the chip leader near the bubble with ace-jack versus a 9-5 suited that was just going ballistic, and got that one through.
Sounds like an exciting hand.
It was.
How many bigs was that for?
That was like 45 or 50, yeah.
Spicy.
So she managed to just, commit to that spot, and I don't know many people that could actually ever say that they've 5-bet bluffed, let alone on the bubbles. So fair play to her.
And I do recognize seat 1, actually. One of the Estonians, I've played a few times with him. He's a pretty solid player, seat number 1.
I think he plays the side events and the mixed games and stuff, right?
Yeah, generally seen him about quite a lot, but definitely very competent, knows what he's doing, and obviously pretty good at the 2 cards from the looks of it.
Okay, so Evgeny here, who was a pretty splashy type of player. We saw some pretty loose opens yesterday when we were playing near the money. He had the chip leader on his direct left, and he was just opening all sorts, like pocket 3s and jack 10 offs and stuff, and now finding this jack 10 off 3-bet. I don't think Aramas is going to be able to do an awful lot.
That's great 3-bet.
Yeah, nicely done there.
Would you be tempted if it was jack 10 suited to maybe flat and see a flop?
Yeah, it's kind of weird, isn't it? You 3-bet the offsuit and flat the suited because of the playability, and when you get 4-bet with with offsuit, you don't really mind. You just insta fold it.
Yeah, exactly.
You
just
get
3-bet fold easy.
Suited, it's very gnarly, and you're just kind of folding a decent amount of equity.
Oh, and great news, we have some table sound for you now as well. Let's go.
Audio,
I'm assuming that's also because of the technical problems that we had, that it
Yeah,
probably took them a while
exactly.
to make sure that
There's
was all working and
A
good.
couple
But
of things going on behind the scenes that
Yep.
meant that we were having a little bit of a delay. But there's not really been an awful lot of table talk. It's we lost a couple of big personalities around the table. Jeff being one of them, the Canadian player who's coming from a long way away here to have a go at it, and he's got his money's worth out the tournament. He's in for 6 bullets.
Wow.
And
no had, by the way, here potentially with the decision. She's under the gun, but ace 2 suited. Are we happy to get this in for 11 big blinds, or maybe do we think it's a little bit too early position? It's tricky on a full table, but she is going to find the jam.
Yeah, fair enough. I think if we are going to extend the shoving range, then a suited ace makes a lot of sense. It's just very difficult for anyone to really call off anything behind. It's very awkward.
Yeah,
You
tricky
know,
for Mindaugas, for example.
Yeah.
11 bigs, if it's like late position against late position, plays very differently, but
Yeah.
being stuck in the middle here,
all of
many,
these early
many swap
position
behind,
players,
yeah.
just kind of still wary about what can happen behind.
Yeah, that's always the tricky thing here with these under the gun shoves. Looks very strong. Equally, if she shoves from the button, maybe Matty's tempted, but no, it's just going to be a clean pickup there for no had. Do we know if there are any other ladies in the field, or do we think this is potentially the last lady left?
There was one more
Yeah.
I saw on the updates that we could potentially have had 2, but that was with about 35 left. So whether or not she's bust or is on one of the outer 2 tables. So we're out of the main hall now, the main event field being so small at just 3 tables, that we are allowing some of the 3K high roller action over there. And I believe that there is a 350 deep stack ring event. That's a 2-dayer as well.
That's going to be a big one.
Yeah, that's got 200 runners already, and there's plenty of late registration to go there. So
I had a little look at the 3K clock when I left as well. It was close to 90 players.
Wow.
So pretty healthy field for a 3K.
Yeah,
Also a
that's
ring event, of course.
really impressive.
Yeah.
270k prize pool is going to be over 50k up top. You know, that is a serious chance to test your skills in terms of the high stakes realm. Lots of strong players from across Northern Europe, the Baltics, etc. in there, but also I'd say a decent amount of recreationals and
for
fun
sure.
players.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've seen...
Because it's like that they want to be in the biggest tournament, you know. That's what gets the juices flowing.
Matty here is definitely going to be opening. Interesting now that a Canadian lady in the big blind, she's going to have like 12, 13 bigs. Obviously, should just be like min raising. Small blind stack, looking at about 1 million there or so.
A bit more, I think.
Bit more.
Greens are 100 and
yes,
grays are 25. I'd say he's got about 1.5 million, if not more.
I've always been getting confused with the colours because every tournament that I play, it's like different colours for different chips.
Yeah,
takes a while to like calibrate for the new one.
Yeah, I get you.
Yeah, this
There's
should
no
just
hand.
be a raise and take it.
Yeah, just gotta have to fold this kind of trash and save some chips for the open jam or the rejam, you know.
Yeah.
Nice little steal there.
I did see they had a very juicy cash game the other day, some 25-25 downstairs. I think that's been running quite some nights as well.
I think that's been on at least 3 nights, and there is some good action downstairs. Definitely worth checking out. What I love about the casino venue here is that it's kind of next to a thriving, fancy-looking cocktail bar, which just adds an element of class. Sometimes when you play cash games in poker rooms, you feel like you're just in between loads of slots tables, slots machines, and it kind of leaves a bit of a sour taste, and all you can hear is, "Oh yeah, jackpot!" You know?
Yeah, a friend of mine actually said he was very impressed with the chandeliers.
Yeah,
the
lovely.
chandeliers are just really classy.
You get that nice little buzz around the room from being next to the bar in some ways, because there's just that lot of pitter-patter of chatter, and it just adds to the kind of nice little energy.
I think the atmosphere, the energy in general is just really nice. For the most part, I've seen very few like altercations or whatever. It's just been very friendly at the tables.
For sure.
Sergey coming in with an under-the-gun raise to 80k with the 2s. Surely this is your favorite hand?
Yeah, the ducks.
The pocket ducks.
Quack, quack. What sizing do we get from Mindaugas here?
Do we think he's going to flat or 3-bet here?
3-bet, I guess. Yeah, or even, I think 3-bet or fold, just with so many players behind.
Yeah.
Looks like he's gone for 240.
Yeah, 240 is the 3-bet.
3x.
Sergey's obviously going to be going nowhere. Got to at least be mining a set, unless someone behind wakes up.
Yeah,
Oh, very speedy fold from the 9s there.
The 9s.
Understandable.
Yeah, I think he just doesn't want to tangle there, and he's just got completely the wrong components to go after these ranges.
Yeah, wrong positions as well. I mean, we really don't want to be up against chip leader under the gun and a mid position. I mean, it's just, looks very strong from at least one of those two, so fair enough that he gets out of the way with the 9s.
Yeah, and
and I'm really surprised he doesn't at least peel a flop here.
You thought he was going to sling one in and
surely we can set mine there.
Yeah, I don't think he was quite getting the price, but what do you have to call 160 into a pot of? Yeah, so he's. Yeah, I don't think he's quite getting the.
It's close because he wasn't super deep behind. It was like 1.5
The issue is
million.
with deuces as opposed to like 5s and 6s is that. With deuces, unless you hit the set, you just have absolutely zero showdown most of the time, right? Whereas with 5s and 6s, you kind of retain a bit more, just on a lot more runouts. So
that's the sound of pain on the outer tables, by the way. I don't know what just happened there, but there was quite the oohs and ahs there. Clock showing 24 left at the moment.
Yeah, it's been locked in on that 24 number for a while. We're about halfway through the level now. So Mate here with the Queen Jack. We just saw him get a button steal through.
Yeah, definitely going to be opening this. Assume something like 80 or 90k. Indeed, comes in for the min raise. Ooh, a no-had with an interesting hand. Could well just be jamming this for 11 big blinds over the open. We don't always expect to have the best hand per se, but to have a somewhat live, reasonable range. So it was a little bit more tricky with those players to act behind, but...
Yeah, I never know what to do in these types of spots.
I think she's going to find the jam. She looks interested. Yeah, does find the jam.
Nice maneuver there. Marius not going to be able to do anything with his ace-7. Gets out the way, and Mate.
And what are we doing with Queen Jack? I assume we're just raise folding. Yeah,
just folding. Yeah. Even if he had like ace-8 off, ace-7 off, I don't think he's going to raise cool there. It's a bit too thin.
Yeah, all you can hope for really is that you're going to be up against some sort of pocket pairs, 6s, 7s, 8s. But against the other part of the range, we're not doing very well. Good jam there.
Yeah, aggressive.
Good jam.
Aggressive.
Yeah.
I don't think everyone takes that spot. I mean,
no.
I wouldn't know what to do personally.
It definitely feels a bit tricky.
Player dependent, isn't it?
Yeah. But no had finds a very good jam there. Very important picker. Takes her to 15 big blinds.
Yeah, she was in a little bit of claustrophobia there at the bottom, kind of marooned with about 9 to 10 big blinds after the blinds coming through, and then manages to find a nice spot there.
Yeah. Yeah, she needs that to keep her head above water. It really gets very tricky once you get the sub 10 big blinds. You don't want to be in one of those territories where you just have zero fold equity. So important to
the
keep
big blind
ourselves.
ante comes around and just cripples you.
Really punishes you quickly.
Yeah.
Double suited and everything, she says. Yes, yes. Matty should be open. Oh no, he's going to find a folder with threes. Can be troublesome. Especially off those sort of 20, 25 big.
Lacking playability. I believe that he's opening into a couple of bigger stacks as well, which makes things awkward too.
Yeah. No had should be finding an
I
open.
quite like
with
an
ace-8.
open. I don't even mind shoving here from time to time because when you open, you might get shoved on by hands like suited broadways and pairs, and those are going to struggle to call you off.
And equally, exactly just the hand that she rejammed with King Jack. If we don't jam ourselves, maybe we invite that King Jack off to find rejams against us.
Exactly. And
obviously we can't raise call it off with Ace-8.
So
Yeah, I would like a jam. And she does find the jam. This is some excellent play here from Nohad.
Yeah, I think this is fearless for sure. Some of my friends have really told me to steer clear of these jams and just go for the min raising. But I think in situations like this specifically, there are certain hand types such as Ace-8, Ace-9, Jack-10 suited that really prefer just being all in rather than facing counter aggression.
Yeah, and you can get quite a few sort of flipping hands and just to fold where they would sometimes rejam and then we have a problem.
Exactly, and with the chip leader on your direct left, that is the spot where you're going to face that counter aggression.
And here's our local hero, live poker earnings of 186,000, biggest win from 2022, taking down the OlyBet Holiday Special main event for 25,000 euros. Very nice.
Lovely stuff. So this is going to be seriously life-changing money for him. He'd actually double his plus his career earnings with the win here. That would be quite something.
I would assume for most of these players, it's probably going to be life-changing money.
Yeah, there's a couple of guys in the field that I don't believe it would change anything.
Yeah.
But that's all hearsay, isn't it? It's about the ring, it's about the prestige. So I think that is what's going to be most compelling tomorrow. Just seeing that passion and the biggest money jumps that we've seen all week. So just adds a certain kind of tension to the table.
Interesting spot here. Now, I was actually thinking I quite like a limp because sometimes maybe we can have some limp jams. I don't think this is one of the spots where we'll be limp jamming, but
yeah, you can do all sorts here. Obviously, blind v blind, it's kind of like everything's a bit of a mix. Opening with these types of hands doesn't make an awful lot of sense. By limping, you get checkbacks from lots of worse Queen X and 10X, right? So you get to sort of dominate that, and it's almost not really that strong enough to ISO in some ways.
I was wondering whether part of his plan was maybe to be limp 3-betting here, but he does just go for the call.
Yeah, again, I just think the hand plays quite nicely as a limp call because you do keep in some of the 10-3, 10 deuce is sometimes used, maybe a queen deuce, queen 3 as an ISO, so keeping that in is nice.
It's a great flop for Mindaugas with the top at trips. Hard to get paid, but probably should face a C-bet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A tiny bet here.
Very small C-bet.
Asking the question, really.
And naturally, we're not going to be scaring our opponent off here. We just want to be like, oh, well, I guess I have to call this small bet, see what happens on the turn.
Frequency says I must peel with my...
I must peel with my jack high. Oh, sigh.
Jack 9, 1 club.
And it'll be interesting to see if Oramas continues the aggression on the turn. Because one assumes if he does, he is going to be sizing up.
Yeah, let's see if we get any kind of spice ball turn cards like the 9, the queen, the king, the jack. There's so many interesting ones. No, just the cold hard deuce. The ducky on the turn, and it's top boat for Mindaugas. Aramas here. It's awkward actually turn card for Mindaugas.
It's almost like we have a little bit too much here.
Yeah, and the problem is you're just going to face a check back so often, and Aramis is going to think like, what can I even get to fold at this point that the check called me on the flop? He actually has some pot share, I think, with the king high.
Interesting thought on the river. So do we lead the river for, say, 20%, 10 to 20% to try and get those crying calls from king high, ace high?
I don't think your opponent is ever going to reopen the betting here when the turn goes check. Like, there's just...
No, but that's what I'm saying. So I'm saying with the queen 10 here, we lead 10 to 20% to try and get some crying calls from those king high, ace high hands.
Well, you got to think about how wide is my opponent ISOing pairs pre-flop for value. So, like, are they raising 7s, 8s, 9s? And I think that could be a decent part of the range, conceivably.
For sure.
So I think we want to just target that kind of portion.
And he has gone big.
Yeah,
indeed, to try and target those kind of hands.
I like this. Yeah, exactly. You're just going to have a lot of you know, 9-8 of spades, Jack 9, you know, it's like these random hands that are having a backdoor flush draw, or like Queen 9 of kind of Queen 9 of spades, but like, you know, Jack 8 of spades, things like that. That's where the bluffs are going to come from. Maybe like 4-5 of clubs.
Yeah, it's a lot of club combos.
Yeah, but you use the lower ones, right? Because you don't want to interact with the higher clubs. So yeah, 4-5 of clubs, 7-6 of clubs, and then those failed backdoor spade type things. Maybe some stubborn. I mean, King High has a bit of showdown.
Yeah, it's a very, very tricky spot with King High's certainly considering flicking the call in.
King High is a bluff for Mindaugas. It's tough to say. It's just got maybe a little bit too much showdown.
Very tricky hand here, very tricky spot with the board texture as it is.
Yeah, and this is the beauty of blind versus blind poker. It's just wide range versus wide range.
Yeah.
And it's a guessing game, you know, like you can somewhat define your opponent's range by now, but at the same time, there is a bit of a mystery. Like, do they float these hands on the flop? Do they actually bluff those on the river?
He does flick in the call as well. Great size.
And RMS gets shown the absolute stones, or as good as.
Do you think Mindaugas is going to be surprised when he looks back at the hand and sees what he was called down by? Because like you say, I think
he's going to feel respected as a player.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
You know, because he knows that the Lithuanian on Lithuanian action there, they obviously know a decent amount about each other's game. And if someone calls you a king of high there, they're saying, look, I feel like you are the type of person that has the bluffs, conceivable bluffs there.
Yeah. It's really, really good. Big value that Mindaugas finds. Propels him to second on chips. On the table, 2.4 million for 59 big blinds for Mindaugas after that hand. No had at the bottom, but by no means out of it. She's found some good jams and re-jams and navigating her way
got
to...
a lot of game.
She has, yeah.
And that's why she's
I'd love
in the
to see a double up, actually. Just out of pure curiosity to sort of see what happens.
Yeah, well, you know what? I had a lot of female guests talking about the growth of the women's game during the women's ring event, the 250. Talking with Diva, Maureen, amongst others. And participation levels for them are up from 3 to 6% for women.
Yeah.
And it's just nice to see women have a run in like one of the open events, you know?
Yeah.
Because it is on the rarer end of the spectrum.
Yeah, I've definitely seen quite a lot of female participants in general at a lot of the games, particularly the mixed games. Mixed games tends to draw a very high percentage of
games and side events.
Yes,
usually.
Yes, for sure. Mindaugas is on fire, picking up the pocket jacks. Is he going to find a customer in the blinds?
Beautiful sequence of events for him. His counterpart, who's a very strong player, Arimas, now somewhat crippled after that last hand, has 20 big blinds and shells down one of our patented OlyBoost energy cans there, just to give himself a little kick back in the right direction.
A bit of an
maybe.
OlyBoost. Yeah.
Exactly.
I have to say, I really like the food truck outside as well. I don't know if you've had the chance to check that out.
Did you try the sweet potato fries?
I didn't. I've had the burger. The burger was very, very thick, very juicy. It's quite nice also on a good sunny day, which we've been very blessed with having quite a lot of sunny days. It's been beautiful. They have the bean bags outside so we can just chill.
Yeah.
Yeah, really, really nice little addition there.
From the hotel, I've almost got a bit more color in my face, and it's only been like 20, 30 minutes of exposure per day. And that's a bonus, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been really good here. I've actually been zipping around on the e-scooters that they have here.
That's my favorite.
Yeah. I've never been on an e-scooter before this trip, but a very convenient way to get around. Very quick.
Grab yourself a day pass for about a $5, and you can fly around on those for a good long time.
Yeah, very good fun.
It does feel quite infantile, doesn't it, being on these scooters, like rushing around?
It does, and yet also it feels free.
Yeah,
because
exactly.
You can just go wherever you like.
It's very liberating.
Yeah.
Okay, so Sergey opening it up as like the monumental chip leader from Estonia here.
Yeah, he's going to be opening exceptionally wide. Evgeny having a little think about maybe coming along for the ride. Is going to be 3-betting.
Certainly is. Ace-8 offsuit.
Looks like about 240. 245. Oh, so close.
245, yeah, and we're not folding with the 7-6 suited here, I think, in position.
Certainly shouldn't be, no.
One of those hands that just does really well, even if your opponent has...
Oh! That really surprises me.
Okay, yeah. Sergey. The Estonians not looking to battle in this occasion, and we still haven't had any bust outs for almost the entire level now. So
yeah,
it's getting
still
to that,
24 left. Astonishing.
Getting to that stubborn part of the tournament where no one really wants to go home.
The average is still pretty deep, though. I do see it's 1.7 million, so we're looking at a 42 big blind average at the moment. So understandable that we're not losing heaps of players at this stage, but obviously the blinds eventually going to creep up with them, force the action a bit more. But yeah, great structure for day 3 of a main event. Still 42 big blind average. Plenty of playability here.
Absolutely, sir.
And I believe we play down to the final table today.
Yeah, final table of 9, so 15 more eliminations to go. Marius +1, ace-5, not going to cut the mustard. And king-9 suited for Sergey, +2.
Definitely going to open. It's just a case of if he gets 3-bet, does he come and have a look again? I was quite surprised with the raise fold of 7-6 suited. Some really good post-flop playability. Ooh, Orimas with the pocket queens.
Yeah, it's looking up for Orimas. He's had a bit of a rough patch, but, you know, hey-ho, queens, 20 bigs. It's a good spot to get some chips. He's going to be unfortunate not to run into the sort of jacks, 10s, ace-queen region of Sergey's range. The king-9 you think is going to be surely getting away, although it is a spot where we can 3-bet quite small.
Sergey's going to feel like people are starting picking on him as well. This is like every time I raise, someone 3-bets me.
That's the kind of downside of being the monumental chip leader in some ways. Just everyone thinks that you're just raising the deck, and he's not defending 3-bets either, so he's going to leave like a gaping hole there. It will almost be better for him to just tighten up if he's going to be unprepared to defend.
Yeah, sometimes we just need to show that we're prepared to play those big pots.
Yeah. King-9, though, I think is a fair fold.
Yeah.
But 7-6, yeah. As a cash game player, that made me feel a bit sad.
Yeah, likewise for me. Even as a tournament player,
exactly.
I felt sad to see.
Whenever I look at a 7-6 suited, I just think of unlimited potential. You know?
Middle of the deck, suited, you know, just great post-flop playability.
For sure, and just completely uninteracting with the 3-betting range for the most part. You know, they're not going to have ace-7, ace-6 suited.
It's hard to get yourself into too much trouble post-flop, is the great thing with those hands.
So Marius, the hometown hero.
This is tricky off 19 from under the gun. Definitely we can raise, but it is going to be raise fold. Yeah.
And, you know, don't let your ego talk you into 4-bet jamming, because it's just a spot that is under 3-bet. If you look at some solutions to these spots, you will find combos that you've never 3-bet in your life versus under the gun that do 3-bet a decent frequency. And so when you consider that, then you think, well, what is the actual response versus my under the gun open here? And then you start to realize, okay, maybe I should, you know, not just rifle it in here.
And so far, so good. Doesn't look like he's finding any resistance. No, it is just going to be a clean. Oh no, no hand should be defending with 8-6 suited though.
8-6 suited, yeah, it's a lovely hand here.
Again, hard to get yourself into too much trouble, right?
Yeah.
Maybe she's a little bit scared of the under-gun range though. But no, she is reaching for defending chips. I like this.
I thought she was going for like a min 3-bet there.
Oh, imagine, that would be cheeky. That would be very cheeky. So Marius does block the hearts with his ace of hearts.
Ooh, but
spicy.
There you are, sir. So ace-10 of hearts, ace-10 with 1 heart versus 8-6 of hearts.
And the paired 9s might be quite concerning, because we can assume big blind is going to have a lot of this sort of 10x, 9x.
I completely agree. And our 9x is only going to be suited, so the combination situation is kind of thrusted in the favor of the big blind here. So you got to be very careful on this sort of like 8-8, 9-9 type paired boards. And it doesn't look like Marius cares about that. He's firing out a c-bet with that ace of hearts, which is, you know, if
pretty reasonable. Yeah,
if you are going to have something, at least have some interaction with maybe a defending or a check raising range, which the ace of hearts does quite nicely. So Nohad, does she have room to play in multiple streets? I believe she does. We're looking at over 2 stack to pot ratio.
Yep, it's a very small bet, 55 into the 275. Wonder if she's considering about just jamming here and trying to take it, or if she's going to play down the streets.
Yeah, I think that would be a bit of an overplay.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Small check raise or just check call, I think. And, ooh, king on the turn is a rather interesting card. The 8 and the 6 get taken away for Nohad, so she can't make those 2 pairs because that would be 3 pair, which unfortunately doesn't play. So Marius actually has got a bit of a lock on this hand here with the ace. Needs to fade a heart, and he does. It's the queen on the river. And now you have to think that Nohad with this low heart doesn't really interact with any of Marius's opens. I believe he's not opening 6s here. He may open 8s.
Do we believe she's capable of turning this into a bluff at this point?
From what I've seen, yeah. I mean, she's capable of 5-bet jamming as a bluff on the bubble, and not many people are. So she's got what it takes to find it, but it's a question of her intuition, you know. Does she feel like it's going to get through on this occasion? The issue is with these paired boards versus under the gun is that they're just lumbered with so much hands like ace-x, and ace-queen is a hand that arrives here kind of naturally like this as well.
Yeah.
And they're just never really folding to any kind of medium, small bet. You've got to be putting it all in, really, to start to generate that fold equity. Not something that's particularly easy to do with 24 left.
Yeah, for sure. Good pick up there for the local hero, Marius. I'm not sure what information we just got there. Still 24 on the clock. How? Got to be some shorties out there.
There are on our table. I mean,
they're just not busting at the moment.
In terms of a 42 big blind average, we're looking at a table which is probably 2/3 underneath that. And most of those are in the sort of 10 to 20 range, right?
Yeah. Quite a few in the danger zone looking for a quick double up.
Give me a 7.
She was asking for a 7 for the previous hand. Not sure why.
What the hell did that make?
Oh, that would have made a straight draw as well as a flush draw.
On the
yeah,
turn.
Yeah. I would have just wanted a heart, personally.
Yeah.
Call me old-fashioned.
You're too greedy.
Call me old-fashioned. I think a heart would have been a nice turn card there. She's got the same hands. Did you not want to give it to the dealer? You like it so much you wanted it again?
Floor man. We need a new deck.
You've been given a chance, Nohad, to play the hand differently. Perhaps. I think she's a bit spooked out by the fact that she has exactly the same hand.
It's a bit weird,
It is a bit weird,
like,
isn't it? Same hand, same suit. It's like, I just lost a big pot with it.
What is this simulation that I've
Yes.
woken up into?
Yes.
Exactly the same combo. I mean, what are the chances
Exactly
of that,
the
right?
same opponent as well.
Yeah.
Whoa, impressive lifetime earnings of 483,000 from our Canadian here. Flags from all over the world, but still missing the Estonian one. Well, the good news is she's locked up that Estonian flag, regardless.
That's for sure. Tasty, a lot of live cashes, plays a lot in Canada, had some good results around Europe as well.
It's a great resume. Great resume.
Yeah. She travels around, plays the sort of WPT, WSOPC circuit. So, you know, that just goes to show that I think the prestige of this event is something that does have an international pull. And we even saw people from as far as Israel and, of course, a couple of Canadians.
I even had a couple of Americans on my table.
That had
in the
come
mixed games.
specifically.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that
the
come
ring
specifically
hunters.
for this. Yeah.
The ring hunters.
She's just finding all the hearts here. 6-4 of hearts. Should be going into the muck.
She's getting a bit spooked out by these, I think.
Yeah. And Marius, with some momentum, picks up the King-Jack in the small blind. This is interesting off 25. I don't even hate sort of limping with the intention of maybe limp jamming. Off 20, 25.
Yeah, sure. I see arguments for that. We haven't had any kind of indication of this blind versus blind dynamic yet, so I always find it very interesting, and I like to try and set up that dynamic rather than, and to try and understand how my opponent reacts to it, rather than make these like sweeping generalizations about what I think he might do and might not do.
Yeah. Marius is just going to be taking this on the flop.
Yeah.
Great momentum for Marius
Yeah,
here.
this is really nice now, up to over $1 million in chips, and at the 40k big blind level. Yeah.
It's just nice to get yourself away from that sort of 20 big blind range where we're starting to get a little bit towards the danger zone, and come clear of that, come with some more playability.
You know what it is? It's that foresight to be like, right, the blinds are hitting 25, 50k now. If you know, I don't get moving soon, I'm going to get suckered back into the real pack at the bottom, and that's going to make life tricky, where it becomes about just having hands. At least with that kind of 15 to 20 big blind range, you have a little bit of maneuverability, and there's a bit more skill involved.
Yeah, for sure.
This needs shots?
They just said it's a really quiet table. Can we get some shots? That would be amazing. That would be amazing. Orimas with the pocket aces here. You can't spell Orimas without AA.
Nice. I see what you did there.
Is he going to find a customer? Well, that would be amazing if they got a round of shots in.
Yeah, I think it's more, what's the word? Kind of gesticulation a little bit. Like, let's get the shots, and it's very unlikely to happen at this stage.
We're definitely going to see it defend from Mindaugas with the beautiful 10-9 suited.
Yeah, that's a pretty hand.
Don't think he's thinking about doing any 3-bet business here. Especially against an under the gun range. Looks pretty strong opening under the gun off 22. Oh! That is some spiciness.
It's a disaster for Mindaugas, as maybe he gets a little bit of redemption, does Orimas, in the form of this semi-cooler overpair versus top pair.
Round 2 with Orimas against Mindaugas. Orimas in the driving seat with the pocket rockets. And this is not going to be cheap for Mindaugas. There's a few turn cards that can maybe slow the action down a little bit, but there's a lot of bad cards here for Mindaugas.
Like the
anything 10 or lower. Yeah. Oh, that's a bit of an action killer, though.
That'll be a Muklokovic on the turn.
Mm-hmm. How much more do we think we can extract from the 10x? Bit of a disappointing.
I mean, yeah, it's just, it feels so bait, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Like, do I even bet now? Do I check back? He's not really got any deuce-X. I do unblock diamonds in some senses, which means that ace-X of diamonds is like a hand that will always continue for like whatever size. So you never lose that, obviously, but there are going to be some king, queen, king, jack, queen, jack of diamonds that still are in there.
Yeah.
And he's just kind of targeting that and some stubborn 10x.
So he should be getting a call on the turn, and then it's really, really interesting what size he's going to go for on the river.
Yeah. Does he
go for the jugular like his opponent just did for him? Yeah.
Yeah. It's very interesting, these kind of spots in a vacuum that will never, ever happen again between these two players in this same stage of the tournament. So it's kind of, you've got to kind of cook up your own recipe on the spot, basically.
Yeah, and it's a brick on the river. So this should mean, potentially, Orimas is getting paid, but is he going for everything?
Yeah, I don't think so. He's left the SPR a little bit too high, stack to pot ratio of 1.3. So
it's a good job for Mindaugas that he didn't river a 10. That would have been some trouble.
Yeah, that would have been double up ski.
Yep.
For sure.
What are we thinking here for sizing? Like 300, 350?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. It's You just hard block the calls with the aces, of course. So that kind of usually wants me to size down because deuce X is so unlikely.
He is going for the lot.
He goes for all in. Wow, love it. That is rather spicy. And I guess he's just saying, look, if this guy somehow has a deuce X, he may defend hands like king deuce, like ace deuce, but then you can't have ace. You could have ace deuce of spades, I guess.
Yeah,
you couldn't have it because Ormas has the ace.
Free deuce, the dirty diaper.
Yeah, I don't think he defends that versus this like 25 big blind open.
3-2 suited.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
No.
He's just trying to look as polar as possible and saying like I've got a load of hands like queen jack and king jack and
a lot of diamonds that miss.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe even try and turn some sort of 9s to 6s in a bluff.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be bluffing diamonds personally because I don't think he's going to be opening like the lower ones. I think 8-7 suited folds pre, 9-8 suited fold, jack 9 suited even would fold under the gun 8 with the shorter stack. So,
Does find the fold.
Does get the fold
Good
there.
fold. Shows the aces as well.
Yeah, and he was quite confident to talk mid-hand as well, which is not something that I've ever seen. I know it's a bit different because they're two Lithuanians, but yeah, pretty interesting table kind of chattiness between the two players.
Yeah.
So at least
Very friendly for
we
this
get something
stage.
to commentate on because there's not much talking going on apart from that.
Good to see, though, that we're getting quite an action table here. Sergey still with the chip lead with 108 big blinds. Mindaugas with 54. Evgeny 42. Still holding on onto that 24 players left, though. It is a pretty deep average, though. 40 big blind average at the moment. Evgeny picking up ace queen under the gun. Is going to be opening. Nice to see that we are getting a bit of table chatter going as well. Once again, thanks to all of you that are joining us today here for the World Series Circuit main event. 1,500 buy-in, $1 million guaranteed. The first place winner is going to be walking away with a cool 198,000 euros. And, of course, the coveted World Series Circuit ring. And I got a cool fact from one of the World Series Circuit winners. If you are the lucky winner of a World Series ring event and you get the ring, you also have lifetime service on your ring. You can get it polished, free of charge, as well as get it serviced, adjusted. They will fit it for you as well. So very, very nice of them to be doing all that as well. Sergey going to be finding the 3-bet with King 10 suited. Don't expect Evgeny's going anywhere at this stage, but it does get awkward. Out of position post-flop against the monster chip leader. Be curious if these two have any kind of history, seeing as they're both Estonian. And we do indeed see the call from the ace-queen after the flop. Very interesting flop here. Queen 8-9. It's top pair, top kicker for Evgeny, but the gut shot for Sergey. Interesting spot we have here. Evgeny with the raise under the gun. Sergey with a 3-bet from the button with King 10 suited. Got top pair, top kicker for Evgeny and a gut shot and an overcard for Sergey. Sergey is going to continue here. 230k. This is brewing up, George, for a spicy one.
3-bet pot, yeah?
Yep, 3-bet pot pre. It was a race from Evgeny under the gun. Sergey went for a 3-bet from the button.
Yeah.
And then
and now,
pretty spicy board.
Yeah, interested. So it's...
yes, Evgeny's stuck out of position post-flop against the monster chip lead. Bit of a difficult spot, but obviously with top pair, top kicker, he's going nowhere. Is going to just go for a check raise here.
The patented check min raise.
Yeah.
Very rarely a bluff, and tough to think of what he could be bluffing with in this situation.
But I understand on such a dynamic board, of course, we don't want to be allowing free cards to peel off there.
Yeah, exactly.
Can be a bit troublesome.
And just if he's got kings or aces, or so be it.
Then GG.
Yeah, it's a bit of a cooler.
Yeah.
I get that.
Oh, and I see we have lost a player on the outer table finally. 23.
Oh, wow, we're down to 23.
23 we're down to.
There we go.
And new level as well. Blinds are up to 25,000, 50,000 with the 50k big blind ante. So that's also going to be driving a little bit more action. Matty under the gun with 18 big blinds. We expect should be opening with ace-10 off. Does feel awkward though on the full ring table. Sub 20 bigs. But indeed is going to be coming in with a race to 100,000. Like his t-shirt as well. Great t-shirt.
Yeah. Smiley with the licky.
Yeah.
No Had loves her 8-6.
Yeah, she just keeps picking it up. Marius likes it as well, apparently.
There you go. Sergey here.
Sergey. Oh, I was about to say, you shouldn't really be going anywhere with King Jack, but does
I would
decide.
definitely be folding versus versus the short stack opening off of like 900k, 18 blinds. What does his range look like? I think it
does look pretty strong.
A little too dominated there. Yeah, I think two options, like small amount at the time. You could go 4.5 big blinds and just put loads of pressure on hands like Ace Jack, Ace 10, King Queen off. But yeah, for me, I think that's disciplined.
Yeah. Do you think Oramas is going to be happy to have a look with Jack 9 suited?
Yeah, I mean, he is calling, so I kind of said that whilst he was calling. But it is a hand that does fairly well because Mate isn't going to open a hand like Ace 9 off in this spot.
7-5 off in the big blind from Evgeny.
Evgeny continuing with his pretty splashy antics that we saw in the feature table yesterday. So this is a lovely board for Mate here. He's going to have just all of this, really. Eights will be probably his bottom pair open, maybe sevens. So he's got all the sets. King 8 suited could potentially open. King Queen off. Kings and queens.
Yeah, gives a free card though, and there is some potential here for Oramas with the Guttable as well as the runner clubs.
He drills the nuts on the turn.
Nuts is pretty strong.
Certainly is.
It's unfortunate that I don't think he's going to be getting much action. Can't really see Oramas continuing with third pair and the gut shot. Unless he goes exceptionally small.
He starts to bet himself here.
Yeah.
It's like some kind of weird merge. I don't think he will.
That does indeed find the check. And if you're Matty here, are you allowing another free card to try and get some payment on the river, or are we just going to go?
It's an interesting question because the likelihood is that neither player really has a set ever, and two pairs would have led the turns at quite a lot of frequency. So with the Ace of Hearts, yeah, sure. I mean, it's possible, right, to allow someone to improve.
Yeah, or equally we can just go incredibly small. 125 looks like the size.
I think he's bet. Is that 50 or 125?
125, yeah.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
In my eyes, they were looking the same color for some reason.
Yeah, they do look somewhat similar from this angle, but I'd seen he'd reach for the grey behind the green. Yeah.
Right, okay, so 125 into 375.
What are you feeling here for Oramas?
Just annoying, but folding, yeah.
Annoying, but folding.
Yeah.
Accurate. And Evgeny's splashy, but I don't think he's going to be that splashy with 7 high there.
Pure no equity.
Yeah, yeah. And important pot for Matty there. He's again in that sort of zone where it starts to get awkward if you don't keep your head above water, so just picking up those little pots along the way.
Yeah. Yeah, the only bluffs that he could really have on the turn there is some sort of random suited ace-x that just has a gut shot, but it lines up very well with his ace-10 and his pocket jacks, potentially.
Yeah. We're getting to the business end here. 23 players left in the main event. It's a cool 200,000 euros for the winner. And of
Yeah.
course, the coveted World Series ring.
Yeah, the big ring as well, and we've got some players that have got some impressive silverware of their own. One of the players on our table earlier was the winner of the GG main event WSOP
Wow.
in 2021.
Wow.
For, guess how much?
I mean, those are huge. 600K? 800K?
Getting warmer.
1.2 million?
Double it.
2.5
million.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And he's still in the field on one of the outer tables.
Who's this?
Russian with a long name that wasn't particularly memorable.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Yeah, that's quite the prize pool. Wow. 2.5. Was that a 5K or a 10K buy-in?
That was a 5K buy-in, yeah. I actually played the same event and lost my whole stack in the first orbit over boat. And I'd spent a whole week satelliting in, and I was almost in tears, to be quite honest.
Oh, yeah, sickening.
Yeah, that really hurt.
We might have some action here. Under the gun +1 shoves. This is no-had. Ace-10 suited for close to 11 big blinds, and Aramas indeed is going to be going for it with pocket 8s. Do see an 8 blocker there folded from Matty, so we're off to the races. Good luck to both players.
Yeah, no-had with the rare advantage, as we did see some 8s gone and maybe a lack of diamonds in the muck pile as well. So are diamonds going to be a woman's best friend?
They do say.
They do say.
Diamonds,
that's what they
ladies'
say,
best friend.
so don't leave us hanging, dealer.
Oh, it's a great
Well, the
flop.
ace,
In the window.
way, and not even the backdoor clubs for this combo of 8s either. So it's.
Oh, and we got the tick actually.
Oh, wow.
Was it 2 8s
2 8s
folded?
in
Yeah,
the muck.
we see the check mark on the flop. Huge double up there for no-had. Takes her back to above 20 big blinds.
Mm-hmm.
For Joe.
Didn't even need the diamonds.
Yeah, she looks really cool.
Yeah, very calm.
Yeah.
And again, I like that she's found a couple of good jam and rejam spots. It's really important to find those to keep your head above water sometimes when you're towards the bottom end of things. Aramas, unfortunately, has not had a good last half hour. He's down to 11 big blinds.
Yeah, it's just been pretty brutal for him. Even when he did have the aces versus the top pair, he then turns a boat, which is going to essentially crush his chance of getting paid.
Yeah, absolute action killer, unfortunately. Yeah, it's just not been his session at the moment, but strange things do happen sometimes, even off a short stack. Again, I just told the story of my friend picked up a World Series ring, and he started the final table with 3 big blinds.
Yeah.
Very, very short, and somehow spun it up and won it. So stranger things do happen. Apologies for the slight delay of cards. I don't know whether that's lack of placement in the box,
In the
maybe.
tank from +1. Would have
Yeah.
liked to see what he had there. Not seeing anyone's cards at the moment, but no one's really like putting them to one side of the other. You know, it's the rectangular box there. You need to put them side by side.
Yeah.
We should
I
get...
thought if they were on top of each other, they still read.
Oh, really?
I mean, he's put it side by side now, and yeah, apologies for the lack of cards. I'm sure we'll get those back for you very shortly. We have a button open here from Evgeny to 100k.
Mm-hmm.
Matty looks interested.
Yeah, you're gonna be if he's gonna like build a non all-in 3-bet, it's gonna be kind of polar. So it's gonna have some weak ace x, weak king x in there, and then the value probably tens plus.
Yeah, we are going to see a defend from the big blind of Chris. Is that the Austrian flag from Chris?
It could be Latvia as well. They're
Oh,
very
it could
similar.
be Latvia, yeah.
Yeah.
So Queen 10-7 board. Once again, apologies for the lack of whole cards. We will get those back for you shortly. And now we have fun, because instead of talking about actual cards, we can talk more about ranges.
Ooh.
And I assume that Jack on the turn is very good for the button opening range. Pretty good for the defender as well, though. I mean,
Yeah, I
we
mean,
can have a
in the
lot of this
form
sort of
two
Queen Jack,
pairs
Jack
is-
10, yeah,
yeah.
Queen Jack, Jack 10,
But,
9 8s.
Yeah. That's one of those boards that certain types of online regs just tend to overbluff because they're like, I've got ace king, you haven't, and that's their only thought. And it's like, well, I can still call.
I can still certainly have
I
hands.
can still look you up, pal.
Yeah.
You know,
That are
if you're
good enough to see.
Blasting it off with 9 deuce here. Yeah, so Chris not seeing what he's got, but typical types of hands for him to check call here. Obviously spades, straight draws. Might want to keep his range protected because he does lack the nut straight in some form.
Maybe he has some 8-7, 9-7 at a frequency as well.
Mm-hmm.
So let's suppose that Evgeny has ace king.
Yeah.
What size are we going?
On the river?
Yeah. Well, he hasn't got ace king.
Very
He's
big.
checking, and we're going to see the cards. It's an ace with
ace,
a deuce, ace deuce,
and he gives that up.
Oh, and it's good.
And he wins.
He
versus
wins.
9
Wow,
high.
monster draw on the turn there with a 9-5
Oh,
of
wow.
spades, straight draw, flush draw, but everything bricks. And ace 2 does the side check, but wins a showdown.
The side check.
Wow.
That comes into a winner, Evgeny.
Wow, huge draw on the turn for Chris there.
I'm surprised that that gets rewarded.
Yeah, I'm almost surprised it just went bet call. I mean, with so much of a draw on the turn, can we ever consider check raising
check
there?
raised
Yeah.
or even just check jammed and said, you know, I'm just going to clear out a lot of the one pair equity.
Yeah.
These types of high cards that have me crushed but can never possibly consider calling.
Yeah, and you're always going to be very, very live if somehow you get called. You have a lot of outs.
Yeah.
The disaster, of course, is if we do run into ace king, then we're just having the spade outs.
Yeah.
That's the flip side.
We got equity.
Yeah.
Regardless.
Yeah.
And
I always
9
like
high.
those spots
And that's
where-
the problem out of position. You really need to have a little bit more foresight because just, check calling and then allowing.
And then giving up, yeah.
Exactly. It's not ideal.
Yeah, Marius with the momentum, finding the ace queen under the gun. We have the cards back as well. Apologies for that, guys.
We had
It was only
sweat
one
with
hand.
Gio and Scott hand.
It was intentional.
And
yeah.
we both completely butchered it, to be fair, didn't we? Yeah, ace 2 and 9-5. I don't think either of us had those combos in our minds.
No. I mean, we were already saying that we thought the button could certainly be over bluffing in that situation.
Yeah. With the ace X. Actually, that did get
And I
mentioned.
thought that the big blinds combo of things that he was going to have, I thought the board hits him quite well. It hit him very well. He just decided not to sort of go for the gusto there. And Marius indeed picking up another pot there. Slowly chipping up. Clock still stuck at 23 players left.
Yeah, it's been very stubborn. I was just thinking exactly that. We resumed the coverage with 24 players, now down to 23. And you know what? That could mean that when we hit the next break and the next level, could be seeing a flurry of eliminations there, as it might just be that there are a couple of stragglers amidst.
Yeah, we are still plenty deep, though. The average close to 40 bigs deep, still plenty of playability overall. But obviously some big stacks going to be out there. There's also going to be a lot of shorties.
Yeah.
So it should be that some movement starts to happen. Evgeny coming in with the pocket fours here in the hijack. Expect him to open this. And yeah, we have a few of those sort of 20 big blind stacks where there's certainly going to be some movement. 8-6 again. 8-6 is doing the rounds.
Yeah, 8-6, and it's getting downgraded. We saw a lot of suited.
The double
now.
suited variation not quite as desirable as the suited one.
No, especially defending the big blind, you really do need the suited, and also the off of this kind of stack depth, at least that level of connectivity as well.
Yeah. Oh, we have a little fact here on our smiley licky man. Won the Banco Masters this year.
Back in Bratislava.
36,000 euros for the smiley licky. Strong.
Yeah, that's where I recognize him from. So he came over for some of the low to mid stakes events over in Slovakia. great kind of thriving tournament scene developing there over the last few years.
Yeah.
Also known as like a mini Rozvadov.
Yeah, so I actually visited there last year, and I'll be going back again there towards the end of this year. Good
You
stop.
played this mixed game series, did you?
It was the festival series.
Yeah.
It was. They have a lot of good mixed games there. Really, really good fun.
Yeah, as also you can find on the WSOPC circuit here. Lots of mixed games on offer and lots of variety, which, when I've looked at some of the circuit schedules elsewhere, they tend to cut those out, which is a shame, but...
It really is, because World Series historically in general has always had plenty of mixed games.
Yeah,
So I feel
precisely.
like if you're going to run circuit series, should be also there's a good array of the mixed.
Yep.
Marius continuing his momentum is going to come in
Here we
for a little
go.
limpy.
And then Sergi with a pretty decent combo to raise it up here. King Deuce, it blocks some of the limping the limp traps.
Question.
Ace King, King Jack. Yep.
Off Marius's 20 big blinds, are we considering limp jamming sometimes?
Yeah. But also calling is nice because you keep in some of the worst holdings as well. Like this, I don't know, a Jack Deuce, a King Deuce, that kind of thing.
Could get tricky post flop to navigate the king high here. Sergey hasn't really been overly aggressive though, particularly from the hands where we've seen him raise and then fold to some 3-bets. I haven't seen him go overly crazy despite his big stack.
Yeah, exactly. He's been fairly in line.
So maybe this just checks down to the river? Possibly.
It's very possible, yeah. And Marius gets to realize all of his equity. I don't know. Sergey does have the king of clubs, so he does have a bit of interaction with this turn card. But then why turn king high into a bluff, blind versus blind, right? Your opponent is going to have some hands like Jack 10, Jack 9, 10, 9.
And actually Marius thinks that he just has the best hand at this point and is going to try and take it here. Wow, Sergey quickly reaching for the calling chips.
He's going to float and represent clubs and also just try and defend his king high in some ways. There you go. And this would be tricky for Marius now.
This could be very interesting. I can tell you Sergey's plan on the turn was certainly not to fold the river. This is a very, very tricky one to negotiate now for Marius. Oh, wow. Just gives up on the end. Check, check. Are you surprised at that, George?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah?
He just clearly thought that he had enough showdown. I thought that potentially we wanted to use the weaker King X ones there with slightly less showdown to fire through with.
Yeah, I also expected quite large bets on the river there from Sergey, but does just decide to wave the white flag there. It really has been quite in line in general in that sense as well. But good momentum there for the local Marius, picking up another important pot. Still 23 left in this main event. So Oramas getting into that tricky zone. 11 big blinds. He is going to be facing the big blind next hand as well. Needs to find a quick double up.
Evgeny's been definitely on the wider side and does have the decent stack to back up this open. I think it would be a bit of a bad open for a short stack or maybe a misstep, but I think he's justified, yeah.
Yeah.
So we're getting to that fun stage of the tournament where the big blind is a starting stack.
One soul in the big blind.
Yeah.
Another soul in the ante.
That's when you know you're running super deep.
Yes. Equated to a cash game, it's like, yeah, big blind is $1,500 worth of chips.
Yeah, insane, right?
Yeah. Mindaugas is going to find the defend with king 9 off here. Seems reasonable.
Yeah. Fairly brave.
Good flop for Evgeny, though. Not really interacting too much against him. Finds a gut shot as well as his pair of 5s. Can't really ask for much better of a flop. Do we think for a small bet Mindaugas might float once with the 2 overs? A little bit of runner potential.
It's always a bit weird when people c-bet these types of boards because it's so easy to find lots of checkbacks on this board. So when people actually bet, it looks quite strong. You know, it looks like really overpair heavy sets, 5, 7s,
Yeah, he's
ace
just going to find a
5.
quick fold.
Yeah. So I'm always a bit wary of floating on boards that people usually don't have much of a betting range on. Start firing out. Looks pretty strong to me.
Yeah, pretty strong looking lead. And yeah, Oromas is now getting to that really tricky zone. Sub 10 bigs having posted the big blind and the ante here. He is going to need to find some momentum here. Who have you been impressed with the most so far?
That's a good question. Everyone has shown merit, you know. Everyone has shown the reason why they're here. There's no person that's clearly completely out of their depth at this level, you know. Although I'm going to go out and say that I don't think there's one particular standout performance so far.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, because, you know, if you think of Lithuanian, he's run pretty good to amass those chips. It's not like it was...
not like a masterclass together or anything.
Exactly, Mindaugas.
Yeah.
Sorry, I did forget his surname. It's not like it's been completely clinical.
But like you say, everyone has shown why they're there.
Yeah.
And understandable. 812 player field, you get to the final 3 tables. You would like to hope they're there for a reason. And I think most of them certainly showing that at the moment.
Yeah, it's very difficult to make it this far in a 1 hour clock and just have no idea what you're doing. Right?
Exactly, yeah.
Although,
possible, but very unlikely. And like you say, quite a good pedigree of players out there.
For sure.
Some big resumes already on their...
these are great scalps to take if you win a ring in a mass field open event with a good structure. You know, you've really played multiple days of strong poker.
And it's a marathon, not a sprint as well. You have to be very, very disciplined along the way.
Yeah.
I saw did you see Lena's interview after the World Series final table?
Yeah.
And they asked him about, did you find
but
it?
also a bit perturbed and worried by it. You know, it was like, come on, like let your hair down for a week or something. And then he's playing in the daily deep stack on on the most popular site like the next week.
Yeah. And they ask him like, did you find this marathon 7-8 days? Did you find it tough? And he's like, I play series for like 30 days of that with 20 tables. Like, of course, it's no problem for me, you know.
Exactly. Like the guy is an absolute animal.
Yeah, 3-bet and take it there from Mindaugas with the ace jack against Chris's king queen. Another good pickup there. Hello.
Hello, sir. Bringing some energy to the table.
Where are those shots that they ordered, though? I'm sure they said they were...
I told you that was a little bit of Billy.
Yeah. Our short stack here. Winner of the main event in 2023, OlyBet Vilnius showdown for 35,000 euros.
Yeah.
Quite the resumes on this
effort.
table.
Yeah. It's a really chunky live score.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So no hand with the king 6. out the way. Marius has
Marius
just
has
been
added-
slowly picking up chips, isn't
Yeah,
he?
nice bit of momentum. He's gone from sort of 800k to 1.5 million without too much resistance on the way.
Mhm.
Obviously, nice for him that he got that showdown with the King Jack against King Deuce
Oh,
spot
yeah.
as well. Sergey opening with Queen Jack suited. Mindorgas having a little think with the 10-8 suited on the button, but is reaching and folding. Or Rimas really needs to pick something up soon, and unfortunately 10-7 suited is not going to cut the mustard.
No, it certainly is not. But the pocket fives is not an interesting spot. You just call every time.
Yep.
But, you know, we are going to be seeing a flop, and there is a lot of things that can happen between two hands like this, you know.
Yeah, certainly some
Especially
deadly
as he
boards
doesn't
that can
have the
cause some
5 of
fireworks.
diamonds, you know, so it's... Oh, okay.
Thought that was a 5 with the Queen for a second
Yeah.
there. That really would have been chaos.
That would have been the one, but Sergey here taking a bit of a dent to his stack, but he'll be happy to pick one up here. 5s with the backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw. We have seen some stubborn defends of this types of hand class.
Particularly with some runners as well. Runner hearts, runner straight draw.
Sergey betting almost half pot though. I think I'd stick around for a quarter, but
Yes.
like this is the type of hand that I'm really sensitive to the larger sizings with.
For sure. And I think that'll be a bit of a relief for Sergey, because from what I've seen, certainly since I've been here, he's been a bit unfortunate. He's not really managed to amass too much. I think he dwindled a bit actually from sort of 4.4 to 3.4, so that'll feel nice to win a pot. And
I know what you mean. It's not like you're happy that your opponent didn't continue in the hand, but it's just nice to pick up a pot after those like little bits of momentum going against you in some ways.
Yeah, he had sort of 3 or 4 pots where he raised, had to fold to the 3-bet, obviously just lost the blind v blind encounter as well. So I think that will be a bit of a relief to pick one up again. Chris, with ace-jack suited under, going for 20 bigs, is going to be coming in for a raise. I would say in terms of momentum, from what I've seen, Mindaugas has certainly been on the rise the last hour and a half. Marius, the local, certainly been picking up a few pots. Nohad also with the double up. Smiley, licky face. Not going to be seeing a flop with the 5-3 off. It's quite funny how a lot of these ace-10, ace-jack hands under the gun, they're just getting the raise and take it, which
Yeah,
on a full table can sort of seem a bit scary sometimes, but...
Not tons of resistance.
No. And not tons of out-of-line play from what I've seen so far as well.
Yeah,
It's
no
been-
one where you're thinking, wow, that is really pushing the envelope. It's all kind of semi-standard.
Yeah.
Solid poker, but...
Imagine that solid poker just gets you there sometimes.
It certainly does. Nothing wrong with that.
Nohad should just be betting the 4s from under the gun. This is certainly a bit
I'd
too
be
tricky
folding
with
here.
22 bigs here. Later position, we can obviously just rip this in, but I think this is too many bigs and not a good enough hand.
Agreed.
We can certainly raise fold as well. But
Yeah,
I
just
would.
with
Yeah, I love
stuff.
to see the open fold there.
Nice fold.
Yeah,
Good
very
awareness.
nice fold.
Marius and Sergey out the way.
Yeah, it's just one of those hands that can get you in a lot of trouble.
Exactly. Just every flop is like kind of tricky and gnarly, and you've got to really trust your reads and stuff like that when you don't flop a 4, you know?
Yeah.
It's like let's say even Queen 5-3, you know, and it's like, ugh.
Do I like this flop or not?
Yeah, so I bet the flop and he min raises me, and oh no.
I certainly like this hand a bit better.
Mate. Are
Trap.
we going to go for
Trap him.
a 2.5x, or do we limp?
Limpy, trappy, smiley, dicky. I feel like one of your ducks would go great with his yellow t-shirt combo as well.
I think so as well.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask him why
We
he
should maybe
doesn't
slip
have
him one of those on the break.
That's what I'm thinking. I've got Pirate Duck with me. He'd love to have an
Pirate
appearance on the
Duck
final
would
table.
love a little peruse in the main event.
Exactly. Little cameo appearance, you know, just for morale, just to know what it's actually like to be on the table.
Ooh,
Oh, this
now
is
then.
very interesting. So
A
open
king
ender.
would be disaster for Chris.
Of course, yeah, and even a queen as well.
Still going with the trappiness. Love it.
Yeah, are we going to see that cold king on the turn? No, but the 7 of diamonds.
Interesting, brings both of them a flush draw, but Matty with the high king of diamonds flush draw.
Yeah, would really dislike a turn check here.
Yeah,
I think
we have to start trying to build a pot at this point.
And facing the flop check back, yeah, he's going to be stripped of 10x, and that's why it's good to go big with value and bluffs here. You could even go sort of 200k here.
Yeah, looks like he's reaching for about 120.
It's a fair size.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think I do like overbet a little bit more.
And Queen 9 is going to struggle to fold here. There are some rivers that are just disaster for Chris. Any diamond, any king, some trouble.
Chris does come along for the ride. And yeah, the 8 of diamonds would have been the real juicer.
Yeah.
And Mate now, what he's got to think is like, okay, my opponent's called the flop. Checked back the flop, called the turn. What does his range look like? And I think it's just a lot of misses here.
Yeah, so do we check to him and let him bluff?
Exactly,
Yeah.
on the off chance that he's, trapping the flop sometimes with the 10, which I don't think happens that often, but possible. So you kind of like some pot control. I don't think he's going to have much Jack X as well in the check back. So
Yeah, because equally, if we lead and get raised, it's a bit blur. But by checking and allowing him to bet, certainly he's going to still have some value with Jack X, 10x, but he's going to have a lot of bluffs in there as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think I like your thinking more for going for a check there, but he does decide to lead the river for 250, and it is going to be a quick fold.
Just
from
forcing
Chris.
our opponent to fire off some misses.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see if he checked if Chris was going to go for a barrel there.
Yeah, it's an option, but there's many ways to shear a sheep, right? So
yeah.
That's what we're seeing this time. Sometimes it does get a little bit too tricky and creative, and just driving the action yourself and finding the bets is also the way to go.
Yeah, look at the Estonians leading the aggression frequency here.
Yeah.
All the Estonians and Lithuanians top of the pack.
Absolutely. Something in the water over here at the Hilton Hotel.
Maybe it's in the not in the water, but in the
OlyBoost.
OlyBoost. Something in the OlyBoost.
Yeah, the extra pizzazz.
Ooh, this should be a jam here for Oramas. 9 big blinds. He's found ace 9 in the hijack. This is more than good enough to be getting it in with. And indeed, does jam. Is he going to find a customer? Not going to be finding one in Evgeny. And Oramas really needs a double up here.
Yeah, hoping not to run into a powerhouse hand, but won't mind someone flicking it in with a king 10 suited or whatever and looking him up.
And he certainly won't mind to just pick up the blinds and antes. At least it gives him another round. Maintains that fold equity.
25k is a lovely little pickup. 2.5 starting stacks for some light work there. Just a hijack jam with the ace 9. Oramas is the type of player that I've been quite impressed by, but on the previous stream just came in, started finding some nice bits of aggression and correct flats and kind of good hand selection in every spot.
Yeah, he's been a bit unfortunate today, especially with the one we saw where his opponent had a house, but clearly understanding that his opponent is going to have a lot of bluffs in that situation, decided to flick in the call with king high, and unfortunately lost a pretty big one there. Equally, the ace's hand where he unfortunately turned the ace, and it was just the action
just a
killer.
bit
It's
too
just
good.
it's just not quite gone his way so far today. But certainly still chance to turn it around from here. And it's now Min Dorgas with the aces.
He's had a nice run of things on the feature table.
Yeah, certainly this last level and a half that I've seen of him, he's momentum's pretty strong at this point.
Yep, the boat versus the stationary king high of his countrymen. And now the rockets, and any action available.
Don't expect Matty to get too spicy with a 9-7 suited. Nope.
It might peel like an 8-7 on the button sometimes, but yeah, don't see the cutoff getting in there. No had, no hand.
See what you did there.
Hey, just slid an N in there. And
can we consider defending with 10-8 off here?
I think so.
Yeah. I think this is reasonable.
I think this is a bit too good. There is a lot of like lower offsuit stuff that gets thrown away, but I think the 10-8 is just a little too good.
Yeah, middling, connecting.
Yeah.
Ooh, connecting to the flop as well. This could be danger for Marius. Don't expect him to lose a full stack here or anything, but certainly could be a bit of damage.
Yeah, the interesting thing with aces here is that you can size up this board as well.
Yeah,
because,
very wet board.
You unblock a lot of the jack and the 10x and the king x and the queen x, the 8x, the 9x that would interact in the form of straight draws.
Yeah, it does instead go for a smaller size, and I thought maybe something like 150.
Yeah, exactly. Just sizing up from the get-go, it's like, okay, if we size up and then start to lose customers from 4s, 5s, 6s, 7s that might call a smaller bet, then so be it with one club or whatever. But
yeah, I think 2 clubs, and particularly when it's jack 10 of clubs, it's such a wet board. We really do want to be starting to try and build a pot big enough to maybe get him on the river.
Agreed. Ooh, okay, so 4 of clubs. So it's pair plus flush draw plus versus pair plus flush draw. And guess what? It's Mindaugas, the flavor of the last couple of orbits, if not level and a half.
Yeah.
With the goods.
So with Marius having 1.2 behind, oh, he's actually just checking it here. And a bit of an action killer on the river there with the king. Yeah, you surprised that Mindaugas didn't continue on the turn there? He went for a check.
Yeah, a little bit. Maybe just aware that the big blind is going to be quite suited heavy here and not looking to like get check jammed on.
And what size are we going for value on the end?
Yeah, we're surely betting, that's for sure.
200.
What sort of hands is Marius going to arrive with here? He's going to have a lot of 10x. He's going to have a bit of jack x and also
has some king x as well.
For sure, like king of clubs x.
The only worry is, are we maybe worried that he's somehow also in there with maybe some 2-pair combos that are just check calling river?
It's possible,
yeah.
But I think there's a lot of jack 10x and even some king x of diamonds, like king 9 or something like that.
Yeah, a lot of value to be had here. I think 200 puts Marius in a tricky spot.
Ooh.
Is he reaching a bit deeper than 200? No, he agrees with me. He agrees with me. 200 on the end. I don't do bad for a mixed games noob on the sizings here.
You've certainly got the feel of the table. So sort of 40% bet on the river.
And this is tricky for Marius. But I assume he does find... Yeah, he does find the fold. Good fold. Yeah, it should be a board that interacts very well with that under the gun +1 range.
Yeah.
Certainly going nowhere on the flop with the 10, but by the river, it's not much. His biggest cash was from 2019, taking down the main event in Vilnius Knockout Festival for 5,600. Wow. I'm surprised at that because, this, like you say, this is a very accomplished player.
Yeah,
I really thought his biggest cash would be
like
way bigger than that.
50K or something.
Yeah. That really surprises me. So is his biggest cash probably going to be this now? Are they guaranteed that already? Can't be far off, right?
I mean, I think they're cashing for something in between like medium 4K range right now.
Yeah, so he's not far off his biggest cash, but that really surprises me. I think he's played well. I think you said you'd had a conversation with someone that said he was quite accomplished online as well.
No, this is the player on his left or the player on our right.
Ah, okay. I thought you were talking about Mindorgas.
No.
I mean, he's played well.
Yeah, he's played well. He's had a decent run of it, to be fair.
Yeah. Mindorgas finding the suited jack at 10, coming in with a raise. Marius may have defended that from the big blind, but certainly not from the small blind, and that is just going to be another raise and take it for Mindorgas.
It is 6,100, the current payout.
Okay, so that is his biggest ever cash so far.
Yeah. So he's eclipsed that and some.
And I see it at the clock. We are still stuck at 23.
Yeah,
in nearly
it's been
2
so
full
stubborn.
levels.
This is quite incredible,
Yeah,
actually.
in nearly 2 full levels. We have only lost 1 player. But again,
Wow.
it is quite a deep average stack out there, around about 40 bigs average. And pay jumps are getting very juicy at this point. So it is going to just get that little bit tighter at some stage.
Oh, yeah.
Oramas still trying to find his way to a double up with 11 bigs. But unfortunately, he is going to be having to post that big blind and big blind ante next hand. No had, no hand. I had to seal it.
We got to do that for a thing. Yeah. Marius 10-9.
Marius should be opening with the 10-9 here.
The stacks are awkward, though. Both players really do cover him quite significantly.
Yeah,
I think I would use this as a bottom as well. Jack 10 off, 10-9 off.
Yeah.
It's not like they're like super happy 3-betters either.
Yeah, he does indeed come in with a raise. I like this. Certainly a bit scary with those 2 bigger stacks to your left, but I think it is indeed a fine raise and picks up another spot.
Yeah.
Yeah, Marius just slowly accumulating. Nothing massive, but
yeah, he's doing a good
chipping
job
up nicely.
Trying to find little spots here and there.
Yeah, that was a good one.
It was 1.3 million, so he came in with much less than $1 million, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, he's been battling quite nicely. Aramas has really had the worst of it in terms of fortune
that card
since we restarted the comms.
I think it's a face card.
I think it's a face card, and it's a 3.
That's a funny looking face card to me.
Flash up. I tell you, it's like this up.
Yeah.
Very high, actually, yeah.
It was very high, yeah, massive.
I saw it, red queen, 3 of 3. Okay.
That's the fun with live poker. You always get these little anomalies with misdeals, flipped cards and such. But everyone, of course, taking it in good spirits. These things happen.
You should say thank you. You don't want the 3.
Yeah, he gets another free pull at it now.
Ace Jack under the gun for Evgeny. Certainly going to be opening. And yeah, funny how for all these ones, Ace 10, Ace Jack, there has been very little resistance so far behind. Just seems like that's been the way. There will be resistance though with the pocket 10s. 22 bigs from under the gun +1. Are we calling? Are we jamming?
Yeah, 3-betting and getting it in, I think, as... I mean, 9s is very awkward for me. I think I'm just folding 8s. I just don't think we have any peels here.
Yeah.
It does peel.
It's just going to call.
Yeah, I'm not a massive fan of the peel. I think it's tough to say. I get where he's coming from. Ooh,
Yeah,
down to
from these
22.
positions, it's very tricky.
Yeah.
Aha, we finally lose someone else.
You know, I just think that 3-betting, you know, denying all of these, like Ace 10 off, Ace Jack off, King Jack off, Queen Jack off potentially.
Yeah,
we know
maybe
that
some suited
Evgeny's
ace
a bit
combos that are
wider,
getting
yeah.
a bit frisky.
Yeah, even just like Ace X suited, King 5 suited, or whatever is at the bottom of his suited King X's. It's 30% equity. Let's, you know, if we really get cornered here, then so be it. But I think with 22 bigs, it might just be a 3-bet. I'm not sure.
Well, it's a pretty safe flop for the 10s. Is Ace Jack going to continue, or is he just going to check to the position play? He is going to continue for 125. Matty obviously going nowhere. And I assume we just go for the sort of pot control route at this point.
Yeah, I mean, you know your opponent's going to be betting probably range here, so there are still hands to get value from / deny equity. Evgeny has a slightly deeper stack. Is going to have some ace-7 suited, king-7 suited, pocket 8s, pocket 9s, pocket 6s, pocket 5s. So do we want to raise in position here much on this board? I doubt it, though, because it's not like we've got like a massive advantage here. So likelihood is he just comes along for a call, I think.
Yeah. Don't really want to scare off those bluffs as well. But I think he is reaching for a min click. Yeah. Just above a min click 275. It's a strange one because, like, what is the plan here? Let's say that Evgeny shoves. Obviously, we know he's not shoving here.
Yeah.
But let's say he shoves.
Yeah.
Is our plan to just raise fold the 10s here?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, because what are the bluffs going to be at that stage, right?
Yeah.
Like, if they 3-bet rip the flop, it's just going to be jacks plus
exactly.
a lot.
Yeah. So maybe that's just why he wants to kind of define where he is in the hand, in a sense.
Potentially. He does get a call out of the ace-jack, so he does a good job of at least targeting the types of hands that he beats that could be still in the pot. So we are looking at a 36 big blind average, which is down from around about 60 yesterday, and we started with about 50 earlier on today.
Yeah. Facing the flop resistance, do we expect him to slow down on the turn? Also to keep maybe some of those bluffs in on the river to then...
This is where it gets very awkward, right?
It's just very tricky, isn't it?
Aces and kings don't necessarily need to 3-bet the flop. They just don't need that much protection. You're not going to be raising...
There's the problem, unfortunately, with slowing down on the turn. But I do understand why he felt maybe to slow down on the turn.
Yeah, what he was trying to do was, with the flop min raise, see all 5 cards.
Yeah.
And go from there, I guess.
He has achieved that, but unfortunately he's going to be sick to his stomach when he sees what occurred on the river. Yeah, that's a painful one.
Yeah, and if you give your opponent such a good price to continue on the flop, you can't really be too disappointed that they rivered you.
Do we think, going for the plan that he was, that maybe he should have sized up a little bit more on the flop? Go to sort of...
Yeah.
It's so tricky when he's so short, but maybe go to like 350.
Yeah, it's hard to say without being results orientated, isn't it? Because it's like I just wouldn't play any raises on that flop because we don't have any 4x and we don't really have kings, queens, or jacks. So these hands always 3-bet in that spot. Sure, you might find a funky flat with aces, but yeah, it's still just going to be 3-betting most of your value pre-flop. Yeah.
Yeah, feels a bit sick to his stomach seeing that ace, though, on the river.
Yeah, he could just 3-bet pre, and ace jack is probably going to fold or stick it in his eye, and he's,
Yeah. Painful one to lose, but he's still in there. Maybe the pirate duck will give him some momentum after the break.
Need to smuggle that one in.
Yar! Smuggle the pirate. Arr!
I take your booty.
Mindorgas.
With the ducks. It's a sign.
Yeah.
50 big blinds here.
Interesting spot also with the short stack and the small blind. Small blind is going to have quite a few jam skis. So it does decide to just bin the 2s.
Yeah, it's a lot of respect for his fellow countrymen.
Yeah. Are we jamming jack 4? Or do we just try?
Completely opponent dependent, and there's no way I'm jamming jack 4 into Evgeny. He's
madman.
Pretty wide, pretty splashy, pretty loose. Don't mind the fold either, because it's like if we complete, we're just going to get shoved on quite a lot ourselves anyway.
Painful when he shows us 7 high, though.
Yeah. Those spots when you're 8-handed, and you limp there off of the short stack, it's like because everyone else has folded their hand, it's like the card bunching effects. It's like all of the folds are kind of unblocking good cards a lot of the time, right?
Yeah.
So when you limp 10BB, it's just so likely he's got a king or an ace to look down at.
This is very nice, by the way. We've got the cumulative winnings from the start of the day.
Yeah.
Evgeny, obviously, with the most at the moment.
For sure.
Yeah, like you say, Evgeny's just not the player to be jamming into there. If it was me, you'd be jamming into me all day long there. But
you're a respectful man.
Do we think No-Had's going to open with Queen 10 suited? I
think so.
Yeah, 19 bigs under the gun +1. Does indeed find the raise.
Just all the suited broadways, a fair chunk of the suited ace-X, a decent portion of suited king-X as well, and then of course all of your strong pairs. Seems fine and dandy to me. Some ace-10 off.
Oramas just running into the bottom end of the deck here.
Yeah, getting a bit frustrated.
Yeah,
potentially with the way that those cards kind of hit the air.
And that's a nice pickup there for No-Had. Takes her over the Milski mark.
Just kind of keeping afloat, you know. It only takes one open per orbit when you're on 20 big blinds. If you do that an average time, you make the final table with 20 big blinds.
Yeah.
But, you know, I know that sounds obviously much more simple because it doesn't really usually work like that. But that's what you've got to average. Just getting that one orbit in. Sorry, that one raise and take in.
And it looks like we're balancing here with the outer tables. Does that mean we're down to 21 then?
Yeah, very potentially.
I think so, because then it should be 3 7s. So we say goodbye for the moment to that player. Mindorgas should be opening off ace-3 from the hijack. It's only really Sergey in terms of like big stacks behind that he needs to be too scared about, but okay, does fold, which seems also fine. Oramas just not quite finding the jamming cards.
Yeah, 10-3 suited. I don't think he's thinking about doing anything here. It must be some kind of pay jump, and he's just stalling a little bit because when you're this short, so 9 big blinds, those pay jumps become even more significant because your likelihood of winning the tournament is pretty low at this point.
Yeah, you just got to pick up any equity you can.
Yeah, exactly. So just taking like 10-20 seconds is fine from his standpoint.
Yeah.
Evgeny opening it up with the 5s. Mate now short as well, and No-Had Jack Deuce. So she's going to be out the way. We are down to 21 indeed, Scott.
Yeah. Finally, some movement on the numbers.
It's been a tough grind in terms of the eliminations. There's been no one budging. We are playing down to 9, so we still need to get through over half the field.
Could take quite some time.
Yeah, very well.
Have you got your Ollie boost ready to keep you going?
I've got 5 in the fridge, I believe. So, yeah. Wake me up when it's the final table, basically.
Wake me up before you go.
Yeah. Wake me up when September ends, actually. Could be a nice karaoke song.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And we do have our karaoke night, I believe, on Sunday.
Yeah, you're going to have to give us a different song because I really enjoyed your Castle on the Hill last year. But you need a different song now, so what's it going to be?
The good news is, I don't know if you know this about me, George, but my last job before streaming full-time...
You weren't a Butlins entertainer, were you?
I was the manager of a karaoke bar in Amsterdam.
Wow. In Amsterdam?
So my
That's the best place for a karaoke bar.
My repertoire's pretty thick on the karaoke. I can do all sorts from Beyonce to Eminem.
Beyonce?
Yeah.
All right, now you've put
if you want me
seed out.
If you want me to do a bit of Beyonce, I can do a bit of Beyonce. Yeah.
How camp would that be?
A bit,
do you go for the full kind of shaking around and?
Oh, I'm not much of a dancer.
Yeah, so is it like Put a Ring on It or Crazy in Love?
I mean, someone. If I'm gonna sing Beyonce, I need like someone else to dance for me. You know?
All right, so you're not literally.
I'm not gonna be doing the single ladies dance on stage or anything, but.
Okay, yeah. I was gonna say.
But I can hit some very high notes.
If you've got that in the range, then that's impressive. So, when was this? When were you the karaoke manager?
So I left in 2020, and I was doing it for 4 to 5 years before that. So 2015, 2016.
And you were still playing poker on the side at the time, or
a little bit, yeah. But I used to be a bit of a degen with my money back in the day, so I kind of torched many bankrolls. Yeah. So that was my thing to sort of have some money and
back
build
on the
up again.
game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I was actually building the stream as I was doing the karaoke bar managing, and then the stream got to the point where I was making more money from that than I was.
Okay.
So then it just became a no-brainer, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was like 2.5 years of building the stream while I was working at the karaoke bar at the same time.
Fair.
Yeah.
And how busy was the karaoke bar in like the midweek? Does it even matter in Amsterdam? There's always
It was a pretty
tourism there.
small venue. We could only fit say 150 people in there. But it had like its own actual proper stage where you go up on, and it's got like fixed microphones,
Sure.
like really professional sound equipment and stuff. Midweeks were kind of hit and miss. Weekend was always packed
Yeah.
to the point where you literally can't fit anyone else in.
And how often does the microphone get stolen?
Like I say, it was fixed on the stage. We used to have handheld ones, but those got either dropped or nicked all the time.
Yeah.
So then they decided to sort of build in an actual full stage with the microphone actually fixed onto it.
Yeah.
So there's actually 2 microphones, so you can do duets as well.
Okay.
But those were like adjustable. You could move those forwards
Yeah, or
towards
you
you as
can
well.
turn the other one off, because there's nothing worse when you're getting up for a song and then there's someone going, "Ah."
Yeah, so behind the stage, they had a mixer kind of that looks like the one we have next to us, and indeed you could mute one microphone or
That's
turn it down a
fascinating.
lot if you needed to. Sometimes you'd have that.
Yeah, that's a career. So that was like a real nighttime living for you.
Yeah.
Kind of,
8 p.m. open till 3 in the morning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gets quite degen, I imagine.
Yeah, it's a lot of tourists, particularly in Amsterdam.
Did you go and hunt the live cash game streets after that, just to see if there was any stragglers?
So the sad thing is with the cash game scene in Amsterdam is that it's only open till like 3-4 in the morning. It's not It's not a 24-hour casino.
Okay.
And unfortunately, they only have 8 tables at the moment, and that's including tournament and cash. Like outside of a series,
They're
it's
capped at 8 tables.
Outside of a series,
Wow.
it's just 8 tables. It's actually a very small card room.
Okay.
Which you wouldn't really expect for a capital city. You would think it's going to be quite vibrant, like London is, for example.
Yeah, sure.
But yeah, outside of the series, unfortunately, not that massive.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so Nohad c-betting her 8-7 here with the backdoor flush draw. Good board for her range. Not the most ideal board for her hand. And Sergey in there with middle pair and a middling kicker as well. So likely to see check on the flush completer turn.
Yeah.
Nohad looking for some improvement and doesn't find it. So this is going to be one of those sort of annoying niggly pots where she may be showing down the second place hand here and just kind of losing a little bit of that momentum.
A little bit of a hit to the stack, but nothing disastrous.
Yeah.
Still plenty playable with 15 bigs.
Yeah, she still beats a couple of hands, maybe
some ace highs.
Queen 10 that
Yeah.
somehow didn't
10-9.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you say, a little bit niggly, a little bit unfortunate to lose that one, but
very awkward and annoying.
She'll be fine. I
She
think she's
certainly
navigated
will.
herself very well on this table so far.
Yeah, so the average is just under 40 big blinds at the moment, which is plenty of play. And we're going to have our last hand here before the break. And yeah, we are starting to maneuver to that situation where short stacks are emerging, and there is sort of not a ticking time bomb, but time is certainly of the essence for these guys.
I think particular for our Lithuanian friend.
Yeah, he's about to. He's like snap folding because he really wants to pay the smaller big blind and
Understandable.
as well.
Makes a big difference.
And he's like, Evgeny, why are you taking so much time? So.
Yeah, Oramas unfortunately getting to that point now where probably losing all kinds of fold equity.
Yeah.
It's just, we're going to have the best hand. We're going to have to pick a spot. Doesn't have to be that we're ahead, but just something that is live, equitable.
It's going to be about a third of his stack going in the next 2 hands.
Yeah.
Marius
Ooh.
has the pocket rockets on the button. 1.3 million.
Assume we expect a sneaky flat to allow
sometimes,
Evgeny to
but I
do
just
some-
don't think these two in the blinds are particularly aggressive. So
Or maybe
I like
not.
this route.
I
like
wasn't
this
maybe
route.
thinking necessarily about the chaps in the blinds, but more just allow Evgeny to keep barreling, because Evgeny has been the sort of live wire.
But also,
post-flop.
if he's also is gonna sort of underfold to 3 bets as well, so I like this decision because I think that when we consider a flat, it's not necessarily the aggression tendencies of our opponent, but of the guys behind with the big stack. Are they going to put that to use and find the squeezes or not?
True.
So there we have it, down to 21, and we're going to be going on a short break. We will be 1 hour, sorry, dinner break.
Oh,
apologies
very long
for
break.
that. Thank you, Andreas, in the background. And we're going to see you in 1 hour here at the WSOP Circuit in Tallinn. 21 remaining, 193k up top. Stay tuned.
Welcome to WSOP Circuit Tallinn 2024. My name is De La Vira, and I'm super excited to be your host for the next 10 days. From the moment the doors opened, the tables have been packed with a diverse mix of seasoned pros and eager amateurs, all trying their luck. The atmosphere is electric, with poker players from different countries coming together to compete in 53 different tournaments. Today marks the beginning of what promises to be an unforgettable series of tournaments, with everyone aiming to make their mark and take home one from the 12 WSOP Circuit rings. The opening event, the €250 no-limit hold'em tournament, has already seen some thrilling hands and bold moves, setting the stage for an epic festival. So stay tuned as we bring you all the highlights, unforgettable moments, and behind-the-scenes action from the WSOP Circuit Tallinn 2024. Get ready to witness poker history in the making, right here in Tallinn. Peter, I remember when I met you the last time, and I know you're the Sweden master in Sweden. And now I would like you to teach me how to play.
Well, Sweden is a game where you play 5-card Omaha on the board and 5-card draw in the hand. So if you focus on the 5-card draw hand, you will be successful.
That's it. Now I know how to play.
Pretty much. But there are a lot of numbers to consider and a lot of cards to consider. And of course, you have to be franke lucky.
Oh, that's a good way to be lucky.
Yeah.
Can you show me like one example or something?
We get 5 cards
Yeah.
each. 5 cards each, like this. And of course, when you have chips, you decide if you want to play this hand or not. And let's say everybody plays the hand. So we have a flop.
Let's do it openly, right?
Okay.
So we can, because I don't know anything.
Yeah.
And I don't know what
and
to do.
Usually you want to have like pair, 2-pair, flush draw,
I have one.
straight draw. You have a pair and you're in the lead. I will still pot you here because I want you out of the hand.
Yeah, surely.
Okay, but you are going to be in. So now you see a pair and you have a straight draw. Could be okay, unless I have like a full, but I don't. So you want to change like the 10. You take it away.
You just like burn it?
Yeah. And I'm gonna change 2 cards because
So how many can I change?
you can change from 0 to 5.
Ah, okay.
And if you change 1 card, you get 1 open. Do you like it? Does it fit your hand or does it fit the board? No.
Nope.
Away, and you get a new one. Ah, the same. And I get 2 cards, so I don't get the face up.
How do you like it?
No. But still, here's the turn.
Yeah.
And you're probably gonna check, I'm gonna check. And then the river. And that's a split pot, because you
Okay.
see, I got the straight,
Yeah.
and you have the best hand.
So I win this time?
8s, yeah. No, you win half the pot, and I win half the pot here.
Okay, we'll split, yeah.
Quite easy, guys.
Seems really easy.
Quite easy.
No, I...
Come and play, and I will show you, not that easy.
Hi guys, it's day 2 here at the WSOP Circuit Tallinn 2024. I'm here in the beautiful Old Town, so if you guys have breaks during the games, you can come here and enjoy it as well. We started the day off with the WSOPC €250 no-limit hold'em flight 1C. which saw an impressive 185 entries. Players battled it out through intense rounds, and many have successfully bagged their chips for day 2. It's shaping up to be a highly competitive event. Next up, we had the €350 no-limit hold'em progressive bounty. This event reached 123 entries and provided some exciting bounty action. Players were not only aiming for victory, but also hunting each other for those extra sweet rewards. Later in the day, we introduced the €250 open-face Chinese pineapple event, which, by the way, is my favorite. This unique game brought a fresh dynamic to the festival. As the evening rolled in, we hosted another flight of the WSOPC €250 no-limit hold'em, Flight 1D. The enthusiasm continued with more players joining the battle, aiming to secure their spots for day 2. That's a wrap for today. Stay tuned for more updates and highlights as the WSOPC continues. And I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Hello and welcome to day 7 here at WSOP Circuit Tallinn. I'm joined by Jussi Mattila coming into the final table, 3 out of 9. You've got the chip leader on your left. How's that going to factor in for things for you?
I play my game, it doesn't matter for me.
Yeah, so not ICM orientated, just going for the win?
Yes, for sure.
That's what we'd like to see. What's your biggest score in a PLO event?
I don't know, 40,000 I think. I was second in the Helsinki tournament.
So you might be able to eclipse that here with the win. So that's what we're going for, and it would be your first ring.
Yes, it would be.
Joining us is the chip leader coming into 1 of 9 in the 1K PLO. Got a mighty stack. How have you been doing in the day 1?
Pretty good, I guess. Yeah, it was a nice run in the end, so.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, no bad bits, so.
And some decent setups in your favor?
Yeah, pretty much.
How's your experience with PLO? Is it your preferred format, or do you like no limit hold'em?
I played lots of everything, so yeah, I love mixed games, and I have some hands in PLO as well. Yeah.
And with over 40,000 to first, would that eclipse your biggest win in poker?
Yes, it will be, yeah.
I'm joined by Stanislavas from Lithuania, coming in short with 6.5 big blinds. Need a spin, really. What's the game plan?
Pot.
Are you aware of the shorter stacks and trying to make the pay jumps, or are you just going to be going for it today?
We'll see how it goes, but yeah, I'm aware of the short stacks, but depends on the cards.
Mm-hmm. And what's your background in poker? Is Omaha your main game?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Tournaments or cash games?
Cash games.
Yeah. Online or live?
Live.
Okay.
But they mostly play slots and Russian poker.
Slots and Russian poker. Do you have an edge there?
A little bit.
Okay, keeping it a secret. Thanks very much for joining. Good luck.
Thank you.
Welcome to day 3 here at the WSOP Circuit Tallinn 2024. Today was an action-packed day with 3 exciting ring events, keeping the energy high throughout the day. First up, we had the second and final day for the WSOPC €250 no-limit hold'em ring event number 1. This event saw a total of 788 entries by 450 unique players coming from 32 different countries. The first place winner set to walk away with an impressive €31,620. The competition was fierce and the event ran into the early hours of the morning. We also kicked off the ladies pre-roll and the WSOPC €350 8-game day 1. This event attracted players who were excited to show off their skills in different types of poker games. How is the 8 game going?
Well, it hasn't gone so well so far. I'm making a re-entry now, but it's a lot of fun and nice people. So I'm looking forward to go into my second bullet. That's a good thing.
It will go better, I'm sure. In addition, the WSOPC €555 no-limit hold'em ring event number 3 started today with Flight 1A in the morning and Flight 1B in the evening. Players are eager to secure their spots and compete for the honorable WSOP ring. The day also saw the commencement of the €250 no-limit hold'em bounty event and the €150 no-limit hold'em and PLO 456 mix in the evening. Stay tuned for more updates and highlights as the WSOP Circuit Tallinn 2024 continues. Good luck to all the players! Hello, I have John Kite here, who won the PLO 4 and 5 last year. So maybe you can teach me a little bit how the PLO goes. I've been playing No Limit Hold'em, but I know nothing about PLO. And what does the 4 and 5 mean even?
Yeah, it's a bit different from Hold'em. In PLO, it's more about you need a lot more. You need draws. You need like 2 pair or better. You don't want to go crazy with like 1 pair, like over pair, as you do in Hold'em maybe.
Yeah.
In 4 cards, it's mostly about having aces, nut suits, high pairs. In 5 cards, you can have a bit more rundown hands, which means like, for example, Jack 10, 9, 8, 7. That's really good to crack aces, for example.
Can we do a little like example or just to... And I really want to know, what does the 4 and 5 mean?
Yeah,
Is it like one round with 4 cards and then 5 or...?
Yeah, 1 round of each. So we're 8-handed. So first we have 1 round with 4 cards. This is a very good 4-card hand.
This is for me?
Yeah.
Very good card.
Oh yeah, maybe turn it around.
Yeah.
So, you like equity run very close in PLO compared to Hold'em. Let's say you have aces versus kings in Hold'em, it's like 80-20, right?
Okay.
But here it's more like 33-66. Even though, so if you have like aces with something, against kings with something. And here you see we have a double suited kings. We love the hand, but against aces we're always a dog, obviously. But when you have kings, you always want ace blocker. That always helps. Less chance for your opponent to have aces.
But in the game you still have like the flop and turn and river the same way in that.
You just get more cards. And a big difference is you have to use 2 cards from your hand.
Yeah,
right?
These are the cards that play with the table, right?
So normally, if there's 4 5s in Hold'em, you both split, right?
Yeah, pods.
Because you both have an ace. But here, you have to use your 2 best cards. So
if
you have
four
a full
quad-
house. Even though the board is this, no one have quads.
Okay, so still 3 of the cards is playing from 5 cards altogether playing.
So you have a house here and the ace is full, or 5's full of aces.
Okay.
So that's a small difference. Like if there's 4 to straight, having just a jack is no good. Like this is not a straight if this is the board.
Okay.
You see, normally in Hold'em, this would be a straight with a jack, right?
Jack, yep. Oh, this is this.
Yeah, that's fine. But here, we need to use 2 cards. So we need a king. Then we have a straight, right? So that's small differences.
And it goes like 4 cards, 1 round, like each.
Yeah. Every player gets 4
The button
cards.
moves like the whole, circle, and then the other round is 5 cards.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you tend to see more all-ins in 5 card. So normally a lot of people build stacks in 5 and 4 is a bit quicker. People just wait for aces. But in 5, you get so many more possibilities. Because 50% of the time you even get double suited when you have 5 card. So it's very easy to get double suited with 5 cards. Like here, ace, king, 9, 8, 4. Compared to 4 cards, it's harder to get double suited. People want double suited hands.
But what is the usual mistake that people do, like that you see in the tables?
So normally is not respecting your opponent or the board. Like, if you have aces on this board, it's never gonna be good. Like, people overplay over pairs, you know. I was all in with aces once, over pair. Guy had top set, so I was crushed.
Yeah.
But I still found an ace on turn. So,
Oh, wow. So you have that lucky
I'm
charm.
I'm lucky
Yeah.
today. Even though I just doubled up a guy with aces.
But is PLO your like top one game, like your favorite of them all?
Yeah, at least in cash game. That's what I prefer to play.
Okay.
But on every flop, we want like big draws. If the flop come Queen 10-6, even though the guy have aces with a queen, it's very strong, right? But let's see, you have this hand. You only have king high, right?
Yeah.
You have king high, but you have a full wrap. You can get straight with ace, a jack, a king, a 9, or even a 7. Yeah,
So
and
that would be a nice.
and an 8.
Yeah.
So this is monster flop. And we even have a flush draw. So even against aces here, we have like over 60% equity.
Yeah, it's so different from Hold'em.
We have no pair. So it's about putting a lot of pressure. You know your opponent have aces, and like, I have no showdown value. You can just go all in on this flop, and he kind of have to fold. It depends. Someone calls, but yeah, you know.
Anything else that I should know before I enter my first PLO 4 and 5 tournament?
I don't know. It's like in every poker game. You just have to pay attention to your opponents, see what they're doing, and I mean, some people like to look at every flop before they go all in. You know, see that you have something, and some others just, if they have a good starting hand, they just always try to push their equity. It depends.
So you should be a little bit smart, and you should have luck as well,
Yeah,
like in every poker game.
Of course, yeah.
Okay. Thank you, John, so much for joining us and
Yeah.
explaining the PLO 4 and 5 to me. Welcome to the WSOPC Tallinn 2024. It has been an absolutely crazy day here at the Hilton Tallinn Park Hotel. Let's take a look at what happened. First of all, we want to congratulate the winner of our first ring event, the €250 No Limit Hold'em, which ran into the early hours of Monday morning, was won by the Latvian Eriks Krūmiņš. Eriks, you won our first ring event this year. How did you do it?
I just ran really good, won pretty much every all-in, so I can't complain. I was really lucky, really lucky. And played good as well, but mostly lucky.
Were there any spots in the tournament where you thought like, hey, maybe I could win this?
Starting from like top 80, I think, because I had a big stack there, I always thought I could win, but I understand that not everything is because of my skill. I need some luck as well, and I got that luck, and I won.
We kicked off the day with the €555 No Limit Hold'em Flight 1C. The competition was fierce as players battled it out, each one determined to advance to the next stage and get closer to that prestigious ring. Next up was the exhilarating €350 PLO 4 and 5 Progressive Bounty. This unique event, featuring €100 bust-out bounties, kept everyone on the edge of their seats with its intense strategy and high stakes. The €250 No Limit Hold'em Queens event was a highlight for sure. This ladies-only 8-handed event saw incredible skill and determination as players competed to reach the final table. The final table is going to be live streamed on Tuesday, so stay tuned for more excitement from these amazing women. But the crown jewel of the day was undoubtedly the €350 8-game final. The final table started out with 7 players, all eyeing that ring, and the first prize of over €8,000. And after 7 hours of nail-biting action, we had our winner. Please tell me, how do you feel right now?
Actually, very proud because I lived in Finland 10 years. They're very good in mixed games, and everyone knows I'm fish. And now I run a decent-sized mixed game tournament thingy, and everyone knows I'm fish. So to do 8th game with a ring and actually win a 3-hour heads-up battle, I'm proud. I'm not that bad.
I agree, you're not that bad at all. Was there a hand that you're like super, super, super proud of?
None. I was lucky all the way.
And that's a wrap for day 4. The WSOP Circuit Tallinn 2024 is just heating up. So stay tuned for more updates and highlights. I'll see you tomorrow for another thrilling day of poker action. Eriks, you won our first ring event this year out of 788 people. How did you do it?
I just ran really good, won pretty much every all-in, so I can't complain. I was really lucky, really lucky. And played good as well, but mostly lucky.
But how did you prepare for the last day?
I only played the last day. I straight up registered the second day. So
Okay.
yeah, I just came, played it till the
And won.
And won, yeah.
Really easy. See how you can do this really simply. Were there any spots in the tournament where you thought like, hey, maybe I could win this?
Starting from like top 80, I think, because I had a big stack there. I always thought I could win, but I understand that not everything is because of my skill. I need some luck as well, and I got that luck, and I won. So
Nice, it's a good story. How did you celebrate last night?
I didn't actually celebrate. I just came to hotel and straight up went to bed, and I'm asleep. So yeah, I was up more than 24 hours. So yeah.
Are you planning to win any other rings this year?
Well, I'm not planning. I will try though.
Yeah.
It will be great if I win one more.
Which ones are you going to play?
I will play 555 event and a main event, obviously, and a couple side events as well. So.
Well, congratulations to you. It's an amazing win, and I hope you have a good luck in the other tournaments as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It's day 5 here at the WSOPC Tallinn 2024, and we've reached the halfway of the festival. And today was nothing short of spectacular. Before we get into it though, we want to congratulate our champion of ring event number 4, €350 PLO 4 and 5 progressive bounty, Aki Büsing from Finland, who walked away with the ring and €6,300. What did it take you to win the tournament?
Just to be very lucky. It's very important to be born on Sunday.
Ooh, that's the first one. I haven't heard that before, and actually I think I was born on a Sunday, so I have a chance?
Yeah, you should consider giving up the interviews and starting playing poker.
How did you prepare yourself for the final day?
We played all day through, so I prepared for the final table. I ordered a double vodka and soda.
How did you celebrate, or are going to celebrate it?
Well, I celebrated it. I went to the hotel room and woke up my spouse.
Said, I won!
And then we had a cognac and then we went to sleep.
The long-awaited €1,500 main event kicked off today with Flight 1A in the morning and Flight 1B in the evening. The anticipation was palpable as players took their seats, ready to compete for the most prestigious title of the tournament. Downstairs in the casino, we hosted a lively meet and greet, complete with a surprise performance from our in-house band. It was a great chance for players and fans to mingle, relax, and enjoy some fantastic entertainment. After which we kicked off the €150 No Limit Hold'em special, where our celebrity guests took part in and had a bounty on their head. We also had the ladies meet and greet, which included a ladies-only free satellite event. This was a fantastic opportunity for our wonderful ladies to connect and compete. Alongside this, the highlight of the day, the €250 no-limit hold'em Queen's Ring event commenced its final, with the winner set to walk away with the coveted WSOPC ring and a top prize of €5,500. The final table battle was intense, as none of the ladies wanted to give up the ring and the prize. Play lasted for about 5 hours before the heads-up battle commenced. And it continued until...
Jamming it in, and here we have it.
At least it's an all in the call, but it's Linda from Finland. She's ahead, of course, with the ace-deuce, so might be the big double up for her.
Could be. She's faded disaster and managed to be quite lucky in these all-in situations. She's won her previous 4 all-ins, I believe, as the short stack. Is she going to continue that run?
You're going to miss for both. Still ahead, well ahead with the ace-deuce.
Oh, there's a jack on the turn.
Big change. Now, Linda from Norway. Oh, there we have our winner in the ladies event. WSOP Circuit event in Tallinn. Ladies event, the ring winner is Linda from Norway.
So you were the one taking home the fabulous WSOPC ladies ring. And I saw the battle, it was pretty tough. What do you think was your advantage in the heads-up game?
First of all, I was lucky. I had great cards. Maybe a tiny advantage that I'm not afraid of losing.
Yeah. I saw your play. It was really good to watch. You were being really brave. But was there a moment in the game when you almost saw the ring on your finger?
To be frank, I knew it was going to be mine when we were like 4 people left.
4 left.
Yeah.
Nice. Really?
Is that okay to say that?
Why not? It's being honest, you know. Congratulations to our deserving winner. Finishing off the evening, we had the €555 no-limit hold'em day 2. Players fought tooth and nail to reach the final table, which will be streamed live on Wednesday. And that's all for day 5. There's still plenty more exciting poker action to come in the second half of the festival. Good luck to all the players, and let's keep the momentum going. So Eva, I have a few questions about the 8 game, and I heard you're a pro at it.
Oh.
Is it true?
My vision is to become a pro sometime, but I love it. I play it as much as I can.
Well, I know nothing about it. I'm serious. And can you tell me what are the most important things about the game, or how does it even go?
Yeah. It's 8 games, so it's like in athletics, you see that they do 8 different sports. So we have 8 different card games, and that's what I love about it. It's so much variation. So I will not try to tell you all about these 8 games, but it's very much that you have to use your brain and you see patterns and so on, and that's why I love it.
Can you tell me the 8 games, like the names of the games?
Oh God! It's it's Omaha, high-low, and normal Omaha, and then it's Texas. Both fixed limit and no limit, and then it is my favorite game, Deuce to 7, triple draw.
I've heard about it.
Yes, I love it. And then it's Stud 8 or better. That's like Stud high-low, and the Ras, which I also love very much.
Do you switch the games like in every hand, or how does it go?
No, it's you have a button and you play like one orbit of each game. And if you are fewer on the table, then you play more hands. So if it's like 6-handed, you always play 6 hands, even if you're maybe 5 persons. So, and that's the best thing because you get some time. But it's also the worst thing when it comes to a game that you don't like. You just want it to get over with. And then you sit and you want to play like I'm looking forward to the Deuce to 7. I'm like drooling when it say, now it's time.
But is the queue of the games always the same? Like you always start with Texas, then you go to Raz, or like how does this go?
Actually, it's a little bit different. Online, it's in one way, and in tournaments, they can decide themselves how to do it.
Okay.
And for instance, I played in PC in March in Bratislava. Then it was called Heteros, so it was 6 games instead of 5. Instead of horse, we played Heteros, and then they put the stud games every second round, because it's very easy to confuse. You sit and play stud and you are a little bit tired or something, and then it comes stud high-low. So it's different I'm not very good at the rules, but I think you can choose a little bit.
Yeah. What do you think is like the hardest game of the 8 for people to play?
I think Texas Hold'em No Limit is the hardest, because it's so everyone knows it so well. But obviously it's the easiest because everyone plays it. But maybe to become really good, maybe Ras or Stud. Stud, I think, is very difficult. Stud high-low is much more comfortable, but Stud it's a tricky game. Those who are good at Stud can get a lot of chips in.
Yeah. And what is your favorite game of the 8?
Oh, almost everyone.
Well, if you have to choose only one.
Deuce to 7 triple draw, and on the second place Ras, and then all the high-low games. So I said 3.
Yeah, still you get away with it. Yeah. But what is for you the hardest one? Like that you think that you should get maybe better at it, or?
I think actually Texas, because I'm not playing a lot of Texas. I think it's not as much fun as the other. And if you don't play if you don't practice, then you will not become very good. So I think I'm very medium in the Texas games. And also Stud is tricky. I like when it's high-low or low games and a little bit more crazy. But Stud and Texas is my, I think, toughest.
What would you say to a beginner, like some suggestions if I would like to come and start playing 8 game?
Yeah.
Like how to study, how to begin with it, or?
Well, there are some nice books that you can
Did you start with a book?
I start with the books, and I played online, mastering the mixed games, I think it's called, one and another RAS book that I also read. But then lately I have been taking a course online, BBC Poker, BBC Poker Mixed Game Bundle it's called. So this is the Norwegian guy, Tobias Leknes Senkel, and together with Pieface, very famous UK guy. They have a fantastic education. And when I got to train with this one, I felt I got one step up. So I can really recommend that one. And talk with friends and try to play.
Who know how to play, right?
Yes. and most of my friends don't like it, but Lena, who I'm here with, we play, and my friend Ylva and Linda. We have some girls that love to play. Gia is coming also.
So as I understood, I should begin with 8 different books.
Actually, the book Mastering the Mixed Games, I think it's called. It's green, at least. It's all mixed games, so you don't have to buy 8 books. And if you take this BBC Poker online, then you have also, I think they teach 10 or 12 games, and it's fantastic.
I have one more question. Why the 8 game?
The more the merrier. I like variation. I think it's a very nice, the people who are playing mixed games are very friendly and a little bit crazy and like to party and have fun. It's very seldom you see someone sit with a hoodie and glasses.
Being really serious.
Yes, so it's more like, blah, 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 cheers. And it's just so much fun, friendly community.
Thank you, Eva, so much for that.
That was lovely. Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome back to day 6 here at the WSOP Circuit Tallinn 2024. Today was a roller coaster of epic poker action with unforgettable moments and high stakes. Starting with the €1,500 no-limit hold'em main event, which saw flights 1C and 1D take off. With a jaw-dropping €1 million guaranteed prize pool, the stakes couldn't be higher. The competition was fierce, the atmosphere electric, and everyone had their eyes on the prize. The main event is turning into a legendary showdown. Next, we had the €1,100 PLO 4 and 5, which broke our records. We received over 177 entries, which makes it the biggest 1K PLO tournament in Tallinn poker scene's history. Last year's winner, John Kite, bagged €34,700. He's in the field defending the title and eyeing the record prize. The action was intense as they played down into the night until reaching the final table, which will be streamed on Thursday. And in the evening, we kicked off the €555 no-limit hold'em progressive bounty, featuring €200 bust-out bounties. Players had to bring their A-game to get a chance at claiming those juicy bounties. But the true highlight of the day, the €555 no-limit hold'em final day, ring event number 3. The excitement was off the charts as the finalists faced off, each one dreaming of that shiny WSOP Circuit ring and the massive €55,000 first place prize. After some nail-biting hands and dramatic bluffs, a new champion was crowned, adding to the legend of WSOP Circuit Tallinn 2024.
All in. It's the
just goes
choice
for the
of
shove.
Phil Gross. What about Alexei, King 7?
Yeah, so 12 big blinds effective here. King 7 with the big blind ante in play.
Heavily dominated if he was to call off this one.
Mm-hmm.
I think if you call, we can go home.
Amazing. That's like the Scotty Nguyen. If you call us all over, baby.
Yeah.
And we've got one in 2024 now.
It's going to be a classic one.
Yeah, we don't have many personalities in the game. They've kind of been eroded by the solvers, and he gets the call.
It is a call, and Domination Nation for Phil Gross versus Alexei.
He talked him into it.
They did, right?
There's the king, and there's the ace, pal. Wow. Okay, so
right.
Alexei looks a bit hot under the collar after getting muscled off of his equity there with the King 6 in the previous hand. Gets talked into a light call here with the King 7, and we're off to the races. And it's Queen 6. So just the backdoor flush draw for Alexei here. Phil just looking to fade the 7 primarily, but heart could spell disaster on the turn also. 8 is safe. Is it to be the 7?
7 and a 7 only can save Alexei.
And it's the Queen, so Ace King holding up beautifully there.
Our winner, the 555 event, WSOP Circuit event in Tallinn 2024, the no-limit hold'em number 3. And cheers for the winner, Phil Gross of Germany.
How do you feel right now? You just won the ring and the whole tournament and €55,000.
It's hard to realize at the moment. I'm kind of dreaming. Like to get the ring, it means a lot to me, and I'm happy I made it, and I feel really I deserve it.
That's so nice to see. You're so happy and so sincere. How are you going to celebrate this win now?
Well, there's the next, the main event is still to come. I still need to qualify myself for this, so right now there's no time to celebrate. I think we will celebrate after the event, or maybe later today, but I don't know yet. Let's see, we will make something.
Let's go!
And that's a wrap for day 6. The fun isn't over yet, so stay tuned for more poker thrills. Good luck to all the players, and let's keep this party going. Hello, my friend.
Hello.
You just won the 8th game and the WSOPC ring. Please tell me, how do you feel right now?
Actually very proud because I lived in Finland 10 years. They're very good in mixed games. And everyone knows I'm fish. And now I run a decent-sized mixed game tournament thingy. And everyone knows I'm fish. So to do 8th game with a ring, and actually win a 3-hour heads-up battle, I'm proud. I'm not that bad.
I agree. You're not that bad at all. Was there a hand that you're like super, super, super proud of?
None. I was lucky all the way.
What about the deuce to 7 triple draw? You got the nuts?
I got nuts several times. If I'm super honest, I think I was not playing bad, but I was lucky when I sucked out 2 persons. They were angry with me. In the final 5, I took out everyone, including 3 Norwegians, and they have oil and they're rich and they're so good in 8 game. Sorry my English, but I took them all out. So yeah, I sucked out. I was lucky. Here's the chips. Here's the ring. But also you gave me feedback. Franke, be serious. Yesterday, you remember when I almost went crazy?
Yeah.
You said, now you win. And
I did. It's always me a little bit, you know?
I went winning, and I'm very proud. I'm happy.
How are you going to celebrate now?
I think I will drink tea.
Thank you so much. I'm proud of you and congratulations. And maybe you'll get another ring this year. Also, you have like some options.
Endless. And there is another 8 ring events still available. So I will fight. I will do my best. I'm not the best poker player in the world, but I give a match.
Hey, you have the ring. You're very good.
I'm quite proud.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. It's already day 7 here at the WSOPC Tallinn 2024. We've seen so much good play and great action that kept everyone on the edge of their seats. First up, we had the €1,500 no-limit hold'em main event with flights 1E and 1F. With a mind-blowing €1 million guaranteed prize pool, the competition is getting intense. Friday is officially the day 2 for this event, and the re-entry period will close after the first 4 levels. The €555 no-limit hold'em deep stack 8-handed event was also a crowd favorite. Players loved the deep stack structure, which allowed for plenty of play and some serious battles on the felt. Next, we switched things up with the €250 PLO 4 and 5 high-low. This event added a fun twist with its high-low format, challenging players to think on their feet and adapt for those tricky split pots. But the real highlight of the day, the €1,100 PLO 4 and 5 final, ring event number 7. We had just shy of 200 entries, making it the biggest prize pool PLO event we've ever had. The first place winner walking away with the prestigious WSOPC ring and a sweet €44,500. The final table battle was very intense, as nobody wanted to give up their shot at the first place prize. After about 4 hours of play, we reached the heads-up battle between Riku from Finland and Jan from Norway.
Riku is going to pot it. And it's not sticking around anymore. Double-suited kings.
Jan Roger.
Sure, Riku has some sort of half-decent hand, maybe with an ace. Oh, he's got aces. Wow. Okay.
Whoa, look at this one.
What a caller for the last 4 big blinds.
Yep, confirmation. Aces.
That's true.
Single suited and the double suited kings for Jan Roger, but is this gonna be it for him? He's on his first poker trip ever outside of Norway, actually, Jan Roger.
Really?
So yeah, well now it's a chance for him to double up or have second place because, oh, look at this one.
It's a good flop bottom pair with the king high flush draw. So 48% playing 52 with it's evened up. Oh, but that's a full house for Riku.
How do you have the diamonds as well?
4-3.
A full house.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see that.
Whoops. There it is. Missed them themselves, but there we go. We have crowned the winner of this PLO 1100. Riku of Finland is taking down the event.
Last 3 or 4 times I've been to Tallinn, I've been running pretty bad all the time, but I felt like I didn't play that bad, so I just felt like it's going to turn around eventually. And this is the tournament where it did.
Can you tell me a little secrets about your routine? Like, did you sleep well before the game, or what are those things that you do before, like, going into the final table?
Well, usually when I'm in Tallinn, I just try to go to the gym and eat healthy and not go party around and not have too much alcohol and just try to relax and keep my mental game and my physical body in focus as well. So I'll try to do that, and usually that'll keep me going for the long days.
And that's it for day 7. The WSOP Circuit Tallinn 2024 keeps on getting wilder. So don't miss out on all the fun. See you at the tables. Scott, I'm so happy that I met you the last time you were here in Tallinn as well, so I can make you teach me how to play open-faced Chinese pineapple now.
And the good thing is, the last tournament I played live was an open-faced Chinese tournament, and I won it. So I'm in good shape to teach you today.
Perfect. Yeah. So can you just show me how it goes?
Okay. So first and foremost, you know the hand rankings for poker, yeah? So we're gonna make 13 cards. We're going to have 5-card hand, 5-card hand, 3-card hand. The backhand has to be the strongest. The middle has to be the next strongest. The top has to be the weakest. That's all we're looking for. But it's normal hand rankings for poker. So we start with 5 cards. We have to use all 5 cards to start with. And we can do this face up just so that we can show everyone sort of how it works.
Ooh, I like to see red.
Yeah, so you have a lot of hearts there. So what are you thinking when you see this?
Can I use all of them?
You have to use all of them.
So I would do like this to make it like flush.
Exactly. You have a really strong start with 4 to a flush. Have a weak card in the middle, and then maybe we get some queens or aces up top.
What about you?
For mine, I have a lot of diamonds. It's not great starting hand, actually, especially because I see you have a lot of hearts here, but I think I have to go like this.
So it's important always to check out what the other players
It's
have.
very important not only to check what your cards are, but also to check your opponents, because let's say further down the line, it might be that you're going for some pairs or something, but if you see that a lot of the other cards have gone, you want to make sure that you avoid those. So now we're going to get 3 cards next. You have to use 2 of these 3. You're going to throw one away. Okay. Normally they would be dealt face down, but I'm going to deal them face up just so that we can show everybody what the cards are.
Come on.
So we have to use 2 of these. This is very good for me, by the way, because that completes my flush.
Okay.
So what are you thinking when you look at these? King up top, obviously, yes. And we always put it to the side.
I would use the deuce.
So again, look at my cards for what you have here. So you have a choice between a 2 and an 8, and indeed I have an 8. So yes, throw the 8 is a very good choice. And for me, I'm just completing my flush. I'm very happy with that. So we get another 3.
So this is how it goes.
Yeah.
You make the first hand that you get dealt is 5 cards.
Yeah.
You use 5, then you get 3. You have to burn 1.
Yeah. It's always going to be that after the first 5, you're going to get dealt 3 every time. You have to use 2. You have to throw 1. Now you have an interesting choice because yes, this is actually perfect. Yes, yeah, I really like this. There are a couple of hearts gone, but still the hearts are very live. We are going to need to make 2 pair in order to make the kings valid. The interesting point with this, by the way, when we play progressive pineapple like we are playing, if you get queens up top or better, you get into fantasy land. Fantasy land is where you get all of your cards in your hand, and that's really, really powerful. So it's important that you do try and get a strong hand up at the top so that you can get all those cards in your hand. Because the last tournament that I won, I got 13 cards in my hand. I made a royal flush out of 13 cards. I got 14 cards in my hand. I made trips up top, and trips up top is a lot of points. Worth noting, by the way, that the way the game works, it's based on royalties. You have points. So the stronger your hand is, the more points you're going to make. So kings up top is really good. If you can make this, this would be super nice.
I can.
So you're throwing the 9.
Do we have one more round to go?
We're going to have a couple more rounds to go. Mine is not the greatest because in the middle I'm struggling. And the flush would be no good in the middle anyway. So I'm actually going to have to keep the 4 even. Oh no, but all the 4s are gone actually. I think then I'm just going to burn this up at the top, try and leave as much space in the middle. So 3 more cards.
Come on. Yay! You got my heart.
Oh, very strong.
What I need.
So all you're
like
going to need,
middle.
you're just going to need to make 2 pair in the middle or trips to make your hand live.
Okay.
So what are you thinking?
there's a 3.
There is a
not
3.
9, so I would probably do it like
I like
this.
that choice. That's a really good choice.
Yay.
And then for me, this is pretty good because I can put aces in the middle, which means if I get a queen now, I would get into Fantasyland. So that's pretty decent. So final draw. I'm going to do these down actually so that you can sweat them.
Yeah, the sound of Fantasyland is like so luring.
Fantasyland would be lovely. If we can get you a Fantasyland and show the Fantasyland as well. Oh, you've got it as well.
Yay!
Very nice.
And I
Very
still need
nice.
to use
And just
one
put
of
anything
these
up
now.
top, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you go for the higher one because why
Ah,
not?
okay.
Yeah.
sorry.
And then I need a queen to get into my Fantasyland.
Do we have it there?
No fantasy for me. So, you are now going to get 14 cards in your hands, and then you get to make the hands from that. So we'll do one fantasy. I'm going to sort of ignore what my hand is. We just
I made it to
Fantasyland.
Fantasyland.
Fantasyland is. That was so amazing.
So
2,
this is the
3,
Fantasyland round.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
So this is what I have, right?
Yeah.
Let's see. I don't have a flush.
No flush there.
Do I have a straight?
You do have a straight. You have a few straights actually. It's a shame that you're short of 1 diamond. 1 diamond would have been nice because then you could have made flush and straights. You have an extra diamond.
Yeah, but I can just make the flush
You got the
down.
straight there.
The straight down here.
Yeah.
Then make it.
It's not the best fantasy, unfortunately.
It's not.
I've seen a lot better. You've just got a pair of queens, pair
Yeah.
of 6s.
Yeah, you can help me
It's
with
probably
that.
only
You're
this.
the pro here.
You will get points for it, so the straight's worth 2 points at the back. The 6s is worth 1 point. Unfortunately, it's really not much points at all. I'm wondering, is there anything better we can do? But you're missing 1 diamond. If you had 1 diamond, you could
They
make
can-
flush straights, then you're getting a lot more points.
I have one question.
Yeah.
During the tournament, do I have to keep my own score, or the dealer helps me?
The dealer
or
does
how-
it for you. I mean, as always, the dealer is there to help you out. So the dealer does everything for you. They'll calculate the scores. Obviously, it's good to check it just in case you're not sure. But yeah, the dealers are really helpful.
Oh.
And I have to say, so I played this in February here.
Yeah.
And the dealers are very, very good. They know what they're doing.
And they
so
support you.
anyone that's not sure what they're doing, you can always trust in the dealer to look after you.
And if you need help, then you can always call Scott.
Yeah.
Welcome back to day 8 here at the WSOPC Tallinn 2024. It's Friday, and that means we only have 2 more days until we have crowned all our winners. First up, the day 2 of the 1,500 euros no limit hold'em main event commenced. Registration is now closed, and we received a jaw-dropping 812 total entries by almost 500 unique players from over 30 different countries. The stakes are sky high, and the first place prize is a staggering 193,000 euros.
Showdown. Calling player shows ace jack, jack of spades, and calling player ace king. Now I think this is the ace king. Player is jack, and we can fit double. So now we are 103 players remaining. Congratulations all of you, you are all in the money. Lucky you, bro. Lucky you.
The competition was getting heated as players battled it out for their shot at the big money and the coveted WSOP ring. We also had the thrilling 1,100 euro no-limit hold'em mystery bounty, ring event number 8. This event added a fun twist with the mystery bounties, keeping everyone on their toes. And let's not forget about the 250 euro suite then. This unique and dynamic event had players adapting and strategizing in new ways, making for some truly unforgettable poker moments. Get ready for an epic weekend of poker magic. Good luck to all the players, and let's keep the energy through the roof.
find some more outs. He does find the gut shot, so a 9 or a 7 will save him tournament life. Otherwise, we have the winner in Mikko Ylimäki. Is it gonna be a 9 or a 7? It's a king. Both players hit the river, but it means that Mikko Ylimäki is our winner. Congratulations, applause. King. Oh, this might be it. Now, yeah, shipping it in, and of course, we'll receive an immediate call without outs. Mantas Talonlevicius is all in, but this is the bad news for him. Edgaras Kaučinis has already sealed the title. It's over before the river falls, because not straight for Edgaras Kaučinis has sealed it. Huge congratulations to our winner of Kings of Tallinn main event 2024.
So welcome back to our patient viewers for the continuation of day 3 of the main event. I'm joined by Lena Olofsson, reporting. How's things going out there in the main room? It's quite tense, right?
Oh, it's really tense. But right now, they're actually, most of them, apart from these guys, are on a dinner break.
Yes, so dinner breaks galore.
Yes.
Thank you for waiting for us. And we are back in the thick of it here as we move up to 30k, 60k. We do have a couple of short stacks, so it could be go time. And Nohad is one of those players, and she's got ace-10, and I like her option here, just to move it all in from somewhat late position. Mindaugas, who had a great session on the feature table before the 1 hour dinner break, moving his chip stack up from 1 to 2.3 million or so.
She gets away with it.
Yeah, nice start from our Canadian lady.
There are 2 Canadians still in, right?
Yeah, Jeff as well on the outer table, right?
Our favorite from the other day.
Favorite. He's, a really action-orientated customer here on the feature table.
Yeah.
And I'm sure he'll be out on the outer table giving everyone the business and fist pumping the air with every elimination.
He looked very calm, though. I was just out there.
He was a bit quieter today. There was a little bit of table talk, but not until the hand was kind of over. It was glasses on
look
and
at those
business
rastas.
mode. Oh, yeah.
I love it.
And he's got a cheeky little T-shirt there as well with the tongue out. So he does find the fold, Mate, and Nohad is going to let this one go, hopefully. Yep.
Last woman standing.
She is the last one because we
I
had
think so.
2 left with 35 remaining, but there might have been an elimination then. I think the other lady was short, to be fair.
At least I saw her at the rail, and I think she's eliminated.
Yeah, Arimas going to be all in here. Got about 5 big blinds, blind versus blind. And Yevgeny.
So what's your take here?
Yeah, I think he's just going to be calling. There's so many hands that he's doing really well against. And even if your opponent has ace-deuce with the big blind ante and the big blind in play, you are getting a pretty good price versus what will be a fairly panicky 5 big blind jam. You just don't really have many options but to take it quite wide, I think. Blind versus blind, only one player to get through.
And King 7, isn't it that like the magic hand?
Wow, he folds.
Wow.
Okay.
Isn't it King 7, the
Yeah.
exact hand that you're supposed to call with in these
Yeah,
spots?
definitely. I would call with any suited king in that spot and like King 5 off and stuff like that. And you know, maybe even any king actually. Suited queen X. You do have to take that spot quite wide because the Lithuanian there's going to be shoving 10-9 off, 9-8 off, 5-4 suited. You know, there's lots of hands that he's going with that you're doing pretty well against. So surprising to see that after the 1 hour dinner break, our Estonian player
Maybe
there.
he's tired.
Yeah, potentially. Or just had like a pizza or something and feels a little bit burned out for now.
Yeah. Oh, no, she's still there. See?
Ah, there she is.
Yeah.
Yes, on the outer table. So she must have got
I
a
saw
double up.
her standing up, so I thought she was eliminated, but she's still in. Sorry for that.
Yeah, we have lost one, so down to 20, which means it's 11 eliminations to go today for the close of play here at day 3, but plenty of poker to be played and plenty of moves for especially the guys on the feature table, which we'll be seeing to try and carve their way into a final table berth. Marius opening for the min raise. Aramas not really picked up an awful lot, but did get that blind versus blind shove through when he was getting to that critical level with just 5 big blinds. And here we have the Smiley Rastaman. Oh, what a hand. Going through the blinds. It's quite expensive at this point. He had to put in about 20% of his stack pre-flop. And a beautiful spot here for the ace-king. Let's see if Marius is going to have the discipline to raise fold here. Does okay versus pairs and potentially hands like
Yeah, and
Jack
it's not
Jack
suited either.
No.
So.
Yeah, I think he would call with King Jack suited, and this is maybe where he draws the line. You can see the audible sigh, and for good reason, I think. 8, just under 9 big blinds, actually.
Oh. He's thinking about it.
The issue is here, if he does call and lose, he's going to be down to that kind of annoying stack size of about 16, 17 bigs. And we are losing players, so the table is going to get shorter and shorter handed, which means that big blind ante will come around and kind of cripple the short stacks. So
yeah,
does he want to make a thin call here? Hoping for a pair, hoping for a weak ace-X that he does okay against, and take a thin spot in order to maybe have some more chips later on as they kind of do get to that final table position or approach it.
I wouldn't have called here, even
Yeah,
if they were suited. There are so many hands that you're dominated by that he will push. Oh.
Yeah, I think I agree with you because he's opening from +1, so quite early position. I don't think the big blind is going to think that he's got an awful lot of fold equity, which makes his shove a lot stronger, I think. And it is going to be ace-king versus king-jack here. 20 left in the main event. A really huge pot for both players. It's going to be Mate from Finland who's at risk. Can he find a hold here? Looking to fade the jack first and foremost.
Ooh, what a flop.
Yeah, absolutely. There's
open-ender.
Open-ender, so the 9.
And I got shot for ace-king.
Yeah, so swapping outs. There's the 9. Ouch. Mate here is on the verge of elimination. Oh no, and the 7 of hearts rolls off, and that's a brutal one. Had an hour break to think about how he was going to play that short stack. Finds the dream spot, ace-king versus king-jack offsuit. And it's...
and the best T-shirt walks out of the tournament.
Exactly. Showing a lot of color and positivity. Hopefully he can hang on to that and not be too hard on himself. He got the money in good, and that's all you can do really in tournament poker. So it's all eyes on Aramas from Lithuania, the current short stack, 7 big blinds. Going to be going through the blinds in about 4 or 5 hands.
It's dominatrix matrix.
Yeah, with
the 3 Estonians out of 6, and they're
absolutely making a late surge.
Yeah.
For the home nation.
But we were talking about it during dinner break that the Lithuanians, they're doing really well here in Tallinn.
Yeah, with the Lithuanians, they've got such a strong presence in the high stakes scene that I feel like in terms of their relatively small and more modest country than some of the other nations, but this valuable information drips down through the pecking order, I think, and you just see so many strong, very calculated types of players emerging from that particular nation. Evgeny here on the button, king 8. I think he'll be opening here, although we did see quite conservative king 7 suited fold blind versus blind for the 5.
He's in a nice position here.
He is.
It's so nice to have a big stack when it's around 20, 22 players in.
Exactly. And Nohad here with the A7. A bit awkward. We've not really seen much limping, so she needs to work out what she makes of that. Oh, and I see. So because of the elimination, it's only a blind versus blind with no small blind. So that's why we're seeing a limp from Evgeny. Doesn't want to commit all of it with the King 8. I think the King 8 would have been a fine push here. Just a good enough hand to go with. But I think versus that limp with the offsuit Ace7, Nohad will be quite happy to jam this one in. Let's see if she pulls through on that or goes for a kind of trappy / conservative check back.
She's reaching for it, yeah.
There she goes, pulls the trigger, and that's going to get the job done here. I don't think Evgeny is going to be trapping here with a hand like King 8.
There's some Hollywooding.
Yeah, exactly. Saving a bit of face.
But I like his limp from the button.
Yeah.
Especially with the small blind out of the way.
Definitely wants to be playing the hand in some format because there is 2 big blinds just out there for the taking, right? And
yeah. And next time he does it, he's probably going to have a good hand. So
Exactly.
it's...
yeah, kind of setting up that dynamic for next time, maybe. And she does show the ace, and he'll be happy to see that he wasn't wamboozled at all. But yeah, you make a good point about these quite common matchups, the blind v blind, the button versus big blind type scenarios. They will happen quite a lot as we do approach the final table. So it's good to set up that dynamic and maybe keep your options open and keep your opponents guessing.
Yeah, exactly. It's all about image, so I've heard.
Yeah, it certainly is. Sergey, Ace7. Gonna fold there. Probably would have opened maybe an
Me
Ace9.
too, especially with that stack. It's...
Yeah, he does have the ability to open a bit wider, but there are a couple of short stacks, so a raise folding, not something that he particularly wants to do. Aramas here with Queen 10 in the hijack, dead small blind, so he's only got 3 players to get through rather than the conventional 4. And 7.5 bigs. I think we're going to be seeing this one being sent into the middle here. Oh, he does fold. Okay. Maybe looking for a Queen Jack there as the bottom of the shoves. Evgeny, Ace5 off.
I wonder if he's going to limp or if he's going to raise this time.
I think it makes more sense to raise now because there's he's essentially got the button, right? Because there's no button in play. Just been one of the more recent eliminations. Nice little ace blocker here. Just trying to lean on some of the weaker parts of the blind's range. And yeah, 6-3 off. Not going to be doing anything. Marius
If I was him, I would have shown the ace now.
Yeah, for some sort of respect.
Yeah.
Don't.
Especially after folding the last hand.
Yeah, exactly. Don't mess with me, guys.
But it's. I mean, I have a loose image, to be fair.
You do?
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. They don't have any media tournaments here, but if they would, you would have known how.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A loose, aggressive
I'm
style.
a very loose, aggressive poker player.
Okay, fair enough. So
I don't like folding.
So you either bust out in the first couple of players or try and win.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good way to do it. Mindaugas. Let's go with. He folds Aramas here. Just a couple more hands before he does go through that quite penal.
Yeah,
big
it's
blind
very
ante.
penal.
It is. It's
150k per orbit.
Oof,
like
yeah.
120 for the posting the big blind. It's
yeah, it does really sting when you're
that's
on
a
that
quarter
short
of
stack.
your stack.
Exactly. No hand here with the 8s. Is she going to go for the quite like the min raise to induce here, and then if you shove, you might get the small blind to fold hands like deuces, threes, fours, fives that could
She
jam
goes
on
all
you.
in.
She does go all in, which is the safer play, but because you could tangle with the big blind and he could outflop you quite comfortably with an overcard. But I think with the eights there, we're not exactly on like the final table bubble or anything, and the payouts are going to be semi-flat up until then. So it's kind of a nicer way to earn a few more chips by potentially inducing a shove into you from behind. And Arimas, yes, the danger man, or the man in danger, I should say, about to pay, what's that going to be, over a quarter of his stack in the next hand.
Almost 1/3. Wow, the
Yeah.
blinds are so high now.
Exactly. They're coming around fast. We do have, of course, the hour clock, which is favorable, but even with a 5-hour clock, there's no escaping that the big blind is going to hit him in the next hand, and he doesn't find anything to work with, unfortunately. Yevgeny here.
Nice.
Is opening it up to 125k, so a little bit of added juice on top of the traditional min raise. Marius out the way with the nut low. Minned out.
Compared to yesterday, like, there are no hands.
Yeah, no one's picking up much. We had a
No.
real heater and a blitz through of strong hands all the time. Comes in waves, I guess.
I love 7-5.
Yeah, it's really sneaky big blind
Yeah.
defense. And would have liked that 8 of hearts, but unfortunately the other two cards not really matching up with his expectations. Yevgeny has the ace of spades here. So we'll be firing a c-bet. Doesn't mind, or does mind facing a check raise, but can definitely call with the ace of spades and some additional backdoor equity. But it's just going to get the job done. Cleaning out some equity there from the 7-5 suited with 2 live cards, a backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw. Just going to maneuver that one out. Right, and now it's time for all eyes once again on the Lithuanian short stack.
Yeah, he's now in the big blind.
Yeah, I'm wondering about
That's
that.
gonna
Queen
burn.
10. Yeah, I'm wondering about that Queen 10. That was, I thought, one of the ones that we just couldn't possibly.
Yeah.
let
Now
go.
he probably feels, I mean,
Yeah.
unless he picks up a hand now,
Yeah,
he
it's-
definitely sits there and think, wow, I should have pushed with
Maybe
Queen
that
10.
was the turning point, exactly.
Yeah.
So we're going to see those pay jumps just flicker from the next couple of seconds on the screen. 19 left, and the next jump is at 17, up to 8,000 from the 6,900. No, Had not really going to be able to do much here with Queen 10 off.
At least it's easy decisions for the players.
Yeah, exactly. There's been no like super close spots. Although the King 7 that didn't get taken blind versus blind does stand out, and Orimas now is forced to defend here and really hoping to flop something. It's going to be 340 in there with 250k back, so looking for any kind of pair, gut shot. Oh, he does flop middle pair. He'll be happy to see that.
Not about the 3 clubs though, but he will be happy when he
This
sees
is
the ace 9.
definitely an above average board for him. Does he go for a donk lead here? It's very awkward on these monotone boards. But having flopped middle pair, there's just nothing else he can really do than get the money in. Going to go for the check. And Yevgeny here betting
This is
100. It's
what
kind of-
is he thinking about?
Yeah, not too sure. I might have just taken a free card there with the ace 9.
Yeah, but still, Aurimas, like, I mean, it's as long as he's hitting,
Yeah.
what's he thinking about? Even if it's 3 clubs and it's scary, I mean, you can't fold with 250 behind
no.
when you flop middle pair.
I agree, but there is a 1K pay jump in 2 eliminations, so maybe if 2 people were to bust out on an outer table, he could secure that. It is rather unlikely, though. I completely agree with you.
I mean, then he shouldn't have called pre-flop if he's just wanting to jump.
Yeah.
On the board, on the ladder,
Let's put it in, and this is a really awkward spot for the ace-9 here. It's just 1 overcard, a backdoor straight draw. He's just going to have to hope that his opponent has some kind of lone club in his hand, maybe a 5, like king 5, where he's got 2 overs, and he's put himself in a bit of a tough spot here. I think could have bet like 1.
I wonder if he wasn't aware that his opponent
was
had
so short.
Yeah,
it might have been that, because it was a bit of a weird size, 100k into 250 effective. It's, I thought check or just put your opponent in, or maybe even 1 big blind would make a bit more sense. So I do tend to agree, and now we're in this rough spot where we've got to call off 150 into 840.
And I always like to put the decisions on my opponents. Then I know that I've done everything in my power.
Yeah, you've generated some fold equity, and you've also, allowed them room to potentially get them out and move on to the next hand. And in this spot, Evgeny has kind of committed himself. He's getting 5.5 to 1 here with the ace-9. I mean, he is dead against a flush, obviously, but that's about it. Not sure.
Okay, cool.
Yep, so we are going to get the side call from the bare ace high here, kind of backing himself into a bit of trouble there, and it's going to be middle pair versus an ace, and this would be a sickener for Aramas if the ace rolls off here after this semi-unorthodox flop play. Oh, there is a gut shot for Yevgeny, so... and a club to chop. No, it is the bricky deuce of hearts on the river. Aramas from Lithuania has got absolutely nothing going on the feature table, but the key double up to get him.
Oh, look at that smile.
Yeah, just happy to still be alive, right?
Yeah.
Finally, he's above 10 big blinds. I think that's the first time in literally a couple of hours.
Both players must have been so happy that neither had any clubs.
Yeah, exactly. Evgeny potentially would have just instantly called with the club, I guess, but it's still a sweat, even though there's 3 outs. And then the potential of the chop on the turn, like that full double up, is really important for Aramas, and he's got 14 big blinds to contend with now. And we are playing rather short-handed, so the significance of that big blind ante increasing by the minute.
Oh.
Ooh, that's a pretty hand.
Yeah.
I think she's got a few too many chips to continue
going all in, yeah.
Yeah, I think we want to be opening here, and
she's over 1 million, so it's, yeah.
yeah, exactly, over
Here
a
comes the
million,
race.
well over 15 big blinds. She does open. Is she going to face any resistance? Mindergas here on the button with the Queen 10 offsuit.
Lietuva.
Is out the way. And Aramas back to picking up pretty much absolutely nothing. And Evgeny also out the way, so a nice pick up there. And that's her 3rd raise and take in a row. And look at her stack, it's almost doubled as a result of that. Just going to show you how important it is when, we're playing shorter handed. It's less likely that people are picking up hands to keep your foot on the gas and try and find as many steals as possible just to keep that stack topped up from the ever-present big blind and big blind ante that's coming around at a rate of knots. So what's our average stack in play now? We're looking at around about 35 big blinds, 2.1 million average, 60k big blind. So we've got a couple of players in a very comfy position. Marius right about average. Sergey is one of those players that's going to be absolutely loving the spot he's in. Good chance to try and initiate and to try and...
Oh.
Ooh, okay, so ace-jack here, playing this awkward 35 big blind stack size, and does have a couple of short stacks behind. I think he's going to just be going for a call here. Looks like he wants to... Looks like he goes for the 3-bet.
I like that.
Yeah? You
Yeah.
just want to take the initiative here?
Yeah.
Set up the dynamic with
Because I hate ace jack.
Just take it down now. No more cards.
It's the same. It's like I like to put all the decisions on my opponents. See?
Yeah.
That's like, and especially ace jack. You don't want to see a flop. You wanna know where you stand before the flop. So if you 3-barrel and you get a fold, then you know you had the best hand. And if you get a shove or someone,
You're just out of there.
yeah, it's
Going for the 3-bet fold.
yeah. So do we know anything about these 4?
We've had
No,
some
there's these 6.
information on their biggest scores and things like that.
Yeah.
But we've got a couple of new faces. So wise guy,
Oh.
Mr. Hendenmob, is going to be helping us out here with that. Minder Gas here with the ace-4 suited, fresh off of a nice pickup with the ace-jack.
Not just ace-4, ace-4 suited.
Yeah, exactly. Feels so much more pretty to look at the suited version. Is he going to be employing back-to-back 3-bets and pressure against the chip leader, choosing the same size 360 versus the 120, going for the 3x here? But this time is going to face some resistance, as 10s are going to be too strong. Ooh, the ace-jack. I think he might just get out the way here unless he's got any kind of 4-betting intentions. Let's have a look at the stacks. Yeah, I mean, there is the possibility of going to something like...
Or shove.
Yeah, shove would be, I think, a bit suicidal.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got 40, 42, 43 big blinds. But yeah, 700k is definitely a play here. Likes to let it go.
Wow, so many hands.
So many hands, but then also frozen out by this early position 3-bet. So 5s and ace-jack hit the muck, and we're left with ace-4 suited versus pocket 10s. We were just saying we're not seeing many decent starting holdings, and all of a sudden, over half the table's got one. So
All it took was for me to complain.
there you go. The law of attraction. Okay, pretty interesting board here. 10's going to feel relatively safe. Lots of misses here. Lots of ace-5, ace-4, potentially ace-10. But then...
Unlucky for Mindagaus.
Yeah.
He hits the 4.
He's got a pair. Is he
Yeah.
going to try and protect that pair here in the form of a small c-bet and just to try and move out some queen-jack suited, jack-10 suited in hearts and diamonds that are just going to be folding?
How's Sergey been playing before?
Yeah, interesting. He's got a big stack, but he's not exactly been super aggressive or like bullying the rest of the table. He's been very coy and quite calm, I'd say. So a bet of around about 20% pot.
And a call.
Yep, very natural.
Yeah.
Raising would be interesting and quite awkward.
Quite awkward.
Yeah, very awkward. It's kind of the old school information raise. Okay, 9 on
I
the
like
turn.
the way Sergey is playing this.
Yeah, he's playing it strong. I don't think he wants to commit all of those chips pre-flop with the 10s.
No, no.
Not in this situation where we're playing for some big money jumps and every pot really is significant. So, Mindaugas has a smither of showdown with that ace-4. You know, he beats some hands like Queen Jack of Spades, some missed flush draws, some ace-queen offs that are even in there with one club.
So 350 from Sergey.
Yeah, 350 into 1.25. Does seem like a decent sizing to try and target some hands like ace-queen. Yeah, just targeting ace highs, really, making life difficult for them.
Yeah.
And Mindaugas here, looking at this sizing, thinking he's getting a pretty good price. There are a lot of bluffs still. His opponent is unlikely to bluff ace high, so holding the ace isn't exactly a poor card to have.
No.
Because now he has less interaction with the jack 10s, the queen jacks, maybe even a cheeky queen 10 suited peel if Sergey did continue with that one pre-flop.
Each only reached. Oh, nice fold, sir.
Very nice fold.
Wow. That's called respect.
Yes,
I never would have folded there. I would have thought I had showdown value.
Yeah. You'd have thought that maybe your opponent's bluffing one of those missed sort of Broadway flush draws or something like that.
Yeah, or like ace queen. It's
Yeah. Taking a stab at it. So Sergey there, the benefactor of the 10s versus the ace-4, and now in the big blind, but he's got so much ammo behind, I don't think he'll mind about that whatsoever. Oramas with the 9 deuce, letting it go, and Yevgeny, who's picked up a few.
see, all that was needed was to complain a little bit about.
Just got to moan it in.
Yeah.
Okay, so next time I'm playing a live tournament and I'm down to the short stack, I'll just stand up, start moaning about something, and I'm going to get aces next. That's the plan.
Yeah. Look, it looks like. Oh.
Here
see?
you go. We've willed in some action here. It was getting a little bit slow after the dinner break. Maybe players taking some food and getting a bit carved up and a bit hungry, tired.
So they did deck of cards. It also had a pizza.
It also
now
did.
It's
now it's looking for action. No had, jammed. Yeah, the cards in play. Took their long break as well, and just took a couple of orbits to wake up again. And Yevgeny, I don't think
it was the after-dinner coffee.
Yeah, the one that makes you a little bit. The caffeine doesn't seem to kick in.
He can't actually be thinking about calling.
No, it would be a thin call, wouldn't it, for 18 big blinds? Oh, look at this!
Oh, wow!
Wow, this is a really bizarre call here. With the ace-10 offsuit for a lot of big blinds at this stage in the tournament. That's almost 20 big blinds.
Yeah.
Very surprised.
Yeah, borderline calls.
Yeah, she might have had a hand like ace-5 suited and ace-8 suited from time to time, but I think for the most part we're going to be up against some pretty strong holdings here for the 20 big blind jam.
Yeah, and a coin flip has the best.
Oh, that is brutal for the female prospects from Canada. She does turn an open-ender though, so a jack, a king, or an 8 to stay alive in dramatic fashion. It's the brutal deuce of clubs. And she's looking at her opponent as if to say, what the hell was that? Why did you call? I had a good hand.
He knew something we didn't.
Yeah, potentially, or, you know, just it was a bit of a sticky customer, as we like to say yesterday.
Yeah.
With that ace-10, and now we're all of a sudden we've had a bit of a rush of eliminations, which is good for
The
Oramas
table is
there.
very heavy to the left.
Yeah, exactly. There's some. We did have some ventilation issues above those seats on the right-hand side of the table, so maybe they've played some voodoo magic over on the right-hand side of the table there. It seems to be the death seats that were hit by the drips. So
wow, too almost
bit of a bunch here. It's like kind of like a Tour de France sprint. We've got the two at the front, and then we've got the peloton, and with one straggler at the back, which is Oramas here.
Let's go for a race.
I like this, five-handed.
Yeah.
Essentially a 20% ante, which means you do want to be a little bit more aggressive. Any kind of suited ace should fit the bill for a raise fold. Sergey looking interested. King 9. Ooh, what's he going for here? Little click back. Sergey having absolutely none of it with the King 9 off here.
Yeah.
Putting
and
in.
he got big blind to fold pocket fives.
Exactly, yeah. Just can't really cold call, so not really the hand that you want to 4-bet either. So the fives get out the way, and ace deuce of diamonds for Oramas. His opponent has put in essentially half his stack here. It's very difficult to perceive that he's going to be this weak with the hand like King 9. But Sergey kind of going through the gears a little bit, starting to see a little bit more from him.
Yeah.
Not sure if you can read much into the table presence there. A couple of gulps as he looks across at his opponent. Easy for us to say. We concede the whole cards, of course.
He looks much stronger if you wouldn't have seen the cards.
Yeah, I'm believing this guy, especially, you know, these kind of live dynamics I usually use as like a secondary decision tree mechanism, you know. Okay, so what does the sizing mean, or what's he likely to 3-bet me with here? That's first and foremost. And secondarily, does he look like he's absolutely bricking it? And I think it was, fairly strong looking player there over eyeballing down his opponent and muscling him out of there nicely.
Yeah. Now he's up to 4.3 million.
Yeah, and you know what? He's in a fantastic spot. This is really what you dream of when you play tournament poker. 17 left in a major main event. 1,500 the buy-in, so bigger than the previous rendition of the WSOP circuit, which was the 1,100 buy-in. We got over 800 runners, and we are playing for an eye-watering top prize of 193,000 euros plus some spare change.
Wow, it's a lot of pocket fives.
Yeah, there we go. These are quite awkward with this ICM as well, you know? Like you don't... The thing is with fives, unless you flop a set, it's just going to be very difficult to navigate through the streets. He does have a lot of big stacks on his left, but he'll be happy to call off the short stack. And Oramas, again, in one of those quite niggly situations where you're forced to defend, and you're just hoping, desperate almost, to flop something. Otherwise, you're going to lose a fairly significant portion of your stack. So here we go, off to a flop here. Queen 5, dominated by the fives of Marius from the cutoff.
And only one more player to be eliminated before we are down to 2 tables.
Absolutely right. And then we're going to have a redraw and a short break, I believe.
Oh, look, Oramas flopped a flush draw.
Certainly did, and he's also got that overcard as well. So pretty much a dead flip at this point. Is Marius going to lean on that big blind with these fives here? It's kind of interesting on this type of single-suited, fairly connected board. Fives, no heart. Kind of interacts with the snap fold types of hands, you know, like the Queen 5 of clubs, the King 5 of spades, the King 5 off, and the Queen 5 off even might be defending off of the short stack. So having a fives.
Oh, he only bet 85.
Yeah, he goes for the
I
tiny
thought it
little...
was 185. Wow. Okay.
Oh, and there's the queen for Aurimas here. So he's only got to fade the 5 of diamonds.
Nice turn for Aurimas.
Yeah, absolutely. Gives him a little bit of extra backup with that naked flush draw.
And he's in 97% favorites.
And it checks down and the jack arrives on the river. So if Aurimas were to find this third and very natural river check, is Marius going to start to say, well, you know, I've got hands like King 10 and King Queen that are checking back the turn here. Getting to the river and making a straight. And I think he's just got one sizing here. Does he put his opponent to the test? For the rest of it, 425 effective, or does he just wave the white flag and potentially allow some hands like Jack 7 or some kind of 10-6 suited to allow their equity and realize it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so there are going to be some snap folds in your opponent's range. He does wave the white flag with the 5s, allowing his opponent to...
I wonder if Aurimas would have called if he would have been pushed all in.
I think, it's
a hard
it's
call
a hard
to do.
call. Third pair, the only bluffs would be under pairs to the board, really, wouldn't they? So it's very tough to say. I'm sure if you ask him right now, he'd be like, yeah, I was 100% calling. I knew he had nothing.
Yeah.
But 30 seconds ago would have been a little different look on the face if Marius had have put those green chips to work.
And it's so easy for us to analyze.
Yeah, exactly. Cards up,
we're not sitting there in front of the cameras, in front of thousands of viewers with those money jumps. It's hello.
And here we are. Yeah, I totally agree. Having played on stream tables myself, it's much easier to sit here in the warmth of the commentary booth than it is to be out there playing for significant amounts of money under the bright lights and under the stresses of what are usually quite significant pay jumps when you do get to that stream table part of the tournament. So back to the action here. 4 deuce offsuit for Marius. Getting out of the way, Sergey. Not going too crazy. There are certain types of players with the table chip lead that are opening these kind of queen 5 offs and really sort of marking their territory as the chip leader. Sergey.
And I mean, to be fair, we just saw Aurimas win a $500,000 pot with queen 5.
Exactly. It's not like you're completely drawing dead pre-flop, and if your opponents are going to just have hands like this that are snap folds, then you're going to pick up a lot of chips there.
Yeah.
So an Estonian domination now. They've managed to overtake the Lithuanian community there. Have them outmatched and outchipped. And it's the aggression frequency lying in the favor of Evgeny, who's been rather fortuitous to knock out with the ace-10 offsuit versus jacks recently, and it's going to be Sergey folding with the king 7. I'm sure he'd have opened it suited. Mindaugas, ace, jack, 30 big blinds. Will be happy to call off his Lithuanian counterpart there on the button. Yeah. Oh, this is a Lithuania on Lithuania caller here. As I don't think that Mindaugas is going to go anywhere. Just cut off versus button for 15 bigs. Let's have a look.
And Aurimas is going to be the player at risk. So, yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Mindaugas isn't going anywhere.
Yeah.
I don't think.
Big difference between 15 and 20 here. I think when you've got 15, your opponent will be taking the hands like the
a
jack
lot of
10
small
suited,
pocket pairs.
the queen jack. Yeah, he could take a pocket pair here.
No.
Oh.
He the guy in seat 1 folded.
I see. Yeah, just the sort of hand that you can't do anything versus this kind of action, right?
No.
It would be a real big risk to be like, I think both of you have ace-x, let's go.
Is Aramas gonna get away with it, or is he gonna get an all-in and be in a big favor?
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's just a cycle as the bottom. I think ace-10 is right on the line, but ace-jack surely has to hit the felt here.
Yeah.
On its back, and yeah, it's an unfortunate
To be
situation.
fair, Mindagaus actually thought about it.
Yeah, but I think Aramas
I mean,
in
it plays
particular.
itself.
Yeah, Aramas in particular is going to have hands like ace-5 suited, ace-4 suited, ace-8 suited, some king-10s, some jack-10 suited, queen-jack suited. So pretty happy call. And look at this, nut flush draw for Aramas, but a 5 for Moundaugus. No, it's dead on the turn, unfortunately, for Moundaugus, and they almost switch positions now. It's Moundaugus down under 15 bigs, and Aramas, who was really grinding the living daylights out of the short stack for quite some time, is now propelling himself up back into the thick of it with about 30 big blinds. Nicely done, sir.
Yeah, very nice.
Sergey still at the top of the list there, in a lovely spot as they, with 17 left, they have just hit the pay jump to 8,000 euros. So 8,001, which is an interesting number, but 8,001 nonetheless.
I've seen that quite often.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Where they have like a weird balancing.
In the Queen's event, it was 5,504.
I guess they can't round it up, otherwise the money's got to go somewhere, right? If it's an odd number.
Yeah, definitely.
So Evgeny, 10-3 suited. Likes to let that one go there. Got a couple of, well, a semi-short stack in the small blind, not particularly short, but Marius is now under 30 blinds for the first time in a while. Queen 7.
I don't think I've seen him play a hand since I came.
Yeah, he's quite solid. He had those pocket 5s versus the Queen 5.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
That was the only,
my bad.
That was the only real hand of significance. Kind of lost a medium-sized pot there. And Queen 7 versus Queen 4. Blind versus blind action. So both players flopping an open-ender.
$75.
Sergey having absolutely none of it.
Yeah.
Marius bets 75k with the open-ender, gets snap raised to 200. And he double blocks the straight, so 8-7 and Queen 8 and hands like that are blocked by his Queen and 7. With the open-ender, does he peel one off here? That is going to be a call. Oh, and there's the king, so a straight for both players here. It's going to be a struggle for one of them to win the pot outright. Sergey, that's exactly what he was hoping for.
Both players are sharing inside, doing their best not to show the other one that they made a straight.
Yeah. Sergey has quite an animated kind of table presence. Looking around, Head is bobbing around a little bit, acting extremely quickly. Let's follow it up with about half pot on the turn. Marius just called just in case Sergey's just randomly blasting off with some bluff here. And the 9 of hearts on the river is the backdoor flush completer. Yeah, and also a paired board. So it's a very awkward situation. Sergey now just deciding to check back there with the straight. It would feel a little thin to go for the jam on the river on the 4 straight. So 2% of the field left here at the 1500 main event, day 3 in Tallinn.
And we're 1 player until we're down to 2.
Yeah, down to 2 tables. That's when it starts to get really extra exciting. 1 table up here on the main stage, and the other table just across the other side of the bottom left of the stage from our viewpoint right now. So we've seen a slight move from some of the short stacks, Aurimas being one of those. And we're going to be hitting the 40k, 80k level quite quickly. Which, for the studious mathematical brains out there, is going to be an increase of 33% instead of the 17% of the last one. So it's quite a big blind increase jump. All of a sudden, when it comes around quickly, it just means that the old school maths of the M, which is how many orbits you have until you blind out, goes down quite significantly with that jump. Unless they do have a 35k, 70k, but I don't think it is in the schedule. So, raising it up to 125 is Yevgeny in the cutoff, and Marius has this tricky-ish spot with the ace-6 suited. He might just peel here. He's going to go for the 3-bet to 350.
That's nice.
Yeah, a bit of peeling, bit of 3-betting. I guess the
if you get a call, then you have the suited ace, and
yeah, exactly. It's got a bit of
there
equity.
are a lot of flops that you could bluff on.
Is his opponent going to find a 4-bet here? I don't think he can possibly consider calling out of position with such a disconnected and hand that lacks playability.
Oh, he's letting it go.
So gets that one through. Nicely done there, Marius, and almost back up to the 2 million mark where he was a few orbits ago. Sergey, still no rush or panic from him whatsoever. 70 big blinds, and the table chip leader Yevgeny close behind on 62, and it's Aurimas and Marius now in that peloton with Mindaugas having swapped positions with his Lithuanian counterpart, the current short stack with 11 big blinds.
Oh, another ace. Let's see if he's gonna pop it up again, or if he got fed up with those bad aces last hand.
Yeah, keep getting people popping him up, but it looks like he's going to take the bait. Marius with King 10 offsuit, not conventionally a hand that we'd want to be flatting here all that much. And are there any arguments for jamming here with the ace-7? I think not. I think versus the first to act five-handed, you just give this raise a little bit of respect. And the one benefit is potentially there is some collision behind between big blind and hijack. So 5-3.
We might see a flop here.
Yeah,
No.
I think he's just continuing to tank because of this pay jumps, things like that.
Yeah, and they are five-handed, and on the other tables they're six-handed. So
Yeah, that's the thing, and he's well aware of that. And what he realizes is that as a medium stack, he's going to be naturally forced to pay a lot of blinds, right, on the five-handed table. So he's just trying to slow down the game and benefit from maybe an elimination on one of the outer tables, which would reduce the bleeding that he's naturally going to do with that medium stack, with big stack to his left and a big stack to his right. Marius with King 8. Not going to do it. Mindaugus. I think he's going to have to take this one for the all-in with the fours. What do you reckon, Lena?
yes.
Just going to shove, right? No messing around with the min raise or anything like that. The hand is a little bit too vulnerable, I think. So one of the best candidates for this like late position open jam off of the 11 big blind stack.
He could be folding too. No, he's.
He's going to get through his fellow Lithuanian.
Gonna get it.
Yeah, gets the job done, and
That's
it's
nice.
a lovely pickup back to 8-15.
It's going pretty rapidly, this level.
Yeah.
We're only 4 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, I agree. I thought that yeah, it just feels like there's been lots of play, lots of kind of small, medium-sized pots, the occasional all-in, and things are ticking along nicely here. So,
But there are still 8 more players to go before we have the final table.
yeah, right now, including delay, it's 9:24 local time. We're actually half an hour into the future because to protect the integrity of the game. And Mindaugus here with the ace-7 suited. Is he just going to go for a raise fold, or does he think that it's important for him to shove and deny any kind of rejams on him, which makes his life tricky?
Lietuva. Does it mean Lithuania, you think?
Yeah, maybe it's the Lithuanian for Lithuania.
Yeah.
Would be my guess. He does shove. I think this is, yeah, a nice committed play. Just, again, capitalizing on the importance of that extra incentive from the big blind ante with 20% or so from each player as the effective ante.
This is a tough spot.
Yeah, 5.
You have the whole table behind you.
Two players
Not the whole
behind.
table because there are only half a table, but you still have the other players behind you, and yeah.
Yeah, what makes it tricky is, like, you ask yourself, is he going to jam deuces, threes, fours for almost, well, for 14 big blinds? Possibly not deuces and threes, so you can eliminate those. So what other types of hands is he going to be shoving with? It's going to be mostly flips and a lot of medium / potentially higher pairs. Although you'd think that with hands like ace-king suited, aces, kings, he would find a min raise, so
And now he has to post all the, not all, but
a lot of his pickup.
yeah, exactly.
Queen 7 suited.
Look, mine goes.
Yeah, he's just kind of doing the same thing as his opponent, just not like snap folding. They are on the 5-handed table, which you accurately pointed out. It's 5, 6, and 6 at the moment, and then we're going to go to 8 and 8 with one more elimination. So Aramas here with the King-Jack offsuit, opening to 120. Evgeny.
This shows like how aware they are that they are one.
Yeah.
That they have one less player on their
exactly.
table than compared to the other two.
There are a lot of these tournament-centric kind of, let's call them heuristics to learn about like what's going on and how do I try and, you know, save my EV or my equity in the tournament, and that's going to be one of those methods for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
Marius in the small blind with King-Jack.
You might think like, oh, it's just 10 seconds, it's just 15 seconds, but it's not just 5 or 10 or 15 seconds.
It adds up, yeah.
It's a huge difference.
Yeah, if you can get 10 of those in, you know, you're going to save 2.5 minutes. That could be a couple of hands on the other table, which would mean that bust outs are far more likely.
Oh, King-Jack versus King-Jack.
Yeah, Marius taking it down there. He's found a lot of bravery with his pre-flop aggression and putting it to good use.
Yeah. He has a lot of respect.
Yeah.
From the others.
Yeah, he's...
So far, at least.
He was relatively quiet and rather more conservative, but since then, finding another gear just when he needed it the most, just at the point where they're getting short-handed and the Rangers are going to loosen up a little bit. That's kind of where he's come into his own. Hasn't really been caught running any kind of significant bluff, has just been putting his hand in the cookie jar and grabbing what he can.
That's not
that's
anything
not a cookie
to
jar.
go into the cookie jar with. Or no, actually, if you would have asked Doyle Brunson, he would have said that's
he would have had
an
some
amazing
ideas.
hand.
Whoa, here we go for Doyle.
Oh, look. Doyle Brunson celebration.
For Doyle.
Yeah.
Rest in peace. Jack 8 off. He is opening into the short stack. Mindaugas here is the clear shortest on the table, facing a rather wide button open.
I remember first time interviewing Doyle Brunson. It was fun. Thor Hansen came up to me and he was like, because we were good friends and he was sort of my mentor for 15 years and before he passed. And he heard that I was gonna have that I was gonna do an interview with Doyle the day before and the day after, and he was like, "Oh, you have to ask him about this and that." And so I sat there, like I was 25 years old, with Doyle, and I asked him a bunch of questions, and he was like, "Oh my God!" He almost dropped his jaw. He was like, "Oh my God, how do you know all of these things?" And Thor was so happy afterwards. Oh my God, look.
Yeah, straight versus top pair. This is about as coolerish as it gets between 10 deuce off and Jack 8 off. So Marius, unfortunately, we were going to, maybe let's go back to the Doyle Brunson story in a second, but he's going to get punished for that extension of his range in this respect. Mindaugas now. Yeah, he's going to see that he doesn't hold the nuts anymore, but I don't think he's going to care all that much. There's going to be a lot of King X in his opponent's range. Does he go for a bet now, or the rather bait-looking check min raise to jam the river?
I wonder what he's thinking. Should I bet or
Yeah.
should I just wait for the clock?
I guess he's a bit of both. I think
Yeah.
the clock is a factor because if the river is something weird and he's like any likelihood of him busting, which is very low at the moment, and obviously we can see a 0%, but he does go for the third pot, which is an interesting sizing here, allowing a great price to all sorts of draws. Or, that makes life very tricky for him. He does have,
He can't be too happy with that.
no club, and went for the smaller sizing. The backdoor flush getting there. Can certainly line up with some of Marius's flop check backs. Hands like ace-5, ace-4, ace-3, ace-deuce. Ace, queen of clubs, all arrive in this fashion. And because he's opening the button, he can definitely have hands like queen 7 of clubs, jack 7 of clubs. So Marius actually with a fair few flushes here, and Mindaugas has to be somewhat wary of that. So does he go for another small sizing, just trying to target hands like king X? Potentially, if he's lucky, a hand like 8-7 or 9-8. Don't think we'll be seeing him go big here, so. Ooh. I guess 175. Yeah, so third is his chosen line. And as far as
Would you have called
the
in Mario's position?
here,
Yeah.
I wouldn't get here with 10 deuce off, but
No.
if I did, I'm actually considering jamming here. I don't think that Mindaugas is going to use this size with a flush all that often, and so we do arrive here with a lot of flushes naturally. We've even got a blocker. It's not a great one. It'd be nice to have a 10 instead, but he's just going to fold instead.
And a nice pot for Mindaugas.
Yes, absolutely. Taking it down, following up on the river with another third-ish pot bet, and
He's doing well with this short stack. Well done.
certainly is. He's lost that big pot earlier on with ace-jack versus ace-queen, running into his countryman's nutted pre-flop holding. Evgeny with the 7-3, just kind of keeping his head above water for the most part.
7-3, 6-3, 7-3.
Absolutely nothing to work with.
No.
And Orimas gets
A walk in the
which
park.
is, yeah, always very highly accepted and encouraged at this stage of the tournament. So you can see that the VPIPs here are quite interesting. Sergey has had the chip lead for almost the entire time he's been on the feature table, and is on that lowly 20%. So you really want to be seeing that increase a little bit. He found a rather funky 3-bet with the king-9 off earlier versus RMS's under the gun open off of 12 big blinds, which was certainly a hand of note, but apart from that, not doing an awful lot as you'd expect here with the chip lead. In all fairness to him, his pre-flop card distribution has been on the rather less attractive side. But again, it is the three Estonians trying to move away in terms of the pack on the feature table from Auramas and Mindaugas from Lithuania. So Lena, you managed to will us some action last time. Need to do some more magic. I think it's
Oh yeah,
the spell
do
has
I need
worn
to
off.
complain a little bit? Yeah. You should try it. It's actually it works quite well for me actually.
Oh, we're just getting no action here whatsoever. Let's see if the poker gods will listen to our beckoning call. Of course, these guys won't care about our measly concerns. We are here to commentate the action, and they are playing for the big money, 193,000 up top.
Yeah, and the blinds are up.
Yeah, to 40.80. So is that quite a large jump from 30.60 to 40.80, a 33% increase. Much more incremental than some of the previous jumps, which will be affected or affecting these shorter stacks at a greater rate. Aurimas here has flopped a 5. I don't think he's going to get a fold from Yevgeny. You do have to peel these king highs on the ace 5. It is, of course, uncomfortable, but we've got 2 overs to the 5, and king high is just too strong, blind versus blind.
Yeah.
Even a queen high, you try and look up your opponent there and float one in position. A 10 on the turn, not ideal for either player, although Evgeny does have that king of spades, so if a backdoor spade draw would come into play and he felt like he had to turn his hand into a bluff, there would be opportunities to do so. Is Aurimas going to be comfortable enough to go for the second barrel here? Looks like he's going to bet 100, another quarter pot bet. Bet at 1 big blind and a little downsize on the turn. For us here in the booth, it does look a bit face up, but Evgeny is going to float the flop with a lot of high card holdings, and Aurimas just doing a good job of making those rather indifferent with this small sizing. Very tricky with a hand like King 6, for example, Queen 8 to do much against it. Does fold, so getting that kind of value / protection that he was after, gets the protection this time, picks up a pot, and just doing a nice job of keeping the pot small.
Yeah, he's really good at small balling.
Yeah, he's done well.
Yeah.
He got the ace queen versus ace jack as well. Turned his opponent dead with the flush, and hasn't really looked back since. And I think he's a pretty strong player. I was talking to Paulius yesterday, who's one of the Pauli V, one of the top Lithuanian players, and he said you got to watch out for this guy. He's a strong player, and that he's been battling him across the mid to high stakes local tournaments here. If there are any Lithuanians watching, I will try to pronounce Paulius' surname. It's Vaitekunas. So feel free to give me an absolute grilling in the chat if that's not up to your expectations, but that's the best I can do, unfortunately, being from the UK. We're not exactly accustomed to foreign languages. The monolingual. So it's going to be the 10-9 off, opening it up on the button.
Oh, see?
Yeah, here we go. We asked for a bit of action.
You.
And he's got Marius behind him, who, if I remember correctly, has around about 20 big blinds or so himself. Which means that potentially we're going to be looking for all the discs here with the 7s. Or is he going to go for the 3-bet? Okay. Makes it 400k. Rather unorthodox to 3-bet small with the 7s, allowing some hands that are problematic for you, like a King 10 suited, a Queen Jack suited, to peel and realize their equity for this versus this small 3-bet. I think I'd have just preferred to see an all-in personally with the 7s here. Just happy to take it down and pick up the 4.5 bigs out there, or 4 bigs out there, plus your small blind, of course.
Yeah, and again, especially since you're only 5 players at your table, it's
Yeah, it's a bit.
All those small pots is gonna
Exactly, it's
count.
very
Now he
advantageous.
got a fold anyway, but
Allowing his opponent to continue with a hand like King Jack offsuit there, which would have folded to the shove with the small 3-bet, would have been quite awkward on a lot of flops. So does find a way to win it. Just the 10-9 off is not going to have any kind of defense. And on we go.
what are those bracelets that the dealers are wearing? I have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have 7 bracelets, but I don't have one of those. Is it because they're dealers or?
Well, your bracelets are for the entry to the casino, so that might be the main difference.
Yeah, but yeah, but so theirs looks the same. If you look at the dealer's bracelet, it's black and white. It has something on it. I don't know what it is, but.
Race 160.
I see. This.
Yeah, it's a paper one, just like mine, but.
Yeah, the silver one was today's entry, of course.
Yeah.
That's the system we have here at Casino Olympic for getting upstairs into the tournament hall. Got to sign in with your ID as you come in. And still have some action. We've got the 350 deep stack running. That's a ring event. That's going to be culminating tomorrow with the final table, alongside the 3K as well.
Yeah, and the 3K had a lot of runners.
Yeah, 90 last time I checked. Was it even more?
Oh, yeah. It's over 100.
Wow.
Yep.
Great runners. So 300K plus prize pool there for the high rollers. As Mindaugas just gets this one through to the blinds. Marius, 6-4 suited, unlikely to fit the bill with the chip leader behind. Sergey, 10-9, happy to defend versus the short stack. And I like Mindaugas' opportunity there, just going for the min raise, can easily min raise fold, doesn't want to overcommit himself. And
Sergey looks
it's
so hard.
Yeah, he's a rather mean customer, isn't he?
Yeah.
But looking away from the table there, doesn't exactly look particularly transfixed on the continuation of this hand. Mindaugas with the Queen Jack aligns with some of the stronger King X in his opponent's range. He blocks King Queen and King Jack, so does just go for that small c-bet and takes it down. Lovely pickup at this stage, just to get those few extra big blinds to make the bit more breathing room for him approaching the final 2 tables. We're still on that stubborn 17 number with 1 player to go until we are going to restructure the tables here.
Like a mini bubble.
Like a mini bubble, exactly, because every pot is so significant with this big blind ante rolling around, whereas when you've got 8 players at the table, there's a little bit more breathing space for the short stacks. And we do see that the average stack is hovering around about 30 big blinds. Alremas with Queen 4 suited. Taking his time wisely, just praying for an elimination on the other table so that they get that redraw and he doesn't have to pay the next round of blinds. Yevgeny, the Estonian, 9 deuce of
That really
hearts.
shows these guys aren't beginners.
Yeah, absolutely. Arias on the button, 7-5 off, nothing to be done there. Happy to fight another day. And Sergey, the chip leader, well, this is interesting. So he's going for this raise first in strategy, where what he's going to be doing is going for the small sizing with the top of his range and then the trashy holdings in his range. And he's actually gone for quite a meaty open here, 270k, well over 3 big blinds. Really putting the pressure on the Lithuanian here, who's got king deuce off. Is he feeling brave with the king blocker? Does find the mark, and it's an interesting mix-up there from Sergey. starting to attack these short stacks, starting to work through, and picks up a well-deserved 2 big blinds, showing some bravery there with the 6-3 offsuit open. And that's why it's quite nice to have this kind of almost polarized small blind raise where you raise the trash hands and then the very good hands, so it becomes very easy to defend against the jam if it were to come from the big blind. You just have snap calls and snap folds rather than any kind of middling cards that might be folding out a significant portion of equity versus that rejam. Ace deuce for Yevgeny. May feel like an ace blocker is enough here. Does indeed fold though, which is I think quite reasonable, opening or folding.
Yeah, with that stack, definitely.
Yeah. I think Marius is going to take his opportunity to go for the steal here with the King 10. 2 high cards, 2 Broadway holdings. Again, having some interaction with the stronger hands behind. Less likely he's going to run into a hand like Ace King, Ace 10, 10s, Kings. However, though, mind our guess. In the small blind with the 7s, it's got to be go time, you feel. I think Marius has been certainly active enough to give credit for a lot of raise folds here, and 7s just too strong in this position. Going to take his time though. He is the current table short stack with a shade over 15 blinds. And yeah, the benefit of shoving, of course, is just getting all of these Queen Jack off, King 10 off, King Jack off, Ace 9 off type holdings to consider folding and picking up the 4 big blinds out there.
Marius is down.
Yeah, and again, just not really incentivized to snap fold here, wanting to take some time. He realizes that he's not going to be able to possibly continue in this hand with the King 10-0. So, just looking to slide those in one at a time, nice and slowly. Doesn't want to be paying so many of these blinds and antes, and unfortunately now.
And just like that.
Yeah, he's one of the short stacks
yeah,
now.
And Mindergaus is actually not in the bottom anymore.
No, quite right.
Basically, without a showdown too, so.
So 39 minutes left of the 1 hour level, or the second level before we take a short break. And we will be taking also a break for the redraw at 16, which has been looming for quite some time, but no eliminations for quite a while now. Sergey, 4 million in his stack, 50 big blinds, a very comfortable open with the ace 5 here. Hoping to avoid any kind of rejamming hands behind, first and foremost. Mind, I guess, out the way. And 9-6 will be the fellow Lithuanian following suit. So it's going to be Estonia versus Estonia here. If Evgeny has anything to work with in the big blind. And again, just showing the experience he has in this format, not looking to snap fold, and we are going to see a slightly slower paced action, of course, on this 5-handed table. Also ace-8, so we're going to have a very defendable hand.
And they're almost even in stacks.
Yeah, it's one of those kind of hands that is like a bit too good to 3-bet bluff. Maybe we want to use like a slightly weaker offsuit holding, maybe a King 6 or a Queen 4 type hand. Whereas ace-8 is just going to be pretty comfortable defend, I think. Let's see what he goes for, though. Definitely merit to the 3-bet. So ace-5 versus ace-8 between the two very well-stacked players here. And Yevgeny kind of comes out on top there. It's a bit more flop interaction with the ace of spades, the backdoor nut flush draw. Sergey, I don't think he's going to like this flop so much. Will hit the big blind, and I really like that check back there. Not
Me
just
too.
over-committing himself versus the other big stack. Looking to navigate to a turn and hopefully a river as well. Evgeny holding ace high. Does have a lot of better bluffs that maybe achieve a little bit more. I think ace king, ace queen, ace jack are going to be calling a turn bet here, so does bet half pot. Just kind of trying to pounce on some perceived weakness from the check back, and gets looked up by the ace. So if it's going to be a deuce or a 4 or a 5, they're not going to split, but the 10 does indeed mean that they will be splitting this pot if there is no further action. Evgeny does hold an 8. It blocks some jack 8, and the bottom end of the straight goes check check. Both
Chop,
players
chop.
with the ace high. Yeah. Yep, exactly. So both players playing the ace high, and it's going to be a rather uneventful chop pot.
You can also see at the players how aware they are. They're looking, even when they're thinking about folding. They're not thinking about folding, but they're pretending to think about if they're going to fold or not.
Exactly.
They're having a look on the outer tables.
Conserving some time, conserving some energy, and just not overexerting themselves. It is a
And also be aware that even if you can't see the other's exact hands, you can see if someone has a really short stack on one of the outer tables, because even if you can't see them on the screen, they are
allowed to take a walk. And I think we just saw Mind August there just take a little bit of a stroll and maybe crane the neck over to the outer tables, just as if to see if there were any short stacks lurking around that might increase those chances of hitting the last 16 in the upcoming minutes. Yeah, it's a very good point. It's important to be not only aware of the stacks on your table, but to take that opportunity to have a little glance across the room to see what you're working with on the outer tables. Mind August here, 20 big blinds, king jack offsuit. Surely going to be opening it up. Primarily looking for just a raise and a take. Very advantageous here to pick up about 10+% additional chips to his stack if he were to get it through.
Raise 160,000.
Arimas takes his time. He was actually really quick.
Yeah, getting out the way.
Yeah. But sometimes people can get annoyed that they're tanking too long, or that they're like thinking when.
It's everybody's right to call the clock at some stage, but in some senses, only really the big stacks would be incentivized to try and keep the pace quick, because they're going to be in the favorable position of being able to exert that pressure in the hands. Marius with the queen 5, a little bit too short to consider any funky 3-betting there with that kind of queen 5 combo, and does just let it go.
And there is 200 in the middle.
Every time, yeah, 4 starting stacks. It's quite a significant amount of chips to be played for. So every raise and take helps mobilize your journey to that final table, which is what we're playing for here with 17 left, going down to 9 today, and they're going to come back fresh tomorrow at around about midday local time to continue the final table and press on for a winner of the WSOP Circuit main event here in Tallinn. It's been a fantastic week, great runners across just about every side event and all of the ring events as well. People coming out in full force from Scandinavia and further abroad as well, Europe, as well as some Canadians, Americans, and even an Israeli in the ladies event.
Oh, we're going to see Sergey
Yeah, he's a rather stubborn customer in the big blind there with the king 3, keeping his opponent honest there. But a real swing and a miss for him. 9-8 deuce, no diamond in hand for Aurimas. Is he going to follow it up with the c-bet here? He does, and gets the snap fold, just the one big blind. Oh no, a bit more actually, 120. Very happy to see a quick fold there.
Yeah.
As I think it was going to be just a one and done from him, leaning on his opponent.
But it's good to defend your big blind. Like, it shows, it's all about the balance. You show your opponent that you're not going to fold like...
You're not an easy big blind to take.
No.
So it kind of sends a message to them as if, like, if you're going to be targeting people, I'm not going to be one of those. You know?
No.
So...
But before this, I was covering the mystery bounty, the 1100 mystery bounty, and oh my God, it was a blast.
Yeah, I bet
covering
that's a
that.
real fun format, isn't it? Stacks
Yeah.
are flying in left, right, and center, hunting those mystery bounties, right?
Yeah. It was the guy finishing second. He had 7 bounties.
Oh, 7 envelopes.
Yeah,
Wow.
so he got 4 before the final table started, and then 3 after losing heads up.
Right.
So he made more than the first place finisher.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And how did Phil get on? I know he made the day too.
Yeah, he busted with 2 tables left.
That's unfortunate. Did he get any bounties?
No.
Oh, that's a shame, because I did a little kind of bonus cut feature with him earlier, talking about some of the key hands from his win, and that's going to be over on our OlyBet social media channels. Have a look at that on Instagram and YouTube.
One of his opponents, when they were 3 tables left, he thought that they would rename the event to Phil's event because he was running over the table. But then he went from like almost being the chip leader to be eliminated within 10 minutes.
Wow, that's just the style that Phil brings to the game, doesn't he? I mean,
always a smile and always like a
lots of
roller
action.
coaster.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I said to him even like, oh, so you were like really trying to make the top 3 there? And he was like, no, I was trying to win. And I was like, oh, fair enough. No more questions.
Yeah.
Very...
And look at this.
Yeah, Marius with the
he
very,
raised with Jack 6
very
and
cheeky Jack 6 here, and just trying to maybe take a stand. Potentially a little bit of a panicked open there, as just trying to lean on the other short stack and pick up a much needed steal, but it might not even work out here. Mindaugas with a gut shot, a backdoor flush draw. Don't think he's going to be able to fold for such a small bet. So we've seen Marius get quite creative on the button. We saw a 10 deuce, the Texas Dolly, of course, earlier on, and now the Jack 6 off. So certainly part of his game plan to attack with a very wide range on the button.
yeah, you can't blame him for not
exactly.
being
At least he's,
creative. Have a lot of fantasy. I mean, to be fair, he has 2 flush draws, 2 straight draws. It's endless
and
possibilities.
I like this option as well. Taking the aggressive route with the bottom end of the straight draw, it makes life very difficult for so many different hands here if he does believe that Marius is going to be attacking this board quite liberally. And indeed, Marius has this very awkward bottom pair facing the check raise here. He's going to be thinking of all of the value in his opponent's range. There's going to be some King X that's going to be check raising the flop for value and protection, of course, looking to shrink the stack to pot ratio and get the money in. And Mindauga's doing a great job of just leaning on some of these weaker one pair holdings, ace high, queen high, jack high type holdings. It's very difficult to continue here with a hand like Jack 10. 2 undercards to top pair, queen jack, etc. Whoa, what are we seeing here?
Creativity.
Yeah, the creativity is
Yeah.
booming. Is he going to find a move here? It would work, of course, versus the gut shot, but very hard to find in game. And he does make the discipline lay down in the end, and it's a nice pickup there from the Lithuanian with the 7-4 of spades. And he mutters something under his breath about the bluff. Not sure exactly what he said there, but it was a well-timed move.
So Marius is down to like 1.1, 1.2?
Yeah. By no means in panic stations. He's still going to have sort of 13, 14 big blinds in play, but with the lack of this 17th bust-out place, it is getting a little bit tricky on the shorter shorter player table with the 5 versus the 2 outer tables with 6 players. Mindaugas here facing his Lithuanian friend, blind versus blind. King 9, surely too much hand to just relinquish straight away. So what are the options available to him? This limp seems one of the more natural ones. And that's what he goes for.
How much you have? 2.1.
Yeah, and so 2.1 facing the 1.7. His opponent has over 20 big blinds, so still plenty of play in this blind versus blind confrontation. At a really crucial stage of the tournament here, is Aurimas going to use this Broadway 1 high, 1 low as an ISO in position just to try and fold out some of these hands that do rather well versus him. King 9 being one of those that is rather awkward to face. Goes for 220 here. So less than 3x. And I think you're going to see a hand like King 9 not go anywhere just for this ISO out of position. If his opponent will be taking hands like King Deuce, maybe the 9 Deuce, 9-3. He can outflop those or semi-cooler those hands. And we do see him make this continue. By no means an easy one, but certainly don't want to just be getting rolled over there. And I think he's 1 5K chip short, so looking for a discount. He's not going to get it. Sharp work from the dealer.
Sometimes it works.
Sometimes it works. They don't see it, but I don't think he was being cheeky.
No, me neither.
Just quite a big situation for him. And Aurimas coming out on top. Yeah, with the bottom pair. Is he going to bet this bottom pair for some protection from all of the likely overcards? Is he just going to check this one back? It's very awkward getting check raised. Let's see what he goes for. Yeah, I like this check.
Me too.
Just navigating to a turn. It is the 6. Doesn't necessarily smash the limp call. 8-5 suited. Not sure if that would be continuing pre-flop. 5-3 suited. The benefit of Mindaugas is that he does cover his opponent, so he might be making a slightly wider limp call because he knows that his opponent isn't necessarily massively incentivized to start firing streets and firing shells down the flop, turn, and river against him, with also Marius there, the Estonian, lurking on the shorter stack. Again, such a crucial part of the tournament as Mindaugas looks to be making some kind of move here. He does turn a gut shot with his King 9, so an 8 would get him to the straight. And he's reaching for some chips here. Look at this.
That's a big bet.
It's a very big bet, putting the max pressure on his opponent, saying, you know, 10-7-4 flush draw. Are you really checking back an awful lot of strong hands there? There is an element of danger on the board, lots of potential draws available. And looking to pounce on some ace high, some king high, and potentially hands like a 4 or even a 6 versus this size is going to be...
I mean, he doesn't think Aurimas has queen 4, obviously.
No, not much, no.
he might have ace 4, ace, I don't know.
Yeah, ace 4, ace 6. They could
yeah.
check back. They could raise sometimes for sure. And gets the job done. Nice fearless play from the Lithuanian there. They've been in a bit of a battle, these two.
They
Lots
have.
of blind versus blind confrontations. And this time...
They show each other no mercy, that's for sure.
Absolutely. They're not soft playing each other, even though there is a lot of friendly table talk between the two guys. It's business and money to be played for here. So the sort of patriotism is kind of out the window when we're looking at picking up chips and maneuvering our way to the final two tables and beyond. Yevgeny and Sergey doing a good job of just treading water. They haven't exactly been like hyper aggressive in going after these shorter stacks, but they haven't really lost any momentum either. They've been doing a decent job of not offering any opportunities for the shorter stacks to double up through them.
No, it's textbook play.
Yeah, exactly.
So far, it's been textbook play.
Yeah, it's a very strong five-handed table.
Oh, it has been a few hands that
are a bit out of whack, maybe.
Yeah. But I like it. I like to spice it up.
You got to mix it up in this five-handed game. You can't just sit there folding and waiting for the aces. It's just not going to work in the same way that a 9 or an 8-handed dynamic would allow you to be a bit more patient. You got to battle for this big and very significant big blind ante that's being put in every hand.
Oh, look at that 9-8.
Yeah, it's beautiful, isn't it?
Oh, it's so beautiful. And it's sneaky.
Yeah, it's sneaky. You don't see it coming as often as the higher card types of combos. And Yevgeny here, Queen Deuce, happy to just get out the way. Oh, and we are down to 16. So there has been an elimination on the outer table. Great news for Marius from Estonia, who was just about to pay the big blind there, and he gets away with murder, as we are going to have a redraw. And so we're going to be coming back into the studio now. Any closing thoughts from that five-handed play? Quite impressive level of poker, I think.
It has been 100%. They've been, it's been textbook play,
Lots of battling and lots of fearless stabs and bigger bets and pressure being put on just there from Mind August. And we're going to be taking now a 25-minute break. We're going to balance up the tables and continue into the night here at day 3 at the main event in Tallinn.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It's day 5 here at the WSOPC Tallinn 2024, and we've reached the halfway of the festival. And today was nothing short of spectacular. Before we get into it, though, we want to congratulate our champion of ring event number 4, €350 PLO 4 and 5 progressive bounty, Aki Pysing from Finland, who walked away with the ring and €6,300. What did it take you to win the tournament?
Just to be very lucky. It's very important to be born on Sunday.
Ooh, that's the first one. I haven't heard that before. And actually, I think I was born on a Sunday. So I have a chance?
Yeah, you should consider giving up to interviews and starting playing poker.
How did you prepare yourself for the final day?
We played all day through, so I prepared for the final table. I ordered a double vodka and soda.
How did you celebrate, or are going to celebrate it?
Well, I celebrated it. I went to the hotel room and woke up my spouse.
I won!
And then we had a cognac and then we went to sleep.
The long-awaited €1,500 main event kicked off today with Flight 1A in the morning and Flight 1B in the evening. The anticipation was palpable as players took their seats, ready to compete for the most prestigious title of the tournament. Downstairs in the casino, we hosted a lively meet and greet, complete with a surprise performance from our in-house band. It was a great chance for players and fans to mingle, relax, and enjoy some fantastic entertainment. After which we kicked off the 150 euro No Limit Hold'em special, where our celebrity guests took part in and had a bounty on their head. We also had the ladies meet and greet, which included a ladies-only free satellite event. This was a fantastic opportunity for our wonderful ladies to connect and compete. Alongside this, the highlight of the day, the 250 euro No Limit Hold'em Queen's Ring event commenced its final, with the winner set to walk away with the coveted WSOPC ring and a top prize of 5,500 euros. The final table battle was intense, as none of the ladies wanted to give up the ring and the prize. Play lasted for about 5 hours before the heads-up battle commenced, and it continued until...
Jamming it in, and here we have it.
At least it's an all in the call, but it's Linda from Finland. She's ahead, of course, with the ace-2, so might be the big double-up for her.
Could be. She's faded disaster and managed to be quite lucky in these all-in situations. She's won her previous 4 all-ins, I believe, as the short stack. Is she going to continue that run?
You're going to miss for both. Still ahead, well ahead with the ace-deuce.
Oh, there's a jack on the turn.
Big change. Now, Linda from Norway. Oh, there we go. We have our winner in the ladies event. WSOP Circuit event in Tallinn. Ladies event. The ring winner is Linda from Norway.
So you are the one taking home the fabulous WSOPC ladies ring. And I saw the battle, it was pretty tough. What do you think was your advantage in the heads-up game?
First of all, I was lucky. I had great cards. Maybe a tiny advantage that I'm not afraid of losing.
Yeah, I saw your play. It was really good to watch. You were being really brave. But was there a moment in the game when you almost saw the ring on your finger?
To be frank, I knew it was gonna be mine when we were like 4 people left.
4 left.
Yeah.
Nice. Really?
Is that okay to say that?
Why not? It's being honest, you know. Congratulations to our deserving winner. Finishing off the evening, we had the 555 euro No Limit Hold'em Day 2. Players fought tooth and nail to reach the final table, which will be streamed live on Wednesday. And that's all for Day 5. There's still plenty more exciting poker action to come in the second half of the festival. Good luck to all the players, and let's keep the momentum going. Welcome back to Day 6 here at the WSOP Circuit Tallinn 2024. Today was a roller coaster of epic poker action with unforgettable moments and high stakes. Starting with the 1,500 euro No Limit Hold'em main event, which saw flights 1C and 1D take off. With a jaw-dropping 1 million euros guaranteed prize pool, the stakes couldn't be higher. The competition was fierce, the atmosphere electric, and everyone had their eyes on the prize. The main event is turning into a legendary showdown. Next, we had the 1,100 euro PLO 4 and 5, which broke our records. We received over 177 entries, which makes it the biggest 1K PLO tournament in Tallinn poker scene's history. Last year's winner, John Kite, bagged 34,700 euros. He's in the field defending the title and eyeing the record prize. The action was intense as they played down into the night until reaching the final table, which will be streamed on Thursday. And in the evening, we kicked off the 555 euro No Limit Hold'em Progressive Bounty, featuring 200 euros bust-out bounties. Players had to bring their A game to get a chance at claiming those juicy bounties. But the true highlight of the day, the €555 no-limit hold'em final day, ring event number 3. The excitement was off the charts as the finalists faced off, each one dreaming of that shiny WSOP Circuit ring and the massive €55,000 first place prize. After some nail-biting hands and dramatic bluffs, a new champion was crowned, adding to the legend of WSOP Circuit Tallinn 2024.
All in. It's the
just goes
choice
for the
of
shove.
Phil Gross. What about Alexei, King 7?
Yeah, so 12 big blinds effective here. King 7 with the big blind ante in play.
Heavily dominated if he was to call off this one.
Mm-hmm.
I think if you call, we can go home.
Amazing. That's like the Scotty Nguyen. If you call us all over, baby.
yeah.
And we've got one in 2024 now.
It's going to be a classic one.
Yeah, we don't have many personalities in the game. They've kind of been eroded by the scholars, and he gets the call.
It is a call, and Domination Nation for Phil Gross versus Alexei.
He talked him into it.
They did, right?
There's the king, and there's the ace, pal. Wow. Okay, so Alexei looks a bit hot under the collar after getting muscled off of his equity there with the King 6 in the previous hand. Gets talked into a light call here with the King 7, and we're off to the races. And it's Queen 6. So just the backdoor flush draw for Alexei here. Phil just looking to fade the 7 primarily, but heart could spell disaster on the turn also. 8 is safe. Is it to be the 7?
7 and the 7 only can save Alexei.
And it's the Queen, so Ace King holding up beautifully there.
Our winner, the 555 event, WSOP Circuit event in Tallinn 2024, the Nolan Tolan number 3. And cheers for the winner, Phil Gross of Germany.
How do you feel right now? You just won the ring and the whole tournament and €55,000.
It's hard to realize at the moment. I'm kind of dreaming. Like to get the ring, it means a lot to me, and I'm happy I made it, and I feel really I deserve it.
That's so nice to see. You're so happy and so sincere. How are you going to celebrate this win now?
Well, there's the next, the main event is still to come. I still need to qualify myself for this, so right now there's no time to celebrate. I think we will celebrate after the event, or maybe later today, but I don't know yet. Let's see, we will make something.
Let's go!
And that's a wrap for day 6. The fun isn't over yet, so stay tuned for more poker thrills. Good luck to all the players, and let's keep this party going. So Eva, I have a few questions about the 8 game, and I heard you're a pro at it.
Oh.
Is it true?
My vision is to become a pro sometime, but I love it. I play it as much as I can.
Mm-hmm. Well, I know nothing about it. I'm serious. And can you tell me what are the most important things about the game, or how does it even go?
Yeah. It's 8 games, so it's like in athletics, you see that they do 8 different sports. So we have 8 different card games, and that's what I love about it. It's so much variation. So I will not try to tell you all about these 8 games, but it's very much that you have to use your brain and you see patterns and so on, and that's why I love it.
Can you tell me the 8 games, like the names of the games?
Oh God! It's it's Omaha high-low and normal Omaha, and then it's Texas. Both fixed limit and no limit, and then it is my favorite game, Deuce to 7, triple draw.
I've heard about it.
Yes, I love it. And then it's Stud 8 or better. That's like Stud high-low, and the Ras, which I also love very much.
Do you switch the games like in every hand, or how does it go?
No, it's you have a button and you play like one orbit of each game. And if you are fewer on the table, then you play more hands. So if it's like 6-handed, you always play 6 hands, even if you're maybe 5 persons. So, and that's the best thing because you get some time. But it's also the worst thing when it comes to a game that you don't like. You just want it to get over with. And then you sit and you want to play like, I'm looking forward to the Deuce to 7. I'm like drooling when it say, now it's time.
But is the queue of the games always the same? Like you always start with Texas, then you go to Raz, or like how does this go?
Actually, it's a little bit different. Online, it's in one way, and in tournaments, they can decide themselves how to do it. Okay. And for instance, I played in PC in March in Bratislava. Then it was called Heteros, so it was 6 games instead of 5. Instead of horse, we played Heteros, and then they put the stud games every second round. Because it's very easy to confuse. You sit and play stud and you are a little bit tired or something, and then it comes stud high-low. So it's a different, I'm not very good at the rules, but I think you can choose a little bit.
Yeah. What do you think is like the hardest game of the 8 for people to play?
I think Texas Hold'em No Limit is the hardest because it's so, everyone knows it so well. But obviously it's the easiest because everyone plays it. But maybe to become really good, maybe Raz or stud. Stud, I think, is very difficult. Stud high-low is much more comfortable, but stud it's a tricky game. Those who are good at stud can get a lot of chips in.
Yeah. And what is your favorite game of the 8?
Oh, almost everyone.
Well, if you have to choose only one.
Deuce to 7 triple draw, and on the second place Raz, and then all the high-low games. So I said 3.
Yeah, still you get away with it.
Yeah.
But what is for you the hardest one? Like that you think that you should get maybe better at it, or?
I think actually Texas, because I'm not playing a lot of Texas. I think it's not as much fun as the other. And if you don't play if you don't practice, then you will not become very good. So I think I'm very medium in the Texas games. And also stud is tricky. I like when it's high-low or low games and a little bit more crazy. But stud and Texas is my, I think, toughest.
What would you say to a beginner, like some suggestions if I would like to come and start playing 8 game?
Yeah.
Like how to study, how to begin with it, or?
Well, there are some nice books that you can
Did you start with a book?
I start with the books and I played online, mastering the mixed games, I think it's called, one and another Raz book that I also read. But then lately I have been taking a course online, BBC Poker, BBC Poker Mixed Game Bundle it's called. So this is the Norwegian guy, Tobias Leknes Senkel, and together with Pieface, very famous UK guy. They have a fantastic education. And when I got to train with this one, I felt I got one step up. So I can really recommend that one. And talk with friends and try to play.
Who know how to play, right?
Yes. and most of my friends don't like it, but Lena, who I'm here with, we play, and my friend Ylva and Linda. We have some girls that love to play. Gia is coming also.
So as I understood, I should begin with 8 different books.
Actually, the book Mastering the Mixed Games, I think it's called. It's green, at least. It's all mixed games, so you don't have to buy
like
8 books. And if you take this BBC Poker online, then you have also, I think they teach 10 or 12 games, and it's fantastic.
I have one more question. Why the 8 game?
The more the merrier. I like variation. I think it's a very nice, the people who are playing mixed games are very friendly and a little bit crazy and like to party and have fun. It's very seldom you see someone sit with a hoodie and glasses.
Being really serious.
Yes, so it's more like, blah, 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 cheers. And it's just so much fun, friendly community.
Thank you, Eva, so much for that.
That was lovely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's already day 7 here at the WSOPC Tallinn 2024. We've seen so much good play and great action that kept everyone on the edge of their seats. First up, we had the €1,500 no-limit hold'em main event with flights 1E and 1F. With a mind-blowing €1 million guaranteed prize pool, the competition is getting intense. Friday is officially the day 2 for this event, and the re-entry period will close after the first 4 levels. The €555 no-limit hold'em deep stack 8-handed event was also a crowd favorite. Players loved the deep stack structure, which allowed for plenty of play and some serious battles on the felt. Next, we switched things up with the €250 PLO 4 and 5 high-low. This event added a fun twist with its high-low format, challenging players to think on their feet and adapt for those tricky split pots. But the real highlight of the day, the €1,100 PLO 4 and 5 final, ring event number 7. We had just shy of 200 entries, making it the biggest prize pool PLO event we've ever had. The first place winner walking away with the prestigious WSOPC ring and a sweet €44,500. The final table battle was very intense, as nobody wanted to give up their shot at the first place prize. After about 4 hours of play, we reached the heads-up battle between Riku from Finland and Jan from Norway.
Riku is going to pot it. And it's not sticking around anymore. Double-suited kings.
Jan Roger.
Sure, Riku has some sort of half-decent hand, maybe with an ace. Oh, he's got aces. Wow. Okay.
Whoa, look at this one.
What a caller for the last 4 big blinds.
Yep, confirmation. Aces.
That's true.
Single suited and the double suited kings for Jan Roger, but is this gonna be it for him? He's on his first poker trip ever outside of Norway, actually, Jan Roger.
Really?
So yeah, well, now it's a chance for him to double up or have second place, because look at this one.
It's a good flop bottom pair with the king high flush draw. So 48% playing 52 with it's evened up. Oh, but that's a full house for Riku.
Do you have the diamonds as well?
4-3.
Full house.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see that. Whoops.
There it is. Missed him themselves, but there we go. We have crowned the winner of this PLO 1100. Riku of Finland is taking down the event.
Last 3 or 4 times I've been to Tallinn, I've been running pretty bad all the time, but I felt like I didn't play that bad, so I just felt like it's going to turn around eventually, and this is the tournament where it did.
Can you tell me a little secrets about your routine? Like, did you sleep well before the game, or what are those things that you do before, like, going into the final table?
Well, usually when I'm in Tallinn, I just try to go to the gym and eat healthy and not go party around and not have too much alcohol, and just try to relax and keep my mental game and my physical body in focus as well. So I'll try to do that, and usually that'll keep me going for the long days.
And that's it for day 7. The WSOP Circuit Tallinn 2024 keeps on getting wilder. So don't miss out on all the fun. See you at the tables.
Some more outs. He does find the gut shot, so a 9 or a 7 will save him's tournament life. Otherwise, we have the winner in Mikko Ylimäki. Is it gonna be a 9 or a 7? It's a king. Both players hit the river, but it means that Mikko Ylimäki is our winner. Congratulations, applause. King. Oh, this might be it. Now, yeah, shipping it in, and of course, we'll receive an immediate call without outs. Mantas Levicius is all in, but this is the bad news for him. Edgaras Kaučinis has already sealed the title. It's over before the river falls, because not straight for Edgaras Kaučinis has sealed it. Huge congratulations to our winner of Kings of Tallinn main event 2024.
Welcome back to day 8 here at the WSOPC Tallinn 2024. It's Friday, and that means we only have 2 more days until we have crowned all our winners. First up, the day 2 of the 1,500 euros no limit hold'em main event commenced. Registration is now closed, and we received a jaw-dropping 812 total entries by almost 500 unique players from over 30 different countries. The stakes are sky high, and the first place prize is a staggering 193,000 euros.
Showdown. Calling player shows ace jack, jack of spades, and calling player ace king. Now we think this is the lead. Ace the lead. Player is jack. And we can so now we are 103 players remaining. Congratulations all of you. You are all in the money. Lucky you, bro. Lucky you.
The competition was getting heated as players battled it out for their shot at the big money and the coveted WSOP ring. We also had the thrilling 1,100 euro no limit hold'em mystery bounty, ring event number 8. This event added a fun twist with the mystery bounties, keeping everyone on their toes. And let's not forget about the 250 euro suite then. This unique and dynamic event had players adapting and strategizing in new ways, making for some truly unforgettable poker moments. Get ready for an epic weekend of poker magic. Good luck to all the players, and let's keep the energy through the roof.
Now I think you have our audio as well, right? Welcome back to the audio. That's how live TV is.
Sometimes a little slip up there, but no worries. We're going to be getting back in the mix with some action-packed main event action here from the Hilton Casino in Tallinn. We are upstairs. There are 2 tables remaining, and look at that. We've got Jeff rocking the shades with a decent stack there. The Queen 6 suited under the gun.
Yeah, and we're just down to the final 16 players, which means we have redrawn, and this is our new feature table. And this is Vilde of Norway. Last woman standing, right?
Absolutely. After we unfortunately lost Jeff's Canadian friend, she went out in, I believe, 17th?
Yep.
Or, no, 18th or 19th?
Jacks against ace 10.
That's right, an unfortunate spot there. She had a really good opportunity to get up to sort of 40 big blinds, but an ace 10 raised call there for quite a lot of chips.
Now then, next, no action on the button from Enea of Greece. So we're down folded to Gunnar Vedde in the small blind.
240.
With a big stack, 4.5 million coming for the race, and we are on a new blind level as well, we should say. Or we're playing, sorry, we have a few minutes left of this one. It's 40-80K still. Just took a break for the redraw, not for the blind race just yet. So I think we're about 15 or 20 minutes away of the next blind level. As you can see that Orimas in the big blind has an ace-4 suited. So looking to not folding at least. Yeah, he pushes.
He's going to go for the shove there versus the quite healthily stacked small blind.
And now then Gunnar has to do some Hollywooding before folding.
Yeah,
pretending at least wasn't racing with full air.
With the 6 high here. Looking to put some pressure on the shorter stack, but finding some resistance from the ace-4 there. A good candidate to ship it in. Clearing out some of those hands which are going to basically be flipping against him.
And here we are with the chip count and all the names of this new feature table. Gunnar Vedde, our table captain and chip leader. Roberto from Sweden. He's been chipping up a lot. We had him on the feature table a few hours ago, and then he was short stacked and was limping under the gun. First time in a long time. We'll see that deep in the main event, and will we ever again? We'll see about that one. But he's at least picked up a lot of chips, and second in chips on this table and top 5 in the entire tournament. With just 16 left in the big main event here in WSOP Circuit Tallinn 2024. Home player Marius folding. Vilius as well. So back to Roberto in the hijack. Back 9, not good enough this time for him to do any action. Enea. 1.3 million, so one of the shorter stacks. Average now almost 3 million. First few hands of this feature table. It's a lot of folding so far, and it's over to Aurimas, small blind, with Jeff from Canada that we had on a few feature tables already in this main event, and also another event the other day. So familiar with playing on the feature table, although we saw him just before this hand complaining a bit about that it was hot up there on the stage, and yeah, some bright lights.
Yeah, unfortunately they all have to contend with the same kind of conditions. And he does have the ace-jack here, facing this brave small blind raise from Aurimas. 20 big blinds are so effective, and Jeff is going to not take any chances here with his ace-jack, shoving for value.
And yet again, the player in the small blind has to Hollywood a bit before folding. 10-8 off, not do it for Aurimas. And the rest of the stack he has, 1.5 million now after a race fold. Jeff. Here's some Norwegian between Vilde and Gunnar being talked between the hands.
No straddle. Oh, I didn't even think of it. They'll probably think we're crazy.
Rest of the table, Aurimas, Enea, Vilde, Marius, home player with 11 big blinds, Vilius, Lithuanian with the shortest stack at the moment, 10 big blinds.
And then someone else races. We have options anyways.
No straddle.
So
Final
four of the players on this table has 15.
They're waiting for us.
Sorry, yeah, 15 bigs or less. So might see some pushes coming up as we're heading for the next blind level as well just shortly. Vilius, the shortest of them all on this table, 10 bigs, and we wake up with the ace-3 suited in the +1 position.
Yeah, interesting spot, because he is going through the big blind ante shortly, which is going to lose a quarter of his 815k stack. Does he go for the min-raise fold here with the ace-3? I think it's a little too weak to shove on an 8-handed, but he does go for the brave shove here, electing to go with it. Hoping not to run into a hand, I think.
Oh, Enea hijack with the ace-jack.
Yeah, the Greek. The first time we've seen the Greek flag on the feature table so far.
Yeah. Enea, though, been playing a lot here in Estonia. I'm not sure whether he lives close or not, but he's been here a lot, and we had him on the final table of the last Kings of Tallinn, I think it was. So,
yeah, this is the benefit of the shove. Sometimes you can get next to act a couple of seats over. It's awkward to commit their stack with hands like Ace-10 and Ace-Jack, even offsuit. Aurimas, King-Queen, another decent holding versus this +1. And he's going to be aware with King-Queen that he's going to be dominating some hands like Queen-Jack suited, King-Jack suited, King-10 suited that may take this, looking to get their chips in before they have to pay that rather penal round of blinds.
Jeff looking a bit interested. I'm not sure whether he's looked at his cards already or not, but maybe he's just looking for some information. The table read from Aurimas. I'm not sure if these guys played before. They were not on the same table before this one, at least.
Very measured, but in the end a disciplined fold. Jeff's got the 7 deuce suited, so not sure
he
what
wasn't
was
interested.
Yeah, just kind of eyeing down his opponent, looking for some live reads. As Vilde got anything? No, she has 7-3 off, and that's going to hit the muck as well.
Yeah, so last woman standing, and that's what she's been in the Norwegian Championships actually 2 years, 2021 and 2023. She took down the ladies event of the Norwegian Championship. So
Can I get a waitress?
Oh wow,
she's been around before.
Got a bit of a resume here, and making a deep run in the 1500 main.
Soaking wet.
Bit of table talk being picked up as well, as Jeff is letting us know he's soaking wet.
That could make the blooper reel.
So I'm just saying it because it wasn't us. It wasn't any one of you us saying it. It was Jeff, actually.
You're trying to hide, cover our backs there.
Exactly.
Nice move, Mr. Wise Guy. Nice move.
Roberto, last Swede standing, folding the 5 deuce as Enea now. King Jack, not enough.
Yeah, makes another fairly disciplined laydown. King
Ace
Jack
Jack,
and
though.
Ace Jack.
Well, the biggest stack of the table as well.
Yeah, and a bit of an upgrade for Gunnar.
Going with the 200.
And he comes from quite a prolific family of Norwegian poker players.
He does. He's the uncle of known poker players Oscar and Jonathan Wedde.
Yeah, 2 players that I've played with quite a lot in Bratislava, Tallinn, and across Europe.
Yeah,
good
I think
players.
they do a lot of streaming as well, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, they're affiliated with a sort of group of streamers doing bits and pieces. Good to see them in the mix. Haven't seen them around this week, but their uncle flying the flag of Norway here with the big stack, opening it up with the Ace-Jack, and Aurimas deciding not to go for the 3-bet bluff. His only option there was really the sort of 3-bet non-all-in, I guess. From the cutoff, it would be a rather aggressive jam.
Jeff is looking at the big blind instead. Doesn't care about Gunnar racing with the big stack.
This chancer on the big stack, I'm not worried about him, but Queen 10, a little bit awkward here. He does have position. Is he going to go for, I mean, all 3 options potential? Wow, that's a lot of chips.
I'm not sure. Did Gunnar race? Is he even aware?
I'm not sure. Yeah,
this is like a shove against the blinds.
He's put half of his stack in here with Queen 10 off.
My feeling is he doesn't know about the race. That he's just shoving against the blinds.
Yeah, because the blinds are very short, and maybe Gunnar is going to pick up on this. Marius, though, with the 9s. And if Marius can figure this out, this kind of rather bizarre dynamic where...
Yeah,
exactly.
Wow, this is an interesting thing.
Yeah, so Marius realizing
He's
that...
asking the same question as we were. Is it really... Did you see that Gunnar actually raised?
And when you have this information and you realize that Jeffrey's range is not a committing 3-bet versus the open, but more of a shove versus the 2 short stacks, all of a sudden these 9s are looking pretty tasty here on the short stack himself. He's going to have to make a move, and I think Jeff is going to be jamming just about any pair here, and might even be min-raising sort of aces, kings, queens to induce. So would be a nice spot for Marius to go with it here, because if he would commit his stack, Gunnar there's going to have to be very tight behind as well, with Jeff's rather wild 1.5 million block of chips being
sent into the middle.
Yeah, so Marius asking Jeffrey if he saw the raise from Gunnar, and the response was, "Do you think I'm blind?" But decides to lay the nines, and back to Gunnar then. The question is whether he will believe that Jeff actually saw the raise.
Yeah, it's so expensive at this stage, isn't it? 3.2 million, and there's not really going to be any calling here. He's going to have to commit to the lot or get out of the way, and that's 40 big blinds, so they're going to be playing if Gunnar can find the minerals to conjure up an ace-jack call here with this rather bizarre dynamic of Jeff clearly misreading the situation, looking to put the short stacks to the test. And Gunnar here with
this could have been an expensive mistake for Jeff, but now I think Gunnar is going to let this one go. But
I just think it's too expensive. If he's got ace queen,
I
think
didn't see
he's
your
in.
raise. I didn't see your raise.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm playing
So he
against
does.
you two.
That's what I figured.
I didn't see your raise. You're going to see it after, so here you go.
We love
waitress
Jeff at
come
the
here.
future table.
I talked to the waitress. I never
He's
see
ordered
that.
a drink
But
and
it
he's
worked out, so
having
hey.
the time of his life here, chucking a pile of chips in there and manages to
fold.
get two better hands to fold.
a bit cheap
My
though
friends
to
will
blame
laugh
the
when they
waitress
see
for his
it at home.
mistake, right?
Yeah, I think Marius, even though he sees the queen 10, he's going to be kicking himself a little bit there. Jeff
No, I
could
know.
easily have had a hand like ace 5 off, king 4 suited, you know, like all of these types of hands that are happy to put the short
I
stacks
swear I
to the
never
test.
see your race. They got two short stacks, so I'm
It
like,
is a
you know what,
pretty
I'm going
big
to play
spot
with
for
them,
him,
right?
though. But 15 left. I think they've just made the
sick.
pay jump to, I believe,
sick.
9.1 thousand euros.
Yeah.
And now looking to play for the final table berth, really, with the jump at 13 and then 11 and then 9.
Smile for the camera.
Putting on a show for us. Jeff.
Yeah, very animated Jeff late on in the day here.
Oh,
So it's okay.
No, it was a mistake by me, right? Could have been a costly one, but
Yeah,
it all
could
worked
have.
out.
It did all work out. You got two
He speaks up. and
better
says,
hands
"You
to
see
fold.
that?"
Yeah, and if he
think
was
I'm
sweaty
blind?
before, I think when he found out that Gunnar was actually raised, I think there might be even more.
Yeah, but he's alluding
feelings.
to that table talk. He said something like, "Do you think
that
I'm
crazy
blind?"
French
Yeah,
Which
he
was
got
a
that
right?
quickly.
really smart.
Yeah.
Just as if to say, "Hey, well, you think I'm putting my chips in light here?" It was
But
really nice psychological kind of counter attack.
Because if he were to say like, "Oops,"
Yeah.
then the nines,
Then the nines are
insta
in,
calling, and
the ace jacks out, and maybe the nines gets the double or has to face the pesky
lie.
two overcards there. But unfortunately, we don't get to see either situation play out. Jeff now managing to take a little break here after getting that heartbeat racing for sure with the Queen 10, realizing his mistake.
interesting spot now for Wilde.
We say if we make
Yeah,
it back up
Roberto,
to
is he
him,
going
it's
for another
rattle, right?
blind under the gun limp
rattle.
here? Is that
Now this time he did, right? But this time he wasn't blind, right? Or
okay.
was it?
I'm not sure. King
Could
6
have
off
been.
doesn't usually cut the bill if we are going to have
Exactly.
some kind of under the gun limp. It is rather unorthodox. And Vilde picking up on the weakness here nicely. She shoves in her 11 big blind stack here with the ace jack, looking to get caught by a worse hand or just even take down the extra big blind out there available.
Yeah. The added.
Always when I started, I get good hands.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
He did straddle, as he called it.
This one good. Second one.
Wow, what a fearless player.
Yeah.
Straddling deep on in the 1500 main event. You just can't write it. We've seen all sorts of just bamboozling behavior so far as we've got back. And maybe a testament to these long 1 hour clocks and taking out a little bit on the players, a little bit of a jovial mood and energy in the room, which is obviously quite fun for us to commentate on. But look at that. The pack of short stacks there, 19 for Aldrimas. Villiers has 10.
I never see you
Enea
raise
from
200.
Greece with
I'm gonna play
15.
against
Vilde
Dirk
just
and
got that shoved through, picked up 3.5 blinds herself, and now Marius.
That's why he says.
The
Of
short
course
stacks
it is.
9
Yes, I see that.
blinds,
You
so
think I'm
plenty
blind?
of work to be done for the shorties there. And we have about 10 minutes left of the 40k, 80k, and then we're going to
Yes,
take
I'm going to my coffee,
a
yeah.
short studio break.
Fuck.
And we're going to do
could have been
the
a bad
color up.
coffee break.
I believe the 5Ks are going to be out of commission.
Yep, I think you're right. Yes.
We've got a really loud audio on Jeff there. He's having the time of his life, and
Oh, we lose one already.
wonder if he would have been so loud if
Gunnar sniffed him up. Like,
with the
could
ace
have had
jack.
like half of the chips in play in the entire tournament in the hands of one of those guys almost. Like,
yeah.
So yeah.
10 dukes.
He'll be happy.
Villius not finding the blind versus blind jam there. And a rather different energy from those two players there. Gunnar and Aldermas there.
Show some respect, man.
Here we have some more information about him as well. He took 46th place in this year's seniors event in WSOP Las Vegas just a month ago or so. Then must have been.
Yeah, 135k euros to his name. Clearly plays a bit. Got a lot of experience and in a great position here to rifle on and motor on through to a final place berth, which would be playing for a big significant increase in that Hendon Mob resume, that's for sure.
That's for sure.
Auremas, 10 deuce. And Jeff with the ducks. Oh. We know that he likes to get in the mix, and we've seen some already antics that we were...
Now maybe taking an extra look that someone hasn't already raised this
not
one.
Open before he puts himself into a bad spot, and he does fold the deuces.
Mm-hmm.
Nice fold. I don't think it's a conventional open, but you never know with Jeff.
Never thought I heard you say nice fold with the ducks, though.
I know, you just got to respect the money at this stage. Save the ducks for the cash game later on after you've got the ring and the 193k, I reckon.
And you go down to the 25-50 table and just bawling.
Yeah, exactly. Deuces under the gun, all in for 5k. Called by Ace King, win 2 boards, and back to the bar.
Roberto then small blind, Jack 5. Never know what this guy is going to be up to. This time it's a fold.
Yeah, respectful lay down there with the Jack 5. Could have maybe limped in, tested the short stack, or even gone for like a small ISO there, some sort of 2.4, 2.3x. Can be a play there with the Broadway blocker.
Was good, but not so good to get this.
So this is our feature table. It's not the final table. We're 15 left in the main event, and we're playing down to the final table today. Closing end of the day when we are down to 9, and then we'll be back tomorrow, and of course we'll be streaming the entire final table. Fight for all the big money and the coveted ring.
Yeah, that's going to start at around midday, and we're expecting sort of somewhere between 6 to 9 hours of final table coverage, so do tune in from home, and thanks very much to all of you guys railing the action from afar. Plenty of enthusiastic play so far, and it's Jeff once again with the low pair. Is he going to treat himself to an open with these upgraded 4s from the deuces last time around? That's exactly what he's going to do.
Can't fold 2 small pairs in a row, right?
No, exactly. Wouldn't be able to look himself in the mirror. Ooh, but Vilde finding the ace queen. She knows her customer here, and you feel that she will be committing these chips versus player that both takes the opportunity to go for the wide opens and certainly is allowed to with his current monstrous stack there of over 40 big blinds. So Vilde with the ace queen versus the +1 open.
And she's seen that Jeff's been a bit wild.
Yeah, and she's going to send it in. Nice move. Is she going to face any resistance behind? Lots of short stacks now starting to congregate on our feature table. The blinds moving up quite quickly from 30-60 to 40-80, and that does cut a lot of the short stacks hopes with those short-handed play going on for so long. Remember that we had guys on 6, 6, and 5-handed tables battling it out, playing a lot of hands and going through the blinds. So that's why you do see this congregation of short stacks in play right now.
And here we are up close with these two, Vilde and Jeff.
Yeah, not a conventional call, but you never know what Jeff is going to arrive at. He might fancy just taking the flip here and taking his chances with those pocket 4s. He doesn't really dominate anything, of course. It's likely to be 2 overs or a better pair in his opponent's range. And he's going to give her a spin with the 4s. Look at this, the fearlessness from Jeff. Just praying for the overcards. Does find the ace-queen. He's got a slight equity advantage.
And if you followed it during the day, where you've seen Jeff flop a lot of sets with the 7s, so let's see what he can do with the 4s.
Let's see if he can send home the Norwegian here, and it's a really
nothing for Vilde.
Annoying-looking flop for Vilde. And the 9 on the turn leaves her options limited to just the ace or the queen here. 6 outs.
Oh,
and it's the
not to
10.
be.
Jeff finds the knockout. Vilde is going to feel a little bit sore at that one because she's just thinking, you know, I've got so many better pairs than 4s in that range. Why do I have to have ace queen? And he bricks out. It feels almost unfair. And you do hit the rail with a little bit of salt to blend into those wounds.
So unfortunately, our last woman standing in the main event this year is now eliminated in 15th place. Vilde, the double champion of the Norwegian Championships. And I think it should be the reigning one because they haven't had the Norwegians yet this year, right? It's to come.
Right, so she is the reigning Norwegian ladies champion, but unfortunately not going to be making the final table here, and that's a sad one. But wow, what have we seen so far? Whilst we're doing the color up, it's just going to be a couple of minutes from our side. Takeaways on the early return of the action.
Yeah, it's been a lot of action returning from break of tables and going down to the redraw on 16. And Jeff has been in the mix a lot.
Yeah, as we can expect.
Yeah.
He's certainly a colorful character, both in terms of play style and, of course, the theatrics around the table. So looking forward to seeing what he's going to bring in. And I think we're going to go back to the table very shortly. Here we are.
Yeah. Quick color up. Might have cut a few minutes off that one. Yeah, so we're still on a 30-minute delay, of course. So we're seeing this. Jeff with another pair.
Yeah, so it's really that kind of stubborn 17 to 16 ladder jump that has cut into the short stacks, as we now have 2 tables of 7 players, I believe. 14 left here. We are playing down to 9. Marius is going through the blinds soon, facing Jeff's open. Missed a spot potentially with those 9s when he knew that Jeff was just going to be taking a button shoving range, but didn't want to tangle and might have to pay for that now. The ace-7 would seem a little too wide. We know that Jeff is a bit of a wild card, but I think we want a little stronger than ace-7 to commit here. Oh, he's going to go for the all-in.
The old, I'll take that star, I'll push it in myself, all-in move, and ace-7 is the one he
so
goes
it's
with.
Going to have 2 overs. We know that Jeff, well, gave Vilde a spin there with the 4s for way more big blinds than this.
Yep.
And there is an ace hitting the mark, unfortunately. So, and a 7. Jeez.
Outs decreasing for Marius. Another flip. Yeah, you're correct. Actually, it is.
There it is.
Maybe not the one you were
Jeff.
expecting, but it's an ace-7, and it's just a flip. Slightly favorite with the 7, with the 6s, of course, for Jeff, but let's see. He didn't need a set in the last elimination of Vilde. Let's see what this board brings
see
us.
if Marius can find this double up here. Does have the backdoor spades and a backdoor straight draw, so some opportunities for the hometown hero from Estonia. 5 not doing anything, though. We're going to need an ace or a 7 to stay alive.
Queen.
Oh, he
he
calls the
called
queen.
it.
Jeff,
Wow.
absolutely on fire here on the feature table, calling out cards, knocking out short stacks. And wow, that's 3 super quick eliminations here on the feature, with 13 now left out of the 812 entrants.
Back-to-back eliminations for this guy.
Yeah, unlucky Marius
Cormier
there.
of Canada.
And then he shoved.
Should have a camera on this guy all the time.
Look at him, he loves it. He's born for the camera.
Surely. Yeah, and he's been a profile of the event as well. You can hear this guy all around the premises and likes to talk, likes to have some banter and a lot of laughter as well. So all around nice guy, and now he's got a ton of chips again.
Yeah, and look at this now. It's Vildius under the gun, and 5-4, not quite enough for him. Just 8 big blinds going through the big blind and the big blind ante next hand. And you could see there a little look of disdain, just wanted to find something to be able to take. He did make that brave shove with the ace-3, got rewarded for that, kind of treading water at the moment. Needs a big hand in the next orbit to stay alive here, you feel.
Yeah, now we are on the 5100K blinds. So min raise from Roberto makes it 200 to go with the ace-10. And Aurimas taking a bit of time again, but it seems like it's more of his line of work than just that he's thinking about doing anything against Roberto.
Yeah,
perhaps.
exactly. With these 3 quick eliminations, now it's only 4 to get to the final table, so no real reason for him to rush in any of his decisions, and he does take a little bit of extra time there, Jeff, with the 8-6 in the big blind.
First one good.
They're both good.
And also for you guys watching the stream, we do have now our YouTube chat available. So if you have any questions or anything you want to mention to us, the OlyBet Poker YouTube is available if you want to be give us some nice words or just
or just have a go.
Yeah.
You know, we're on day 9, so
you can't affect us.
Exactly. We've made it this far.
Now then, a flop between Jeff and Roberto, as Jeff called with the 8-6 in the big blind, defending, but it's Roberto hitting the ace. And nothing much for Jeff on this board, but Roberto traps with a check, hoping to get a bet from Jeff on the turn, I'll assume. And I think he might be tempted. Goes for the check again. Disciplined.
Yeah, nice trappy little line there from Roberto, feeling that Jeff is particularly pumped up right now and ready to maybe pounce on some weakness, but Jeff not turning any equity there, just 8 high, and is understanding that his opponent, when he does check back ace, queen 7, is going to be pretty showdown heavy, not falling for that one. Looks like they're quite friendly as well. He said, I will give you some action, my friend, before flicking in the big blind defense.
Thank you.
Another dealer change as we have 54 minutes on the clock for this 50k, 100k big blind level. 6 players on our feature table, 7 players on the outer table. So why that you're going to see some of the shorter stacks. Just take their time just to make sure that they're not going to be punished by playing an extra hand per orbit than the outer table.
And you can see this guy that might come off as a wild man at the table, but he has a lot of cashes to his name, so he's not new to live poker scene, and has a big cash, as you saw already in 2017, from the Kanawaki Casino that you looked at it previously.
Yeah, it's
you
just,
found it?
just over the water from Montreal, I believe, in the French-Canadian part of Canada.
Folded now.
Going to give himself a
This time he saw that Gunnar is raised at least.
Yeah, exactly. That's the one player that can do him a lot of damage, even though he's been on a bit of a run here and is almost at the 6 million chip mark, so 60 big blinds in play for him or so.
This is not a fun spot for Villius, already committing third of his stack almost in the blinds.
He's definitely going to defend a hand like 10-6 suited, but he feels like the 10-5 is just a little too disconnected there. Wants to keep that extra 100k for a bit of fold equity potentially on his open shove that's going to need to come in the next orbit or so.
Yeah. A few of the players stepping away from the table, having a little bit of fresh
it's
air.
Quite casual, isn't it, for 13 left? It's sort of, you know, we're playing a bit of a game of cards here, are we? All right, I'll take a seat.
Not surprised, though, that it was Roberto, the under-the-gun limper, and Jeff stepping away, like chilling a bit.
Their play style exudes comfort, and they're also getting some steps in between hands.
Yes.
Enea here with the queen 10 off. I don't think it's quite enough to consider anything, and he does get out the way. A couple of big stacks to his direct left. Gunnar. And, of course, Jeff lurking on the button, looking to pounce. Aramas here. He's got a short stack in the small blind. Ace-5 suited for 13. I think we're just going to see him jam here. He's got a couple of big stacks that might want to shove on him if he does open.
Thank you so much. Wow.
Yeah, and he goes for the committing play, putting in about 80% of his stack pre-flop if it does go ballistic post.
And
his
the more conventional old-time player, Jeff, is thinking, well, why are you doing this, boy? You're committing
exactly
3/4 of your stack?
It's all in
Is
or
this
fold,
how you
buddy.
guys do it?
Yeah, and Jeff having a little look to see what Roberto's got there. I think we're going to be seeing him go for the call, and if Roberto jams, maybe he gets away from the ace-10 because that's going to be a very strong range.
Yeah. But
I think ace-10 is doing mighty fine versus this cutoff jam.
He's not worried about the small blind, which is Viljas from Lithuania. He's only got about 500k behind. It's Roberto. He's eyeing across the table, trying to pick up any ideas if he's seen his cards. Maybe does he like them? Is he interested or not? So Jeff, who does give a lot of kind of boisterousness and chat at the table, is clearly an experienced player. Just instantly picking up on the fact that it's not necessarily Arimas that he needs to worry about. It's the potential 35 big blind stack behind.
Deep thoughts now for the Canadian.
Wow. Oh.
Or?
Wow, is he just kind of happy with the work he's done so far and doesn't want to take any more risks?
Yeah, maybe slow down a few.
My call.
Oh.
Yeah, there we go.
Balls.
I think that was going to be the more natural decision.
And not the hand to try to triple up for Viljas. Oh, Roberto.
Yeah, Roberto's got a playable hand, but not
Yeah,
for this
not for the
kind of action here. He's just going to have to get out the way. Unless he's got some seriously devilish thoughts of like flatting and donk jamming flops. But yeah, that would be a little bit of a stretch here and quite a big risk with 13 left. So yeah, good fold. And we're going to be essentially off to the races here. There is 280k back. Arimas from Lithuania is going to need some diamonds or a 5 fairly quickly. And there are 2 diamonds. Wow, the Lithuanian having committed most of his stack with the ace-5 of diamonds, sees a magical flop of jack 4-8, 2 diamonds. Jeff putting the rest in, of course, and he does have the flip situation now, a 5 or a diamond to fade.
Blocking 1 diamond with a 10, but as you can see in the upper right corner, just 1 other diamond folded as we know of, so a lot of outs for Arimas here to get the double.
Jeff going to be hoping for... Oh!
There it is.
There it is. The diamond. So he gets there twice. And Arimas from Lithuania. Oh, Jeff did a little look down and look up as the river was dealt. And Arimas absolutely delighted with that. The winner of the Vilnius Showdown over in Lithuania in 2023, and we've seen a lot of him on the feature table so far at this main event. Been a really strong contender, and he's going to be dangerous now, I feel, with the 28 big blinds. Does have Jeff and Roberto to contend with on his left, Gunnar on his right. But
yeah, and Villiers just 5 big blinds to his name now.
Yeah, exactly. So he's really in the danger zone. He's got about 1 orbit to make a move, otherwise he's going to completely lose any shred of fold equity. Is the fellow Lithuanian, and then it's Anea, the Greek, in the big blind now, going through the blinds. So everything happening here with 4 remaining bust outs to go until the close of play for day 3. Plenty of action guaranteed. Let's see who wants to sort of grab this final 2 table spot by the neck and really push on for a big stack going into the final table, and who's happy to just kind of blind away and try and lock up their spot. Lots of...
How much it may hurt you, George. Another fold of the Ducks.
Yeah, I know. It's just unfortunately a hand with this kind of ICM that doesn't play too well. And Villiers, what a spot.
We got a shove, right?
Yeah, he's delighted with this ace-7, and especially in late position as well. Doesn't mind a fold, doesn't mind a call. Just kind of one of those spots where he needs to put the chips to work and try to make something happen here. Roberto is going to get out the way, so it's over to the big blind, which is a fellow short stack. If he were to call and lose here, he's going to be down to around about 600k. And this is really tough. I'm not sure what the correct play is. It feels like a call could be the play, but you know, Villiers in many ways has ran good, not to just pick up a shoving hand, but to shove into a player that it's going to hurt, and he does get the sort of rather...
Yeah, a lot of Queen Jacks, Queen 10 in the range of Villiers.
10-9 suited, 8-7 suited for sure, Queen 8 suited. They're all going in, so you don't blame him for the call here. And he does defend that big blind with the King 8, but he is behind Villiers with the Ace-7. And flop is King and 2 diamonds.
Action board now.
Wow, we're getting some Hollywood flops here. There's an offsuit 3. It's going to need an ace or a diamond.
Another
but it's
king.
The king on the river. Villiers taking a bit of a beat there.
So table short stack, Villiers eliminated. 13th place then, down to 2 tables of 6 in the main event of the WSOP Circuit events here in Tallinn 2024. And these are 5 of the contenders, so getting another player from the outer table to join them shortly. As we take a look at Aeneas.
Wow, look at that.
Total scores from the Hendon mob, as far as we could find, was only 12,000 euros. So looking to already almost surpassing that amount with this cash.
Almost
or
doubled
doubling.
that. Yeah, exactly. In the 1500 main. What a spot for him. And now with eliminating the other short stack, gets a little bit of breathing room, but we are down to 5-handed, of course, so the blinds and the antes going around that bit quicker, but a much needed little boost to what was a bit of a dwindling stack from Anea. I hadn't seen much from him. He made a couple of folds with the ace-jack and the king-jack earlier on, and that patience is rewarded there.
Definitely so. So now then, 5-handed at the moment, but as we said, as soon as possible, which means after the next hand on the outer table, they're going to bring another player to this table and play 2 tables of 6, unless someone is eliminated, of course, on either of the table. And look at this.
Whoa.
I just had a Let's Go Roberto in the chat from Johan, and I guess he's a fellow countryman of Roberto, and he gets the aces, so maybe the cheers helped him.
Yeah, there you go, Johan. Your boy's got the pocket rockets here. And won't be getting any action from the small blind, but Gunnar lurking in the big blind with a decent stack. 10-7. Don't think he's likely to be defending here. Well, he does go for the defend by the looks of things.
Oh,
raise.
Comes with the raise.
Wow.
So the quite unorthodox play from Roberto in a couple of hands is paying off now, as Gunnar doesn't believe him at all with the button raise.
Yeah, 10-7 off is an interesting combo. It's going to get a lot of hands like Jack 10, Queen 10 off.
And now a player like Roberto is surely not going to strike back, right? He's just going to call, or what do you think? What do you think with the big stacks that they have?
Yeah,
I
I like
he making the 4-bet.
It's call or click. With the big ICM, sometimes you do favor just how much did he made it there? As I was about to say, sometimes with the ICM you do favor just playing a fair amount of re-aggression here, especially wide versus wide range, such as button versus big blind. But it is definitely a situation where you can treat yourself to some peels. You do play in position, and aces is kind of a natural one to balance that range with. But on this occasion, he's going to go for the extra bet, making it 1.3 million. And Gunnar, unfortunately, just there's no way he could possibly continue in this hand with his blockers.
No, more trying to look like he's not doing this with just air. Trying to give it some thought, make the other players believe that he might actually be folding a good hand, but surely the 10-7 off is going in the muck just shortly.
Yeah, this is quite an interesting combo. I've heard of slithers of similar types of combos being used in these types of spots, because it's kind of one with ICM where it's a bit too weak to peel, but then you've got some half-decent removal to strong hands, and also you get a lot of better hands to fold pre-flop, but very interesting to see Gunnar taking the 10-7 off there.
Yeah. So folded. And we got a question in the chat as well, as Ollie is asking who's the other six players at the outer table. I don't want to look at the blogs and get spoiled, but they are keeping actually the blog on the same pace as we are, so that's on a 30-minute delay as well.
Nice.
So you should be safe, because we don't have the information about exact players on the outer table. We're just
we're going to be focusing on this one for sure. So OlyBet.tv for all of the live reporting.
Yep, and they are reporting in the same way we are on a 30-minute delay. So it should be safe to go in there and see the exact 12 players in the tournament. And Jeff, of course, one of them, one of the biggest stacks, 4.3 million, with a nice 9-7 under the gun suited.
Yeah, 5-handed here, I believe, right? So
yeah, still 5.
Does have the second in chips, Gunnar, I believe, in the small blind. So it could have been a nice spot to widen the opening range a little bit, but does elect to just let it go, fight another day. Anea on the button with the Jack 10 offsuit, likely to be going for the min raise here.
Adding
Makes it 250.
some extra. Yeah. Quickly folds.
Going for a bit of a size up here, looking to disincentivize the big blind to come along. And it does make sense, actually, to go for a slightly bigger size when you're playing for the more significant ante, because it's just so advantageous for you to pick up the chips uncontested.
You can see in the background still 12 players, so that must mean that we have an ongoing longer hand on the outer table, because otherwise they will be balancing the tables. So
yeah, we're still playing hands by the looks of it. The dealer is still riffling the chips.
we are.
Oh, there we go.
You're gonna race me. I get option.
New player coming in. Is this someone we had on the feature table earlier?
Yeah, do recognize this guy.
I think we do, right?
We tried.
Hard push to remember all of the names of the hundreds of players we've had on the feature table, but I believe it's a strong player. Definitely a recognizable face. So 12 left now. 2 tables of 6, 3 more eliminations, and we are on the pay jump bubble from 12th to 11th, which is going to be 11,200 locked up now, and then 13,800, I believe, after the next elimination. So the pay jumps are getting really nice and juicy. 2 buy-ins or so for the next jump.
And of course, a lot of players in this one has satellited in either way to this one, so they might not even have paid the 1,500. And then, of course, a pay jump of 2 or 3K is significant as well.
Absolutely, yeah. Especially if you're in for the min, and Inea with his 12,000 in live earnings, really playing for some seriously career-changing score.
Yeah.
And he's done a good job of getting back in the mix.
Aurimas now,
Aurimas going for a
falling in the small blind.
Fearless limp here with the 5-4. Looking to take that prize with the big blind ante in play, of course. Going to be V-pipping a lot. Jeff lets him see a free one with that 9-6 suited. Definitely a very natural check back here, just wanting to realize that equity. Doesn't want to get limp raised or anything like that. And look at this. We've got Aurimas with the bottom end of the gutter, Jeff with 2 pair. And Aurimas is going to take a stab.
Flicking in the little 100 chip.
Yeah, just trying to maneuver Jeff off of hands like King Deuce, King 3, Queen Deuce, Queen 3, Jack Deuce, Jack 3, Jack 4. These kind of 1 over 1 unders to the board that are going to get out the way that you've got in. But you're way behind, obviously, with the 5-4, but it's not going to work out. And Jeff is going to look to charge the almost never-ending amount of draws here. Any 7, any Jack 10, Queen 10, Jack 7. Backdoor flush draws, overcards. There's just so much to look to seek value from, and he's not going to take any chances on such a connected wet board here. Just raising it up here with the 9-6, like the play.
Yep.
And does get the fold there. 22% equity even for the 5-4. 2 undercards to the board, but a gut shot and a backdoor flush draw, and that's a nicely executed play from Jeff there, continuing to amass a pretty mean stack going into the final table. Just 3 eliminations to go now.
Yeah, and it's gone a bit quieter again on the table. A lot of table talk when we had the eliminations early on when we started this one, but now it's tightening up a little bit. And as you can see, they're between 20 and 44 bigs, these 6 players. So you have a new player on the table joining us with a decent stack. And this time, no limp for Roberto under the gun.
No,
Mixing it up with the old fold.
Yeah, he's called his customary under the gun limp the first time he makes it to the new table or something, which is a very bizarre strategy, not one that you find in the solvers, that's for sure.
So maybe we could put an over-under bet on OlyBet whether he's going to limp under the gun if he gets to the final table.
The final table.
Over-under 2.5, right? Total number of limps.
Yeah, I don't know. He's done it multiple times now. It wasn't even just the one-off, so a man of his word. Jeff going to open it up blind versus blind with ace-5 off into Ignotas. Another Lithuanian.
Yeah.
And lots of Lithuanian players running deep across the ring events here this week. Jeff shows him the ace. Ignotas enjoying the table presence. Don't think he seems to be the type of personality that looks to want to open up and kind of engage in the small talk or table banter, just looking to play his own game and keep focused at the task at hand, which is, for now, the primary goal of making that final 9.
Crazy guy. You guys play with that guy?
Which one?
The guy with the hat there. Eric.
Oh, yes.
Is Jeff calling another player crazy guy?
I think he's referencing
someone
Teddy
on the rail, right?
over
Ah,
there.
okay.
All in blind.
I get it. Yeah, then he was right then.
Certainly was. Talking about blind raises and all-ins.
All in blind, 70 bigs. Like, what the fuck, man?
Blind.
Blind.
He's worse than me.
No, he's blind all the time.
At least until he got a stack kids.
Yeah, and Jeff runs off the table, maybe to talk to that crazy guy, end of quote. Now, Ignotas, the small blind, looking to take a stab against the big blind of Roberto. And 8 deuce, he's not letting it go. Another play from Roberto. We're not folding, or it was actually a limp from Ignotas, and then Roberto sees his chance to use those ace deuce.
Yeah, the 8 deuce, the sort of type of ISO where you just completely lack playability, so you just want to kind of pounce on the weaker parts of the limping range and take down the pot right now. And it becomes advantageous when you play for this slightly juiced up big blind ante. So he does take it, but he's going to run into a customer here with Ignatus.
Yeah.
Limp calling and finding middle pair. Roberto going for a very quick half pot bet here with the 8 deuce, really eyeballing his opponent, looking at the stack. And just nothing to be done here. Definitely going to be seeing a turn card, middle pair, backdoor flush draw, overcard to the board. It's a pretty comfortable spot, but it can get pretty nasty on a lot of turn cards. Let's see if Roberto finds any equity. He doesn't. Just 8 high now. No flush draw interaction. Almost drawing dead versus a lot of the continuing range. A 5 now makes trips, which would have him dead. A jack has him completely dead. So it's only really the 6 or some straight draws, which he unfortunately blocks, that he could maybe seek some folds from. Ignatus can definitely check call the flop with some ace high candidates as well. But I think on this 5, the opportunities for maneuvering Ignatus off the hand become limited.
Yeah, and Roberto might be giving this one up now as he goes for the check behind on the turn, and another pairing of the board is not helping Roberto's, of course.
Ignatus will now be thinking about the plethora of ace-x hands that Roberto could potentially be opening up with versus the limp, and on the double paired board. Not often easy to surrender your ace high, but he does go for the...
Not go for any value with the 6
check
though.
instead, exactly.
Maybe opening up for another bluff from Roberto instead?
Yeah, that's exactly what he's doing. Just kind of the pot control, 3 away from the final table, instead of potentially some kind of crazy raise or getting any kind of additional action.
Yep.
Looking to
He
maneuver
actually
it.
gives it up and checks the river as well, so he tried, but yeah.
Interesting show there from Roberto.
Yeah.
Could have just mucked him, right? But I guess is the rule still that
he's
been
first
called?
in, right? He had to show the hand, I think. Yeah.
He was the last aggressor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah. Then
So
you
with-
have to show to
With the flurry of eliminations, sorry, Andreas, we get the mix-up now of pretty much more healthily and balanced feature table from 20
Fuck
to
luck.
46. We're
Or
seeing
luck,
Roberto and Gunnar right in the middle of the pack there, around about average. So a fairly customary mix of stacks and quite a normal stack distribution. No one really running away with it, although Ignatus and Jeffrey will certainly lay claim to some of the dead chips. It's pretty even, so you're going to see some fairly tepid play for the most part from the medium stacks, just looking to kind of stay above ground, try and find a little steal spot, move on from there.
Aurimas now with a decent stack, doubling up, and 2.3 million to start his hand, 2.4 even, makes 200 to go. Notas, new player on the tables, needs a couple of hands, and ace 10 on the button.
Yeah, interesting spot. Lithuania versus Lithuania, and we've just seen such a strong contingent from this nation. Does Ignatas want to go for a 3-bet non-all-in? You do see a theme with ICM of playing less passive actions pre-flop and more playing kind of 3-bet or fold.
This time it's a click raise.
Yeah.
Makes it 400 minimum raise.
Exactly. Kind of murky between value and bluff, but you do get to deny equity to 2 live card type holdings, such as this kind of King 7 suited, a Queen Jack off, that may be lurking in that opening range, maneuvering them out of there and just taking down the blinds plus the added 2 BB.
And being both Lithuanians, there might be a lot of history between these guys. Maybe they play each other each week back home in the casinos.
For sure, a lot of history between these two guys, potentially online and or live. But it's a small and very strong community in Lithuania, and they've come over and really laid a claim to the action here this week. No surprise to see 2 remaining in the field. And if when we do get down to 9-handed action today, you're kind of thirsty for more of the stream, go back tomorrow and look at the last 2 hours. I was joined by Paulius Vaitekunas, who is one of the Triton high rollers for Lithuania, and we had a really interesting kind of commentary / debate about some of the approaching the bubble factors, which I've actually recommended to some of my friends as really good coaching content. Not from my side, of course, but I was really doing everything I could to pick the brain of a well-esteemed high roller legend.
Yeah.
And
well, you know your way around.
I got an idea, but there's also levels to the game, right? Yeah. And I'm just nowhere near his level of excellency. It was an absolute pleasure. And he's very much at the top of the Lithuanian tree. And these guys underneath are kind of working with him in teams and looking to move their way up the stakes.
As we have some interesting action might be happening as Orimas now open. This time it's his turn with the pair of 8s, and Jeff now with the ace-queen hijack. Looking for some racing chips. This is 550.
Yeah, Jeff taking the initiative, instantly making life awkward for these pairs in Aurimas's range. The 8s, the 7s, potentially the 6s. Not sure if he opens that possibly at the 6-handed.
One of the 8s being folded as well.
Yeah. So Aurimas in this awkward spot versus us.
Now then, look
another
at the big
ace-queen for Gunnar. Is he going to consider any kind of cold 4-bet opportunities here? Showing some quite outward signs of concern and potential nervousness, but also can be...
also, of course, the early under the gun race and the early 3-bet is a bit concerning when you have the ace-queen off.
Very scary, and if he were to do anything about it, he would have to commit around a third of his stack. So, of course, him and the other big stack there behind were in a lot of pressure. And Jeff, with this slightly larger than conventional 3-bet, is placing an awful lot of pressure on Aurimas. Is Aurimas going to find a jam here with the 8s? It almost feels more comfortable using an ace blocker that would block some ace-queen suited or ace-king off 3-bet calls that Jeff may have. We know that he's not the type of opponent to be ICM scared, so this is actually quite daunting when you're up against an opponent like Jeff. When you're up against another type of player, they're going to have a lot more 3-bet folds, whereas Jeff actually is going to be quite linear and kind of mergy and might even 3-bet call the ace-queen here if Aurimas did go for the shove, just hoping for the flip. Very tricky spot with the 8s. I really don't envy him in this situation. Jeff looking fairly stoic there, not giving anything away. We don't get his customary table talk either, but you could just see out of the corner of his eye there, taking a glance, understanding that his opponent wasn't looking at him in that situation, just to see size up his opponent.
Lays it down.
Yeah, I like this fold. I think it's it would be a very
just
brave
as you
shove.
said, I mean, against Jeff, you would basically be playing like a 50 big blind effective
all in
pot,
so and that is rather significant and just a little bit less perceived fold equity versus that type of player.
Thank you.
Yeah. So the dealer's had it. He's leaving the table.
He's gone. We need a new dealer. We got to get the cards in the air. We got to move these guys along. Unfortunately, local time for the stream is 11:30, so we're going to be back in the midst of the final table in 12 and a half hours and 3 eliminations to go. You never know. We had that stubborn period between 17 and 16 earlier where we only saw 1 elimination, and that took about, what, 2 hours, I think? So
something like that, yeah.
Yes, 2 full levels. So you never know what can happen here with the 1 hour clock and with the stubbornness of these players looking to make that final table berth.
Jeffrey first to act with the nice 6-5, but of course this is not a cash game. This is the main event, and it's just 12 remaining, so this time he has to fold.
Yeah, those low cards do go down in value in this kind of situation because you need some removal to the stronger hands that might 3-bet jam against you. He's opening into a couple of short-ish stacks. And so 6-5 is just not going to interact with any hands that they're going to show some resistance with, and it's a nice disciplined laydown. Ignatus, on the other hand, has that king. And we'll
this
see.
is a nice one.
Interesting spot here for Arimas.
Another one.
Yeah, this Queen-Jack suited is definitely a candidate for a shove here because you can get hands like King-Queen off and Ace-Jack off to fold for 19 big blinds, not looking to gamble half of their stack.
And we have 2 Lithuanian flags in the chat as well. Maybe Aidas is cheering for them both.
So I think he's going to be between call and shove. Yes, nice. This is real power poker here.
All in from Aurimas.
Gets the better hand to fold, uncontested, picks up a load of chips, and a nice fearless shove there versus the hijack. Not hoping to get snapped whatsoever. But the efficiency of the jam having a lot of upside, folding out a lot of ace-x, a lot of king-x.
No, that's fine. That's just, I don't understand it. No problem.
So here you go. A couple of moves there from the Lithuanians. Ignatas picking up some chips and Aurimas moving up the rankings as well. It's Enea now, the short stack on the table with 18 big blinds. Ignatas with another open candidate here on the 6-handed table. Opening into Jeff's big blind, but will have the benefit of position, of course. It's going to be difficult to see the other big stacks fight back in the form of 3 bets when we hold the ace. And trash for these 3 players, so we move through to the blinds here. It's Aurimas with the ace-jack, another tricky spot here. 22 big blinds effective versus under the gun. And the issue with this kind of combo as the rejam is that you don't achieve an awful lot. You might get hands like 7s and 8s to raise fold. So he does go for the call, and by calling, he wants to keep in hands like ace-9. Oh, wow, look at this.
Jeff waking up with the ace-king, and it's been raised and called. And surely more action to come from him in this one.
Yeah, it's a delightful spot for a squeeze here. Let's see what sizing. Jeff does tend to not take any chances with his 3-bet or squeeze sizings. So my guess is that he's going to be going for quite a meaty size of sort of 900 or so. Looks like he's going for 800 there.
Yep, that's the choice. 800 to go.
Yep, so he does go for that meaty squeeze from the big blind here. Sat back in his chair, eyeballing the opener, feels that of course is going to be the stronger of the 2 ranges. Aurimas likely to have rejammed some of his stronger hands, so his range is going to be fairly capped there in the small blind, and it's over to Ignatas here, who just simply can't continue in the hand, but doesn't mind winding down the clock a little bit when he gets the opportunity. Does take a look at the clock and slides them into the mark, and Aurimas going to take some time as well. Jeff certainly is capable of having worse than ace-jack here, but do we want to risk our tournament life with on the off chance that he's going to be at it versus early position open, small blind call? Feels like we just have to wave the white flag and take our medicine here. Unfortunate to run into the squeeze, but that's the way it goes sometimes.
Another pot for the good guys. Another pot for the good guys.
Nice table talk from Jeff, and also he got some cheering going on in the chat as well. Olivia is cheering. The Cormier family is watching for the boss, and yeah, he's the boss at the moment, as you can see. Nice gentleman from Canada with a 5.5 million stack, the nice table talk, and yeah, he's got it all going on right now.
He's got it all going on. He's in full Jeff flow. And as you can see there, he is certainly matching that chip lead with a decent bit of aggression. Ignatas hasn't played many hands on this table, but he's had a couple of decent open candidates. So slightly misleading in terms of the aggression frequency there. It's definitely been the Jeff show for the most part.
And George is asking commentators, are the tables usually this silent? Where's the table talk? And I think actually we had more table talk on this one than the other ones combined. So yeah, you know, having a lot of Finns on the tables the other days, they're a bit quiet, and I think Jess is keeping the Canadian flag and the talkative flag as well high on this table. So
exactly, he's definitely vocal, saying one for the good guys there after getting the squeeze through and etching ever closer to a dominating stack going into the final table. 8-7 off here.
But also, as we mentioned, it is big money at the stake here. So I mean, 193,000 right up top.
Yeah, that's a really eye-watering amount.
Money for most of these guys.
Absolutely.
So can't blame them for being a bit quiet, maybe concentrated, focused, and yeah.
Even if it isn't life-changing money, you can just see that the players that have that level of wealth off the table really love to play for the prestige of winning the big event. And so that comes with a level of steely focus around the table, and that's what you're seeing here. 6 chaps battling it out for an eye-watering top prize, and we do have play continuing down to the 9-handed final table. So getting a little bit of stubbornness with no bust outs after that early flurry, a couple of short stacks hitting the rail, but now much more leveled up, and Jeff on the button with the king deuce. Gave quite a generous walk in the last hand with the 8-7 off. Could definitely have considered a few options with that, but now fancies playing his button instead. Not looking to tangle out of position with Ignatas maybe, who does have enough artillery there to hurt his stack. And Jeff instead is going to try and put some pressure on Roberto, who's not really got an awful lot going so far on the feature table, but he does have ace-king, and that will be certainly a beautiful hand to see in this position. Yeah, I like to see the 3-bet non-all-in sizing here. You don't want to panic and just jam and get rid of your action here. If you do 3-bet, you might get called by some hands that we've got dominated. We go to the low stack-to-pot ratio flop with the big advantage, and that's exactly what he's doing here. And also, this does allow Jeff the opportunity to potentially find a pesky 4-bet jam, opening the door to hands like ace-5 suited, ace-8 suited type holdings that might take the bait. But as we can see, Jeff, just with the king deuce, unlikely to be considering any kind of continue, just saving a bit of face here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Does make the fold. A brave open, but certainly justified with his stack. Did have the king blocker and looking to move through the gears here.
No, I had a good one.
You guys think I'm raising, I'm crazy. That's the problem.
The good one, says Roberto.
Nothing, I'm talking to myself.
I had something good. Like 8 deuce or
8 deuce, I have you dominated.
Really? You beat 8 deuce? Shit.
Now we got the table talk. Did they hear us?
There we go. Summoning it.
Yeah. Gunnar of Norway.
Yeah, came in with over 4 million in chips, had a little bit of resistance. Had that really defining situation with the ace-jack, and you can't blame him for folding there.
Aurimas opening with the king-6 suited. And his fellow countryman.
Definitely can't be backing down from these open opportunities, but he's got an interested player in the small blind, Ignatas. Maybe giving some respect to his Lithuanian counterpart there with the ace-4. That was definitely a candidate for a 3-bet from time to time with the ace-rag, high-low kind of hand. Does play quite well in this ICM-loaded scenario. However, Roberto now with the 8s versus the hijack. Likely to just be sending it in. I think he's seen enough to indicate the wide range from Aurimas. Not going to be the type of player that's just going to be super snug here. But he does go for the rather unconventional route of putting sort of half of his stack in or just under. And I guess this option allows him to fold if both Enia and Aurimas were to go for it all.
Will you fold anything if I shove? Sorry? Fold anything?
First words from Aurimas, right?
Yeah, and being a bit cheeky there. He's kind of saying, you know, why did you 3-bet so big? You don't give me any room to go for a 4-bet jam, and it's kind of committing.
And here we are with the current chip count on this feature table. And these are 6 of the 12 remaining players in this main event. And we are playing down to the final 9, in case you just joined us. And Enia now, our Greek friend, in the bottom of this chip count, this table, 1.6 million. And the 100K big blind makes it 16 big blinds for him.
Quite right, Andreas, and still getting this stubbornness with 12 left, not seeing any eliminations on the outer table, and it's been a lot of raise, 3-bet fold type of behavior, which you're likely to see at this stage. If you're wondering at home, why aren't these players kind of calling and seeing flops? It's much more in your interest to play aggressive with every way that you enter the pot in ICM. You want to kind of counter-attack and put the onus on your opponent in many ways, rather than playing post-flop and potentially colliding, although we do see a defend here from Gunnar with the King-8 offsuit versus Ignatas, electing to defend his big blind, getting the price versus the min-raise. Swing and a miss for both players, so likely that the Lithuanian is going to follow through with the small bet. Jack 6-4, rainbow, not an awful lot of hands that are going to connect. Gunnar is going to struggle to have any offsuit 2 pairs, which means that a lot of strong hands kind of taken away from him.
Yeah, and Gunnar in a bit of a downward spiral and losing some chips, but still healthy stacks of 29 bigs.
Yeah, but it's not like he's been a bystander.
No.
He took a really aggressive option with the 10-7 off, 3-betting big blind versus button, which was quite an interesting find, something to potentially explore later on. Does seem like one of those kind of gnarly combos that might come up on the mathematical overlord.
Yeah. Now also a question from the chat about how we actually get the cards read. Is the players signaling something to us, or how do we know what they had? And it's a card reader, the box that you see on each player's seat or on the table, the white box. They place, as you can see, they place the 2 cards in the box, and they are being read by the card reader, and then we can show you the graphics about what hands they actually have. And this time it's the Jack 5 that's being read and handled by Jeff, and he's shoving it into the muck.
Yeah, Ignatas with the Queen 8 off, Roberto Jack 4 off. So nothing playable there. Enia picks up an ace on the button. We do have 11 minutes left of this level, and then we go to 50-125. So it's another big jump, 25% increase in the big blind. And Enea's just going to take his no chances here, just going to send it in for 16. And yeah, this is nice because, as you can see, instead of min-raising and potentially seeing a shove from the King Jack suited, which may also have defended, to be fair, but
Now he's really putting the pressure on Armas with King Jack suited. Of course, it's a lot of hands that he's beating that would do this, but of course he would be behind any ace. Another tough spot for Armas. He's getting put to the test a lot now,
Not
this
had
guy.
any easy ones, had he? He had to raise fold the 8s versus Jeff's quite chunky 3-bet around about an orbit ago. Now he gets the short stack sending it in, and he is going to be aware of some combos that he does very well against here, some potential King 10 suited, Jack 10 suited, but I don't think
if you put this one into a solver, it'll tell you to call, right?
I don't think with the ICM, maybe not.
Oh, that's true, yeah.
Yeah, just definitely for chips, I think you got to kind of suck it up and look him up, but yeah. With the 12 left and all of the downsides.
You would actually need to input the stack sizes on the outer table as well to get the ICM fully.
Exactly, you got to do a lot of tinkering with those kind of study tools. That's why.
Because if we are having 2 players on the outer table with 3 big blinds each, of course this is an easy fold, but right now on this table they're pretty deep, but not the hand you want to be calling for the entire stack with
No, I agree.
12 left in the main event, and we are on the pay jump for the next elimination. And of course you want to make it to that final table tomorrow.
Yeah, let's see what he arrives at. He's going to be clearly well studied. He's played a strong game. He's taken as many spots as he could to find some aggression, and now this time being put to a spot for the majority of his chips here. I think he'd have around 1 or 1.5 big blinds remaining. Yeah, 2 actually, if he were to call and lose. So these are the things that are going through his mind now. Okay, like what's my opponent's open shoving range? He knows that there's not going to be hands like potentially ace-king, aces, kings, queens, maybe even jacks in there. They're going to likely go for the induce. So it does weaken that range slightly, which means that our king-jack does seem quite advantageous against that. But then again, the risk premium, and what I mean by that is if you call and lose, what happens? And he's left with 2 big blinds and really nothing to work with. So not looking to take a thin spot there, put to the test for all of his chips. Discipline lay down from the Lithuanian, and the Greek had to work for that one. He had to sit there sweating. Yeah. Maybe thinking, as my opponent got a hand like ace-8, you know, that is kind of in a similar boat.
Absolutely.
That's okay, thank you. I'm okay, thank you.
So Jeff now in the big blind.
Milk and sugar.
Sees the show will continue, as Olivia says. It's the Jeff show in the chat. And yeah, it has been for most part of this feature table so far.
Yeah, not sure if that was a good fold.
Yeah, still discussing. Oops, look at this one.
Wow.
Sweet Roberto waking up with the aces.
But
in
the
the
second
hijack.
time in only a couple of orbits. That's exactly what you want to see as you are approaching the final table. Found the aces versus the 3-bet, the light one from Gunnar Vede. And now opening aces into Jeff. And he's certainly a customer that is going to be likely to find some resistance here. Does he go for the 3-bet with the ace-5? They are 40 or so big blinds effective. The benefit of 3-betting here, as you have a bit more depth, it's like if Roberto opened off of 20, ace-5 off might be the better candidate, and we either jam or just defend with the ace-5 suited. But at this 40 big blind depth, you want a bit more suited holdings in that 3-betting range. He does elect to call. Don't mind that option either. Because Roberto is certainly a player that can do a lot of damage to Jeff's table chip lead.
Oh, 5.
There we go. Yeah, it's enough of a piece to be sticking around for 1, if not 2 more streets. And Roberto will be very happy with this flop. Jack 5-3 rainbow. Going to be looking really strong here with the aces. Yeah, and he goes for a little bit of a effective size up here with the aces. And the benefit of that is that most of Jeff's hands are unlikely to have an ace, so he kind of unblocks a lot of these top pairs, middle pairs, 6s, 7s, 8s type holdings that are going to continue and be a little bit more insensitive to the price. The 3 on the turn not ideal, as Jeff could be thinking about hands such as Queen 10, King Queen that might play this way.
And Roberto, of course, happy with the pairing on the board. Not many threes for Jeff. Possible, but not likely.
Yeah, exactly. Ace 3 suited is 2 combos. He's got the spade and the diamond, so going to be hearts and clubs for Jeff. But we can see that Jeff's got the ace 5. Another fairly meaty bet here, 600 into 1 million, which would mean 2.2 million in there with 3.1 behind. So Roberto not trying to be too greedy here, still looking to go for a sizing that could potentially get calls from that kind of 7s, 6s, 8s region. And look at this, Jeff is going to call, and an ace would be, of course, a very dangerous river card as he'd improve to 2 pair. Roberto with the boat, only 1 left in the deck. Is it going to be a 5 to get Jeff out of jail here? No, it's the offsuit 8. And Jeff needs to be careful now. We can see that he's really up against it here versus the top of Roberto's range. And Roberto's going to be loving this action. So much Jack X in your opponent's range to target. And with the introduction of the missed backdoor flush draw, some perceived bluffs as well.
2.2 in the pot already.
The one issue for Jeff as a kind of bluff catcher here is that he holds that ace, and that blocks some bluffs like ace 4, ace deuce that would have turned a wheel draw on the turn that might fire through. So could be better off.
Very tight check.
Wow.
Oh.
I win then.
No, you don't, unfortunately. Jeff, you don't win this one, but was maybe saving some money by the tight check of Roberto.
Can't play
Roberto with
Call with a 5, you might as well have called with a 3, right?
monsters under the
fold in my
bed.
position with a 5?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
No, that's not what I said.
Okay, that's fine.
Jeff kind of having a little to and fro, just kind of.
They misunderstood each other. And
That's what I'm saying.
For sure.
He doesn't
What-
miss
what
any
am I doing if
opportunity
you-
to
if you
grab
check
the
raise?
psychological upper hand. That's what I like about him. He's
Yeah.
kind of saying, wow, what a scaredy cat, checking back the aces there, you know? Like he's kind of getting under his opponent's skin a little bit. I love this kind of table presence that he brings.
Absolutely.
Even when he's not in the pot, the little debrief or the funeral of the hand in some ways offers some interesting insight.
No, I think
Aurimas now down as the shortest on this table.
Yes.
I was the big
Bigs.
blind.
You know what? I've been really impressed with him. He's battled
under the
really
gun, okay,
hard.
well, you're a big
He's
blind,
had a
right?
lot of tough
Yep.
spots, and he's shown a lot of discipline.
What?
Not
Oh,
the
he
type of
folded.
player that's getting
I was
emotional,
plus
of
one.
course,
You're
and
right. Yeah, you were big
That's what I
blind.
thought.
Yeah, you called because you're big blind. Yeah.
letting these kind of short-term swings override his decisions. He's been coming in with a clear game plan. Whenever he had the opportunity to employ some aggression, he's pretty much taken it, but it's not always the way that the cards fall. But still, 16 big blinds here with the hour clock. We are going to be hitting that 50, 125k level very shortly.
Yeah. Roberto and Inia folding, so over to Gunnar, and he seems to get active now, and Queen 8 in the cutoff position. It's time to win a few of those chips lost back.
Yeah, and this is a lovely spot for Aramas. Potentially slightly a panicky open there from Gunnar with the Queen 8. I think we need a little bit more opening into one reshove stack and then one very healthily stacked Jeff in the big blind, who's not the type of person to under-defend his big blind. Oh no, he's opening into fellow Lithuanian there, sorry. It's cutoff versus button. We had a little bit of confusion with the dealer button, Jeff, making sure that he knew that it was not him in the big blind again.
Now then, small 3-bet, 450. Notas is getting out with the 9-3. And what does Gunnar make of this one?
Yeah, so I thought that this button open would be quite ambitious, but in fact it was a cutoff open with the Queen 8, and that might be a slight indication of a little bit of sort of irritants or lack of patience.
Yeah, as we said, Gunnar came into this feature table as the chip leader, and now losing almost half of that stack. Still not in any way out of this one.
No. And Audrimas there, taking the spot with the ace-10. Would have just been going for a 3-bet side fold, I believe, but just putting so much pressure on the weaker parts of the opening range, and nailed it on that particular occasion. Gunnar was getting a bit frisky with the queen 8. 10-9 off, that's going to hit the mark, I think.
Well, not yet, but yeah, taking his time, making sure he uses about the same time on every decision, just to not give away any information, of course.
And it's the 2 Lithuanians with the 10-9 off. This time Ignatas, you for sure will be calling here. And he does elect to limp blind versus blind. He's fairly evenly stacked with Roberto, who's actually got him out chipped, and he's going to go for the ISO in position. Let's see what the sizing is. I think that's going to be quite important. 3x probably not enough to shift Ignatas out of the hand.
Yeah,
with
they
this,
had just about this exchange.
Yeah,
an orbit ago or so, playing against each other with the same limp race call.
Yeah, building the dynamic. Roberto taking his chance to
gut shot for Ignatas, backdoor flushes as well, and not connecting much with the board for Roberto, but he lost the aggressor pre-flop, so goes for the check though.
Both players with the same hand class, the gut shot and the backdoor flush draw. Let's see what happens on the turn. It's the interesting 3 of clubs, which brings an open ender for Roberto, and now Ignatas with that 10 of clubs. 2 overs, a gut shot and a flush draw. Pretty strong hand, and seems like a very comfortable one to start firing into, and to really pounce on this rather capped looking check back range of his opponent, who's just very unlikely to be ISOing any kind of hands that make 2 pair or checking back sets.
Sizing up, but don't have 450 and a quick call from Roberto.
Yeah, Roberto defending with his ace high. It's got definitely some pot share in terms of showdown value versus this type of hand. And the deuce on the river is a cheeky card, because Ignatas will be thinking, well,
of course he knows that he can only win this one by betting, so reaching for chips, but not getting Roberto off his straight, of course.
Yeah, and he's basically saying now, depending on the sizing,
I have
tell a different story. Exactly, yeah, he's repping a flush here. He's going to have a lot of suited hands in his limp call for sure.
Unfortunately, I think he's choosing the wrong spot.
Yeah, he bets
although
pot,
going big.
And he's going to get pretty quickly called here. Roberto defending the turn, now arriving at the river with a rather disguised straight. I think that Ignatas is going to perceive Roberto to have a lot of hands like 5x, 3x, some of those 1 high, 1 lows. He did just see him ISO with an 8 deuce off in a previous encounter. And Roberto just taking his time here. He loses versus hands like 9-7 suited, 7-4 suited potentially. But now he might even beat some value if Ignatas, I don't think he's going to go for value with a hand like a set of 5s here on this kind of run out for this sizing. And Roberto correctly working out that
he called instantly on the turn, and he gets there on the river, so
yeah,
the decision should be made already on the turn that it's not a flush for Ignatas, but of course by the sizing of Ignatas now on the river, it's a tough one. It's a big call.
If Roberto, needs to think about like what he's arriving with here when he checks back the flop, calls turn, calls river. This is just about one of the best hands he has. He's not going to have an awful lot of flushes. He might check back some clubs on the flop, worried about facing a check raise and overcommitting. But for the most part, this disguised straight is very strong here. But
does make the call and receive the good news that his straight is good enough.
Yeah,
bluff.
And it's
now it's a bit uncertain. What you beat me over
call.
there, but no, the 10-9 is nothing. And
Just goes to
Roberto.
show how strong that bet was from Ignatas, because his opponent had even improved and was still in indifference, not knowing whether he should call
exactly.
or not.
Yeah, I mean, he called with just the open ender on the turn, and he gets there on the river. But yeah, tough, big bet, and 7.7 million now for Roberto. Surely top 3 stack. Don't know the exact count on the outer table, but he might well be the overall
Know
chip
what they
leader
say,
in the entire
love the
tournament
donkey.
right now.
Yeah, and unfortunate timing for Ignatas, but I think if these types of players, these Lithuanians, they're very shrewd. They don't go on the results orientation. They realize that if his opponent is going to tank with a straight there, how profitable is that river bluff? It's just almost folding absolutely everything out. And that will be I guess the solace and the confidence that he needs to take into the next hand in order to give himself that little boost and realize that, okay, unfortunately I did get tank called there on the river. I was up against a straight, wasn't expecting that to fold, but hey, I gave him the option and he almost did, so moving on.
So another dealer change, and we have our new hand on the table.
And a new level.
Yeah, a new level as well, right?
Oh, she might have just come from the Omaha table as Gunnar is getting 3 cards under the gun there.
Aces? You wouldn't have got him anyway.
But 10.
10? You wouldn't have had him anyway.
It's like ace.
It sucks.
Yeah.
600 is aces.
6-handed, it's aces, yeah.
600 is even suited aces.
Yeah.
Yeah, and one guy that actually loves the 7s is
That's
Jeff,
okay.
so he would have loved to have them back, as we saw him. Was it 2 or 3 times hit?
3 times,
yeah?
3 sets. 2 on the flop, 1 on the turn, and
that's true.
really significant pots every single time. That was the real clincher for him and the catapulsion towards having that rather towering stack that he's operating with now.
It's almost like if he wins the tournament, instead of having the winning hand, he should just have the 7s, you know?
Absolutely.
No matter what hand will bring him the win, the 7s will be ever important for him in this tournament.
Any short ones? Any short stacks?
Just asking the question, is there any short stacks? Maybe wanting to get as early in of the night as possible, and it's going to be Roberto shoving with a lovely candidate here of the Jack-10 suited.
Yeah,
blind
using
versus
the big
blind.
stack to put the pressure on Inea.
Yeah, he's got the better hand, but there's just no possible way he can consider calling.
I don't know what it is.
Okay then, so now then we have next hand on coming up on the table as well. And yeah.
No, I would never play ace deuce or something like that.
Let's see how many cards being dealt this time, and if we can find the 7s in anyone's hand, as we are still 12 players remaining in the big one, the main event, and Aurimas holding the Jack-4. Jeff, ace, 6 this time, and of course we are playing 6-handed, so any ace is good.
Yeah, definitely
Spot,
in these
of
deeper
course.
stages of the tournament, just holding that ace is such a power card. Anea in the small blind with the King-Jack. I think he'd have certainly taken the suited variant. Is he going to go for a brave shove here with the offsuit? I think it's just a little bit too low in the rankings, but let's see. He knows his customer, Jeff, is certainly a player capable of the wider open, and he does go for a ballsy shove here, as Gunnar has the same hand, but Jeff can't really call with the ace-6, so this is the type of bravery when you're the short stack that does get rewarded if you pick your customer well, and he knows that Jeff is certainly capable of the wider opens.
Jeff confirming that it's almost 2 million, he said, but it's not really, but it's 1.6 and should be enough to get him off that ace-6.
Next time.
Next time, he says.
Next time, again, just playing those little psychological games with his opponent, making him realize that even though he's folded this time, you know, he's out to get you. And I think that is something to learn from. It's been interesting, this kind of the verbal scaremongering tactics coming from Jeff. I think that they do really play a role in these really kind of gnarly and gritty final two table situations.
And look at the big stack for Roberto. 8 million now.
Yeah, picking up the straight on the river and also being the benefactor of a slight overbet bluff from his opponent. Did indeed make the correct decision, and he's got all the chips and all the momentum here with 2 tables left of the 1500 WSOPC main event. Ignatas, who did just lose half his stack. Is he going to go for the jam here, or does he go for the min raise? Looks like the min raise route, or is he cooking up some kind of half of his stack option? Yeah, he's going to go for that one, exactly. So he's going to make it quite healthy here. And the reason for doing this is so that if there are multiple all-ins behind, and this is exactly the reason why King-Queen suited it makes quite a nice shove here, because I was just about to say hands like Ace-10 and some suited Ace-X are likely to potentially find 3 bets against your open, which makes life difficult for you. But when you commit to the all-in, all of a sudden they freeze up. And it does hit the muck with 3 players behind. Roberto not looking to take any chances, and Aya can't possibly continue with the Queen 10. Far too expensive for him.
What about Uncle Vede with the 7s? He got him again, right?
Got him again.
Black ones this time. Got dealt red 7s when we had the misdeal a couple of hands ago. Now he's in the big blind, small blind, sorry, with the 7s.
Yeah. And another example of a type of hand that might have shoved versus the min raise from Ignatas, but is really in the cage versus the committing all in. Nice lay down there. Oh, what a cooler between the 2 Lithuanian players. Instantly shoves. He knows that his opponent is committed. And Ignatas here running into the top
for Ignatas
of
needing help.
Top of the tree. Kings versus King-Queen suited.
As dominated as can be almost for Ignatas, and he needs clubs or help in any other way.
Got 2 better hands to fold, but obviously can't maneuver the kings out of there.
Just a jack and a club, so he needs a runner help not to be for him.
Dead on the turn,
yes,
and Audrimas
no sweat at all.
Is going to eliminate his Lithuanian counterpart there. We're going to be down to 11 here. Kings securing a super clean run out there on the turn board pair. No outs for his opponent. And they're just making sure with the exact chip counts, but we could see from our side of the spectrum that it's going to be a bust out, and Aurimas is going to be the benefactor. He's going to be up to over 30 big blinds now.
No.
Yeah, just kind of the Lithuanians there showing some looks as if to say, nothing I could do.
Exactly one. Right on time.
What a time to pick up the King Kongers.
Yes.
And he just does admit that they were friends off the table. Aurimas there will feel a little bit of a tinge of guilt, but friends off the table and opponents on the table, really nothing to be done there. Has to take the spot, of course, with the Kings.
Yeah.
So it's we've seen some pretty rip-roaring action here with 11 left. 2 more eliminations to go till the end of the day. And it's now Gunnar and Inea, the 2 short stacks on the table, as Jeffrey, Aurimas and Roberto seem to have one arm on the final table at the moment. Gunnar with the Jack 5. Gonna get out the way. Aurimas with Jack 7 offsuit quite close in chips with Jeff, who's taken a couple of knocks. And he is going to limp in. Slightly worse price than the previous big blind level, which was 5,100. And Jeff picking up the queens. 30 big blinds effective here. What sizing is he going to go for? Something around the region of 2.8 to 3.2 seems quite natural. Goes for 350 exactly, just under the 3x. I like the sizing, inviting Arimas to continue with all sorts of holdings, but Jeff taking it down gives a...
Want to show those, right?
Yeah, he gives a little smile to his opponent as if to say, I had you there, buddy.
Yeah, no reaction from Arimas though. And shuffle for another hand.
He's
and
small,
still
right? I'm big.
11, or just became 11, but we're playing down to 9 today, so we need to lose 2 more players.
Jeff, you're free rolling the high roller now. The 8th of August high roller, I think.
Oh, yeah.
It's free roll now.
It's never a free roll for me. You never know.
Then Linnea first to act, and the next one, 9-6 suited. Let's go. And Gunnar from Norway, the 8 deuce, as well as Aurimas in position, coming with the open race, King deuce suited. What about Jeff in small blind? Finding anything this time as well? Not really. Queen Jack. Worst of hands, of course, but out of position, and knowing that Arimas is racing pretty much anything in the position button, but maybe not able to tangle this time either. So as those cards go, what about Roberto in big blind?
Yeah, he'll be coming along for the ride with the 10-8.
Check.
No one can really do him an awful lot of damage.
In the
here.
dark. Mixing it up again, Roberto.
Absolutely. Arimas here as a decent C-bet candidate. He's got some backdoor draws and an overcard. And does quite nicely if he can get a hand like King 7 of clubs to fold now. That's a pretty nice win, right?
It's getting a fold from Roberto, so small pickup for Aurimas, building some more chips to his stack. And I'm a bit disappointed he didn't limp under the gun, Roberto, with the big
no
stack.
more
He
straddles.
can afford it now.
Exactly. Roles reversed. It's now Linnea and Gunnar, the players that are starting to struggle from the intensity and the pace of losing a player. 5-handed action and those blinds and antes coming around quick. I mentioned it so many times, but it's such an important part of this live tournament dynamic. And Gunnar not taking any chances here, going for the open with the Queen Jack off. Nice candidate. Unfortunately, can't do anything versus additional action, but just happy to try and get it through.
And Jeff looked like he was about to do something, but lets the 6-4 go in the muck. And Roberto.
Ooh.
Oh.
And Gunnar's just really picked to the wrong spots. It's just so unfortunate his timing. He's shown a lot of bravery in a lot of different situations. A wide open with the Queen 8 from the cutoff.
And now it's he's looking, sitting back like, okay, is it your turn now to
here we go.
kick back at me?
And he's just like,
you guys, you always have it.
He's like, geez, who's going to let me get a day off here? I just want to take these down, pay for the next round of blinds, and it's just relentless.
No respect for the slightly elder, right?
Yeah, exactly. No respect for the elders, but he's just had, you know, some of the weaker parts of his range in every spot. Went for a pretty tricky 3-bet with the 10-7 off, ran into aces.
Such a tough spot in the tournament when you're trying and you're going down from a big stack, and everything, every move you make, it's like you always run into something, and it's just... Yeah.
It's brutal. There's nothing worse than just this continued 3-bets and aggression against you. And lo and behold, we can see from the commentators' seats that he is running into strong hands most of the time here.
Yeah.
Aces, ace queen, and I think it was ace king as well in the other one. Might have been something else actually, but regardless, so frustrating. And now he's got to double pay the blinds after losing the open now.
As well, right?
Yeah, so it's just ramping up, and the pressure is quite intense. Will do
Roberto
well.
is going to stab at him as well from the bottom. And
electing not to go for the shove, just going to open and fold to the small blind, and not sure what he's going to do against the big blind actually, as it's never easy with the threes here. And that's why you see a slightly bigger open sizing.
Oh,
and he
the
does
shove.
get the shove.
Probably calling, but count, please.
Wow, yeah, and this is what I was about to say just before we saw Roberto opening. It's just, you do want to really kind of level yourself up here and not just kind of let that frustration and let that kind of energy take over your decision making. And it seems like the King 8 is rather ambitious here. Roberto is the one player that has the chips to potentially go for the wider raise call.
Let's hope it's a flip. It is a flip.
Yeah, you're right, Roberto. It's a flip, but you're slightly ahead with the threes.
This is an absolutely massive flip in the context of the final table seats starting to be claimed.
Yeah.
And Roberto, if he wins this, he's going to be taking a really humongous chip lead into the final three. Can Vede find something here? He does turn, flop, sorry. A gut shot. King 8 or 9.
Still the same house. And not to be, unfortunately for Gunnar Vede of Norway, came into this feature table as the chip leader of that table, but he's out now in 11th position. So still a nice payday to take home to Norway. And he just had this one of those days, right?
One of those days, a couple of maybe slightly frustrated or slightly emotional decisions in there, the Queen 8 and then the King 8 to bust. But apart from that, just one of those runs that you have in your nightmares where you get deep in a tournament and you just can't make anything happen. He came into the feature table with the chip lead and it's just evaporated in front of his eyes, and unfortunately he's going to hit the rail in 11th, getting a payout of, I believe, 13,800 euros.
Still decent one. And
exactly.
Now then down to 10 means that we are 2 tables of 5, the outer table, and they will do what I guess will be a hand by hand now to have the final table bubble burst. Just confirming that should be a big blind only, right? Because Gunnar got knocked out from the big blind, so... Oh yeah, they're bringing another. Of course, we were playing 500 on this one, so we have a new player coming in, but he will be between the blinds.
Got a lot of chips as well, look at that.
Still gonna be big blind only though, right? Because you can't come in on the small blind, so shouldn't affect the game.
Gets a little rest. Interested to see who that's going to be. That looks to be over 7 million in chips there in his arsenal, which is a very healthy stack of a bit late for the maths, isn't it? That's going to be 45 bigs.
Bear with us, guys.
Yep.
It's been a long day.
We're hanging on in there with an Ollie boost.
He said, I cracked the Ollie boost.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
Right, guys, we're just getting this new player sorted on the table. So back in the studio for a little while. And at least you can see that we're still awake, right?
Yeah, we're still in there, hanging in there, but we're looking forward to the closing stages of today's action. Day 3 has been a rip-roaring. I think Jeff, very much the main character in the current theatre production that we're offering you guys. He's been in there with the table talk, the psychological effects that maybe aren't used by the more GTO sort of solver pros. You know, seeing some interesting dynamics develop here will be interesting to see what develops. 10 left as we play down to the final 9, just with the 1 elimination to go.
Yeah. And once we reach that final 9, we'll end the game or the play for today, and then we'll be back for you tomorrow. But it might take a while, though. We're pretty deep, so it's going to be
we had that stubborn 2-hour period, and it's a similar kind of story now as this final table bubble looming. Some of those of you that watched the main
You have
event
another
coverage
one,
will
two, one
remember
or two.
Tamayo folding the queens on the
Oh,
final
yeah.
table bubble, going on to win it. So patience can pay off in the long run, but let's see who's going to be the hero and who's going to be the villain.
Yeah, who's going to fold the queens?
Yeah, well, if that happens again, I'll eat my hat.
Surely if it's Jeff or Roberto doing
Exactly.
it, at least, then I'll eat, I don't know, the table. So, yeah. So let's see if we're ready to go back, perhaps, to have the two tables continue. And this is our new player, and this is a guy we had on the feature table before as well. I don't remember the name right now, but we will get it for you shortly. But he was playing earlier today on another feature table we had, so still in and with a big stack as well. So also some good words for us, Jeff, in the chat. We're killing it with the commentary. What you're seeking to say, staying sharp. Yeah, we just said it. Holy Boost.
Holy Boost. It's the energy drink. I had my second one about a couple of hours ago. Oh, come on. Just Fun X taking a bit of a low dig there.
Roberto now then. The ace-10 opening and defending number 5. We don't have the name yet. So seat number 5. Yeah, that's correct though. And
That's what you wanted, no?
I'm a bit surprised though that he came in on the small blind. That's not supposed to happen,
It looks like he's
right?
the big blind somehow.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they moved it. Okay.
Yeah, not sure about that. And does go for the check. Roberto firing out a value bet here with the ace-10. He can get called by a lot of worse hands, some backdoor flush draws, some worse ace-x, some hands like king-queen, king-jack that have to stick around for one. The jack on the turn, bringing the backdoor spade draw, though, not exactly advantageous for either player, as Mr. 5 has just ace high.
Yeah, he got 5 on it, but not much more.
Don't think Roberto has any kind of candidate that wants to be betting the turn here, and it's going to be a chop.
Unless someone is doing something more.
Yeah, 3 3s and an ace, and the jack on the board. So ace-10 now being counterfeit, and look at this. The ace-6 going for a little bet here, maybe trying to maneuver some other ace highs out of the pot. But Roberto, not a non-believer. We've seen him make a lot of stubborn plays and does find the correct call.
Yeah. Nice call, and we chop it up.
As you can see, Jason now getting quite animated as we are late into the day. Eagle-eyed there, looking to see what's going on.
Our media guru, Jason, on the blog.
See, you got your money back like you wanted.
My chips.
Huh?
My answer.
Yeah, but
And
you
it's
can't be this greedy.
one more to go
gonna
before
take
we
it all
have
the
our
time.
final table. 10 players right now, 5 of them on this feature table and 5 on the outer table. So once we lose one more player, it's the end of the game for today. And Jeff seems like he's looking forward to a good night's sleep before the final table that he's hopefully going to be on. And 3.9 million in his stack right now. And of course, it's been a long day for these players as well. Starting playing at noon, which means local time. It's been 12 hours since they started, or 12 and a half actually, since they started play for today. So it's a marathon, and we're on day 3, so they've been playing 2 long days before this one as well.
Absolutely right, Jeff, with another decent opening candidate here. The ace-3 suited from under the gun. Running into Aurimas here with the ace-10, although I don't think he's going to be doing anything but calling here with this kind of combo. Does defend, allows the worst 10x, worst ace-x to continue in the pot. And queen 6-5, awkward flop for Aurimas to defend out of position. He does have ace high, which is going to have a decent amount of showdown, but facing bets with just the one over and the backdoor gut shot is going to be quite tricky.
725 in the middle. What do you suggest the sizing of the continuation for Jeff?
Some kind of 250, 200 seems fine.
$200 is a choice.
Yeah. Going for a little bit less than third pot there. Aramas not scared and interested to see if he does defend this ace-10 high. He's going to be quite far ahead of some hands like king 10, jack 10, and 9. And then, of course, these suited aces, but out of position with ICM heavy situation developing and slightly out chipped by his opponent. Does elect to let it go, and Jeff with a nice little pickup there.
Yep. Close up on the deck as well. Thoroughly shuffled for the next hand.
But Albanian Greek. So you live in Greece?
Now I live in Tallinn, about 25 years, yes.
Oh, there we got the thing we were discussing earlier about our friend from Greece, Enia. He was asked if he's from Greece and if he lives there, but he says he's living here in Tallinn. So that was the explanation on why he's present at a lot of series and tournaments in Tallinn.
He looks like Andres Mateo. Andres Mateo, you know?
You think?
Adrian Mateos.
Yeah,
I think he's saying.
I think that's what he's saying for, right? Because
Andres Mateo. Yeah. Maybe the long lost brother locked in the basement.
Not on my level yet.
You'll get there one day.
Yeah, for sure.
Fury though with the threes. Yeah. Nice little chatty injection of some energy on this final table.
I think they needed to, right? To get going, get chatting, boys.
Certainly helping us as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Jeff, he's not afraid to say his piece.
Another big one.
Yeah, kings for Jeff. And an enviable spot versus someone who has definitely got the license to be opening pretty wide here, so could be getting some value. Let's see what sizing he goes for.
I mean, in general, there has to be one player that's the best player. If you,
it's not like football. It's not. It's okay. It's luck, and you cannot say that.
Yeah, but you can't be good at luck, right?
Again, looking at the stacks behind him as well. Taking everything into consideration, hoping maybe smaller stack would be able to shove on his 3-bet.
Looks like he's going for, is that 675?
75, yeah.
775. So
oh, yeah.
Bit of added juice on the 3x.
Yep, so the green chips are 100s and the gray ones are 25, in case we haven't said it already.
Let's see if Yuri has any devilish thoughts of a 4-bet jam, or if he's just going to take the more conservative route and let it go. Yeah, I like that fold.
New to the table, but I think they were on the same table
I think
just a couple hours ago.
Sure.
So, yeah.
I do remember Yuri from the day 2 card.
As well, yeah.
Big pair. You'll see in the thing.
A big pair of cojones, maybe.
I'm out of position, so if you're going to call, if I'm in position, well, then it's different.
Roberto, almost 10 million now.
Yeah, that's a lovely
I play with
spot.
you a lot, so trust me.
Nice Swedish
Small
flag
blind,
up on top.
Yep,